This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Shin Xian, I am your future mother-in-law. What's wrong with asking you to wash my underwear for me? A familiar and harsh voice suddenly drilled into Shin Xian's ears. Hiss. There was a sharp pain in her mind, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She subconsciously touched her neck. The head is still there. The scenes of the Doomsday flashed in her mind like a slideshow. The last picture was frozen at the moment when her ex-boyfriend Ma Winden swung a knife at her. Looking around, she saw light blue curtains and snow-white walls, on which hung her engagement photo with Ma Winden. Is this her bedroom? There was a thin old lady standing by the bed. It turned out to be Ma Winden's mother, Su Lijuan. What's going on? This person died in the first year of the Doomsday. She quickly took out her mobile phone from under the pillow. March 16, 2026? She will never forget that on March 23rd, an inconspicuous piece of Pluto debris fell into the earth, dragging the entire human civilization into the abyss. Shin Xian, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Your parents died early, and you have no manners at all. The chattering voice came again, and Shin Xian slapped the old face hard. Su Lijuan was beaten and turned around. Ah! Shin Xian, are you crazy? Su Lijuan's face swelled up immediately, and she looked at Shin Xian in disbelief. Shin Xian stared at her hand, and the pain was obvious. This is not a dream. I really reborn a week before the end of the world. Shin Xian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she felt that her blood was boiling. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: I must survive. I never want to experience the hellish experience in the Doomsday again. 7 days. There are still 7 days left. 3 years of Doomsday life have already tempered Shin Xian to be calm enough. It also made her clearly know what she needs to do most now. It's really outrageous, and you dare to do it. Su Lijuan rushed over and wanted to fight. Get out of here. Shin Xian waved her hand and pushed the man against the wall, the kind that he couldn't get off. Regardless of rolling her eyes and almost fainting Su Lijuan, she carefully recalled how much assets she had on hand. After her parents had a car accident, they left 2 million in compensation, and she was frugal and didn't want to spend a penny. This house was also bought for her by her parents in full, and it could still be worth several million. Although it is not a lot, as long as you calculate carefully, it is enough to survive the most dangerous stage of the Doomsday. Thinking of this, Shin Xian got out of bed, opened the closet, and pulled out the innermost drawer. But the drawer was empty. The bank card and the property certificate had long disappeared. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked at Su Lijuan, who was leaning against the wall. Where are my bank card and property certificate? Su Lijuan was not giving up. She put her hands on her waist, stretched her neck and shouted, What do you mean by your bank card? You are married to my son, and your money is my Ma family's money. Also, this house also belongs to my son half. What are you looking at? You are like a dead person. When Winden comes back, go and add my name immediately. Su Lijuan was still stubborn. It was obvious that Shin Xian's money and the property certificate were hidden by the other party. Oh, you really don't know how to live or die. Shin Xian, who came back from the apocalypse, would of course take action to deal with such a shameless person. He stretched out his right hand and locked Su Lijuan's neck. Bang! Su Lijuan was pressed heavily against the door. Want to take my money? At the apocalypse, every bit of her material was broken into 8 pieces for use. It was her stuff, and no one could touch it. Coupled with the hatred of being dismembered, Shin Xian's attack was even heavier. Your Ma family? Is your brain soaked in shit? Or is it because of poor stomach that your brain was pulled out? Your son and I haven't obtained a marriage certificate, and you still want to occupy my things? Hand it over to me. Su Lijuan's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that her daughter-in-law, who she usually let her do whatever she wanted, dared to pinch her neck and talk. You bitch. Cough cough. You dare. I give you one last chance. Shin Xian's fingers were even stronger, and Su Lijuan's eyes immediately turned outward, and the blood vessels in her neck bulged. A strong feeling of suffocation filled her throat, and she stretched out her hand and kept slapping Shin Xian's arm. Perhaps she really felt the threat of death. Su Lijuan squeezed out a word with a hoarse throat. I will. I will. After a few seconds, Shin Xian let go of Su Lijuan's hand when she saw that her face was purple. Su Lijuan collapsed on the ground, covering her neck, with snot and tears flowing. The look she gave Shin Xian again was full of fear and terror. Successfully got back her bank card and property certificate. Shin Xian opened the security door and threw Su Lijuan out, This is my home. Take your baby son and get out. Su Lijuan trembled with her shoulders and muttered, divorce you. Divorce you. I must let women divorce you. Bang! She was answered by the sound of a heavy door slamming. Shen Xian didn't have time to get entangled with bad people and bad things. The most important thing now was to seize the time to deal with the arrival of the Doomsday. At this moment, her eyes suddenly flashed, and she lost control for a moment, and her body entered a gray space. Up and down, left and right, it was endless. The bank card and property certificate in her hand lay quietly inside. Shen Xian was startled at first, but her 3 years of experience in surviving the Doomsday allowed her to calm down quickly. After thinking for a few seconds, she followed her heart and returned to the room. Hands were empty. With another thought, the bank card and property certificate appeared in her hands. Shen Xian's fingers holding the bank card were so hard that they turned white. There is no doubt that this is a storage space. What could be more exciting than having a storage space in the Doomsday? Shen Xian took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and entered the space again. After exploring, she was sure that the space had no boundaries, and would adjust in size as she put in more items. This meant that she had a large enough and safe place to store supplies. It was a mobile shelter tailor-made for her. In this way, she would be more confident to survive the apocalypse. She took out 2 bags of quick frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and threw them into the space, ready to test the preservation effect of the space. The next thing to do immediately was to make money. The cash on hand was not enough. She needed more money, and fast. The first target was naturally the online loan platform. To be honest, she had wanted to do this for a long time to get all the wool from the online loan platform. She turned on her phone and started downloading various loan software. Face recognition, ID information, property information, it doesn't matter, after 7 days, these will be useless. Even some platforms with lax supervision and higher interest rates can be done with an ID card. Shen Xian certainly won't let it go. She still has photos of Ma Wenbin and Su Lijuan's ID cards in her phone. Use them all. Her fingers were fast, and she hurried to upload the information. Even when her stomach was growling, she ignored it. Ding-ling-ling, the phone came in. The hand that was about to click to upload the information directly pressed the answer button. Shen Xian, my mother is doing this for our good. What's wrong with her saying a few words to you? You even hit me. If you don't transfer the house to me this time, don't expect me to forgive you, otherwise I will go back tomorrow. Shen Xian sneered. Ma Wenbin, don't you like sleeping in the same bed with your mother the most? Without me, you can sleep anywhere. Now take your mother, and get out of here. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Shen Xian hung up and blocked him. Ma Wenbin said before that there was no heating in the countryside, so he brought his mother to live with him. As a result, Su Lijuan said that she was afraid of the dark at night, and insisted on sleeping with her son. Thinking about it now, Shen Xian just felt disgusted. In less than 10 minutes, the news of the loan arrival, mixed with the text message reminder from the anti-fraud center, ding ding dong 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 dong. Shen Xian gathered all the money together. It was a full 8 million. Adding the previous 2 million, it was exactly 10 million. However, this amount of money was a drop in the bucket in the face of Doomsday, and it was still necessary to be thrifty and spend every penny on the blade. The next step was to purchase the core materials in place first, so that I could feel at ease. Shen Xian took all the information and drove directly to the largest agricultural wholesale market in Sioux City. Chapter 2. Go directly to the largest grain and oil wholesaler here. Before getting off the car, she did not forget to wear a mask and sunglasses. In this era, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. It is better not to show her face when she buys so many supplies. And all subsequent purchases must be done in this way. Boss, rice is 3 yuan a pound. Is there a discount if you buy more? How much do you want? The boss lay on the rocking chair and closed his eyes. 200 tons. Shen Xian checked the information. This is the largest amount that a wholesaler can currently provide. An adult consumes about 15 tons of rice in his lifetime, and 200 tons can at least feed more than a dozen people. Before the end of the world, it is only suitable for one person to live, because people's hearts are sinister, and everyone is in extreme panic. Ethics and human nature have fallen to the bottom of the lake at this time. Later, everyone gradually adapted to the end of the world, and the living environment became more difficult. No matter how strong a person is, it is difficult to survive alone, and it is necessary to stick together. Grain is the most important hard currency, and no one would complain about having too much. After collecting the grain here, she would go to other wholesalers. The boss immediately opened his eyes, and looked surprised. Little girl, don't joke. Why are you buying so much rice? Shin Xian said calmly. Isn't the South hit by a disaster? I bought it and donated it, so the boss is cheaper. She has limited funds, so she can save as much as possible and be stingy as much as possible. Yes, there have been several waves of floods in the South this year. You are a good person and a good person. Do you need anything else? I give you a discount if we buy them together. Okay. Shin Xian was not polite, turned on her mobile phone, and started shopping according to the list she made on the road. Corn and flour are cheap. Corn and flour, 2 yuan a pound, 100 tons each. In the apocalypse, 1 barrel of oil can feed a person for a year, 2,000 barrels of cooking oil. A person must eat at least 100 kilograms of salt in his lifetime, but no one can guarantee how long he can live in the apocalypse. Salt and sugar, the cheapest, I want both. The boss's face was full of smiles, and the calculator in his hand was almost smoking. This is the first time he has encountered such a large order in more than 10 years of opening the store. There is still a lot of old rice in the warehouse. It seems that it can all be sold this time. Little girl, a total of 2.5 million. This order is enough to feed for a year. Oh no, for 2 or 3 years. 2.2 million, door-to-door delivery. Half of the deposit will be paid first, and the other half will be paid after the inspection is okay. Shin Xian has set the boss's psychological price firmly. 2.2 million, the profit is about 300,000. She bets that the boss will agree. Sure enough, the boss's eyes turned quickly, and he calculated in his mind that if it really didn't work, he would change the oil to a cheaper price. Grain and oil have very low profits, and they make money by volume. This order is really too big. I want Luwa cooking oil. Shin Xian ruthlessly crushed the boss's small plan. Finally, the boss still gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal. Shin Xian happily transferred the money, signed the purchase contract, and added contact information with the boss. I will send you the delivery address later. This is for life-saving purposes. Please deliver it on time. No problem, no problem. After leaving here, Shin Xian did the same thing and got another batch of similar supplies. After doing these, she felt a little more at ease. But she still didn't dare to relax. She rushed to the hardware market and picked a store at random. Boss, can you customize the water tank? Yes, how big do you want? We have 5 liters to 50 liters. The boss was drawing a blueprint on the computer. When he saw a customer, he hurriedly got up to greet him. I want 100 cubic meters, 30, and delivery tomorrow. Boss, Oh, I want to start a breeding farm, and I need a lot of water. In order to make the transaction smooth, Shin Xian still spent some time and made up a reason. Little girl, do you know how big 100 cubic meters is? Yes, it's the size of a bedroom and a living room. Shin Xian calculated that if one person uses it sparingly, for eating, drinking, and washing, 70 tons of water a year is enough. 1 water tank can only be used for 2 years, and 30 water tanks can be used for at most 60 years. Besides, you may not be the only one using it in the future. Seeing her decisive reply, the boss didn't try to persuade her. Young people nowadays like to start a business. Start it. You will understand when you fail. I don't have that many workers here, so it's a bit difficult to deliver tomorrow. I pay more. If you still can't do it even if I pay more, I can find a few more companies. Shin Xian didn't say anything and directly took out her trump card. Water is different from grain. Grain is in stock over there. If you can't buy it from this company, buy it from other companies. And the water tank she wants needs to be customized no matter which company she goes to. After it's done, you still need to add water. The 7 days are very tight, so this little money can't be saved. Yes. When the boss heard that he had to go to someone else's company to do it, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He couldn't go against the money. Oh, by the way, the water tank must be made of 304 stainless steel. Shin Xian added as she transferred the money. Okay. 3 seconds later, the boss stared at the 300,000 yuan transfer on his phone in amazement, speechless. Just like that, he took a big order? After finishing the water tank, Shin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She was stingy, but she didn't want to save money on this matter. After all, water was really too important. The most important survival supplies in the Doomsday were basically completed. She drove towards the outskirts of Sioux City. From a distance, she saw the water supply station in Sioux City, with tall water towers lined up in rows, neatly arranged like soldiers. The air was also much fresher than in the city. After the water tank was built, she needed to add water immediately. Only the water supply station could meet the needs of 3,100 cubic meter water tanks. After driving around, she finally found a desolate strawberry greenhouse. There happened to be a crooked sign on the roadside, "Strawberry picking, call 199. Perfect. Shen Xian got out of the car and went in. Picking strawberries, right? 50 yuan per person. You can pick as much as you want without time limit. There are surveillance cameras in the greenhouse. Please do as you please. An auntie wrapped in a coat, eating melon seeds while looking at her phone. Is this greenhouse for rent? The auntie looked puzzled. It seems that I still need to find a suitable excuse. Shen Xian took a deep breath and tried to be innocent and cute. Auntie, our crew needs a strawberry greenhouse for filming, which will take 1 month. Yours is just right, but my budget is very small. Filming? Great. How much is the budget? 20,000? Shen Xian thought about it and gave a price that the boss probably wouldn't refuse. 20,000? That's enough. There are not many people coming to this strawberry greenhouse in a week, and 20,000 is already a lot. Hee, that's good, auntie. I add you on WeChat and transfer the money right away. Auntie, you are so nice. Shen Xian directly transferred the money to the other party, and specially noted the greenhouse fee. It was done in a formal manner. Until the other party received the transfer with a ding, I was still in a daze. But auntie, we need to keep it confidential during the filming, and all the surveillance in the greenhouse needs to be removed. Okay, this is a small matter. Auntie will turn it off for you. Here is the key to the greenhouse. You keep it safe, and you can eat the strawberries inside as you like. I will come to close the greenhouse in a month. After that, the auntie rode away on her electric bike, leaving Shen Xian standing alone in the greenhouse. Shen Xian turned around and confirmed that there was no surveillance equipment. This is just a temporary transfer station. She can't deliver so many supplies to the community, let alone disappear in front of outsiders. Then send the address here to the owners of grain and oil stores and hardware stores. Shen Xian began to burp constantly. Burp, burp. This is one of her problems. She burps constantly when she is hungry. Sighing, she drove towards the city again. Ding-ling-ling. Shen Xian had just pushed open the glass door of KFC when her phone rang again. The caller ID showed Guiyuro. Seeing this name, Shen Xian's eyes turned cold. She didn't forget that in the Doomsday, she struggled to survive. She finally struggled to survive to the 3rd year. Relying on her excellent combat ability, she got a place to enter the base. Hope was just around the corner. But after a fierce battle, she met Ma Wenbin and his best friend Guiyuro. In order to survive, the two took advantage of her injury to attack her and cut her into pieces alive as bait. The pain of the knife cutting into her bones. She will never forget it until she dies. The phone kept ringing. Chapter 3. Shen Xian thought for a moment and answered the phone. Hello, Xian, why did you block Brother Wenbin? He even asked me about it. A sweet female voice came from the phone. Brother Wenbin, she called him so affectionately that Shen Xian almost vomited the overnight meal. Nothing, just a daily quarrel. Do you want to go out for something to eat? Okay, where are you? KFC near my home. Xian, you are a small boss, but you are still so stingy. You just treat me to KFC, which is too insincere. Guiyuro acted like a spoiled child on the phone. Come if you want. Shen Xian hung up the phone directly. Guiyuro always liked to compare herself with herself, comparing grades when she was in school and comparing salaries after work. She found Ma Wenbin, a Phoenix man, and was ridiculed by Guiyuro for a long time. But after seeing Ma Wenbin in person, Guiyuro changed her words and praised him for being handsome. If you think about it carefully, these two people should have hooked up before the end of the world. In the previous life, Su Lijuan took away her passbook. After the end of the world came, they probably relied on the money in the passbook to stock up on supplies to survive. She believed that Guiyuro would definitely come at this time. Sure enough, when Shen Xian was eating a chicken burger, Guiyuro pushed the door open and sat directly opposite her. A strong smell of perfume hit her face. Xin, Brother Wenbin is such a good person. Why are you always angry with him? It's hard to find a man who cares about his family now. You have to cherish him. And your mother-in-law, such a kind person, didn't she just say a few words to you? Such a good person? Do you want it? Without even looking up, Shen Xian took a sip of coffee. Coffee is also a hard currency in the Doomsday, so I will stock up on it when I get back. Shen Xian was silently planning in her mind. Guiyuro paused, as if she didn't expect Shen Xian to say that, and said shyly, Xin, are you kidding me? I'm going to sell my house. Shin Xian was finally full, patted her belly with satisfaction, and went straight to the point. "Aw? Your house is so good, why do you want to sell it?" When it comes to the house, Guiyuro's eyes flashed with jealousy. Most people can't own a house in the core area of Sioux City even if they work hard all their lives. But Shin Xian said he would sell it. "Something happened, and I need money urgently. I'm going to sell it for 4 million. "So cheap?" Guiyuro couldn't help but explained, instantly attracting the attention of other diners. Then came the excitement that was hard to conceal. She had been to Shin Xian's house several times. A house in such a location, and with such decoration would cost at least 6 million, and it might not be available. It's 4 million now. If she can buy it, she can make 2 million by reselling it. 2 million. Shin Xian looked at the changing expression on the other person's face coldly. Guiyuro was obviously not a good person. She had some intentions. She was so stupid before. Why didn't she see it? Shin, you can sell the house to anyone, or sell it to me? Guiyuro held her face with both hands and looked at Shin Xian with starry eyes. But no matter how she pretended, she couldn't hide the calculation in her eyes. You? Shin Xian looked her up and down. Her guess was correct. Guiyuro's entire net worth should only be 2 million. If she scraped together, 4 million was almost the limit. Yes, Shin, give me a lower price, just based on our friendship. No, not a cent less. 4 million is just enough to make up for my shortfall, and I want the full amount. Shin Xian's attitude was firm, and he didn't seem to be joking. Seeing Guiyuro still hesitating, Shin Xian decided to add fuel to the fire. But it's useless for you to buy it, I'm leaving first, I still have to go to the agent. If her house is listed with an agent and sold quickly, it may be sold for an extra 500,000. But now, Shin Xian would rather make less than 500,000, and make Guiyuro lose all the bitter tea. Wait, Shin. Guiyuro bit her lip, and seemed to have made a great determination. You are not kidding, are you? I never joke. Then I buy it, give me some time to raise the money. Very good, Shin Xian curled the corner of his mouth. Then hurry up, I can wait for you until the evening at most, it will be too late if it's later. Oh, okay. Shin Xian said, got up and left. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, Guiyuro can't wait to start making a phone call. From her mouth shape, she starts with the 3 words Brother Winbin. Shin Xian smiled and turned around, leaving gracefully. Those who heard her will not be spared. She drove towards home. Her community is a famous luxury community in Suzhou. The community is clean and tidy, and even the sidewalks are equipped with air conditioners to keep the owners warm in winter and cool in summer. When the Doomsday comes, there will be 2 weeks of heavy rainfall, accompanied by earthquakes and tsunamis. Then there will be 2 weeks of extremely hot weather, with the temperature rising directly from more than 40 degrees to 70 degrees. Most people died within the first month. Because of the free air conditioning, this community was also the first place to be washed away. What followed was a long period of extreme cold weather, followed by energy and food crisis, and even worse, zombies were everywhere. In just 3 years, the global population dropped to 200 million. That is to say, only 2 out of every 60 people survived. Looking at the people in a hurry, Shin Xian smiled coldly. She was not a saint, and would not do the kind of doomsday prophecy reminder. Let's not talk about her words first, whether anyone believes them. Under the doomsday, the ugliness of human nature is completely exposed. The people she saved today might slash her with a knife tomorrow. She would not do such a thing. Whether she could survive or not depends entirely on her own ability. When she returned home, it was dark outside, and Shin Xian rarely enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Looking around the house, she put all the things she liked to use into the space. Especially the family photo, which was the last photo of herself and her parents, and she also carefully wrapped it up and put it into the space. Suddenly thinking of something, she took out the quick frozen dumplings that she put in the morning from the space. It's still hard, no change at all. Nice, it seems that this space can perfectly keep the original state of food. Then I can stock up more supplies if I have money. Turning her sore neck left and right, Shin Xian turned on the computer, and then it was time for a big purchase. If she wants to survive in the doomsday, she needs more supplies. Click on the Alibaba website. This website can fully meet her needs for cheap and large quantities, and large purchases will not attract attention. First of all, there are some necessities of life. Everything is equipped according to the consumption of at least 10 people for 5 years. Toilet paper, 3,000 boxes. Sanitary napkins, 3,000 boxes. Quilts, 3,000 sets. Lighters, gas stoves, 1,000 each. After the flood in the Doomsday, quilts, pillows and other supplies are almost all soaked in water. Although they can be used after drying, fresh and clean quilts are hard currency. It must be prepared. Sleeping bags, flashlights, candles, these are less consuming, so prepare less. Warm down jackets, 1,000 sets, including snow boots, night vision goggles, hats, scarves and gloves, all must be equipped. There are also various clothes and protective gear that are convenient for outdoor activities, such as non-slip gloves, hiking shoes, ropes, shovels, hiking poles, life jackets, etc., all prepared. I don't know what he thought of. Shin Xian couldn't help but chuckle, swiped his fingers, and clicked on the small umbrella wholesale store. This thing is also very precious in the Doomsday. After all, people have desires, but the Doomsday is not suitable for making people. Then come to 1,000 boxes, it should be enough. I will never use this thing, but I can exchange it for something. Who knows what will need to be exchanged at that time, and I don't have it. The Doomsday is mainly about robbing, but it's better to prepare more hard currency. Chapter 4. If you want to know what is the most convenient thing in the Doomsday, it must be all kinds of convenient fast food. Instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, self-heating pots, biscuits, chocolate, various dried fruits. Oh, and the coffee I thought of today. Shin Xian always chooses large quantities, and inexpensive ones. Similarly, black fungus, white fungus, mushrooms, dried carrots, tribute vegetables, bean curd, shredded radish, pickled mustard tuber, Laogan ma, etc., 50 boxes each. The address is the same. Fill in the vegetable greenhouse. The biggest advantage of Sioux City is that logistics and express delivery are developed, and these things can be received before the Doomsday. With these, my living standard in the Doomsday will be much better than in the previous life. In the Doomsday of the previous life, a pack of sanitary napkins and a pack of chocolates can buy a human life. Some humans died from natural disasters, some died from zombies, and more died from their own kind. Looking at the time, it was not yet 9 o'clock. Shin Xian opened Taobao again and stocked up all the items he was used to using according to the amount of 10 years. She usually waits for big sales to stock up, even though there are no sales now, and she has to spend a lot more money. But the apocalypse is coming, so who cares about this? She bought 2,000 sets of her favorite sports bras, and bought out all the store's inventory. These things are really consumables in the apocalypse. She can't keep her underwear every time she fights zombies. Of course, she can't keep her outer clothes either, because clothes are consumables. She also has to stock up her favorite bedding, toiletries, and skincare products. As for cosmetics, forget it. Who are you going to show them to in the apocalypse? Zombies. Suddenly, she thought of something and bought 100 or so sets of stainless steel tableware and kitchen supplies, especially kitchen knives and watermelon knives. She stocked up 3,000 of them. In the apocalypse, people eat with their hands most of the time, and anyone who has a pair of chopsticks is a superior person. Stainless steel tableware is durable and resistant to falling. And kitchen knives. Hot weapons are hard to get in the apocalypse. Kitchen knives, bone-cutting knives, and watermelon knives are the second most useful things for chopping zombies. It would be great if there were hot weapons, but unfortunately, there is no way now, and we have to wait until after the apocalypse to see the opportunity. By the way, thinking of the heavy rain in the apocalypse, she ordered a few more kayaks. Kayaks can only be used in emergencies. In the face of the vast flood, only cruise ships and cargo ships can be used, and she can't afford them. A dog is coming, a dog is coming. Someone is ringing the doorbell. This is the doorbell that Shin Xian bought on the roadside for a bargain, and it is very appropriate at this time. Shin Xian calmly paid for all the orders, closed the page, took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and got up to open the door. This large batch of supplies just now consumed more than 2 million. TSK, money really can't be spent. From the surveillance video, Guiyuro can be seen standing next to Ma Wenbin and Su Lijuan, and a man in a suit behind her. Guiyuro was about to raise her hand to continue ringing the doorbell, when the door suddenly opened. Ma Wenbin pushed Shin Xian away, and was about to enter the house. Shin Xian, you must apologize to my mother today, otherwise I. Ma Wenbin's words were choked in his throat. Because Shin Xian raised the kitchen knife in her hand, and chopped it on the door frame, blocking the 3 people outside the door. Ah! Guiyuro screamed. Wenbin, look at her, I'm not wrong, Shin Xian is a psychopath now. Su Lijuan's voice was hoarse, and she pointed at Shin Xian with a trembling finger. Xin, don't be angry, take the knife back quickly, it's so scary. Guiyuro hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but she didn't dare to step forward. Shin Xian was really scary at the moment. I want to buy your house, don't I? I brought the money, and I don't understand the process in between, so I called the agent. You won't mind, will you? Shin Xian took back the kitchen knife and let Guiyuro and the agent enter the house. But he locked Ma Wenbin and Su Lijuan outside the door. Son! Look at her. Mom, keep your voice down, be patient, be patient. Shin Xian doesn't care about the scum's thoughts. Scum doesn't deserve to have thoughts. As soon as Guiyuro entered the door, her eyes stared at the objects in the house, shining. Xin, these furniture are also included in yours, right? Guiyuro looked at the kitchen knife in Shin Xian's hand and asked embarrassedly. Shin Xian curled the corner of his mouth and threw the kitchen knife on the table with a clang. Guiyuro and the little agent shuddered. Add an extra 100,000 yuan, and I leave it all to you if you like it. I don't want any of it. She happened to know that Ma Wenbin's private money was exactly 100,000 yuan. All of Guiyuro's family assets were here. In order to buy a house, she probably borrowed money from her parents and friends. Now pay an extra 100,000 yuan. All my furniture is good stuff. I spent a lot of money on it. You know, my parents loved me the most when they were alive. These words were like a fire fuse, directly igniting Guiyuro's most sensitive nerves. Okay, Xin, wait a minute. Guiyuro picked up the phone and started sending messages. And there was a faint sound of dispute outside the door. Mom, this is a small amount of money. Euro said that the house will be added to my name. Shin Xian sat steadily on the sofa as if she couldn't hear it. There was even time to smile at the agent. 10 minutes later, everything was settled, and Guiyuro carefully put away the contract. Okay, Xin, let's go through the transfer procedures tomorrow. I'm not free tomorrow, the house has been sold to you. I'm moving tomorrow, and I help you with the procedures the day after tomorrow. You don't trust me, do you? Shin Xian wanted to shorten the time for them to transfer the house to the shortest possible time, not giving Guiyuro a chance to make money. When Guiyuro heard that Shin Xian was going to move out tomorrow, she immediately smiled. No, we are good friends. Of course I believe you then. I leave first. Shin Xian now didn't know what was wrong with her. She always felt that she was different from usual. The contract was signed, and she was not afraid that Shin Xian would go back on her word. Guiyuro just wanted to leave quickly now. Even so, when she reached the door, she still did not forget to give a hypocritical advice. Brother Wenbin is such a good person, Xin, don't quarrel with him. I'm leaving first. Shin Xian looked at her coldly. I've sold my house. You two can live together in the future, isn't it good? Ah! Xin, what are you talking about? Brother Wenbin and I are innocent. Guiyuro felt uneasy when she was looked at by Shin Xian, and left in a hurry with the agent. She didn't even bother to say a word to Ma Wenbin. Seeing this, Su Lijuan quickly pushed Ma Wenbin, go after him. The house. The house. Ma Wenbin shook off Su Lijuan's hand, pointed at Shin Xian's nose, and said loudly in a fake voice, You didn't even discuss the sale of the house with me. Do you still have me in your eyes? My house? Why should I discuss it with you? Son, why are you still talking to her? This house will be yours in the future. Su Lijuan dragged Ma Wenbin to leave, and did not forget to turn around and curse Shin Xian fiercely. Bah! A hen that doesn't lay eggs. I don't lay eggs, and you have to lay eggs if you want to. Lay if you want to. Su Lijuan stiffened her neck and threw a tantrum. Ha! Shin Xian slammed the door shut to block Su Lijuan shouting. Someone in the owner group posted a message. Whose house is this in the middle of the night? Are you slaughtering pigs? Can you be quiet? Shin Xian chose to call the police without saying a word. There was a police station at the entrance of her community. In less than 3 minutes, Su Lijuan stopped her fuss. Shin Xian opened the online depression cloud, selected her favorite songs, and took a bath in the bathtub quietly. In the apocalypse, water pollution is very serious. Drinking water is a problem, not to mention taking a bath. In 3 years, she has only taken a bath a few times. Now her whole body is surrounded by water, and every pore of Shin Xian is comfortable. After taking a bath, she had an idea and activated her mind. The bathtub disappeared directly, and was safely stored in the space. Only a few water inlets and outlets were left on the ground. Interesting. Shin Xian followed the same method and moved the kitchen at home, including the cabinets and stoves, into the space. And pots and pans. The sofa and coffee table in the living room were also taken away, as well as the carpets and the wall-to-wall bookshelves with books. These are all money. Chapter 5. She got 4.1 million from selling the house, and she originally had 10 million. She spent 6.7 million on stockpiling supplies today, and now she has 7.4 million left. Alas, she is still too poor. Where can she get more money? As she thought about it, she fell into a deep sleep. In the past 3 years, Shin Xian has never slept so soundly. Until the phone rang. Hello, little girl, the goods you want have been loaded and will arrive soon. The voice of the grain and oil store owner came from the phone. Shin Xian woke up instantly. Here I come. I be there soon. She washed her face quickly and put the things on the washstand into the space. Take all the information and take one last look at her house. 6 days later, everything here will no longer exist. Drive to the strawberry greenhouse that was rented yesterday. 10 large trucks were parked neatly on the side of the road. Fortunately, there are not many people here usually, so it won't attract too much attention. Seeing Shin Xian, the owner of the grain and oil store breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the order would fail. I thought that you were carrying life-saving supplies, so you must need a car. I have loaded them for you, and can send them directly. The boss chuckled. Shin Xian paused and covered his forehead. Sure enough, when you lie, you need more lies to cover it up. Well, it's okay. The Foundation has a special car to pick you up. Now our car can't enter the disaster area. So what should we do? Boss, you arrange for people to unload the goods and put all the things in this greenhouse first. There were a total of 10 trucks of supplies. The boss temporarily dispatched several forklifts and worked for a whole morning to complete the unloading. Shin Xian settled the balance very happily. Just as she was about to find a place to eat, another grain and oil store owner's goods also arrived. Shin Xian had no choice but to watch the unloading and pay the final payment. For hours later, Shin Xian was really tired and hungry. But the phone rang again. Hello, boss, the water tank you ordered has arrived. Shin Xian, Send it to the address, I'm here. Shin Xian replied weakly. But looking at the supplies that almost filled the entire greenhouse, she instantly recovered. A sense of security, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and her mind flowed. After a few breaths, the huge supplies were moved into the space by her. It was easy to deal with it after entering the space. She could move the location of the items at will. After simply sorting out the supplies in the space, she heard the sound of a car outside the greenhouse. Huh? Aren't there 30 water tanks? Why is there only one car? Shin Xian frowned. The hardware store owner quickly explained, Don't get me wrong, your water tank is too big, we will assemble it on site, which will be faster. Most of the strawberry seedlings were put into the space by Shin Xian in advance, including the pots and seedlings. The fruit of the Doomsday is so scarce that it cannot be wasted. There were still a few left that had not been collected in time, and they were accidentally crushed at this time, and the air was full of the sweet smell of fruit pulp. While the workers were assembling the water tank, Shin Xian went to the water supply station. She was received by a middle-aged gatekeeper holding a large teacup. After the Doomsday rainstorm, the temperature was getting higher and higher in the extremely hot weather, and the electricity and water consumption increased greatly. This water station was the first to cut off the water supply. Seeing that more and more people died, people organized to attack this water station. Shin Xian followed suit at the time. But he found that several staff members of the water station were taking a bath in an air-conditioned room full of ice cubes with a water tank. Now that he needed to store water, Shin Xian thought of this water station first. It's like this, Uncle, I bought the strawberry greenhouse over there to do some breeding, and now I need a lot of water. Can you help me? Shin Xian endured the hunger and smiled sweetly. Her acting skills in 2 lifetimes combined are not as good as these few days. The big teapot looked Shin Xian up and down. We are a serious unit. How can we help you? Young people nowadays don't learn well and want to take shortcuts. Shin Xian smiled and handed a stack of money in through the small window of the gatehouse. It was a thick stack, which looked like 10,000 yuan. This was his 2-month salary. As long as he pulled a water pipe. Subconsciously, his hands were faster than his brain, and he quickly pressed the big teapot in his hand on the stack of money. He also turned sideways to cover the surveillance camera. Uncle, please be kind. We only have one water station here. Please connect a few more water pipes for me. It will be quick. Alas, you young people. Don't listen to advice, just love to mess around. Go, don't get in the way here, go to the side. As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed casually. Shin Xian looked over and saw a row of sprinkler trucks. Okay. Shin Xian tilted his head, smiled sweetly at the big teapot, and whispered, "Thank you, uncle." Then he ran over. 40T was written on the side of the water truck, which means there are 40 tons of water. Shin Xian frowned. Her water tank was 100 cubic meters, which was 100 tons, and there were 30 of them. There were only a few water trucks here. At this rate, even if the zombies hit the door, they couldn't fill it up. We had to think of other ways. You can't add water here. I can only pull 2 water pipes for you at most. You can add it yourself. De Chigangzi came over with his hands behind his back. Seeing Shin Xian frowning, his face darkened and he said, 2 pipes are already a convenience for you. If I'm discovered, I'd be in trouble. Okay. When Shin Xian raised her head again, her face was full of grievances, and her big eyes were actually full of tears. But uncle, can I visit our water station? This way I can explain to my family when I go back. De Chigangzi rubbed his trouser pocket, which contained a thick stack of money. Okay, but you can only visit for 15 minutes. I have to change shifts later. Thank you, you are so nice. The big teapot handed her a safety helmet. Remember, don't talk nonsense when you meet people later. I know, don't worry. Shin Xian made a naughty gesture to shut up. The weather was hot, and it was even hotter in the afternoon. This summer came really early. The big teapot started panting after walking a few steps. Shin Xian stared at the tall water tower in front of her, her eyes shining. This is much bigger than her water storage tank. The water tower is so tall, how much water is here? The big teapot said proudly, we are the largest water station in Sioux City. Most of the urban area of Sioux City relies on it for water. These water towers have thousands of tons of water in total. Thousands of tons? That's good. You are so awesome. Can I touch it? Shin Xian's little face was full of admiration. Touch it, touch it. That's not polite. Without saying anything, Shin Xian directly put her hand on the wall of the water tower, gently closed her eyes, and used her heart to sense the water flow behind the wall. With a thought, she could sense that there was a large mass of water in the space instantly. It was like a lake floating in space, condensed together, but shaky, and she needed to use her strong thoughts to control it, and she had to put the water into the water tank quickly. I remember that I have something else to do. I go first. Shin Xian took off her safety helmet directly, put it in the arms of the big teapot, and walked quickly towards the door. You don't want the water pipe anymore? The big teapot shouted from behind, but Shin Xian didn't care to pay attention to him at all. Open the car door, start the engine, and drive back to the greenhouse as fast as possible. How long will the water tank last? Shin Xian's face was solemn. Chapter 6. It will be installed in 5 minutes. The owner of the hardware store was holding a welding gun, sweating profusely. Please hurry up. The one who pays is the boss, so the workers can only speed up their work. Shin Xian stood aside with a blank expression. Now she was hot all over, with a splitting headache and sweat on her palms. She felt that the space in her consciousness was about to explode. The space was infinite, and it was impossible for it to be broken. The only explanation was that she had just collected too much water, and her mental power consumption was close to the limit. After a while, a thin layer of sweat oozed from her forehead. Boss, it's all right. Shin Xian waved her hand, signaling them to leave quickly. When the last worker left the greenhouse, Shin Xian endured the headache and checked it again. After confirming that no one was there, she locked the door. Only then did she put her hands on the water tank. Huh? The cold touch instantly made her feel much more comfortable. She used all her strength to mobilize her mind, and put the water in the space into the water tank in batches. As the amount of water in the space decreased, her headache did not subside, but became more intense. But Shin Xian knew that at the critical moment, she must not stop. Otherwise, if the water in the space could not be maintained and dispersed, the supplies inside would be in danger. Those were all money. I was careless after all. But at this point, Shin Xian gritted her teeth and filled up 30 water tanks. After the last water tank was filled, she almost fainted. There was still a little water left, and it was really too much, so she simply poured it into the strawberry field. And the unprecedented hunger swept over. Shin Xian slumped on the ground, raised her sleeves to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and wanted to take some food out of the space, but she couldn't mobilize her mind at this time. She forced herself to pick up her phone and order a chicken drumstick rice takeaway. As soon as she entered the payment password, Shin Xian's eyes went dark and she passed out. Before she fainted, she muttered, 5 minutes, must wake up. This is a habit she developed in the Doomsday. She cannot set vibration or alarm clocks, otherwise it is easy to expose her position, and she never allows herself to sleep too long. She once saw with her own eyes that someone was too tired and wanted to sleep a few more minutes, but was swallowed by the zombie tide. In the strawberry greenhouse, there was silence, and 30 shiny stainless steel water tanks were neatly arranged. Shin Xian, wearing a black sportswear, lay quietly in the strawberry field. Her long black hair was scattered on the green strawberry vines, like a famous painting. Click, click, what sound? It was right next to my ear, like the sound of stiff joints rubbing when zombies walked. Shin Xian jumped up with a start. The view was green and beautiful. Where were the zombies? She patted her forehead and remembered that she was too hungry and had overused the space, so she fainted. She casually picked 2 strawberries and threw them into her mouth. Crack! Crack! The sound was close to her ears. Shin Xian was stunned. She stood up vigilantly, looked around, and found nothing. She followed the sound quietly. As a result, she found a palm-sized puppy at the edge of the greenhouse. It was earthy yellow and looked like it had just opened its eyes for a few days. I don't know how it got alone in the greenhouse. It was probably hungry and was eating the strawberry vines on the ground. Shin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, she thought the end of the world had come early. That's not right. How could she hear this sound when she was so far away? At this time, she heard a buzzing sound in her ears. Based on experience, she knew it was the sound of an electric bike. She quickly picked up her phone, opened the door, and saw a yellow-clothed deliverman driving towards her from a distance. The distance between the two was at least 300 meters. But the sound of the electric bike seemed to be within 10 meters. Shin Xian pondered for a while, until the deliverman wiped his sweat and handed the food to her. Even when the deliverman walked away, she heard him whisper, "She looks pretty. Why doesn't she respond when I talk? Is she deaf?" Deaf? Shin Xian suddenly understood what was going on. She closed the door, put the takeaway on the table, closed her eyes, and carefully felt all the sounds she could hear. There were insects crawling under her feet, the puppy was still smacking its lips, cars were passing by on the road, and even the sound of the big teacup counting money at the water station. It couldn't be heard farther away. Obviously, her hearing has improved significantly. Although it is not as good as clairvoyance and super hearing, this thing is really useful in the Doomsday. Imagine that she can know immediately if there is a slight movement 300 or 500 meters away. Whether it is fighting or escaping, she can prepare in advance. It should be that she used her mind to control the space to the extreme, which caused the body to change. While eating, she tried to adapt to her keen hearing. It is not good to have 2 good ears. For example, now, the sound of the puppy's clacking really affects the appetite. He walked to the end of the greenhouse with the lunch box and squatted beside the puppy. TSK, you are so small that you can't survive the Doomsday. Take advantage of now, eat more. She picked up half a chicken leg and put it next to the puppy's mouth. The puppy was extremely hungry, waving its short legs and holding the chicken leg to chew. This little thing will die on the first day of the Doomsday. Shin Xian is now struggling to survive, but she is in no mood to care about it. After eating and drinking enough, she has enough thoughts. This time, she didn't waste any effort to put the 30 huge water tanks into the space. It seems that her guess is right. Although the space is infinite, she can't fully control it with her current ability. As her thoughts improve, she may develop different abilities. She wanted to use her thoughts to the threshold limit again, but after trying several times, there was no reaction at all. We can only talk about it later. She looked at the time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shin Xian locked the door of the shed and drove towards the largest shopping mall in the city. The most core survival supplies in the Doomsday are now all in the space, and she is surrounded by an unprecedented sense of security. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Next, she needs to build a safe house or a shelter. The space can only be used for storage. She has tried it, and she can stay in it for a maximum of 5 minutes before she falls out automatically. It can only be used when it is absolutely necessary, because she doesn't know what the external environment is like. If she flashes directly into a group of zombies, wouldn't it be? Moreover, she is not the kind of person who retreats at all. In her last life, she had nothing, but she was able to live for 3 years. In this life, she must live well in the Doomsday no matter what. While thinking about where to build a safe house, she parked the car and walked into the mall. Although today is Tuesday, there are still many people in the mall in the afternoon. Especially in the summer when it arrives early, the mall turns on the air conditioner early to attract customers. Now there are more people. It took Shin Xian several minutes to adapt to the overly sensitive hearing. "Brother Winbin, this watch is really nice, buy it for me." I used all my money to buy a house for you, and now I have no money. No, I like it, buy it, okay? Look, they are going to add your name to the house. Shin Xian heard two disgusting voices from a distance. Who else could it be but Guiyuro and Ma Wenbin? She raised her foot and walked over there, of course not for the two of them, but the thing she wanted to buy happened to be in that direction. Chapter 7. The sharp-eyed Guiyuro immediately spotted Shin Xian, and quickly pulled her hand off Ma Wenbin's arm. Xin, why are you here? Although the house contract had been signed, the transfer procedures had not been completed after all, and she didn't want to irritate Shin Xian now. Shin Xian, you're so disgusting. When did you learn to stalk people? Shin Xian took off her sunglasses and looked at the two of them coldly. You two are really a good match. The garbage classification of you Lao is very good. Shin Xian, how did you talk? Ma Wenbin immediately got angry. Guiyuro quickly reached out and grabbed Ma Wenbin's arm. Brother Wenbin, Xin didn't mean that. Shin Xian's eyes fell on the arms of the two again, snorted coldly, and rolled his eyes. Please shut down your overnourished brain. Ma Wenbin was stunned by the scolding. Shin Xian, you were not like this before. When did you learn to talk like this? You two did something disgusting, and you don't want people to say it? She said it bluntly. Guiyuro leaned towards Ma Wenbin with red eyes. Xin. Brother Wenbin and I are innocent. Get out of here. No one cares about your innocence. For some reason, seeing Shin Xian's nonchalant attitude, Ma Wenbin felt a nameless anger in his heart. Follow me if you want to, don't make any excuses. I tell you Shin Xian, if you want to get back together with me, there is no way. Stupid. Get out of here. Shin Xian didn't want to pay attention to the two of them at all, and turned to sit on a chair beside him. The counter clerk ate such a big melon, but he still worked diligently, and did not forget his duties. Miss, hello, what do you need? Oh, what can she afford? It's almost like buying a fart. Ma Wenbin's tone was full of sarcasm. I want this watch. Shin Xian opened her phone and pulled up a picture. In her previous life, she had suffered enough from not having a concept of time. The first thing she did when she woke up every day was to repeat, this is the 100th day of the end of the world, the 300th day, the 700th day. So, she must have a watch, and considering her current hearing, it must be top-level silent. The picture shows a Swiss outdoor watch. The overall color is deep black, the dial is medium-sized, the bracelet is made of titanium, it is explosion-proof, waterproof and shockproof, and it is a pure mechanical model, so you don't have to worry about the problem of running out of battery. It also has the date, compass and temperature display that Shin Xian needs. Perfect. The waiter was immediately delighted when he saw it. This watch came to the store, and no one asked about it at all. On the one hand, the appearance is too tough, and on the other hand, the price is a bit expensive. Please wait, I get it for you. We are the only one in the whole city of Suzhou. When the waiter put this men's watch on the counter, Ma Wenbin's face changed immediately. Shin Xian, you still have the nerve to scold me. Which man would you buy this watch for? You even sold the house. You still say it's not for supporting a man? He raised his voice, and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Ma Wenbin, the house was paid by my parents and written in my name. We are not married. Why are you thinking about it? I can sell it if I want to. You also got together with my best friend, who is more disgusting. Shin Xian was not in a hurry, as if she was not the heroine of the story. The people around him took a breath and whispered. In this day and age, there are still men who do such disgusting things for a house. Getting involved with a girlfriend is the most disgusting. That's right, the hostess looks very decent, but this man is just incompetent and furious. It's obvious that he is a Phoenix man, and maybe he has a wicked mother-in-law. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Ma Wenbin and Guiyuro looked even worse. Xin, how can you say such a thing? Didn't you say you need money urgently to sell the house? If you didn't need money, why would I buy your house? This watch looks very expensive. Who are you going to give it to? Don't be fooled. Guiyuro looked worried, fully playing the role of a white lotus. Shin Xian stood up and put the dark black watch on his left wrist. The originally tough men's watch was surprisingly harmonious. It made Shin Xian look even more upright and sharp. Can I buy it for myself? Xin, don't be so stubborn. You have been frugal since you were a child. How can you afford to buy such an expensive thing? Guiyuro turned to the waiter with an anxious look on her face and said, Oh, put the watch away quickly. My friend won't buy it. Swipe the card. Shin Xian took out the bank card directly, and Guiyuro's next words were stuck in her throat. Okay, wait a moment. The waiter was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Here are the invoice and the card. Please keep them. Do you want me to pack them for you? No. Shin Xian took the bank card and didn't ask for it to be packed. He turned around and left. When passing by Ma Wenbin, he said coldly, "A bitch deserves a dog. I wish you a long and happy life." You? Brother Wenbin. Look at her. Guiyuro was angry and anxious. Being humiliated in public was fine, but Shin Xian's attitude made her really afraid that her house would be ruined. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Shin Xian didn't care about them, and turned into the supermarket with 2 carts. Now the weather outside is getting hotter and hotter. Some things can be bought online, and some things must be bought from the supermarket, otherwise the ice packs will melt when the express arrives. The hot pot ingredients she likes, various frozen meatballs, dumplings, steaks, and fish fillets are all bought in boxes. She wanted to put them directly in the space, but there were surveillance cameras everywhere. When she came to the fresh food area, it was worthy of being the largest supermarket in Sioux City. There were 3 rows of counters selling meat. It's not that she didn't want to buy meat from the slaughterhouse, which was cheap and enough. Unfortunately, she checked the information and found that individuals who went to the slaughterhouse to buy meat had to have a business license, the vegetable market, and they had to buy from one store to another. There was no way. She could only hope that the supermarket had stocked up. How much pork do you have here? We have plenty of meat here, don't worry, kid, we have as much as you want. The butcher's aunt looked at Shin Xian with a smile. A person eats 100 kilograms of meat a year, which is still not enough. I want 2,000 kilograms of pork, 2,000 kilograms of beef, 2,000 chickens. The butcher's aunt opened her mouth wide. Kid, how much do you want? Are you kidding me? Shin Xian scratched his head and found an excuse in his little notebook. I want to buy some to donate to the disaster area. Oh, so wait a minute, I call our manager. The aunt wiped her hands and hurried to find someone. Not long after, a big-bellied man in a suit came trotting over. Hello, are you sure you want to buy so much meat? Why you don't have it? Shin Xian frowned. If there is no meat here, she will have to go to a few more places. If it doesn't work, she can go to the vegetable market, but the vendors in the vegetable market may not have as much meat as the supermarket. Besides, there are many people in the vegetable market. Although the prices in the supermarket are higher, it can save a lot of trouble to get it all in one go. No, we have it. We are such a big supermarket, the quantity is definitely enough. Are you really sure you want so much? And we don't accept returns for such a large quantity. The manager was very nervous. The weather has been hot these days, and people's enthusiasm for eating meat has declined. He has not been able to sell all the meat for several days. The cold storage must be opened every day for storage, and the consumption is really high. And he dare not reduce the purchase volume, otherwise it will affect the upstream market. Now a big customer has come and almost bought all the inventory, but I'm afraid he's a liar. As long as the quality is good, I will definitely not return the goods. The fat manager wiped his sweat. There is some frozen meat, but I promise that it will be frozen for no more than 3 days. You can rest assured about the reputation of our supermarket. Okay. Shin Xian's eyes turned. Can I go to your cold storage to take a look? This does not comply with regulations. Chapter 8. Not in compliance with regulations? That's easy to deal with. Shin Xian raised his eyebrows. You can put the name of your supermarket on each material. I paid for it, and you take care of the reputation. The manager gritted his teeth and thought for a moment, and after asking his superiors for instructions, he readily agreed. In today's society, there are not many opportunities to become famous, and the manager has already thought about how to write the public relations copy in his mind. Even after the supermarket fire, how should he appeal to customers to consume rationally? He was very happy. Putting on protective clothing, Shin Xian and the manager, and several staff members came to the cold storage. The manager also brought a POS machine with him, as if he was afraid that Shin Xian would play tricks on him. The cold storage was filled with white cold air and light blue lights. The manager and staff were shivering with cold. Shin Xian felt that it was okay. After all, the extremely cold weather in the Doomsday was minus 40 degrees Celsius. This low temperature was nothing. She followed calmly. According to the quantity we agreed on before, how many frozen fish do you have? Bring 2,000 kilograms. And the vegetables in the low temperature area, bring some of each, and make up 4,000 kilograms. The manager was very happy. This order was almost enough to cover the sales of the fresh food area for several days. Haha, thank you on behalf of the people in the disaster area, little girl. Shin Xian nodded slightly and said nothing. After the apocalypse, many resources were completely exhausted, and the human population was completely unable to support production. The supplies she had now were just a drop in the bucket, and she could only keep herself alive. Pork is 15 yuan per kilogram. Beef is 30 yuan per kilogram. Chicken. The manager quickly calculated the price. Total, I give you a discount of 5,600, a total of 150,000. The manager looked at Shen Xian eagerly, afraid that the duck in his hand would fly away. Okay, deliver it to this address tomorrow morning. Buying meat is not easy. Shen Xian gave up bargaining, paid and signed the receipt. Afterwards, Shen Xian bought some daily necessities, and left with 2 large carts of hot pot ingredients. She decided to stay in the hotel tonight. Put all the things in the trunk into the space and travel light. This is one of the few 5-star hotels in Sioux City. At this time, there are several people checking in at the front desk. Shen Xian randomly picked a service desk to queue up. Looking at the quotation at the front desk, she still had a toothache. The money should be used to buy supplies. Although she wanted to enjoy it, she had to spend money wisely now. The eyes fell from the executive suite to the introduction of the standard room with a big bed. Miss, the executive suite is 9,800 per night, and the standard room is 480 per night. Which one do you want to book? The receptionist looked at her with a smile. Alas, these days, everyone wants to live in an executive suite. A charming voice sounded behind her. You have to be so generous and kind to me. The voice was not loud, but Shen Xian's hearing was sharp now. Turning around, a woman with bare long legs and wearing white fur was hanging on a middle-aged man with a big belly. The big brand belt could hardly cover his big belly. The two met Shen Xian's eyes with contempt. If you can't afford it, get out of the way and don't block other people's way. The woman rolled her eyes. The man looked Shen Xian up and down. Little girl, if you can't afford this executive room, I treat you. Where did this fool come from? Shen Xian wanted to blow the other person's head off. He silently repeated rule of law society twice, and glanced at the other person. It's none of your business where I live. Also, other people start losing weight from the belly, you start from the brain, right? Shen Xian turned around and took out his card casually. Book a standard room for 1 night first. TSK, what's the big deal about a standard room? Do you know who my eldest brother is? The woman's face was full of contempt. Shen Xian didn't expect that in this era, there are still people who are so naked and ignorant. Why live in an executive room if you have nothing to do? Use the money you save to buy more supplies, and live more comfortably in the Doomsday. Isn't it nice? It doesn't matter who it is that I have giant phobia. What do you mean? The woman was stunned. I'm afraid of the big idiot. Stay away from me. Seeing the gunpowder smell getting thicker, the waiter hurried out. Miss, your room card, please follow me. You? Don't leave if you dare. In the Doomsday, all beings are equal. This kind of person is just a first-class mouth, and he will die faster than anyone else in the Doomsday. Shen Xian was too lazy to give her a look. The waiter took Shen Xian directly to the door of the room before leaving with peace of mind. After swiping the card to enter the door, Shen Xian took off her shoes and put on the curtains. The height of the 15th floor is enough to see the whole picture of Sioux City. She wants to see more of the current world. At this time, the phone rang. Shen Xian, you are so wicked. Why did a good house become like this? Ma Wenbin roared. Shen Xian calmly filled the bathtub with water. Ma Wenbin, the house was sold to Guiyuro. It has nothing to do with you. She didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Xin, don't blame Brother Wenbin. Didn't you promise me to bring furniture for decoration? Are you going too far? Guiyuro's green tea voice also came. Shen Xian could imagine the expressions of the two at this time, and couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Is this too much? There are more to come. Without answering the other party, Shen Xian directly said, I have something to do tomorrow, and I don't have time to handle the transfer. The house will be given to you. Don't worry, I won't run away. Of course I won't run away, I will just kill you. Shen Xian said, and hung up the phone directly. Her best friend and her future husband are together, and she will also take her life in the Doomsday. Shen Xian is unwilling to waste time on the two of them now, and everything is waiting for the day when the Doomsday comes. She wants to see, without money, how can they live? Soaking in the water comfortably, the snow-white foam piled on her body, and the fatigue slowly dissipated. Shen Xian is checking the news about safe houses and shelters on her mobile phone. Suddenly, a piece of news popped up. The largest solar photovoltaic technology exhibition in the country will be held at the Suzhou Science and Technology Museum on March 18th, with 156 pioneering companies participating. Isn't that tomorrow? Shin Xian sat up straight instantly. In the apocalypse, the scarcity of energy is directly reflected in transportation and heating equipment. Zombies and geological disasters are everywhere, and materials such as oil and natural gas cannot be transported at all. If there is solar energy, Shin Xian is getting more and more excited the more he thinks about it. In his previous life, Shin Xian was busy with housework and work, and didn't notice that there was such a solar technology exhibition in Suzhou. Wait, work? Shin Xian slapped his head. Opening the DingTalk app, she found that the messages about her were piled up at the top. Rows of little red dots. You can tell without clicking them that they are all urging her. She is the financial director of a new technology company. She still has a few company shares, which is why no one dares to urge her when she disappears for 2 days. 3 years of Doomsday life have long made her lose the concept of going to work. There are still 5 days before the Doomsday, so she will naturally not go to work, but the shares in her hands are still useful. She put on her pajamas to cover her beautiful figure, lay on the soft bed, and counted the things to do next. Go to the company to exchange the shares for money. If I remember correctly, the partner who took the biggest share always thought she was too stingy in investing in the company. Then go to the Solar Energy Technology Exhibition. Then go to the greenhouse to receive supermarket supplies. And find a place that is safe enough. Thinking about it, she fell asleep. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the thin gauze curtains. Even with the air conditioner on, Shin Xian still felt the heat coming. Opening the phone, there were similar posts everywhere. What's going on this year? A Hou is coming to shoot the sun. It's so hot that I'm dying. The guy above? I have Hou Yi's phone number, do you want it? Where are the experts? Are they all dead? They don't even explain this abnormal weather? They don't know shit. I decided to buy another refrigerator and store some food so I won't go out. Several stray cats in the neighborhood have died of the heat. Chapter 9. Shin Xian sighed and turned off the news. This is just the beginning. He took out a white shirt from the space and changed into a pair of blue jeans. He looked very refreshed. As soon as he got outside, a wave of heat rushed towards him. This was not what spring should look like at all. The outlines of things in his sight were distorted by the rising heat. Pedestrians took off their spring clothes early and put on short-sleeved shirts and shorts. He drove to the company and went straight to the office. The two partners, Lu Dai and Li Ming, were already at their posts. Shin Xian, you are finally here. Our hard days are over. Someone wants to invest in us. Lu Dai smiled, revealing his white teeth on his honest face. Li Ming sat steadily on the sofa, with a look of smugness on his face. Which company? You have such a good eye. As usual, Shin Xian sat in his usual seat. The company has new investment, but the other party has also made a request, asking for a redistribution of equity. Li Ming looked straight at Shin Xian and avoided her question. Shin Xian smiled lightly, as if she couldn't understand the meaning of Li Ming's words. Oh! According to the process, the investor must hold shares. Let's give some to each of us 3. How much money is the other party going to invest? Shin Xian, who has seen countless people's hearts, knows Li Ming's mind very well. Lu Dai hurriedly replied, 20 million. With this money, our software can be tested for multiple rounds. Li Mingwei glanced at Lu Dai imperceptibly. He knew that this Lu Dai had nothing in his mind except code. After getting the 20 million investment, he would make this year's data look better, add the revenue, and wait until the end of the year to sell the shares in his hands. Cash out $500 million. But the premise is that he has to have enough shares. Lu Dai is the core of technology and cannot be offended. Shin Xian is just a financial director, but he controls 20% of the shares. Only by getting Shin Xian's shares in his own hands can his small goal of $500 million be realized. Good thing, Dai, haven't you always wanted the latest off-road vehicle? After this round of financing, you can give some shares and buy it directly. I will put the account into the company for you. Shin Xian said it calmly, but Li Ming was shocked. Shin Xian's current attitude clearly shows that he does not intend to withdraw his shares. Yes, he is about to become rich, and no normal person would be willing to give up at this time. Li Ming rolled his eyes. Shin Xian, you are 26 this year, you are not young anymore, it's time to have a child. Women, after all, have to take care of their husbands and children and have children. Leave it to us men to conquer the world. I didn't expect you to have such an idea, Li Ming. Why is sister-in-law still working outside? You should let sister-in-law go home and enjoy a peaceful life. Shin Xian sneered. If you don't have time to accompany sister-in-law, you can give the shares to me in day. What's wrong with Shin Xian? She usually talks about saving money every 3 sentences, but why is she so sharp-tongued today? Li Ming took a deep breath and thought about how to make Shin Xian hand over the shares on her own initiative. But you are right. I am really tired in the past 2 years. My hair is almost falling out. Shin Xian stroked her long black hair and lied with her eyes open. Nothing is more important than being alive. It's better to sell the 20% of the shares in my hand. Li Ming's eyes lit up when he heard her words. Lu Dai was anxious. Oh, Shin Xian, hold on a little longer. Good days are coming soon. That's right. Good days are coming soon, Dai. I also advise you to sell some of your shares and enjoy life. Don't let the money be there when the person is gone. Shin Xian crossed her legs and thought, 20% of the shares, 8 million, I wonder if anyone will buy it. But he was very happy in his heart. Originally, this share was worth at most 2 or 3 million. But now suddenly there is an investor who is a sucker. Don't miss it, 8 million. Li Ming was also happy. Although the price was higher than he expected, it was nothing compared to 500 million. Shin Xian, why bother looking for others? We are all family. It's just right for you to sell your shares to me. Li Ming came over, his face wrinkled with smile. Ah? Sell it to you? You have 8 million? Shin Xian pretended to be surprised. This Li Ming is extremely cunning. If she agrees to sell the shares, but the other party says that they don't have that much money, wouldn't she lose both the wife and the army? All my assets, I still have 8 million. Li Ming gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to coax Shin Xian to sign the agreement and then talk about the money later. Unexpectedly, the other party became smarter after not seeing him for a few days. Okay, one hand for the money and the other for the goods. When you get the money, I will sign the equity transfer agreement. No problem. Hey you two, are you kidding? Lu Dai's brain was a little slow to keep up with the rhythm. 2 hours later, Shin Xian looked at the extra 8 million in the bank card balance and was satisfied. She still has 14.7 million now. Although the Doomsday is coming, she is still very happy now. Li Ming calculated, and when the Doomsday comes, he can just hold onto the shares and play with himself. Hey Shin Xian, are you okay? Lu Dai caught up with him panting. Are you in trouble and need money urgently? I have money too. If you need it, don't be polite to me. Facing Lu Dai's sincere eyes, Shin Xian smiled slightly. No, I'm fine, just simply tired. The weather is abnormal now. You have time to stock up some food and daily necessities, otherwise the price will rise in a few days. Shin Xian gave a reasonable suggestion, and Lu Dai gave a thumbs up. When it comes to living, it's still you are right. I will go to the supermarket in the evening, hee. Shin Xian patted the other person's shoulder. Silly dinger, how can you live in the Doomsday like this? But this is not something she can control. After saying goodbye to Lu Dai, she drove to the entrance of the greenhouse. As soon as she parked the car, she heard a humming sound. When she opened the door, the little dog, who had eaten and drunk enough, jumped onto her lap, wagging his short tail. A pair of black bean-sized eyes, full of expectation, seemed to be saying, "Where's the food? Where's the food? You come down." Shin Xian originally thought that the little thing would leave after eating, but she didn't expect it to be here. Woof woof. There was no choice. Shin Xian had to bend down and pull the palm-sized puppy off her body. From now on, you must learn to find food for yourself, otherwise how will you live in the future? The strawberry vines that were almost crushed to death by the water tank seemed to have revived overnight. Shin Xian picked a few strawberries casually, without washing them, and threw them directly into her mouth. You have to stock up on fruits too. Looking at her watch, she estimated that the supermarket supplies would also arrive. Just as she was thinking, she heard the buzzing of a car, and the little dog twisted its little butt and ran to the door to squat. Your hearing is as good as mine. Not bad. Shin Xian raised his hand to put on sunglasses to block the glaring sunlight. Hello, everything you want has arrived. Here is the manifest. Please check it. The supermarket manager was sweating profusely, and his suit was soaked through. Please move all the things to the greenhouse. A special car will be sent to the disaster area later. Shin Xian has already used this excuse to perfection. The manager directed people to start moving things, and saw the little dog at Shin Xian's feet. Haha, your little dog is so cute. Woof woof woof. Chapter 10. The little dog seemed to understand that this was a compliment. It followed the workers, wagging its tail to supervise. Shin Xian was afraid that it would be accidentally stepped on to death, so he simply picked it up and put it on his shoulder. A few black paw prints immediately appeared on the clean white shirt. Soon, the supplies were placed, and the name of the supermarket was also posted on them. We put ice packs on these meats, but they won't last long in this weather. The manager kept wiping his sweat. This year's weather is really droughts and floods. It has been raining for more than 10 days in the south. The manager looked worried about the country and the people. Unfortunately, Shin Xian, who had seen the end of the world, had no feelings about these. After everyone left, the little dog squatted on the ground, looking at the pile of meat, drooling all over his face. Why are you so useless? Woof. Turn your head. I get you something to eat later. As if he understood what Shin Xian said, the little dog turned around with his butt sticking out, and stayed still. So obedient? Shin Xian smiled and mobilized his mind. Soon, he put all the supplies into the space, and took a turn in the space. The full supplies were neatly arranged, which made him feel very safe. He found a few sausages from the cupboard that he had put into the space before, and took them out to feed the little dog. Remember, you must learn to find food for yourself. This is the last time I feed you. After saying that, she changed her dirty shirt, put on a light green silk shirt, and locked the door with a click. He drove towards the Solar Energy Technology Exhibition. This is the new district of Sioux City, which has just been built a few years ago, and there are modern buildings everywhere. Every high-rise building is filled with metal and glass decorations that are full of technology. Because of this, the temperature here is higher than other places. When Shin Xian stepped into the technology exhibition, a cool breeze made her feel comfortable instantly. Most people come to this kind of high-tech exhibition just for the novelty. There are more internet celebrities, technology bloggers, or journalists. Shin Xian is out of tune with the people around her. But she doesn't care about these. Her mind is on these high-tech products. Solar wheelchairs, solar cars, solar washing machines, solar air conditioners, solar robots. It's dazzling. A manufacturer's head is standing on the booth and talking. In the future, global solar energy resources will be an important energy source. Whoever can master the core technology will win the world. This is true. In the Doomsday, there is no need to say much about the extremely hot weather. There is so much solar energy that people wish the sun would die quickly. Even in extremely cold weather, the temperature is so low, but the sunshine is still good, and solar energy is inexhaustible. Moreover, with the development of technology, the optimal working temperature of solar energy has become more flexible and changeable, which is why she came to this exhibition. Our solar RV is fully equipped, completely powered by solar energy, with a battery life of 20 days, and can be customized freely. Hearing this, Shin Xian's heart moved. Isn't this the car of her dreams? The person in charge finished his speech, and Shin Xian waved at him. This car can be customized, right? How much is the cost? Yes, everything can be customized, and the cost depends on your configuration. The person in charge pushed his glasses and began to introduce professionally. Our solar energy conversion rate is the most advanced technology in the world, and the measured data completely beats gasoline cars. And our RVs will not exceed 6 meters, and you can drive with an ordinary driver's license. Shin Xian didn't consider this. Who would look at your driver's license in the Doomsday? 6 meters is not enough. I need a length of 8 meters, a width of 2 meters, and a height of 3 meters. Shin Xian directly put forward his requirements. Don't be too big, otherwise it will be too eye-catching in the Doomsday, and not flexible enough. Don't be too small, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to live in and not durable. Then you have to use a yellow license plate. It doesn't matter, you don't have to worry about the license plate. Shin Xian continued to make requests. The number of windows remains the same, but the area is reduced by 50%, and bulletproof glass is used. The larger the window area, the less safe it is. When the person in charge heard about bulletproof glass, he knew that Shin Xian's requirements were not simple. That will cost a lot more. It's okay, I can accept it. Shin Xian thought clearly that she needed to be flexible enough in the Doomsday, and would not stay in one place for a long time. Solar energy is a good choice. That's good, what else do you want? Ahem. Shin Xian sorted out her thoughts, and began to make requests. The body of the car must be bulletproof, with gray camouflage patterns, and there must be doors on both sides and the top of the car. This will make it easier for her to get out of the car. The wheels must use vacuum wear-resistant tires, so even if they are punctured, they can continue to drive. I also need 100 spare tires. 100? You are not wrong. The person in charge looked surprised, with an expression that said, "Don't play tricks on me." Yes, 100 spare tires. Bed, high-power air conditioner, bathroom, kitchen, dining table, small wardrobe. Other than that, no other furniture configuration is needed. All items must be treated with anti-collision. These are the necessary items for her to survive outside, so that she can use them conveniently and avoid being seen by others. Other things are placed in the space. Like a washing machine, you can take it out when you really need it. And who doesn't have to wash clothes every day in the Doomsday? Of course, throw it away. Don't you need an audiovisual system? No need for those. Equip the front and bottom of the car with road clearing and anti-collision equipment, and install 100 meters of steel rope on the roof. Install a 360-degree monitoring system with night vision function. Others, no more, it must be strong enough and safe enough, and 3 are needed. 3? Why don't you say 30? What are you doing here when you can't even live in an executive room? A harsh and sharp voice sounded on the side. Shin Xian turned around, and saw that it was the woman she met in the hotel lobby yesterday. The woman was wearing very cool clothes, still hanging on the fat-bellied man. The man also looked contemptuous. Shin Xian sighed, and his hands itched to kill again. Hee, what are you looking at? Can't you pay? The woman continued to be mean. The person in charge stroked his glasses, and said seriously, "We haven't agreed on the price yet, and it's not time to pay. How could a bumpkin afford the money? Mr. Zhao, can we order one too? We want the same one as hers." Okay, baby, I buy you anything you want. The man called Mr. Zhao looked very generous, and his eyes looked up and down at Shin Xian. Shin Xian turned to look at the person in charge. By the way, add a machine gun base on the roof. Person in charge, Woman, machine gun base. Why don't you put a Gatling gun? I say you're a psychopath. Don't tell me you don't know about machine gun bases. Shin Xian was impatient. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were surrounded by a fly. I know. But I haven't done it. The person in charge told the truth. The woman in front of him looked harmless, but just now, he felt a chill on his back. The feeling was the same as when he faced his nephew, who was a special forces soldier. Well, the price? 1 car is 3.4 million, and 3 cars are 10.2 million in total. I will make the decision to erase 200,000 for you. Our solar full power is expensive. You have made more expensive modifications. The person in charge was talking, and he lost confidence. How long will it take to deliver? The end of the month. The 21st of this month, at the latest. Shin Xian showed her trump card. The Doomsday will come on the 23rd, and she needs to reserve 1 day for herself. The person in charge was silent again. Today is the 18th, so he only has 4 days left. It's really impossible to do it. Chapter 11. But such a large order is really important to a new company like them. I don't want a discount. I give you another 300,000. I just want it to be fast enough. The person in charge was jealous. 10.5 million. Companies, like them, that are engaged in new energy are very expensive, and this money can pay employees' wages for a month. If it doesn't work, let the factory start work overnight. The person in charge decided to fight for the money. Okay. Swipe the card. Shin Xian took out the bank card and handed it over. With these 3 cars, her safety during the Doomsday will be greatly improved. Isn't it worth buying her life for more than 10 million? Of course it is worth it. After the Doomsday, money is the most useless thing. She turned to look at the woman and Mr. Zhao. Aren't you going to place an order too? Come on, pay. Mr. Zhao, Woman, You were so good just now, aren't you? Why are you so weak when it comes to the real thing? Mr. Zhao's face flushed. He was supporting a little girl, so buying something worth tens of thousands was the most he could afford. More than 10 million worth of things, his entire fortune didn't have that much. Originally, he brought people to the exhibition just to show off his taste, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. People around him pointed and talked. He had never been so embarrassed. It's all this woman's fault. She's so ignorant. She always makes trouble for herself. Mr. Zhao looked at the woman and shook off her hand on his arm. If you want to buy it yourself. I didn't say I would buy it for you. Mr. Zhao. Shin Xian stood up and snorted coldly as he walked past the two of them. Trash can only be paired with trash. You? The woman's face flushed with anger, and she leapt on the spot with her high heels swinging, and she fell upside down in front of everyone. The onlookers laughed again. After agreeing on the delivery location with the person in charge, Shin Xian went on a shopping spree at the exhibition. Solar heating equipment, solar lighting equipment, solar stoves, solar disinfection boxes, solar night vision goggles, and small robots that seemed useless. 10 of each, and another 200,000 yuan was spent. Originally, she also stocked up on lighters and candles, but in extremely cold weather, the more heating equipment, the better. Now the whole exhibition hall knows that a generous guest has come. Many company leaders have gathered around, and are trying to sell their own products to Shin Xian. Look at my solar massage bed. Go away, stop crowding. It's so hot now. Who wants to massage under the sun? Look at my solar robot dog. It can charge itself, work by itself, and is easy to feed. Do you want to see my solar air gun? A weak voice, sandwiched among many voices, was barely perceptible. Shin Xian paused and accurately picked out this weak voice from the crowd. A thin and gentle young man was holding a long stick the size of his arm, with uneven solar crystal panels on it. Seeing Shin Xian locked onto him, others also looked over. The young man shrank his shoulders and stammered, "Do you want to? Want to see? See? Ha ha ha, what is this thing of yours? Society is so safe now, what can you do with this thing? Kill fish? Don't tell me, it might really work for killing fish. You don't talk nonsense, mine is very powerful." Shin Xian walked up, picked up the solar air gun in the other's hand, and looked at it carefully. If she remembered correctly, the person in charge of the base she joined during the Doomsday used this thing. Although it looks black and not quite the same as the shiny one now. But the length and size are exactly the same. Zombies are as fragile as paper in front of this gun, and this thing is not as loud as a gun. As long as there is solar energy, there are unlimited bullets. It's so easy to use, she envied it at that time. And I heard that there is only one such gun, and the person in charge treats it as a treasure, and even puts it in the quilt when sleeping. How many do you have? Shin Xian still needs to confirm whether it is the only one. The young man, who was ready to be ridiculed, raised his head instantly, his eyes sparkling. Just this. One. Don't worry, it's registered. Legal. How much? 200,000. Ha ha ha, this fish killing tool also costs 200,000? Don't be fooled. Yes, this thing is not worth 200,000. Let's take a look at this. I want it. Shin Xian's straightforward voice made everyone around him silent. You could hear a pin drop in an instant. Ah? The young man was also stunned. Let's talk about this somewhere else. Shin Xian didn't want anything to go wrong with such an important thing. Oh. Okay. The young man followed Shin Xian out of the exhibition in a daze. The two sat in the Starbucks. Are you nervous? A little bit. Why? This is expensive. I'm afraid you find it too expensive. Shin Xian leaned back on the soft sofa. How long does it take you to make a weapon like this? Upon hearing this, the young man stopped stuttering. 2 days, the original materials. Are all there, just assemble expensive. Because the materials are expensive. I want 1 million, delivered on March 21st. Ah? The young man's mouth was long enough to fit an egg. 5? He knew the delivery date. It was all over the science and technology exhibition. The woman in front of him placed the order quickly, but she asked for delivery on March 21st. Yes, can you do it? If you can, I transfer the money now. Shin Xian was determined to get this weapon. There was only one of this weapon, and no one knew what happened in the previous life, and it fell into the hands of the person in charge of the base. In this life, she must not miss such a good thing. The young man gritted his teeth. Yes. I can do it. That's good. What's your name? Ning. Shin Xian asked for the other party's bank card information, and transferred the money directly on his mobile phone. Until the information of the 1 million yuan arrived, Ning was still dreaming. No. Don't sign the contract? A pair of innocent big eyes made Shin Xian inexplicably think of the little dog in the greenhouse. To be honest, Ning's clean appearance was indeed Shin Xian's favorite in the previous life. But now, the end of the world is coming, and Shin Xian has no time to think about those trivial things. Survive first. No, I believe you won't run away. If you run away, I will take your personal information and transfer records to the police. You don't want to try the power. No, I take you away now, and you can give me 4 weapons later. Don't worry, just let it go. The two exchanged contact information, and Shin Xian left the exhibition with the weapons. The end of the world is coming soon, and she doesn't need to waste time for this little money. The ground was steaming hot, and even because of the reflection of light, Many places were on fire, and the sirens of fire trucks were everywhere. Anxiety and uneasiness spread everywhere. But compared with the real end of the world, these are nothing. Shin Xian walked through the city expressionlessly, and came to a fruit wholesale store she used to go to before. "Oh, I haven't seen you for many days." The owner of the fruit wholesale store, a young couple, greeted Shin Xian enthusiastically. "Yes, I've been busy lately. How much are your apples and bananas per box?" Apples are still the same, 80 yuan per box, guaranteed sweet. But bananas are more expensive. It's been raining in the south recently, and bananas can't be shipped. "Well, I want all your apples, bananas, sugar cane, durian, cantaloupe, oranges." "Huh?" The couple looked up at her at the same time. "You want all?" "Yes, I want all. You calculate the money, and give me a discount." "Oh. Okay, wait a minute." The wife quickly found the delivery order, and began to calculate the bill for Shin Xian. The husband was even more enthusiastic. "You want all? That's thousands of kilograms. You're not celebrating the festival. Why buy so much?" At this time, the wife interrupted without raising her head. "Do you need to ask? It must be her mother-in-law who is making trouble again. You've seen it before. Last time, it was the same. Buying 1 box of apples was not enough. Her mother-in-law insisted that she buy 10 boxes, saying that her own daughter loves to eat." Hee hee. Chapter 12. Shin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. His wife didn't stop moving. 2 minutes later, she smiled and said to Shin Xian, "All kinds of fruits add up to 1,500 kilograms, and the total after the discount is 14,000 yuan. I give you some more other fruits, is that okay?" "Sure, I take the trouble to deliver the fruits to this address later." Shin Xian quickly scanned the code to pay, and left the address of the greenhouse. When passing by Grandpa Ken, he ordered a fried chicken bucket for himself. Thinking of the little dog in the greenhouse, he went to the pet store, and bought it a box of canned meat. Anyway, the Doomsday is coming, and the little thing can't survive. There are still a few days left, so let it eat its fill. Just when we arrived at the intersection, we saw several vans parked in front of the greenhouse door from a distance. There were also words such as S-Tong, Y-Tong, J-Rabbit, etc. Shin Xian parked the car quickly. "Hello, is this chewing shit when shit is pouring down on your head?" Shin Xian held her forehead. It seemed that the goods she had bought from Alibaba and Taobao had arrived. This was her Taobao nickname, which she had made up when she was young and ignorant, and it could not be changed. She has been using it ever since. 3 years of Doomsday life, plus the 2 troublemakers Ma Wenbin and Gui Euro on the night of placing the order, caused her to forget about it a long time ago. "These are all your express deliveries. A bit too much. Where should I put them?" Shin Xian's face was slightly red, and she opened the door under the gaze of a group of couriers. "Move them all in." Woof woof woof. The little dog wagged its tail, and jumped onto her legs. Seeing the boxes being moved in, it looked around excitedly. After the couriers left, Shin Xian took out KFC and canned food and sat on the floor with the little dog. "Atu, are you sure you don't want to eat canned food but chicken legs?" "Woof. Then I keep these cans for you. When the end of the world comes, they should be enough for you to live for a while." "Woof. Oh, by the way, I forgot you can't open cans. Come on, let Daddy teach you." Shin Xian was full and began to squat on the ground and patiently teach the little dog to open cans. "Yes, this is too difficult for you." 10 minutes later, Shin Xian gave up teaching. The little dog tilted its head and jumped a few times, running towards the gate. Shin Xian also heard the sound of a car in the distance. It was the owner of the fruit shop, who came to deliver fruit. "It's impossible to live in this weather. Sister, are you staying here tonight?" While watching the workers unloading the goods, the wife chatted with Shin Xian. "It's cool here at night." "Yes, the air in the suburbs is fresh. Sister still knows how to find a place." With a few words, the fruits were moved in. After seeing off the young couple, Shin Xian locked the door and started to unpack the packages. I have to say that the fun of unpacking packages is as good as ever. Turn your head. Woof woof. Shin Xian put all the supplies and fruits into the space, and then took out the bathtub, his own bed, pajamas, and toiletries. He took out water from the space and took a nice bath. The temperature at night is not inferior to that in the summer. Lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, the temperature is just right. Looking at the starry sky through the translucent roof of the greenhouse, he chatted with the little dog. "You don't know, in a few days, there will be nothing here. Just like setting off fireworks. People are gone in an instant, and such a starry sky will not be seen for a long time. This greenhouse is going to be gone. Woo, the little dog jumped a few times and tried to jump onto the bed. No, there's no place for you on the bed. Woof. I told you no. After a good night's sleep, Shin Xian was woken up by the heat. The temperature was just right for sleeping at night, but it was like an oven in the morning. She looked at the temperature on her watch, 39 degrees. This has exceeded the highest temperature in Suzhou in the past years. Today is March 19th, and there are still 3 days before the Doomsday reward on the 23rd. After calculating the assets in hand, there are barely 6 million. Stretching, she found that her head was furry. She immediately got up and saw that it was the little dog sleeping behind her pillow. When did you come up? What responded to her was the snot bubbles blown by the little dog. Forget it, you will only have a good life for a few days. Shin Xian generously forgave the little thing. She jumped off the bed, cleaned herself up, and fed the dog. When she was about to leave, the little guy held her tightly on her trouser leg. Get off. How can I go out like this? It's no use for you to act cute. A few minutes later, Shin Xian had no choice but to carry the little thing into the car and fasten the seat belt. This was the first time for Ah to go to ride in a car. She also charged her mobile phone, which would be completely useless soon after the apocalypse. Shin Xian thought about it, and decided that the most reliable ones would probably be radio and walkie-talkies. So what she had to do today was to purchase communication tools. Radios and walkie-talkies were things she had only seen when she was a child. She still remembered that when she was in junior high school, every taxi driver in Sioux City was equipped with a walkie-talkie, sharing traffic conditions and gossip in real time. But it's not easy to find this thing now. After arriving at the Suzhou Electronic City, after asking around for a while, I finally found a few scattered walkie-talkies in a corner stall. Boss, are these things still usable? Yes, this one is from Nokia, durable and has good functions. The boss, who was only wearing a vest and shorts, saw Shin Xian asking and immediately stepped forward to introduce. Pick me a few good ones. Hee hee, let me show you. I'm the only one who has this thing in the entire electronic city. The boss skillfully debugged it to ensure that each walkie-talkie could be used normally. He also enthusiastically taught Shin Xian the debugging method. I also want 2 wireless radios, the old-fashioned ones. Do you have them? That thing? It's been extinct for several years. I find it for you. What do you use this thing for, little girl? The boss began to search through boxes and cabinets. The crew used it as a prop for filming. This excuse has been used by Shin Xian for a long time. Ha ha, what a good job. You guys make a lot of money by filming, right? Hey, I found it here. The boss took out a dusty box from the corner and opened it, revealing several palm-sized radios. There are no older ones. I bought these when I was young for my English listening test in college. There are only 2 of them. Do you want them? Yes, but I need to try them first to see if they still work. Shin Xian's requirements are not high, as long as they can receive radio signals. I try them for you. After a busy period, Shin Xian spent 3,000 yuan to buy 10 walkie-talkies and 2 radios. Thinking of this, she called a contact at the Solar Energy Technology Exhibition and replenished 100 solar storage batteries, solar lighting lamps, and number 5 batteries. Otherwise, if her walkie-talkies and radios ran out of power, wouldn't it be a waste? The weather was so hot that most people couldn't stand it. The little dog almost fainted. Shin Xian used water to cool it down before it calmed down. You have to adapt to this weather. At this time, the phone rang, and the caller ID was Su Lijuan. Xin, when are you going home? Do you really not want Wenbin? Don't you want me as your mother-in-law? Chapter 13. Su Lijuan's tone was unprecedentedly gentle. As the sun set in the east, if someone is too attentive for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Shin Xian listened silently while driving. She wanted to see what would happen next. The voices of Guiyuro and Ma Wenbin could be heard faintly on the phone. If it were normal days, Shin Xian would definitely not be able to hear them talking, but now she has excellent hearing and can't help but hear them. Xiaoro, didn't we agree to add my name to the house? Oh, Shin Xian won't go through the formalities, and I can't do anything about it. You get out of the way and block me from putting on makeup. Then I urged Shin Xian to go through the formalities as soon as possible. Ma Wenbin's tone was indescribably humble, completely unlike the superior look he had when he was with her. Oh, they have blocked you. If you can find someone, go and urge them. Xiaoro, you can't kick my mother out, right? My mother lives in the 2nd bedroom. The 2nd bedroom is fine, right? Then, there was a sound of things being thrown on the phone. She is the only one in this family who doesn't make money, and she still has the nerve to blame me. She even wants me to do laundry and cooking, bah. No way. Ma Winbin, I tell you, I have the final say in this family now. If you want to live here, live here. If you don't want to live here, get out. Whose 30-year-old son sleeps in the same bed with his mother? You are so disgusting. Guiyuro's voice was also several times louder than usual. Su Lijuan's slightly cautious voice came from the phone again. Hey, Xin, are you there? Where are you now? Winbin and I miss you. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to send you to hell? Xin, how can you talk like that? I am your mother after all. I really have no bad intentions. I just speak my mind. Please think before you speak. My mother died a long time ago. I know you are a straightforward person, but you don't have to pull it out of your mouth. After understanding what happened, Shen Xian hung up the phone directly. It was obvious that Ma Winbin and Su Lijuan, mother and son, were fooled by Guiyuro. It's what you deserve. I planted a tree, and only I can enjoy the shade. If you want to live in my house for free, there is no way. Shen Xian was in a very good mood and reached out to stroke the little dog's head twice. Let's go, Dad will take you shopping. Woof woof. Shen Xian drove towards the outer ring of Su's city, where she had what she wanted. The little dog squatted in the co-pilot and kept wagging its tail. It turned out that the world outside is so big. We're here, come here, go with me. Shen Xian put the little dog on his shoulder. Just now, when we went to the electronic city, the little thing almost died of heat in the car. It's new now, the temperature is higher, it's safer to carry it with you. The little dog squatted on her shoulder obediently, with his chest puffed out, as if inspecting the work. There are merchants selling excavators, cranes, and bulldozers everywhere on the roadside. Shen Xian chose a store called Shugong Distribution Service Center. Shen Xian didn't know much about this thing. The reason why she knew Shugong was because of a popular science fiction movie a few years ago. The various heavy machinery in it was flexible, changeable, solid and durable, which left a deep impression on her. Hello, what do you need? We have a full range of models. You can buy or rent it. The neatly dressed male salesperson was enthusiastic and polite. Can you rent it? Renting instead of buying is of course more cost-effective. After saving money, Shen Xian decided to take A2 to have a good meal in the evening. Some models are okay. How do I rent that kind? Shen Xian pointed to a yellow medium-sized excavator in the yard and asked. Hello, this 15-ton excavator is the latest model, fuel-efficient and easy to use, and can adapt to most terrains. The full price is 1.33 million, but this model is currently only sold and not rented. Shen Xian looked around and liked it more and more, although she didn't know how to drive it yet. Finally, she gritted her teeth and paid for it. After walking around and changing to a store that looked a little bit ordinary, she was greeted by a pure girl with long black hair. I want to rent an excavator like that. Shen Xian pointed to a common excavator. Is the XCMG1 more precious? It's expensive, and the money is not enough to buy another one. Now there is only one, so she is waiting to use it at a critical moment, so she needs a normal excavator. If you rent it, it's 500 per hour, 12,000 per day, and the deposit is 300,000. The girl sat at the counter and replied while playing games. 10,000 a day, I rent for 4 days. As for the deposit, I don't have that much money now. Can I use the property title as collateral? Shen Xian said, taking out his property title and ID. Wait, I asked the boss. The girl immediately turned off the game, went into an office, and started making a phone call. Although her voice was lowered, Shen Xian still heard it clearly. Yes, I originally thought they were here to make trouble. They didn't look like buyers. But I checked the property title and ID, and they are all real. Even if there is something fishy, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I have to sign the contract. Oh, you are so annoying. If the other party breaches the contract, this house will be given to me, so that the tigers in your family won't always stare at me. Shen Xian smiled slightly. This is the world. There is no hope. 2 minutes later, the little girl coughed twice. Hello, our boss agreed, but we need to sign a lease contract. Okay. In the puzzled eyes of the little dog, Shen Xian paid 40,000 yuan, plus the house deeds and ID card copies that were useless in her eyes. Rented an excavator. But a new problem also came. Shen Xian can't drive this thing. Can I drive it in the yard for a while? Shen Xian asked solemnly. Ah. The little girl's face, which was kept perfectly smiling, finally broke a crack. I suggest finding a professional to operate it. We have a master who can introduce it to you. No need, bring the manual. What's the use of finding a master? In the end, you still have to drive it yourself. But you need a special equipment operator certificate to drive an excavator. Do you have one? I don't have one. I'm just driving it for fun. Don't worry, I take responsibility if something goes wrong. The girl couldn't argue with him, so she went back to the office and started calling to complain. So Shin Xian sat alone in the sales office, enjoying the air conditioning while flipping through the manual. In fact, she wasn't completely incompetent. She had driven a bulldozer for a few minutes in the apocalypse. Although it was only a few minutes at the time, it left a deep impression on her. This thing has strong defense and a high line of sight. And she chose the excavator after careful consideration. After the apocalyptic rainstorm, many roads and houses were destroyed, and they often needed to dig things. And RVs are not omnipotent. The excavator is big and strong, and the more I look at it, the more I like it. Shin Xian closed the manual, and found a few teaching videos on Station B. Then she put on her sunglasses, and stepped directly on the excavator. The excavator has no gears or steering wheels, only joysticks, and Shin Xian quickly recognized them all. With just one step, the car body clanged and drove straight to the sales office. The girl who had just come out of the office immediately turned pale and shouted, "Aw, stop! I told you to find a master, and we paid for it. You lunatic." The bucket barely stopped when it was half a meter away from the glass window. Woof woof woof. You think I drive well, right, dear? Shin Xian felt good about herself, jumped off the excavator, and said to the girl, "Can you deliver it to my door?" "Yes. Yes," the girl said breathlessly. "Then please send my excavator to this location, and keep the house title. I come to change the car in a few days, but don't lose the house title." Shin Xian left the address of the greenhouse, and walked away with the little dog. According to the nature of Ma Wenbin's family, they would almost come to force her to go through the procedures or calculate her money. She had already figured out how to deal with this family, and was now just waiting for them to come to her. Chapter 14. She needs to find a place to get some diesel. Excavators use diesel, so solar chargers can't be used. Besides, after the extreme cold comes, ordinary diesel can't be used. I asked several gas stations, but small quantities are not enough, and large quantities require a certificate from the police station. It really hurts my head, and there is no way to crack it. It seems that I have to take a different approach. I drove to the door of the greenhouse unknowingly, and saw the water station's cars coming out from a distance. The weather is so hot now that the green plants that have just sprouted spring buds on the roadside are almost dying from the sun. The water trucks at the water station are the busiest these 2 days. Shin Xian touched the little dog's head, thinking, "You go back first, I go upstairs to take a look." Pushing the door of the greenhouse open a crack, the little dog obediently slipped in. Shin Xian walked towards the water station. The temperature was obviously abnormal, and Shin Xian took some time to open the hot search. Many parts of the country are experiencing high temperatures, and experts remind people to stay out of their homes. A family of 5 in a certain place fainted in a rental house due to the heat, and almost died. Medical care is in short supply in various places, and experts call for drinking more water. The global maximum temperature is expected to reach 45 degrees today. Several hot searches dominated the list, and Shin Xian randomly clicked on one. After a short pause, there were more than 99 posts. "Experts, can you please stop scratching your itch? We know that when the weather is hot, we should drink more water and stay out less. To be honest, it rains heavily near the equator, and both sides of the earth are so hot. Isn't it the end of the world? Come quickly, destroy it. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to go to work." So, is there any expert who can give me a definite answer? Why is the weather so abnormal? Shin Xian closed the page. She only had a vague idea of the cause of this doomsday, a conclusion she came up with 2 years after the doomsday of her previous life. A meteorite from Pluto somehow bypassed human sight and hit somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. It caused changes in the Earth's magnetic field, leading to extreme weather and disasters. The virus in the meteorite spread with the ocean currents, and it happened to be a rainstorm. Soon, countless dead humans turned into zombies. Calculating the time, the meteorite should be in the sea when she was reborn. Shin Xian searched for an article about doomsday survival strategies on a certain website, registered a new account, and posted it directly to the hot search. But it was soon drowned by many posts. She swore with her remaining conscience that this was one of her few good deeds. She put away her phone and knocked on the window of the water station guard. She was lucky, and the big teapot was still the doorman. "What's the matter? Go away, Outsiders are not allowed to enter here now. De Chigangzi looked as if he didn't recognize her. Uncle, it's like this, the greenhouse breeding project I mentioned before has failed. I started a new project and need your help. Shin Xian took off her sunglasses and smiled sweetly. Haha, you young people are just unstable. Fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. Seeing that Shin Xian didn't mention the previous 20,000 yuan at all and had no intention of returning it, De Chigangzi's expression relaxed a lot. What's the matter? Don't come to me for too troublesome things. Uncle, you are so nice, just like my mother-in-law. I add you on WeChat for easy communication. Shin Xian shook her phone. De Chigangzi skillfully turned sideways, blocked the camera, and added Shin Xian's contact information. So how much is it this time? What's the matter? De Chigangzi blurted out his true feelings, and quickly drank a few sips of ice water to cover it up. Shin Xian seemed to be unable to hear. I need diesel, you must have a way, your water station stock will do. Shin Xian said in a low voice. She had observed the cars at the water station before. Although most of them were new energy, there were also gasoline and diesel. She was in a try and see mentality, and she would take as much as she could. Yes, there is, about 5 tons, which was the stock when the global oil price was low 10 years ago, but where can I? At this time, his mobile phone vibrated. He swiped the card, and saw that it was a transfer of 50,000 yuan. His heart trembled violently, and he counted zeros several times. It costs about 8,000 yuan to buy a ton of diesel outside. Even if he sold these 5 tons, he would not make that much. 50,000 yuan can do a lot of things. He had long wanted to resell the diesel, but there was no market. De Chigangzi glanced at Shin Xian and met her smiling eyes. He slapped his thigh and did it. Get the oil out away from surveillance, and wait a year until he retires, and no one will check it. I can only pull a pipe for you at night, and you can figure out the rest yourself. Well, you are so nice, contact me anytime at night. Shin Xian waved her hand, smiled and turned away. How could she not be happy? That's 5 tons of diesel. In the Doomsday, there are only a few gas stations that can be used, and they are all controlled by big forces. With 5 tons of diesel, you can do a lot of things. When she returned to the greenhouse, her big baby was also delivered. Probably because he heard about Shin Xian's glorious deeds in the sales office, the deliverman repeatedly told her to find a professional master to operate. Well, don't worry. After sending the people away, Shin Xian looked around at the excavator. Come on, Atu, come and experience Dad's driving skills. Shin Xian climbed into the car and drove the 2 excavators into the greenhouse. The height of the greenhouse was just enough to accommodate the excavators. As soon as he drove in, Shin Xian called the little dog down, turn around, closed his eyes, and with a thought, the 2 excavators were received into the space. Feeling it carefully, there was no discomfort, so he was relieved. Only the little dog blinked his big eyes and turned around a few times, as if thinking, where is the car? Where is my car? Ha ha ha, silly. What do you want to eat tonight? Woof. Let's eat hot pot. If you want to say that in the end of the world, when Shin Xian was starving, the thing he missed the most was hot pot. Now that there is a chance, of course, we must seize the time to enjoy it. Open the food delivery app and order Heideleo directly, including the pot and ingredients. Soon, the greenhouse was steaming hot, and the smell of hot pot was everywhere. It was so stuffy that Shin Xian simply opened the door. Anyway, there were not many people here at night. Cook all the duck blood, duck intestines, vermicelli, and kelp that she liked. Add fish tofu, meatballs, and crab sticks. It's perfect. After confirming that the little dog had no problem eating spicy food, she cooked luncheon meat for it. Atu, I didn't expect you to be able to eat spicy food. Come on, try this crab stick. It's super delicious. Do you want to drink Coke? Woof woof. Shin Xian ate happily, and with the addition of happy fat house water, she was almost in heaven. It seems that I have to stock up on this Coke. Burp. She was eating happily, and her ears moved, and suddenly she heard a familiar voice not far away. Mom, it's Shin Xian's car. She is here. Son, no matter what, you must make Shin Xian forgive you this time, otherwise we will have to sleep on the street, and she still has 4 million. Mom, don't worry, Shin Xian has always been obedient to me. As long as I say a word, she will jump into my arms. Shin Xian scratched his head and silently took out a kitchen knife from the space and put it on the table. Chapter 15. Tell the little dog, look how daddy will blow up the bad guy's head. She didn't forget that in her last life, Ma Wenbin also used a broken knife to dismember her alive. Woof woof. 3 minutes later, Su Lijuan appeared at the gate with Ma Wenbin. Xin. Ma Wenbin's words got stuck in his throat, and he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the empty greenhouse, there was a green strawberry field, with a table and a bed in the middle. Shen Xian was wearing a red suspender and white shorts, sitting on a dining chair with one leg raised. The air was full of the smell of hot pot. Su Lijuan had been hungry at home for a day, and her stomach was growling with hunger, and she kept swallowing saliva. But when she saw 2 chairs, she pointed at Shen Xian's nose and scolded him. Shen Xian, you are so good. I said I couldn't find you anywhere, but you were hiding here and having sex with a bastard. Ma Wenbin also had a dark face. Shen Xian, I treat you sincerely, but you treat me like this? Who is that man? Shen Xian threw the chopsticks on the table with a clang, and wiped his mouth calmly. What? Is your neck okay? Su Lijuan's arrogant voice stopped immediately, and deep fear appeared in her eyes again. She covered her neck, and hid behind Ma Wenbin. Ma Wenbin took a deep breath, and put a smile on his face. Xin, I really like you. Didn't you say you love me? Can we live a good life? As he said that, he was about to come up and hold Shen Xian's hand. Get out. Shen Xian got up directly, and shook Ma Wenbin off. I think you are disgusting. What? You slept with Guiyuro, but you didn't sell yourself to me? Xin, Guiyuro lied to me. Now I understand that you are the only one who is really good to me. We must not sell her the house. Tell her that we don't want to deal with her. It's too late. I've already transferred the ownership. Shen Xian took out the lease contract for the excavator, and waved it in front of Ma Wenbin. He didn't see the other things clearly, but Ma Wenbin still recognized the page of the copy of the house title. Guiyuro is not a good person. Take the house back. Ma Wenbin was anxious. Guiyuro didn't tell him that the house had been transferred. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I got 4 million. Do you have anything else to do? You can get out if you don't have anything to do. Don't force me to do it. You? Looking at Shen Xian's stubborn look, Ma Wenbin was so angry that his liver hurt. Xin, you and Wenbin are husband and wife after all. You should give half of the money from selling the house to Wenbin. Su Lijuan interrupted. If it doesn't work, 1 million will do. Shen Xian stood up, stretched out her slender arms and legs, and clenched her fists. I don't have 1 million, but I have a fist. Do you want it? Ma Wenbin immediately blocked Su Lijuan. Shen Xian, don't be impulsive. Come to me if you have anything. Shen Xian pulled out a kitchen knife with her backhand and threw it directly at Ma Wenbin's feet. Puff! The sound was small, but the kitchen knife was directly inserted into the ground, and half of it didn't even sink into the soil. This is the hand skill she practiced in the Doomsday. In the Doomsday, she had no hot weapons, and she was born and died with a steel pipe, a kitchen knife, and a shovel. Shen Xian, you actually used a knife. Son, call the police. Call the police. Let's go! Su Lijuan's legs also softened, and she dragged Ma Wenbin to leave. Shen Xian clicked her ears, and raised her middle finger to the backs of the two. Bear with me for a while. There are only 3 days left before the end of the world. Woof woof. After the two walked away, Shen Xian contacted the gatekeeper of the water station. She had a hunch that the two had no good intentions and might come back. She had to take advantage of this little time to get the diesel, clean the original water tank in the greenhouse, and drag the water pipe to the water station. Connect the water pipe that the gatekeeper had put in advance, and the diesel flowed into the water tank along the pipe. 2 hours later, 5 tons of diesel were safely stored in the space. Then, Shen Xian turned on all the surveillance cameras in the greenhouse, leaving the bed and dining table there, and the lights were not turned off. Creating the illusion that she was still here, she drove away with A2 in her arms. It was still the same hotel. A2, let me take you to enjoy it, otherwise it will be gone in the future. Shen Xian took a shower herself, gave A2 a shower, and lay comfortably on the bed. As a result, she received a voice message from the owner of the fruit shop on WeChat. Today your husband came to buy fruit. I chatted with him casually and told him the address where you received the fruit last time. Later I thought it was not right. Are you okay? No wonder Ma Wenbin could find the greenhouse. Shen Xian did not reply and opened the hot search. Sure enough, there were many more private messages in her account, and she clicked on a few of them. You are so bored that a new account came to create panic. I have reported it, no thanks. Please choose the right time to spread rumors. Everyone is very irritable now. What is your intention in posting such a post? Thank you, I have blocked you. Yeah, that's it. Just be happy, sleep until dawn. The sound of fire trucks rang all night last night. But when she returned to the greenhouse with Otto in her arms, she was shocked. The greenhouse was half burned, leaving the ground charred. The little dog was the first to give up. This was its home. Woof. Woo. He ran and twisted his body over. Shin Xian frowned and looked around. Fortunately, there were still a few surveillance cameras that were not damaged. She quickly asked the owner of the greenhouse for the surveillance password and synchronized the cloud video to her mobile phone as soon as possible. Sure enough, in a surveillance video, Su Lijuan and Ma Wenbin appeared stealthily. He lay down at the gate and watched for a while, then used a lighter to light the greenhouse. The materials of the greenhouse are very easy to burn, and the flame shot up to the sky in less than 2 minutes. This place was originally in the suburbs, and the fire was difficult to pay attention to, but it happened to be next to the water station. The water truck that came back from the operation saw it clearly, and put it out directly. When there were fires everywhere yesterday, this fire was insignificant, and was not even reported in the news. But Shin Xian would not let those two people go just because the end of the world was coming. He went directly to the Public Security Bureau, and handed in the video, and the identity information of Su Lijuan and Ma Wenbin. The evidence was irrefutable, and within an hour, the two were taken to the police station. Don't believe her. I respect the law and I would never do such a thing at my age. What a miserable life. I have to suffer such grievances when I find a daughter-in-law. I won't live like this. Su Lijuan sat in the police hall and started to throw a tantrum. Yes, my mother and I stayed in the hotel last night. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Ma Wenbin was eager to quibble, but what he said made everyone feel sick. A policeman couldn't stand it anymore. Why did you stay in the hotel? In addition, there are complete surveillance images and sounds here, which are clear. Arson and intentional homicide, you know the consequences, right? Su Lijuan, Ma Wenbin, Shin Xian, you bitch, isn't your surveillance turned off? Ma Wenbin immediately jumped up and rushed toward Shin Xian. Of course, he knew the consequences of arson. But after being threatened with a knife by Shin Xian last night, he deliberately took a look at the surveillance outside the greenhouse when he left, and it was not turned on at all. My surveillance? I can turn it on if I want. Police comrade, I don't accept compromise. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. Shin Xian was too lazy to argue with a dying person. Shin Xian, Xin, I was wrong, it was my mother who instigated me. I didn't want to do this at all. Chapter 16. Ma Wenbin immediately knelt down, wailing with snot and tears, trying to grab Shin Xian's legs. But he was kicked away by Shin Xian. Oh! You mean, all this was instigated by Su Lijuan? Yes, it's all my mother, the police comrade, and it has nothing to do with me. Shin Xian glanced at Su Lijuan, who was stunned on the ground. You raised a good son, he's really good. After saying that, he turned and left. She was not interested in watching the dog-eat-dog drama. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the scorching sun felt like it was going to explode at any time. The air was full of the smell of something being burnt. The skin exposed to the outside felt a burning pain in less than 2 minutes. An unreasonable sense of urgency instantly pressed on her heart. It seemed that she had to speed up. She always felt that she was afraid that there was not enough time. For the next half day, she almost drove her broken car until it smoked. First, she went to the pharmacy and made a list, also using the reason of donating to the disaster area. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, hemostatics, antidiarrheal drugs, alcohol, disinfectant, vitamins, band-aids and gauze. She swept through 5 pharmacies in a row and spent 500,000 to buy the amount she needed. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be bargained. She went to the supermarket where she bought meat last time and ordered 2 full trucks of Coke and mineral water. Oh, and all the cigarettes and alcohol in the supermarket. This thing is real hard currency in the Doomsday, better than gold. Finally, she came to the furniture store and purchased a few beds. There was no way, her only bed had been burned. As for other furniture, they would be everywhere after the Doomsday, so there was no need to spend money to buy them now. After a big purchase, hundreds of thousands of dollars were gone again. It was fun to spend money, but it was also tiring and painful, all for survival. But Shin Xian still came to the burnt greenhouse to receive supplies in the night. The greenhouse was half burned, but it was not a big problem to serve as a shelter. All the supplies were stored in the space, and finally returned to the hotel to rest. In the current weather, only staying in a hotel can be comfortable. It was rare for Shin Xian to rest so early for the night, and he took out the air gun to study it over and over again. Look for this thing, it will be our guarantee to survive in the Doomsday. Woof woof. That night, Shin Xian did not watch any news. The next day was March 21st, the delivery date for her order at the Solar Technology Exhibition. Shin Xian squatted in the greenhouse early in the morning and received supplies one after another. Solar heating equipment, solar lighting, solar stoves, solar disinfection boxes, solar batteries, solar lighting, solar night vision goggles arrived one after another. What she was most looking forward to was the solar RV and Qi Anning's solar air gun. After waiting for a long time, 3 heavy trucks finally drove slowly to the end of the road. Each truck was carrying a solar RV with a gray camouflage pattern. Shin Xian was not afraid of the heat, and stood by the roadside watching her 3 big babies drive down. The person in charge greeted her with a smile. "Miss Shin, this is what our factory rushed out day and night for several days. Completely according to your requirements. Even so, several vehicles were scrapped." Shin Xian patted the other person's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, you will thank me." The person in charge left in confusion. Shin Xian drove the RV into the shed, and after making sure that it could not be seen from outside, he took all the supplies and 3 RVs inside. The little dog turned around tactfully, not watching Shin Xian's movements. "Let's go find Qi Ning." He picked up the little dog and drove to the agreed location. The two agreed to trade at Qi Ning's studio this time. This is an office building, with a stereotyped office door, but it is a different world after entering. You are here. Sit down." Qi Ning was the only one in the whole studio, and he handed over a bottle of iced mineral water in a reserved manner. "How is the thing I want?" All completed. And there are still improvements." Qi Ning handed her a new weapon and took her to the test area. "Improved?" Shin Xian raised the gun and aimed at the target 10 meters away. The distance can reach 20 meters, and the lethality is twice as great as before. When it comes to professional knowledge, Qi Anning stopped stuttering immediately. There was a clear madness in his eyes. "Very good, well done," Shin Xian said, and pulled the trigger decisively. The target 10 meters away was immediately blown into powder, and fell on the thick dust on the ground. Then, there was a pain in the ear, and a burst of tinnitus came to the head. This was the residual power of the air wave, and it took a few seconds to recover the hearing. "Very good, I am very satisfied." Shin Xian couldn't let go of the new gun and praised it repeatedly. Qi Anning grinned at the side. "You are the first one to praise me like this." Shin Xian checked all 4 guns once, and after finding no problem, he looked around Qi Anning's studio. His eyes finally fell on a shelf full of trophies. Pick up one at random, Einstein World Science Award. Pick up another, Wolf Prize in Physics. Any one of them is an amazing award. Qi Anning, you are amazing. So many awards. You are quite low-key. 1. General. I am just interested. Qi Anning smiled shyly. Yes, otherwise with these awards, Qi Anning can completely rely on a super large company to do research and development, instead of setting up a poor studio by herself. He is a person who really loves research and development. If Shin Xian chooses a teammate in the Doomsday, he will choose him. He is obedient and can work. What a pity. I don't want to think too much. How long I can survive in the Doomsday is still a question. Besides, don't test human nature. After saying goodbye to Qi Anning, Shin Xian's procurement work was basically completed. Now she still has 4 million in her hand, and there are only 40 hours before the Doomsday. She decided to play something big. Just as she was leaving the office building, Shin Xian paused and stood in front of the smart locker for 2 minutes. A few minutes later, she drove away. At the same time, Qi Anning received a message from Shin Xian on her phone. 001122, there are your things in the locker downstairs. What? Qi Anning replied. But after waiting for a long time, Shin Xian did not reply. Qi Anning shook her head, put down her phone, and continued the experiment in her hand. Shin Xian filled up her broken car with gas and drove northwest. The end of the world is coming, and she needs to find a relatively safe place to avoid earthquakes, volcanoes, and crowds. While driving, he released Guiyuro from the blacklist. Xin, you finally contacted me. When are we going to handle the formalities? On the 23rd, we will go to handle the transfer. Okay, then we will meet at 10 a.m. on the 23rd. By the way, Xin, is Brother Wenbin with you? I haven't contacted him for 2 days. He is probably dead, Guiyuro. Do you want to make some money? 500,000? 500, 000? Guiyuro immediately stopped asking about Ma Wenbin's whereabouts. What do you want me to do, Xinshin? Send all the food and drinks at home to this address. Shen Xian casually sent the address of the greenhouse. Ah? What do you mean? It means literally. When you send the express, record a complete video. When I receive the goods, I will transfer 500,000 yuan to you. How do I eat then? Order takeout. Remember, it's all food and drinks. Is it that simple? It's that simple. If you don't believe me, I give you a deposit first. Said Shen Xian. She transferred 20,000 yuan to Guiyuro. On weekdays, let alone 20,000 yuan, Shen Xian wouldn't even give her 2 yuan. But now, the supplies have been bought, and she wants Guiyuro to enjoy the Doomsday life. Without food, what awaits Guiyuro is to exchange her body or die. Ah! Xinshin, are you serious? I wait for your video. Shen Xian hung up the phone and concentrated on driving. Guiyuro is not a brainless person. On the contrary, she is a little smart. At this time, she is staring at the 20,000 yuan and thinking about it crazily. Could it be that Shen Xian wants to buy back Brother Wenbin's heart with 500,000? Chapter 17. Shen Xian set off towards the northwest. On the way, he bought a large USB flash drive and downloaded some information from the internet into it. For example, important scientific knowledge such as car repair, construction, agriculture, medical care, astronomy, and geography. The end of the world will always pass one day, and even if it doesn't, humans will find a suitable survival mode. And this knowledge will be a valuable asset. Of course, he didn't forget to download his favorite dramas in the end. He also purchased 50 USB flash drives in case of emergency. It is also convenient to share information with others in the future. When passing by a small county town, he also bought various seeds from the local seed company. Rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, cabbage, cucumbers, apples, etc., all kinds of them were bought. I don't know if I will have a chance to use them. Shen Xian touched Tu's head and looked at the road ahead. Because of the high temperature, his vision became distorted. The driver, who was frantically asking for help on the side of the road, with smoke coming out of the hood, the wild cat lying on the ground without breathing. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Everything indicated that the end was coming. Shen Xian set a 24-hour countdown on her watch. Shen Xian went to the gas station again and filled up her old car. At this time, an advertisement on the wall next to her caught her attention. Private hospital is being transferred with integrity. There are sufficient customers. You can make money if you take over. Phone XXXX. Shen Xian immediately called the number. What equipment do you have in your hospital? Do you want to sell it? Only buy equipment. And all your surgical supplies. Do you want to sell them? If you do, I go and take a look. 10 minutes later, Shen Xian stood in a men's hospital called Boai. The male boss held a small handkerchief, pinched his orchid finger, and wiped the sweat while introducing, "Our hospital has no debts or black materials. If I hadn't gone abroad with my boyfriend, I wouldn't want to sell it. I want this X-ray machine, microsurgery equipment, integrated ventilator, fracture rehabilitation machine, scalpel, disinfection equipment, and post-operative drugs." How much? Shen Xian directly asked for the demand. These instruments are prepared for her. In the Doomsday, if the injury is very serious, just die, for fear of encountering a situation that is not fatal but difficult to recover. These machines are imported from Switzerland, and there are only a few fracture rehabilitation machines in the country. Tell me, how much? Watching the time pass by, Shen Xian didn't want to listen to him. Well, a total of 3.8 million. 3.5 million, I want it, and all the anesthetics, disinfectants, and surgical supplies, transfer directly. I take the things away. Shen Xian was happy, as if she was buying vegetables in the market. The handkerchief man was immediately delighted, and the two made a deal on the spot. Of course, Shen Xian would not use these things, but it did not stop her from hoarding them. Maybe she could exchange them for something in the future. Then she hurriedly booked a hotel and waited for the delivery. When she was away from home, it was not so convenient to use the space now. In the hotel, she also took the trouble to check and make sure there were no cameras, and then put all the equipment in the room into the space. At this time, a video was sent by Guiyuro on the mobile phone. Xinshin, according to your request, I have sent all the things by express delivery. This is the same city express delivery number. When will the money be transferred to me? In the video, Guiyuro put all the food in the box. Not even a pack of noodles was left. Wait. Shen Xian hung up the phone directly. She had to hurry, and leave the hotel. The front desk grumbled in the distance, "You are really sick. It only takes half an hour to get a room? You are just bored. All drivers please turn around. The bridge ahead is dangerous. Pay attention to avoid it. Pay attention to avoid it." An official warning suddenly came from the car radio. Shin Xian frowned and immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed over before the bridge was blocked. She must cross the Yangtze River before the end of the world, because the tsunami and rainfall caused by the super earthquake will last for 2 weeks. This bridge will be completely unusable. We have to take a break. Before the end of the world, she must maintain sufficient physical strength. Shin Xian knew that she could not drive any further. It was enough to rest for 6 hours and drive for another 4 hours. Her destination was Xian City. At this time, she remembered Guiyuro. Opening the mini program, I saw that the local express had been delivered, and the signatory was Burnt Greenhouse. Guiyuro was still sending WeChat messages, urging her to transfer money. What a joke. Shin Xian blocked the person completely. Just as she thought, Guiyuro couldn't contact Shin Xian, and she was so angry that she smashed a hole in the coffee table she just bought at home. But it doesn't matter, some garbage food in exchange for 20,000 yuan. Almost free. After venting, she took the small bag to the mall to spend money. Shin Xian was in a very good mood, and turned a corner and drove towards the nearest city. She still had 400,000 yuan on her, so she booked the best hotel directly. If it were on a normal day, she would definitely not be willing to be so extravagant. It was useless to be frugal. In her eyes, this money was no different from waste paper. I have to find a way to spend it all. After saving tens of thousands of dollars to get through the remaining days, Shin Xian opened her phone and bought out all the nearby KFC, Golden Arches, Pizza Hut, etc. 2 hours later, the takeaway specialists drove a big truck to come. In full view of everyone, hundreds of boxes of hamburgers, fried chicken, cola, pizza, and steak were delivered to Shin Xian's room. The hotel waiter wanted to say something, but Shin Xian directly threw $1,000 at him. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it." "Okay." The waiter smiled and left, no longer disturbing Shin Xian. Woof woof. Tu wagged his tail and circled around the food in the room, begging for food. "You are so good at eating, you are fat. I want to see how you run when the doomsday comes." Shin Xian checked while talking, and after confirming that there were no cameras, she put everything into the space. Only the food she and Tu needed to eat now was left. At the same time, Chi Anning in Sioux City finished the experiment and walked out of the office building with fatigue. When passing by the locker, he suddenly thought of something and took out the information Shin Xian had given him. Bang! Enter the password and the locker popped open. Inside lay a familiar gun. Isn't this his first solar air gun? There was also a note underneath. Chi and Ning looked puzzled and took out the gun and the note. There was an address on it. It was dark at this time, but the sounds of ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars whizzed by. He stood there for less than a minute and was soaked. Chi and Ning drove to the address on the note. It turned out to be a burnt shed in the suburbs. Mission? Nothing happened to his big client, right? He ran in hurriedly. There was nothing inside, only 2 large cardboard boxes on the ground. After opening it, there was a mess of food inside. Rice, oil, half a can of Lao Gan Ma, instant noodles, snail noodles, several bags of salt, potatoes. He took a photo and sent it to Shin Xian. "What do you mean by this?" In less than a minute, he received a reply, "Take it back, don't waste it." Chi and Ning, Alas. Shin Xian, lying on the big bed in the hotel with the air conditioner on, paid tribute to his few kindnesses for a few seconds and charged his mobile phone. He turned over and fell asleep hugging Tu. Tonight's night was particularly dark, and thick dark clouds pressed down silently. Is it finally going to rain? Ha ha ha, my wish came true. It's raining. Yeah, if it doesn't rain, the Yangtze River will dry up. Is it the rain from the south that's going to come over? But please don't let it rain continuously. I can't stand it. To a crow's mouth, it's better to have rain than drought. Boom, the huge thunder woke Shin Xian up. The thunderous raindrops hit the window, just like someone punching outside. Shin Xian got up quickly, opened the curtains and looked out. Under the continuous lightning, you can clearly see that the road is already a vast ocean, and many cars are floating on the road. The rain curtain is so dense that you can't see far away. This is fun. The watch countdown shows that there are still 12 hours, and the end of the world has come early. Chapter 18. Shin Xian immediately opened her phone and looked for news. Heavy rains hit the whole country, Experts remind people to pay attention to flood prevention. Rainfall is expected for 3 days, which will effectively alleviate the high temperature weather. Help hotline. There are only 3 hot searches, and the comments are all pictures. Some people posted pictures of flooded houses that can't see the top, some cheered for not having to go to work, and some posted pictures praying for rain. No one realized how serious the situation was. Even if there were occasional posts reminding everyone to stock up on supplies, they were sprayed back by netizens. Only Shin Xian knew that this heavy rain would not stop. The end of the world is really here. Ding-ling-ling. The telephone in the guest room rang. Hello, miss, it's raining heavily outside now. The hotel has prepared a buffet for everyone. Please let me know if you need to extend your stay. Stay for 2 weeks and change your room to the top floor. Hello, the top floor of the hotel is all executive suites, and the price will be more expensive. It's okay, change it for me. Okay, don't be afraid, the weather forecast shows that the rain will stop in 3 days. After moving to the 15th floor, Shin Xian felt much more relieved. This city is still a basin, and it is completely unknown where the heavy rain will flood. I have a motorhome, but it is obviously not allowed to go on the road now. Shin Xian stood in front of the French window, watching the heavy rain pouring down. The car floating on the ground flipped a few times in the water and disappeared. You were careless, Tuesday. You must not rely solely on your past life's experience in the future. You must be fully prepared for everything. Woof woof. We have kayaks, but given the weather conditions outside, we can't leave. It seems we have to stay here until the rainstorm is over. Woof woof. Under the global rainstorm, rescue will definitely not come. She estimated that the hotel's resources could last for about 3 or 4 days. After the chaos began, all resources would become the target of snatching, including her. She bought so much food last night that she couldn't hide it at all. What she had to do was to survive well in these 2 weeks when humanity was annihilated. Shin Xian took out the solar air gun and checked it one by one. For guns, 100% charged, enough to wait until the sun came out in 2 weeks. Are you afraid to see who will be the first to be put to the gun? Woof woof. Well, follow Dad closely at that time, okay? Woof woof. At this time, the phone kept ringing. It was an unfamiliar number, but now only those few people could call. Shin Xian answered it slowly. Sure enough, Guiuro's hysterical scream came from the phone. Shin Xian. You vicious woman. Did you do it on purpose? It must be you. You knew it was going to rain heavily, so you asked me to send all the food away. Shin Xian, you bitch. Shin Xian tapped her ears and sucked the zhou heya in her hand. Do you think it's possible? I can't control God. Besides, if I could control it, would you and Ma Wenbin still be alive now? Guiuro, enjoy your doomsday life. You have to pay me back for what you owe me. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xian wiped her hands and set her phone to reject all calls. When she bought supplies before, she wore a mask and sunglasses, but if someone was interested, they would still find out. She didn't want to bring hidden dangers to herself. But she has a new hobby, which is to exercise while watching videos online. This is the first day, the water level rises, and everyone just treats it as a rainstorm. Post a short video online to complain. What should I do? There is nothing at home, and takeout can't be delivered. Exchange my cat for a hamburger, anyone? Hee hee, the cat is so cute, I will exchange with you. First day of weight loss, check in, I will lose weight like a lightning in a few days. It's so unlucky, I also caught a cold and can't go to the hospital. Shin Xian did not go out, and she and Atu solved 3 meals a day in the room. After that, she also practiced squats and arm strength. The next day, the rainstorm was even more violent, and Shin Xian was worried that the French window would be scratched. The comments on the internet gradually got out of control. I read the foreign reports, and now it's a global rainstorm. I read it too, and it feels like the rain won't stop for 3 days. Can any kind-hearted person go out? My family needs emergency treatment. The rainfall is now 1,500 millimeters per hour. Everyone should pay attention. Your news is outdated. The malls below the 3rd floor are all empty, and many people have died. The situation in the hotel was not much better. The rain directly flooded the 5th floor. The guests moved to the upper floors regardless of the waiter's obstruction. Even so, some were washed away by the flood because they didn't have time to move. The buffet restaurant was also closed immediately, and the food was first distributed by quantity, and then changed to the highest bidder. But at this time, some people refused to do it. I obviously paid more for the room. Why do I eat the same thing as them? I've already said that my son is growing up, So he needs meat for every meal, and I've added money. Shin Xian has excellent hearing, and can hear the quarrels below even on the 15th floor. The meat in the hotel is fresh and delivered on the same day. The previous ones have been eaten up, and there is no meat now. This is the voice of the waiter. I don't care, I've paid anyway. The auntie's voice rose 8 degrees. Auntie, please be reasonable. In this weather, where can I find meat for you? Can rat meat be used? That's right, your son is so fat. Isn't it a good time to lose weight now? Who do you think you are? The voices of all the people talking fell accurately into Shin Xian's ears. TSK, it's only the second day, and it's like this. What will happen in the days to come? Which one do you want to eat, a hamburger or a self-heating pot? The little dog raised his paw and put it on the hamburger. Okay, then you eat the hamburger, and I eat the self-heating hot pot. Shin Xian and the little dog sat in front of the French window and started eating. She opened the steaming hot pot, picked up a sausage, blew it twice, and put it into her mouth. This kind of day lasted until the 5th day. The flood had already flooded the 7th floor, and the hotel supplies were officially in urgent need. And all the messages for help fell on deaf ears. The food crisis came earlier than the zombies. The news was everywhere reporting the unprecedented global rain. What's worse is that there are more and more earthquakes above magnitude 6. Even their hotel shook several times. The desperate people finally realized that the world was completely over. Some people began to search for food in the hotel in an organized manner. Shin Xian looked at the figure flashing in the flood downstairs, and she felt that the time was almost up. Find a life jacket from the space. If we are forced to jump into the water, you must hold on to this tightly, understand? Woof woof. Come on, let's practice. After 3 years of survival in the apocalypse, she is used to making the worst plan for everything. Never overestimate human nature. At this moment, she heard someone going up to the 15th floor, and judging by the footsteps, there was more than one person. She immediately put away her life jacket, and swept the snacks that she and Ah Tu had eaten halfway into the space. Sure enough, those people knocked on the door one by one. If there was no one, they would force their way in. This floor was an executive room, and the room was equipped with snacks and water. If there was someone in the room, those people would rely on their numbers to search. Not long after, Shin Xian's door was knocked. Open the door. The force was so great that it almost broke the door. Shin Xian pulled the door open, and there were 5 people standing outside, 3 men and 2 women. One of the fat women, before Shin Xian asked, sniffed quickly a few times. Screamed, hamburger. It smells like a hamburger. Chapter 19. Hand over all the food. The leading man had a face full of flesh. When he saw that Shin Xian was alone, he didn't take Shin Xian seriously at all. What if I don't hand it over? Shin Xian asked coldly. I advise you to be sensible. If you hand it over, we will leave you some food. If you don't blame us for being rude. At this time, the door of the next room opened a crack. A young man and woman leaned on the crack of the door and looked out. When they saw Shin Xian standing alone in front of the door, the girl spoke tremblingly. You? Don't force it. You can't beat them. Yeah, there's no need to get beaten for a little food, not to mention you're alone. The boy also spoke. Shin Xian looked over with his eyes down. So you gave it? Well, what else can we do? Don't bother with her, Zhang Liang. This kind of woman won't cry until she sees the coffin. Let her taste the taste of fists. The aunt swallowed her saliva a few times and urged. When they saw Shin Xian's beautiful figure and face, they couldn't hide their jealousy. The man in the lead, Zhang Liang, looked Shin Xian up and down. Shame on you. Search for me. He was about to reach out and push Shin Xian back into the room. But his eyes flashed, and what greeted him was a shiny kitchen knife. None of them reacted, and when Shin Xian pulled out the knife from somewhere, they saw a stream of blood spurting out of Zhang Liang's arm. It spurted all over the floor. The tearing screams instantly spread throughout the floor. Many doors were open for this. No one thought that Shin Xian would actually take action without saying a word. Zhang Liang fell to the ground, covering his arm, wailing continuously, blood staining the carpet red, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. These people had never seen such a violent scene. The scene was quiet for a while. The aunt and the others were so scared that they stepped back several steps. Shin Xian calmly pulled the kitchen knife out of Zhang Liang's arm. Because the blade was stuck in the bone and couldn't be pulled out, she stepped on Zhang Liang's arm with both hands. Puff! Another stream of blood spurted out. She wiped the kitchen knife on Zhang Liang's body and looked up at the people opposite. Who wants to give me face? That tone and attitude made the whole floor of people watching the excitement tremble. The ant trembled. You are killing people. You are breaking the law. Call the police quickly. Call 120. Why are you still standing there? Several people were completely panicked. This is Xiao Baiwa, who has not yet been beaten by Doomsday. Shen Xian grinned. Welcome to call the police. You crazy. The ant was really hateful and afraid. They robbed several floors and encountered violent resistance, but they were all dealt with by Zhang Liang's fists. No one expected that there was a madman living in the last room. He was the kind who would use a knife without saying a word. They didn't dare to delay, nor did they dare to continue to trouble Shen Xian, so they helped Zhang Liang up and left quickly. After watching the few people go downstairs, Shen Xian looked around, and the guests in other rooms who were watching the excitement all shrank their necks. Finally, he faced the young men next door. Aren't you really afraid that they will call the police? It is illegal to hurt people with a knife. The girl said weakly. Oh, as long as the police can come. It doesn't matter, the police are here, I can testify for you. The girl made a cheering gesture to her. Thank you, but I still advise you to keep the food for yourself and don't share it with anyone. Shen Xian gave the two a life-saving suggestion from the bottom of her heart. Ah? But we do have food, and others have nothing to eat, which is really pitiful. The girl covered her mouth and said. The boy touched the other's head. Our baby is so kind. Well, the clown turned out to be me. Shen Xian said nothing and closed the door directly. Today Dad will teach you another thing. Kill the Virgin Mary first at the end of the world, remember? All materials are hard-earned, and you must be frugal, understand? Woof woof. Virgin Mary's heart, regardless of gender, age or young. This is a naked extreme environment, and the evil of human nature has nowhere to hide in this situation. She had seen many Virgin Marys in her previous life, and when she was kind, more people paid for it. Shen Xian cleaned the kitchen knife and stared at the gap on it, and said, it's really not durable. It's bent after just one use. It's not time to really rob yet, so she can only make do with a kitchen knife for now. Fortunately, she has a lot of this stuff in stock. The next step is of course to have another delicious meal with Ah-Tu. Now that she has food, it must be spread. She simply took out the induction cooker, and put a bag of Sichuan and Chongqing beef hot pot base on it. She ordered all her favorite foods, duck intestines, duck blood, tofu, tribute vegetables, chicken feet, luncheon meat, beef rolls. Soon, the aroma of hot pot filled the 15th floor. Shen Xian and Ah-Tu were sweating while eating. After resting enough, they will have another 2 hours of exercise. In today's confrontation, she attacked by surprise. The people on the opposite side did not think of killing, so she succeeded. When her humanity is completely annihilated, even if she has a knife or a gun, she still needs a strong enough physical fitness to support her. So, she can't stop exercising. Ah-Tu, you have to exercise too, otherwise what if your short legs can't run faster? Woof woof. Shen Xian sat on the bed after taking a shower and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, voices from all directions came into her ears. I want to eat hot pot too. Be good, baby, bear with it. The woman next door looks difficult to deal with. When the rain stops, your husband will take you out to eat. We have grilled sausages now. Do you want to eat them? I want to eat. Where? Come, touch it. Hate. Shen Xian curled her lips. Young people are different. Mom, I don't care. I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat meat. Ah. My dear son, I go back later and make hot pot for you, okay? I want to eat now. My dear son, stop crying. Shen Xian frowned later. You're still trying to die? You can't kneel down and beg her, right? After carefully distinguishing the many voices for a while, she locked onto Zhang Liang's voice. It hurts so much. Doctor? Where is the doctor? Is there a doctor? Where is the waiter? Don't you even have a doctor in your hotel? I don't want to die. Please, help me find a doctor, I have money. I can pay. Okay. Zhang Liang, what does it look like for a grown man to cry? Another fierce voice sounded. You just got stabbed, not lost your arm, you be fine in a few days. A woman who beat you like this is a waste. Brother Long, you don't know, that woman just took a knife and chopped without saying a word. Zhang Liang's wailing voice. We two brothers have been fighting for so many years. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. Tonight, I will go to avenge you. It's just a woman. Thank you, Brother Long. My arm. After listening for a while, there was no more useful information. Shin Xian clapped her hands and stood up. "Atu, there are big fish tonight. Are you happy?" "Woof woof." Shin Xian took out her solar air gun again and wiped it carefully over and over again. She also took out a box of Johaya, and Atu and each of them had a piece of duck neck. When the last piece of duck neck was spit into the trash can, Shin Xian's ears moved. "Here it comes." She calmly got up, washed her hands, opened the door, and sat on the sofa waiting for someone. If she didn't want to test the power of the new gun later, she would never let anyone in. Chapter 20. The rain outside was getting heavier, the hurricane was raging, and the glass was crackling. Shin Xian was sitting on the sofa holding A2, with a calm face. Brother Long walked straight toward Shin Xian's room with big strides. His figure was even more burly than Zhang Liang, like a small mountain. As a result, when he walked to the door, he saw that the door was wide open, and there was an incredibly beautiful girl sitting inside. That white skin, black curly hair, thin arms and legs. She didn't look like a knife player at all. "Zhang Liang, this waist. You are the one who hurt Zhang Liang like that?" Brother Long's evil and loud voice instantly echoed on the 15th floor, and many people pushed open the door to watch the fun. "What? You want to try it too?" Shin Xian's voice was like silver beads falling on a jade plate, with coldness. "You hurt my brother, I think you are tired of living. Stop talking nonsense, hand over your food and water." Brother Long rolled up his sleeves and strode into Shin Xian's room without saying a word. With a clang, the door was slammed shut by him. The huge vibration shook half of the floor. "What should we do? Should we go and save people?" "We can't save them either, don't worry, baby. That woman is so powerful, maybe she will kill her with a knife." "You're right, husband kiss." The conversation next door fell into Shin Xian's ears. Shin Xian's mouth curled. "You are so brave, you can still laugh? It seems that you don't know what will happen next. I beat you to a pulp." The fat on Brother Long's face trembled, and his obscene eyes fell on Shin Xian's long legs. When he saw the Johaya piled on the table, and the little dog next to him showing off a box of luncheon meat, he was even more furious. They ate boiled vegetables almost every day downstairs, and they finally managed to find a few sausages, but they were not enough to fill their teeth. And now a bastard is eating canned meat? Brother Long's eyes turned red, and his breathing became rapid. When he thought about enjoying the woman in front of him and eating meat, his blood boiled. Shin Xian folded his hands, stood up and calmly walked under Brother Long's nose, and stood at the door of the bathroom. He tilted his head. "Go in. You are smart." Brother Long wiped the sweat from his neck. After the rainstorm, the hotel switched to backup power, and the air conditioner was not turned on for a long time. Fortunately, it was not so hot these days, but before doing bed sports, you should really take a shower. Otherwise, there will be no experience at all. Brother Long stood under the shower, and just as he put his hand on the waistband of his pants, Shin Xian suddenly spoke. "No need to be so troublesome." "Huh? Don't take off your pants? I didn't expect you to know a lot at such a young age." But his words were stuck in his throat, because Shin Xian on the opposite side suddenly attacked, and took out a strange-shaped metal stick from somewhere, and pointed it at him. A breath of death pointed directly at Brother Long's eyebrows, and his face tightened instantly. Then his face was happy. With his body size, the probability of snatching the gun from the other party was 100%. If he had this gun, it would be enough for him to intimidate everyone in the hotel. When the rainstorm subsided, everyone was busy with post-disaster reconstruction, so who would have time to care about him? As for where Shin Xian got the gun, Brother Long was so overwhelmed that he completely forgot about this question. "You have a gun? I wanted to save your life, but it seems you have to die." Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard a high-frequency roar in his ears. The whole person felt like being put in a pressure cooker, and the pressure was 300 degrees. The next thing was a long darkness. "Huh? Well done." Shin Xian smiled and looked at the energy that was almost consumed, and was very satisfied. After putting the gun back into the space, she looked at the blood bursting everywhere in the bathroom, and the body parts on the ground. She was even more satisfied. The room was not dirty. The windows of this kind of hotel can only be opened about 20 centimeters, but it is enough for Shin Xian to throw the broken arms and legs into the flood outside. She wanted to throw them into the building for the sake of convenience, but she was worried that the weather would be hot and smelly. She had to work hard for a while. Then she turned on the shower, sprinkled detergent, and rinsed every corner of the bathroom. There was no way. She would have to stay here for several days. She couldn't keep her clothes. Fortunately, she had prepared a lot of clothes, so she took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. Atu? The little dog squatted quietly on the ground, not as lively as before. Atu, what's wrong with you? Shin Xian picked up the little thing. The little dog looked into Shin Xian's eyes, innocent and naive. After a while, he slowly raised his 2 front paws and covered his ears. Damn it, are you deaf? The hotel is not big, and the air gun has no recoil, but the aftershocks are still somewhat impactful. I'm used to it, but it's the first time for Atu. The joy of dealing with that brother Long was instantly diluted. Seeing that Atu was still in a daze, Shin Xian called the waiter. Mission, hello, what do you need? The waiter was more respectful than before. What a joke, in less than half a day, the whole hotel was full of Shin Xian's heroic deeds. Help me find a doctor. It would be even better if it's a veterinarian. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Today, someone downstairs was injured, and no doctor was found. The waiter answered cautiously, fearing that he would be stabbed if he had a bad attitude. Shin Xian took out a bucket of instant noodles and a sausage that he had prepared in advance, and put them directly in the waiter's hand. Go and find it for me. Just say that I will give you 4 buckets of instant noodles as a reward, and I will give you another bucket separately. Okay. Please wait, I go right away. The waiter turned around and left quickly. Originally, the manager said that Shin Xian was looking for someone, and all the waiters were unwilling to come. Only she was pushed up and threatened that she would not have food if she didn't come. Who would have thought that there would be such a good thing? These foods must be hidden well by myself. On the other side, Shin Xian raised her finger and moved it left and right in front of the little dog. Seeing that Atu's eyes would follow the movement, she felt a little relieved. Take out 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 sausages and put them on the table. A few minutes later, the waiter came in with 2 26-year-old men. The moment the 2 saw Shin Xian, their eyes lit up. Hello, I'm Wei Mo, from the Department of Surgery. I'm Jiang Dong, nice to meet you. I heard you need a doctor? He put down the medicine box and stretched out his hand to Shin Xian. The 2 people in front of him, one is gentle and refined, and the other is familiar. Shin Xian ignored them directly and turned to look at the eager waiter. Thank you, take the things and you can go. Okay. The waiter immediately looked happy, picked up a bucket of instant noodles and a sausage from the table, and left quickly. He did not forget to close the door when he left. Wei Mo washed his hands in front of Shin Xian. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Can you tell me the situation first? It's not me, it's my dog. Ah? Dog? Jiang Dong exclaimed, looking at the little dog. What's wrong with you? No, what's wrong with it? Wei Mo frowned. I'm not a veterinarian. I don't treat animals. Hearing this, Shin Xian directly ignored him and looked at Jiang Dong. It was just shaken, and its ears may be injured. Let me see. Jiang Dong picked up the little dog and examined it carefully, and even took out a stethoscope and put it on Atu's chest. Are you a veterinarian? Shin Xian asked. No. Shin Xian, Chapter 21. Seeing Shin Xian's face turn cold, Jiang Dong hurriedly explained. Well, don't get me wrong. This is the same pathology between humans and animals, and it's the ear, it's the same. Right, Wei Mo. He didn't forget to pull Wei Mo to explain. But Wei Mo had just said that he was not a veterinarian and couldn't treat dogs, so he could only keep a cold face and not speak. The heartbeat is normal. Right, it seems that the internal organs should not be injured. Then he took out a flashlight, opened Atu's ears, and observed carefully. It seems that there is no problem. Seeing Shin Xian's brows frowning more and more, Jiang Dong's voice became smaller and smaller. Let me do it. At this time, Wei Mo suddenly spoke and took the flashlight from Jiang Dong. Bending down and carefully checking. Cotton swab. Oh. Here you go. Jiang Dong hurriedly handed over the medical cotton swab. Wei Mo slowly put a cotton swab into Atu's ear and gently turned it a few times. It actually brought out a streak of blood. Woo! Atu finally responded, whimpering a few times, and Shin Xian immediately comforted him. Atu, don't be afraid, can you hear me? Woohoo! Okay, it's true that the ear has some internal injuries, but it's still small. Apply some iodine to disinfect it, and it will be fine in a few days. Okay, thank you. Then please apply medicine to him. Shin Xian relaxed. It's good that nothing serious happened. We don't have medicine. Wei Mo replied directly, so fast that Jiang Dong couldn't stop him. It's over. The instant noodles are over. Jiang Dong slapped his forehead. Wait a minute. Shen Xian stood up and grabbed his backpack, reaching in and pretending to take something out. In fact, he quickly took out a box of portable iodine cotton swabs from the space. Can I use this? Yes. Wei Mo took the cotton swab, skillfully tore it open, and applied medicine to the inside of Tu's ear. Woohoo! Okay, don't take a bath, pay attention to diet, don't eat spicy food. Wei Mo spoke naturally, as if he was instructing patients on weekdays. After he finished speaking, he remembered that he was holding a dog's ear in his hand. Okay, I know. Shen Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pointed to the things on the table and said, the reward is there, you can go, you have worked hard. Really? I have a share too? Jiang Dong jumped up immediately, his eyes shining, his face full of disbelief. Yes. Okay, thank you, you are such a good person. Jiang Dong immediately stepped forward, picked up 2 buckets of instant noodles, hesitated, and put down another bucket. That? I didn't help much, just take 1 bucket is enough, hee hee. Wei Mo closed the medicine box, and put the box of iodine cotton swabs into his own box. Then he said without blushing, 1 bucket is enough for me too. You guys are welcome. Shen Xian hugged Tu in her arms, and stood up to see him off. Tu woo. Tu rubbed her chin affectionately. She had never planned to bring this little dog with her at first. Survival in the Doomsday was difficult, and bringing one more person would be more dangerous, not to mention a little dog as big as a slipper. But these days, Tu was smart and sensible in every way, and even knew how to use the toilet by himself. In Shen Xian's heart, she had already regarded it as her own pet. Seeing Tu come back to life at this time, she was of course happy. Wei Mo, why don't you take 1 more bucket? I really can't eat enough with 1 bucket. I'm still waiting for yours. Jiang Dong's voice came from afar. Then why don't you take 1 more bucket yourself? Wei Mo's tone was still flat. Of course I didn't do much. How can I feel embarrassed? I'm embarrassed too. I took away the iodine cotton swab without her consent. If I take another bucket of instant noodles, aren't you afraid that she will chop us with a knife? You're right, of course I'm afraid. But, are you taking this cotton swab to treat Zhang Liang's arm? Yeah. Hearing this, Shen Xian paused, her hand stroking the dog. Then Jiang Dong spoke again. Oh Wei Mo, that Zhang Liang is really not a good guy, he has it all to himself. And he was chopped by Miss Shen. I'm a doctor, saving the dying and the wounded is my duty. Wei Mo said every word with extraordinary firmness. Shen Xian sneered, shook his head, and ignored the two. Anyway, there are so many people who will die in a few days, so it doesn't matter if there is 1 more. It's just a pity, doctors are a precious resource in the Doomsday. Hubby, the sister next door should be okay. Didn't you see that the 2 people just now are doctors? They all call the doctors. I think the sister was beaten badly. So pitiful. Shen Xian, So, is this rumor spreading in the whole hotel now? The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, and the whole earth was submerged in the ocean. Shen Xian stood in front of the French window. You can clearly see the bodies rolling in the water, human, animal. Now on the internet, everyone is tired of seeing the news of death, help, and verbal battles. Some of the people who were still alive left desperate suicide notes, while others actively discussed ways to deal with the situation. Shen Xian closed his phone. In a few days, the network would be completely disconnected. Ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. Shen Xian was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't hear the footsteps outside. Through the peephole, he saw 4 people standing outside, one of whom was the ant in the morning. But their behavior was obviously restrained. Shen Xian opened the door directly and stood at the door, looking at the few people coldly. Are you here to beg for food? No, no. One of the men waved his hands repeatedly and said, I'm here to find our boss. Your boss? I don't know him. Our boss is Brother Long. He said he came to see you at noon. The man looked polite, but his eyes kept glancing around the room, and finally fell on the instant noodles and ham sausage on the table. Don't bother me. Shen Xian was about to close the door, but the ant next to her came forward, her fat body trembling in the door frame. Please, girl, my son really hasn't eaten meat for a long time. Please give me some. The ant begged in a crying voice. Shen Xian turned around and looked at her steadily. Isn't your son quite fat? He is growing. Please. The ant almost knelt down. I have it. At this time, a crisp voice came from the side. The door of the room next to Shen Xian was half open, and it was the young couple. The girl bit her lower lip, with tears in her eyes. "Aunt, don't cry, I have meat, you can eat it." She handed over 2 large beef sausages. The aunt's fat body immediately shook, jumped up from the ground, and grabbed the beef sausage tightly. Stuffed it directly into the clothes. While saying thank you, he backed away, still looking at his accomplice warily. Shin Xian turned to face the girl, and the girl immediately saw what Shin Xian wanted to say. She said with tears in her eyes, "But that auntie is really pitiful." The girl looked pitiful, and the boy touched the girl's head. "My baby is really kind." Shin Xian didn't want to waste his eyes on the 2 of them, and looked at the 3 men in front of him again. "If you want to die, just come and try." After saying that, he closed the door directly. The 3 people outside the door looked at each other, and left after a few seconds. As usual, Shin Xian still heard the conversation between the 3 people clearly. "I just checked, Brother Long is not in there, where could he go?" "Haha, maybe he went swimming." "Brother Long is just an excuse, you really think he is the boss, who is he?" "But I just saw clearly, that woman really has food. I have got the room card, wait until she falls asleep tonight, then we will act." Hee hee. Hee hee. Shin Xian tilted his head and thought for a while. It seems that I can't go to bed early tonight." Woof woof. Chapter 22. Are you afraid of the heat? Woof. No. That's great. The rainstorm will end in 3 days, and then it will be hot weather. We have to reach this location before the extreme cold comes. Shin Xian circled a location Anshin on the big map. After the Doomsday order was gradually established, Anshin was one of the better developed bases. In her last life, she worked hard for half a year and barely got the qualification to enter Anshin, but was killed by the beast. In this life, she must seize the opportunity no matter what. Check the route from the mobile phone navigation and mark it on the map one by one. After a few days, when the satellite signal is gone, you have to plan the route now. This is the map she bought before, and it is the most expensive one. The geographical location, natural environment, and various road signs are very detailed. She also has a lot of such maps. We need to make a short stop here and here to see if there are any supplies that can be used. Woof. Nearly 100 kilometers of distance, in normal times, it would take 2 days to reach the destination. But in the apocalypse, it is still unknown how long it will take. But it doesn't matter, no matter how long the road is, there will be a day to reach the destination. Shin Xian is confident, put the map into the space, there are only 5 minutes left until 12 o'clock in the evening. Woof. Shin Xian's ears moved. You can hear it? Stand over there and cover your ears. Shin Xian checked the bathroom again and stuffed the pillow under the quilt, making it look like a person lying on the bed. Draw the curtains and turn off the lights. Take out the night vision goggles from the space and put them on, holding your breath and standing behind the curtains. Everything is ready. Ding! With a slight sound, the door opened. 3 dark figures came in on tiptoe. One of them looked at the bed and gestured with his hand. The 3 of them began to check around with a weak light from the mobile phone screen. The sofa, table, bedside table, and wardrobe were all checked. Be gentle. Don't wake her up. What are you afraid of? Isn't it better to wake her up? I haven't touched a woman for so many days, and I'm dying of suffocation. Bah! Our mission is to get food. Only the other party has no food. We can give some to her later. You can do whatever you want with that girl. When you've had enough fun, you can sell her again. Shoo! Stop talking, both of you. Come on. The things are in the toilet. 3 figures sneaked into the bathroom. I said I couldn't find it, but it's hidden here. TSK, I'm rich now. So many instant noodles, ham, and hamburgers, still hot. And wine. I don't want anything else, the wine must belong to me. Hey, she put it all in plastic bags to make it easier for us to move, okay? The 3 of them were in a panic, not knowing which one to take. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind the 3 of them. Of course I'm afraid your blood will dirty my things. Not good. Just as the 3 of them were about to turn around, they heard 3 sounds of pudgy, pudgy, pudgy. Then, there was a huge tinnitus. The 3 of them didn't figure out how they died until they died. A few seconds later, Shin Xian raised his hand to turn on the bathroom light and took off the night vision goggles. 3 bloody things were stacked on the ground. Blood was dripping from the bathroom ceiling. Even his slippers were stained with blood. Everything is good, but it's always so dirty. Shin Xian cursed softly, put away the solar air gun, turned on the shower head, and began to clean the bathroom resignedly. The water rushed from the roof to the wall, and the blood flowed down the sewer. Soon there were only 3 pieces of broken flesh and blood and a pile of body parts on the ground. Should Xian first pulled the body apart, rinsed the supplies, and threw away the plastic bag. Fortunately, nothing is dirty. A2? Woof woof. There is no problem with your ears this time, you performed well, and I will reward you with a hamburger. While A2 was eating, Shin Xian put all the supplies back into the space and threw the body parts out of the window, falling into the dark flood. TSK, the carpet is still dirty. Shin Xian was a little annoyed. Woof woof. You're right. Let the waiter help change it tomorrow. This is of course nothing. She had lived in the worst environment in her previous life. But her favorite place was the garbage dump that no one had ever been to. There might be a lot of supplies there. But in this life, no one would let her live in the garbage dump again. After opening all the windows and spraying some disinfectant, the bloody smell slowly dissipated. Shin Xian slept soundly all night. She had no idea that someone in Zhang Liang's room downstairs had been awake all night. When Shin Xian woke up naturally, the outside world had completely turned into an ocean, and the water and the sky could not be distinguished. More and more corpses appeared in the turbid flood. Shin Xian casually browsed the hot searches. Good news. It is said that the water level is high enough, and 100,000-ton ships can enter the mainland. We are saved. The question is, where will they rescue us? Haven't you seen the news? Now most of the world is covered by the ocean. I don't know what the conditions are for getting on the ship. I think the ship is safe too. I want to get on the ship. Let me ask you, what will happen to the ship if the flood recedes? Retreat? Where? It can't recede to the Pacific Ocean overnight. I don't care. I want to get on the ship anyway. Here, everyone below the 10th floor is dead. After the rainstorm stopped, the flood did recede overnight under the dual effects of earthquakes and drought. As for the ships on the water, it is unknown whether they really receded to the Pacific Ocean. Shin Xian speculated on the ship's route through the words of netizens and the occasional photos. It looks like it will arrive here tomorrow. Ding dong, the doorbell of the next room rang. Girl, please be kind and give me some more food. My son hasn't eaten for a long time. It's that ant again. But Auntie, I just gave you him sausage yesterday. That's not enough. Girl, you should be a good person to the end. My son is only 8 years old. Then, there was a thump. Shin Xian keenly heard that the ant knelt down again. Auntie, please get up quickly. Okay, I give you another bag of bread. We really don't have anything else. Thank you. Thank you. Then, there was the sound of the ant's footsteps leaving quickly, and the sound of the door closing next door. Shin Xian sneered and turned up the volume of the variety show on her phone. She was focused on the dried snail noodles. Woo! No, your ears are injured, and the doctor said you should avoid eating. Eat 2 meals of him first. Woo! At this time, a man's voice suddenly sounded downstairs, and it was played with a handheld loudspeaker. I received news that the ship is coming here. Bang bang bang. The doors of the rooms were all opened, and everyone leaned out and listened carefully. Shin Xian also tilted his head to listen. Don't ask me how I know. I've been around for so many years, and it just so happens that a brother is responsible for registration on the ship. This voice, after careful identification, turned out to be the man named Zhang Liang. Now everyone who wants to get on the ship is queuing, and there are limited places on the ship. I can get a quota here, but you have to exchange something. Hearing this, many people rushed down directly. Zhang Liang lives on the 13th floor. At this time, his arm is hanging, and the gauze on his arm is still bleeding faintly. You can buy it with money gold first. Don't push it. Your food is not enough. Next. Accompany me for a night? Go to the side of the queue. It's not your turn yet. Shin Xian shook his head and continued to eat snail noodles. She paused, immediately picked up A2, grabbed her backpack, opened the door and rushed out. Boom, boom. As soon as she reached the stairs, the whole hotel began to shake violently, and the wall fell down. It was an earthquake. This time, the shaking was much stronger than before. Shin Xian did not dare to be careless. If the earthquake caused the hotel to collapse, the most likely place to survive was the roof. But now the staircase door leading to the top floor has been deformed and cannot be opened. Shin Xian directly took out the solar air gun and fired a shot at the door. Chapter 23. At this time, the whole building was in chaos, screaming and running around. Some people ran down, but halfway through, they realized that there was a flood below, so they turned around and ran up. No one wanted to be buried in the ruins or soaked in the flood. The wall shook violently, and the stairs broke one after another, and then everyone heard a huge gurgling sound. It was as if a giant bomb fell into the water, raising a wave several meters high. It was the damper on the roof that broke and fell into the water. There was a creaking sound from downstairs, and Shin Xian knew that it was the sound of the whole building being overwhelmed and about to break. "Get out of the way, who is blocking my way, don't grab me." Zhang Liang's roar came from downstairs. "Husband, I'm so scared, ah! Who's coming up? Don't be afraid, baby, run up. Quick!" The whole building was slowly tilting, and the flood was rushing back and forth in the building. Many people were ruthlessly swept away before they could run. Shin Xian fired the gun, and the hard and thick synthetic door panel instantly broke into pieces. Shin Xian then kicked it twice, opening a hole just big enough for her to pass through. Everyone paused for breath, and their ears were instantly deafened for a few seconds. They were shocked by Shin Xian's strange weapon and her fierce behavior. "Run!" Someone shouted and drilled into the big hole opened by Shin Xian. "Husband, hurry up! You stepped on my arm. Hurry up, you are so fat that you can't pass through, hurry up!" It was raining heavily on the roof. Shin Xian's vision was instantly blurred, and the temperature was surprisingly low. Fortunately, the earthquake had passed for a few minutes, and the hotel was just tilted a little, and did not collapse completely. The building next door was not so lucky. Under everyone's gaze, it first slowly, then suddenly, collapsed directly into the flood. Shin Xian could even see people lying on the glass windows in the building asking for help. Their twisted faces were very scary. In a few days, when the flood recedes, these people will become zombies that are difficult to deal with. But the end of the world is so cruel. Shin Xian glanced and saw that there were about 50 people on the roof. As for the others who didn't come up, needless to say, they also knew what was waiting for them. "Hurry up! Wei Mo!" Two familiar figures stumbled up. Wei Mo clutched his medicine box tightly, and the flood followed closely behind them. Shin Xian was silent and stood in the corner. She took out a jacket from her backpack and put it on, and then took out a thick raincoat and put it on outside. Ah Tu hummed a few times and got into her arms. "The rescue boat will arrive tomorrow, ugh." Zhang Liang wiped the rain off his face and said with an abnormal blush on his face, "Those who want to board the ship, come here to report and pay." Ahem. He coughed violently a few times after saying that. "You need to take anti-inflammatory medicine as soon as possible. The wound cannot be soaked in water. If the arm is infected, it will be lost." Wei Mo's voice sounded at the right time. With the cold rain, it was serious. "I am in good health, ahem. Do you have anti-inflammatory medicine?" Zhang Liang pulled a middle-aged man out of the crowd, ripped off his hat, and put it on his head. "I have it," Wei Mo said with his eyes down. Jiang Dong immediately grabbed his sleeve. "Wei Mo, don't be impulsive. We only have one anti-inflammatory medicine, which is waiting for life-saving. His life is also his life. Ah, it's not convenient now, otherwise Shin Xian really wants to stab Wei Mo." Wei Mo raised his eyes, and said to Zhang Liang, "My anti-inflammatory medicine is a special medicine, which is enough for wounds like yours. Give it to me quickly. One anti-inflammatory medicine, I want 2 boarding quotas. Otherwise, you can't have your arm." Wei Mo and Zhang Liang confronted each other without saying a word. "Haha, you want to threaten me? No way, 1 medicine for 1 quota. At worst, I don't want my arm anymore." Zhang Liang glared at Wei Mo fiercely. "You have to think about it. You can still change a quota now. I will grab it later, and you will have nothing." After speaking, Zhang Liang turned and stood at the entrance of the passage. There were more than 2 meters of stairs below this position, where you could stand to avoid the rain, and there would be floods below. "Those who want to board the ship, come and negotiate the terms." The middle-aged man who had just had his hat removed walked over awkwardly. "Boss Zhang, I just paid 300,000 downstairs." As he spoke, he was about to walk into the corridor at the back. "Just now. It was so chaotic just now, who would remember you? The previous one doesn't count, pay again now. 500,000 per person." "You?" The middle-aged man was so angry that he couldn't breathe. That was all his pension money. Where could he get another 500,000 now? If you don't have money, you can take food. If you don't have money, just go away. Next one. Ahem. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and walked aside with a face full of resentment. The people on the rooftop dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Even if someone muttered a few words, Zhang Liang would say, "Buy it if you want." The first one to squeeze through was the fat god, holding a boy who was about 10 years old and as fat as a ball. Me and my son. We use 500,000 to buy a seat. Not enough, you two have to pay for 3 people, 1,500,000. Why? The fat auntie screamed back. You're too fat. 2 people take up 3 people's seats. Don't even think about getting on the boat without 1,500,000. Zhang Liang waved his hand and pushed the fat auntie aside. The fat auntie's eyes were almost on fire, and the flesh on her face was trembling with anger. Mom, I'm cold. Her son's tears mixed with rainwater, looking at her pitifully. The fat auntie's lips trembled a few times, and she took out a ham and half a bag of bread from her bag. Should Xian recognize that this was the ham sausage sent out by the young couple living next door to her? This is all the food I have. I really can't take out 1,500,000. Please. Zhang Liang was stunned at first, and then his eyes fell on the fat auntie's bag. Give it to me. The fat auntie held the bag tighter. Zhang Liang pulled it over, opened the bag, and dumped everything on the ground. There were banknotes, ID cards, lipsticks, and even a sausage. Hee. Zhang Liang sneered, picked up the sausage on the ground, and reached out to the fat aunt. The fat aunt looked dead, and handed the food in her hand. Then she stood in the passage behind Zhang Liang with her son. What should we do, husband? We don't have so much money. Should Xian heard the young couple discussing again. Don't worry, husband, think of a way. If only we hadn't given the food away. Don't blame you, don't be afraid, wife, do you love me? Yes, I love you. Okay. The man seemed to have made a major decision. He took the girl's hand, and stood in front of Bong Liang. Brother Zhang, my wife will accompany you for 1 night in exchange for 2 boarding spots. Ah! What are you talking about, husband? The woman was about to resist when her husband grabbed her arm tightly. Don't you love me? Don't you want us to live? Zhang Liang looked the woman up and down. Under the rain, the woman's curvy figure was fully exposed. 1 night is not enough, at least 1 month. The woman sat in the water, speechless, holding her husband's legs with both hands. I don't want to. I don't want to. Chapter 24. Pa! A loud slapping sound was extremely harsh in the rain. Then came the man's roar, cry, cry, cry. What else can you do besides crying? Don't you want to live? Or do you want me to die with you for your so-called innocence? If you hadn't given the food to others, would I have to beg for help? Husband. The woman's face was pale, she couldn't speak, and could only cry silently. She had praised her kindness before. The woman didn't understand. The pressure of survival finally broke through the relationship between the young couple, and the man's violence and the woman's ignorance were completely exposed. Shin Xian looked at everything in front of her coldly. This question, for them, has no solution. In their eyes, the boat ticket means life, and innocence means death. There have been many dead people recently, and the people around them have gradually become numb, turning a blind eye to the woman's tears. Some even advised, it's already late, it's good enough to be able to exchange the boat tickets, and you've made sacrifices for your husband, he will remember your kindness in the future. The woman finally nodded helplessly. She stood up tremblingly, and walked towards Zhang Liang. With a cry of surprise, Zhang Liang dragged the woman to the stairs, and drove out the people who were hiding from the rain inside. He pressed the woman on the stairs. He ripped off her pants nakedly. Everyone was silent for a long time. Shin Xian was even more unmoved. If she offered to provide supplies for the woman, they would still die if they got on the boat. And if she persuaded the other party not to get on the boat. Haha, forget it, it's not like I haven't persuaded her before. A few minutes later, Zhang Liang came out with his pants lifted up, his cheeks flushed. The woman following behind him had blood at the corner of her mouth, swollen cheeks, and a numb expression. When she looked at her husband, her eyes moved, but her eyes were full of hatred. Who else wants a ticket? Then the crowd rushed up. Some people were staking their claim in front, using money, food, and bodies. Soon, only Shin Xian, Wei Mo, and Jiang Dong were left standing there. Zhang Liang looked at her with red eyes. It's you? Why? You know I can't let you on the boat, so you don't even move? He looked Shin Xian up and down. However, if you kneel down and beg me, and let me hack you a few more times like them, I might consider. Go away, no need. Shin Xian said coldly. You? You are still so ungrateful. What, you still want to use a knife today? Come on, I stand here and let you chop me, do you dare? Zhang Liang was extremely arrogant, reaching out to touch his bandaged arm, thinking about how to hack Shin Xian to death. The people around had witnessed Shin Xian's fierce skills and her strange weapon, and they were even more afraid that Shin Xian would fight if she disagreed. Hurry up and persuade. Hey, little girl, don't be so stubborn. Just apologize, and it will be over. Yes, if it really doesn't work, then the rain will stop soon. Shin Xian looked up at the dark sky and said this inexplicably. Soon? How soon? 3 days. Ah, impossible. The rain is so heavy, there is no sign of stopping at all. And how do you know? You said 3 days, 3 days? Are you God? Then why don't you stop the rain now? That's right, you are really vicious. You can't get on the ship yourself, but you want to drag us to die together? You are not that big, how can you be so mean? Shin Xian said nothing. She said it anyway, and there was nothing she could do if others didn't believe her. She walked to the corner calmly, took out a folding umbrella from her backpack, opened it with a bang, and protected herself from the rain. She took out 2 folding stools, one to sit on and one to use as a small table. Then, there was a thermos cup, opened the lid, and there was still steaming hot water inside. Everyone was stunned, looking at Shin Xian's inconspicuous backpack, their eyes full of greed. Shin Xian bought this bag wholesale on Alibaba, and she had 1,000 of the same ones. Cheap and waterproof are its only advantages. Then, in full view of everyone, Shin Xian actually took out 2 hamburgers from her bag. And a kitchen knife. But even with the kitchen knife next to her, there were still some brave people who spoke up. Girl, give me a burger. No, half a burger will do. My son hasn't eaten for a day. Shin Xian said without raising her head. Okay, use your quota to get on the ship, just make up your mind. The aunt glanced at Zhang Liang. With Zhang Liang here, Shin Xian couldn't get on the ship. The aunt shrank and stopped talking. Shin Xian opened her jacket, and a fist-sized, chubby puppy head poked out, barking at Shin Xian twice. Good boy. Shin Xian opened the burger, and the puppy got out again, stretched out its 2 front paws to hold the burger, and started to chew. Shin Xian picked up another burger, took a bite of the burger, a sip of hot water, a bite of the burger, a sip of hot water. Humph. Zhang Liang became more and more angry as he watched, and walked to Shin Xian with his thick thighs. He raised his leg to kick over Shin Xian's stool. Shin Xian quickly picked up the kitchen knife, stood up, and chopped at Zhang Liang's calf. The action was smooth and seamless. Ah! Blood immediately oozed from Zhang Liang's calf, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Hiss! Everyone else took a breath. Is this girl going to break the pot and throw it away? Oh, why are you so angry? You chop people just because you don't agree with me? The middle-aged man who was forced to pay for the boat ticket twice rushed out and helped and dragged Zhang Liang back to the stairs. No one dared to say another word. If he was killed by Shin Xian, wouldn't the boat ticket be wasted? If Zhang Liang was killed, wouldn't it be even more doomed? Shin Xian slowly finished the last bite of the hamburger, took out a tissue to wipe his fingers, looked at everyone coldly and said, I don't provoke you, and you don't provoke me. Otherwise, this is the end. Doctor? Where is the doctor? Where did he die? Zhang Liang's forehead was sweating in pain, and blood mixed with rainwater flowed all over the floor. Wei Mo came forward with a medicine box and stood at the stairs looking down. 2 boat tickets. Okay. I promise you. Hurry. Stop the bleeding for me. I'm dying of pain. Zhang Liang didn't care about anything at this time. Get out of the way. Wei Mo calmly directed the crowd to disperse and treated Zhang Liang's wound in a limited space. But 2 hours later, Zhang Liang was still feverish and started talking nonsense. Well, doctor, please check him out. If he dies, we can't get on the ship. Yes, doctors are here to save lives. If you have any medicine, use it now. Wei Mo. Seeing Wei Mo about to step forward again, Jiang Dong grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Liang is not a good person. He just needs to hold on until we get on the ship. You should keep your anti-inflammatory medicine for us. Jiang Dong was also anxious. He lowered his voice and persuaded. I know, but my conscience doesn't allow me to do such a thing. It's good enough to exchange for 2 places on the ship. Wei Mo broke Jiang Dong's hand and walked towards Zhang Liang. Ha! Shin Xian snorted lightly. Turning his head away from Wei Mo, what's the use of having medical skills? He can't recognize reality and won't adapt. Such a person would be fine in the days of prosperity and peace. But now it's the end of the world. People like Wei Mo will only kill himself and his teammates. Shin Xian's eyes fell on Jiang Dong, and the look in his eyes was like looking at a dead person. Jiang Dong shuddered for no reason. Shen Xian lowered his eyes and turned his gaze to the vast ocean in the distance. Now all the high-rise buildings below the 15th floor are basically flooded, and the buildings are collapsing at any time. Suddenly, in the distance, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared on the horizon. "The ship is coming! The ship is coming!" someone exclaimed. Shen Xian was also waiting for the ship to come. Chapter 25. She knew that no matter what she said, she couldn't stop these people from boarding the ship. She just wanted to see where the ship would go when the flood receded. The people who were resting cheered. Zhang Liang half opened his eyes, his face flushed, and his breathing became noticeably rapid. "We are saved. The ship is finally here." Shen Xian sat on a small stool and tilted her head to look at the crowd. She had a bad taste and wanted to see how the expressions of these people changed from surprise to despair. The ship was moving very slowly, and several searchlights kept changing angles, which were extremely conspicuous in the dark world of water and sky. When they encountered a high-rise building that had not collapsed, they would stop for a while. From a distance, people the size of ants boarded the ship from the extended bridge. This move made people even more excited. Yes, that boat is really here to pick people up. "Son, hold on a little longer. There will be food on the boat." Wife, the boat is coming. Our boat is coming." The fat ant hugged her son with a pale face and yelled. The young man reached out to hold the woman's hand, but was slapped away by the woman. "Get out of here, disgusting." The woman glared at the man fiercely, and put her arm around Zhang Liang's arm. The man's face was full of disbelief. His eyes widened. "Old wife." The woman turned her back to the crowd, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Shen Xian couldn't help but chuckle. This chuckle caused a momentary pause in the noisy crowd. Everyone looked over. "Now the boat is here, you kneel down and beg me, and I will agree to let you get on the boat with me, ahem," Zhang Liang said while coughing. Shen Xian looked directly at Zhang Liang with cold eyes and said, "Then what?" "Then, let every man here have a good time. Right here. Don't worry, there is enough time before the ship comes." Zhang Liang finished speaking, waiting for Shen Xian's answer with a malicious look on his face. Some people around him immediately breathed harder, as if they had already picked up their guns and went to the battlefield. "How could you do this?" Jiang Dong was the first to speak out in opposition, but was stopped by Wei Mo. Shen Xian was not angry at all, and his eyes fell on the woman. "Have you thought it through?" Everyone looked at the woman in confusion. What did she mean? The woman was stunned at first, and she didn't expect Shen Xian to see through her thoughts. Biting her lip and nodding heavily. "Well, I've thought it through. You are a good person. Thank you for persuading me at that time. It was me who didn't listen to you." Shen Xian waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. "Just think it through." Shen Xian stopped talking and watched the big ship slowly approaching in the distance. The rain was still falling, even heavier than before. Everyone stood at the front of the rooftop, waiting for the ship to approach, regardless of being wet. Although the ship was sailing very slowly, the waves it stirred up were still several meters high. The waves directly hit the rooftop, knocking Zhang Liang, who was standing at the front, to the ground. "Ah!" Zhang Liang struggled to stand up. "Move back a little, we can still go up last, and it's more important." The woman helped him up, and tightened the gauze on his arm. Okay, you're right, cough cough." Zhang Liang limped back a few steps, looking at Shen Xian viciously. "You just wait to die here. The same words for you." Shen Xian raised his eyes, his cold eyes like sharp arrows. Jiang Dong's hands clenched into fists. If only the anti-inflammatory drug had not been used, the girl could have boarded the ship now. Finally, a tooth-grinding metal friction sound was heard. This was the sound of the big ship dropping anchor. Shen Xian could see clearly that it was not a passenger ship, but an ocean-going fishing boat. The hull was sky blue, and it was estimated to be 50 meters long. Mechanical arms were installed on the left and right sides of the deck. There was a 3-story building in the middle, and the bow was a control room with 4 glass walls. A few minutes later, with a buzzing sound, the big ship stopped. "Listen, people on the other side, is Zhang Liang here?" A man wearing a black raincoat and holding a loudspeaker stood by the boat and shouted. Yes, I'm here." Zhang Liang immediately responded loudly, and waved his hands vigorously. "I give you 1 minute to transfer the money." Okay. Zhang Liang's hands were shaking, and he used his strength several times before he transferred the money. This time he collected nearly 20 million in total, and the cost of boarding was only 8 million. The remaining 12 million was enough for him to live a carefree life for many years. Okay. Next, you will board the ship in turn. A bridge that can accommodate 2 people in parallel was built on the rooftop. There are 40 places for boarding. No crowding and no loud noises. Attention, you only have 5 minutes. Those who make trouble will be shot. When everyone on the rooftop heard that they could board the ship, they cheered at first. Then they all fell silent like ducks with their necks pinched. Because the man said 40 people, and they had 44 people waiting to board the ship. What should I do? Another unsolvable question. Ah, I don't care. I must be with my son. The ant spoke first and hugged her son tightly. Son! You are so fat, and you are taking up space. I say, you should just not get on the boat. Someone objected. Hope was right in front of them, and no one could give in at this moment. The ant immediately stopped and stretched out her hand to grab the other person's hair and pulled it. What did you say? You want me not to get on the boat? You wish. She was about to drag the person off the roof. Bang! A gunshot suddenly came, and everyone trembled. Then, the ant slowly fell to the edge of the roof, and everyone saw clearly that there was a bloody hole as big as a bowl on the ant's forehead, and she stared at her son with her eyes wide open. And her son bit his finger and looked at the big boat, not caring about his mother's condition. Ah! Someone exclaimed, and then quickly covered his mouth. Is anyone else making trouble? The people on the boat shouted again. You still have 4 minutes. The people who reacted rushed towards the bridge. The people on the boat watched coldly, just like watching a group of pigs fighting for food. He had seen many such scenes in the past few days, and the captain asked him to deal with it in this way. The number of people given was a few less than the number of people on board, and a few more people were killed to shock the situation. Only in this way, these people would be completely honest and obedient after boarding the ship. They would benefit. 2 minutes left. Shin Xian sat on a small stool, leisurely, stroking Ah Tu's head while watching the woman help Zhang Liang onto the bridge. The woman looked back at Shin Xian, and then at her husband who had already boarded the ship. Suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhang Liang also stopped. The woman's weak body hugged Zhang Liang tightly, and fell from the bridge together. Ah! What are you doing? Before Zhang Liang could react, he fell into the flood below with the woman, and disappeared after a few tumbles. Wife! The man immediately shouted and wanted to run over, but he stopped after just a few steps, and squatted on the boat and cried loudly. The cold barrel of the gun pointed at his forehead. Stop making so much noise, you idiot! The man immediately stopped talking, and dared not cry anymore. The crew took back the gun, and looked at the remaining people on the rooftop. At a glance, he saw Shin Xian sitting next to him. Hey! That man, do you want to get on the boat? Yes, I'm talking to you. Shin Xian looked around. Me? I won't go. Don't worry, as long as I kill one more, there will be a place for you. The crew immediately became interested, while the others tightened their necks and retreated repeatedly. No, I don't need it. The rain will stop. Shin Xian's voice was not loud, but the crew could hear it clearly. Ha ha ha. Interesting. The meteorological experts on the ship have analyzed that the rain will not stop for several years. Are you sure you don't want to come up? I won't come up. Shin Xian was indifferent. I won't come up either. Another voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 26. The people who have boarded the ship have gone through a series of blows. First, they witnessed the fat ant being shot, and then witnessed the death of Zhang Liang and the woman. At this time, they heard that some people did not want to board the ship, and then they slowly came back to their senses. Why? Wei Emma was more concerned about this issue than Shin Xian. Jiang Dong, do you know what you are talking about? Jiang Dong took a deep breath. Wei Emma, I won't board the ship, just think I'm crazy. Is it because I used that anti-inflammatory drug? Wei Emma frowned and asked. No, don't think too much, I just... Jiang Dong wiped the rain off his face, looked up and looked around at the people who had boarded the ship, and finally looked at the vast ocean. I just like the feeling of being on the ground more. Don't worry, this is my own choice, even if it means death, I will accept it. After Jiang Dong finished speaking, he breathed a long sigh of relief, looked at Shin Xian, and grinned. Okay, Wei Mo decided to respect his good friend's decision. Take care. The crew weighed the gun in his hand. Shin Xian lowered her eyes, reached into her backpack with one hand, and took out her gun from the space. As long as the other party made a move, she would blow the other party into pieces. A few seconds later, the crew member said something in the intercom, and grinned. Okay, you have backbone. We will rest here for a few hours. It's not a loss for you to be watched by so many people to die. After that, the crew turned around and directed the newcomers, who had just boarded the ship, with a gun. Everyone, go to the fishing warehouse, hurry up. Don't whimper, what? Do you still want to live in the 3-story cabin above? Don't you look at your status? You are only worthy of living in the fishing warehouse. If you want to live, live. If not, get out. Fish hold, as the name implies, is a place to store fish. They are all in the hull of the fishing boat. There are no windows, only a few places for ventilation. After spending so much money, no one wants to get off the boat now, so they can only grit their teeth and go down to the fish hold. A foul smell came towards them, and under the dim incandescent light, there were numb faces, like dead fish. Go faster. The crew kicked them from behind, and these newcomers rolled down the stairs one by one like fish balls. Clang. Crash. The fish hold door above their heads was closed and chained. It's so damn unlucky. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten on the boat. I might as well have drowned outside. Hey brother, give me some space. Let me squat for a while. Hey, move. Ah! The man suddenly screamed, dead people. It's so noisy. Can you be quiet? Someone suddenly shouted from the depths of the fish tank, is it abnormal to have dead people? What's the fuss? If you keep getting scared, I kill you. Damn it! The people who just got on the boat immediately fell silent and carefully found a place to sit down. Waymo pursed his lips, and a look of regret flashed across his face. If I had known, I might as well have been like Jiangdong and not gotten on the boat. No, I still have to get on the boat, otherwise I die waiting there. Jiangdong naturally didn't know what Waymo was thinking. At this time, he smiled awkwardly at Shen Xian. Shen Xian ignored him directly, picked up his 2 small stools, and sat at the stairs. Finally, he didn't have to get wet in the rain. Take off your raincoat, and take out a towel to dry your hair. Put Ah-Tu on another stool, and give him a towel to wipe his body. Ah-Tu hummed and groaned, wrapped in a soft towel, dozing off comfortably. It was a pity that Jiangdong was here, otherwise it would be more beautiful to take out his own RV directly. Thinking of this, Shen Xian looked even worse at Jiangdong. You dog, you are so cute. Don't be afraid, even if you die, I will be with you. I have never been in love, and it is an honor to die with a beautiful girl like you. Shen Xian slammed the kitchen knife on the ground with a clang. If you can't talk, go to the same table with the dog. Shen Xian had never seen such a chatterbox. Jiangdong's lips, which were frozen purple, forced a smile. He tentatively picked up the towel under Ah-Tu, and seeing that Shen Xian didn't respond, he quickly wiped his hair. Thank you, thank you. Jiangdong was not an ungrateful person, and he thanked him repeatedly. But Shen Xian didn't even look at him, silently drank his hot tea, and glanced at the countdown on his watch. There were still 6 hours. Wow, I know your watch. The one for outdoor use. Very expensive. It suits you very well, and you look very good wearing it. Huh? What does your countdown mean? Shen Xian's eyes fell on the fishing boat not far away, and he felt much better. This is the time those people can still live. Ah? Jiangdong was stunned, and then he grinned again, showing a row of white teeth. You are so humorous, it's our countdown. Haha, by the way, we have known each other for so long, how should I call you? Just call me Dad. Jiangdong finally calmed down, and tentatively reached out his hand, and picked up the little dog. Seeing that Shen Xian didn't even look at him, he dared to sit on the stool, and put the little dog in his arms. You are so lucky. How many people can't survive at this time? But you don't have to worry about food and clothing. Jiangdong started chatting with the 2. Woof woof. Okay, I enjoy myself, okay. Shen Xian sat on the stool, and hardly moved. She was a person who could stand loneliness. When she was an accountant before, she could bury her head in accounting for several days. Later, in the end of the world, in order to avoid zombies, she often stayed in one place for more than 10 hours without moving. Seeing that she didn't speak, Jiangdong also calmed down, and stared at the fishing boat outside with her. The heavy rain seemed to be copied and pasted, with no sign of stopping. When the watch countdown was 20 minutes left, the sound of water came, and the fishing boat began to weigh anchor. And Shen Xian took out 3 hamburgers from her backpack. One for herself and one for Ah-Tu. There was another one placed aside. Jiangdong carefully reached out and gently opened the package. If you want to eat, you have to shut up, Shen Xian said without raising his head. Yeah. Jiangdong nodded desperately. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Not to mention that he was not allowed to speak now, he would be willing to cut his tongue. After getting permission, he immediately wolfed it down. He ate too fast and almost choked and rolled his eyes. Shin Xian slowly tore open the package and put it in front of Ah-Tu. He took out the thermos cup and a Xiangpiopio milk tea cup and made himself a cup of hot milk tea. He drank the milk tea himself and poured Jiangdong half a cup of hot water for the first time. Jiangdong hurriedly nodded his head to thank him, holding a hamburger in one hand and a hot milk tea in the other. This is heaven. If you are treated like this after death, it seems not bad. He wanted to chat with the beauty while he was still alive, but he was afraid that she would cut him with a knife. However, curiosity killed the cat after all. After eating the burger and drinking the milk tea, he decided to be a clear-headed ghost. Why are you in a good mood? Shin Xian had only eaten half of the burger, with a smile on his face, raised his small chin and pointed at the fishing boat outside. At this time, the countdown on the watch finally turned to 0. Jiangdong looked over along the line of sight. Fishing boat? What's wrong with the fishing boat? Ah! Then, his pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 27. This. Jiangdong opened his mouth wide, his fingers trembling and unable to say a word. The heavy rain that was pouring down from the sky seemed to have been paused, and the heavy rain was instantly stopped. As if it had never come. There were only black clouds, and the boundless ocean between the sky and the earth. The vision also widened. Shin Xian stood up and looked at the rare and magnificent scene in front of him. On the fishing boat in the distance, many crew members ran onto the deck and cheered. You are right, the rain has really stopped. Jiangdong danced with joy and was about to run towards the big ship. While running, he shouted, Wei Mo! Wei Mo! It's useless. Shin Xian's cold voice came from behind. Ah! After a silence, there was a whistling sound of wind in the ears, and the flood roared through the vast land. Everyone felt as if they were in a high-speed railway station, and more than a dozen trains started at the same time. Ah-Tu was startled and jumped directly from his arms to Shin Xian. Shin Xian had a serious face and held the staircase door tightly. What happened? Jiangdong finally found his soul and asked in a murmur. The flood has receded. Shin Xian replied without emotion. Receded? Where did it go? There is so much water. I don't know the Pacific Ocean. The flood began to recede without any signs, just like when it came. In just 2 minutes, it receded a lot. The fishing boat also drifted away, and the iron anchor that had not been retrieved in time collapsed straight, and the hull made a creaking sound. The hotel building shook, and Shin Xian's hand holding the staircase door became stronger, and Jiangdong knelt on the ground with a plop and hugged Shin Xian's legs. Ah! After a few seconds, the shaking finally stopped. Jiangdong let go of his hand awkwardly. I thought the earthquake was coming again. At this time, he also realized that the flood was receding too quickly, causing the building to shake. The flood was receding faster and faster, and everything on the water was moving away rapidly. The fishing boat finally couldn't stand the huge pulling force, and it squeaked a few times and broke into 2 pieces. Just like a dumpling with a broken belly, the people in the hull were like dumpling fillings, and they scattered directly into the water. People's screams, sandwiched in the sound of the whirring water, came from afar. Jiangdong ran and shouted, Wei Mo! Where are you? Catch it! At this time, the flood had receded to the height of the 5th floor, and Wei Mo was spinning and drifting farther and farther. What should I do? Save Wei Mo! Please! Jiangdong almost knelt down to Shin Xian. He subconsciously felt that Shin Xian must have a way to save Wei Mo. But the flood receded too quickly, and Jiangdong could only climb on the edge of the rooftop and shout in despair. Suddenly, he saw an orange object thrown out from above his head. It was a life jacket with a rope attached to it, and a section of the rope was handed to him. The life jacket fell accurately near Wei Mo. Wei Mo struggled a few times and grabbed the life jacket. Wei Mo, hold on. Jiangdong reacted immediately and grabbed the rope tightly and pulled it up. Jiangdong had never used all his strength like this before. After pulling for a few meters, he felt a drop below and almost lost his grip. Looking down, it turned out that Wei Mo reached out to grab a passerby who was floating by. The man also held the life jacket tightly. Ah! Wei Mo, tell him to let go, I can't pull him. Jiangdong shouted immediately. Wei Mo looked up, but he didn't know if he heard it or not, and he didn't kick the newcomer away. Shin Xian retracted her gaze, hugged it too and turned around. Bye, see you later. Ah! Jiangdong paused, crying you. Don't go you. Please, save Wei Mo. I did save him. Didn't I throw the life jacket down? He didn't want to, you saw it too. But, Jiang Dong hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Jiang Dong, I'm not a good person. Let me tell you something, all this is just the beginning, not the end. After that, Shen Xian went downstairs. Jiang Dong was really angry, but he was certainly not angry with Shen Xian. Shen Xian had done enough. Wei Mo. You let him go, or I will. Jiang Dong's voice of disappointment was left behind by Shen Xian. She walked down the stairs slowly. In the apocalypse, everyone is responsible for their own choices. The apocalypse life in her previous life taught her an important lesson. People who can't distinguish the important from the unimportant are often good at moral kidnapping. Goodbye. Atu rubbed against her arms. It's okay, Atu, there will be many such things in the future. Whether you can survive or not is not up to us. 15 minutes later, Shen Xian reached the ground. As far as the eye can see, the flood has receded, and the streets are exposed again. There are corpses stuck in the corners everywhere. The sky began to brighten slowly, and a ray of sunlight poured down through the gaps in the clouds. Occasionally, you can hear someone cheering. Shen Xian took out her cell phone, but the signal had turned into 2G, and all the platforms and websites could not be opened. How many people are still alive? What are the living people doing, and how humans will survive? Everything is unknown. Let's go! Son! We have to continue our journey. Woof woof. Shen Xian found a relatively secluded area and took out a motorhome from the space. Locked the car door, turned on the monitoring system, and put some water from the space into the motorhome. Hot water was ready in a few minutes. First, she took a comfortable hot bath, and then washed Atu. The clothes she changed out of were already smelly, and it was not worth washing them at all, so she just threw them away. After making a cup of hot coffee, Shen Xian finally relaxed. There were no outsiders here, and she and Atu could finally have a good meal. Hidaleo's self-heating rice was arranged, and there was also hand-shredded chicken. The two of them ate with oil on their hands and mouths. Don't worry, eat and take a nap before hitting the road again. On the way ahead, there will be no problem except the heat. We just need to be on guard against zombies. Atu, don't just eat the chicken legs, eat the rice too. Don't waste it. Woof woof. Atu resisted silently, unable to understand why a dog like him should eat rice. Soon, the sun came out. Shen Xian turned on the automatic charging system and ate fruit while watching the surveillance. Buzz, the phone vibrated. She had already turned off the ringtone on her phone to avoid trouble caused by sudden ringing. In this situation, someone actually contacted her. Shen Xian picked up the phone. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Hello? Shen Xian. Haha, you're alive. It's so great. Ma Wenbin's gritted teeth came from the phone. Ma Wenbin? You're not dead? What? Escaped from prison? Unexpectedly, although Shen Xian sent Ma Wenbin to prison, he still survived. Isn't it surprising? If you hadn't sent us to prison, my mother wouldn't have died. After years of getting along, Shen Xian knows Ma Wenbin very well. Every time this man puts the blame on others, it must be because he made a bigger mistake. Ma Wenbin, let me guess, Su Lijuan died because of you. Did she starve to death? Ha ha. Chapter 28. You bitch, when I find you, I will kill you with my own hands. Wait for you. Don't be a coward. Shen Xian ended the conversation mischievously. It's okay if he didn't die. It's really a bargain for him to die so easily. When Ma Wenbin comes to me, I will definitely let him taste the pain of being dismembered with my own hands. At this time, the mobile phone signal completely disappeared and turned into a big X. Lying on the latex mattress, Shen Xian rarely felt what comfort was. Seeing a button next to the bed, there was an English sign star written next to it. Atu was faster than Shen Xian, and his little paw pressed it directly. As a result, the machine gun base and steel rope installed on the roof sank into the cabin, and the roof slowly opened to both sides. The clear starry sky fell into Shen Xian's eyes. There was silence around, only the sound of his own breathing. It's so beautiful. This is a real starry sky roof. After enjoying the starry sky, Shen Xian immediately realized the danger of this thing. In case of an emergency, the roof is suddenly opened and zombies fall directly from the sky. I am not afraid, but I am definitely disgusted. Atu, you can't press it casually without my permission in the future, remember? Woof woof. The next day, Shen Xian was awakened by the heat. She glanced at her watch. It was 7 o'clock in the morning on April 6, 2026, and the indoor temperature was 35 degrees. The extreme heat is coming. The first thing she did when she got up was to turn on the air conditioner. After a few minutes, the comfortable cold air was slowly sent out. When the indoor temperature dropped to 26 degrees, Shin Xian set it to a constant temperature state. It must be said that purchasing a solar RV was one of the most correct things she did. Then she set a 14-day countdown on her watch to help her calculate the end time of the extremely hot weather. Then, she took Ah-2 out of the car and took a walk. The remaining water stains on the road had already evaporated, but there were only whitened corpses everywhere. These corpses will soon mutate into zombies. At the beginning, they move slowly and react slowly, but gradually, the zombies become more and more powerful and more difficult to kill. There are also countless flooded vehicles, which are stuck on the road when the flood recedes. Shopping malls, banks, hospitals, schools, residential buildings, occasionally people run in and out, busy digging the garbage piles piled up on the roadside after the rain, trying to find something useful. Seeing that Shin Xian was alone and holding a small dog, a man immediately wanted to rush forward to grab it. Dog. Although it's a little small, it's not a problem to have a meal. Bring the dog. The man waved his arms and grabbed Shin Xian. Unexpectedly, before he could get close, Shin Xian shot him backhanded, blasting him into pieces, with broken flesh and blood spraying all over the ground. Shin Xian didn't mind at all that there were people watching her not far away. It was the end of the world, so of course she would eliminate all factors that threatened her life. Now the internet was gone. Even if someone saw her gun, even if they took a photo or recorded it, it couldn't be widely spread. And in the extremely hot weather, it was still unknown how long these people could survive. What was there to be afraid of? It wasn't until she felt the ground was a little hot, and the temperature on her watch had reached 40 degrees. Shin Xian returned to the RV, pressed the one-button start button, and started the RV for the first time. There was no loud exhaust roar, and the RV moved forward nimbly at a faster speed than the natural gas new energy vehicle. Originally, the car had an automatic driving system, but now the global satellite is out of order, so she could only drive it herself. It would be nice if someone could help drive. Shin Xian tilted her head and glanced at Ah-2. No, she quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. Continued to head northwest along the highway. Her first destination, Zhou City. Prepare to make a short stop there to see if there are any supplies that can be used. Of course, the more supplies the better. If everything goes well, it will take 4 hours to drive, but if it doesn't go well, just like now. She tried to take the highway and found that a bridge on this section of the highway happened to be broken. The tools and weapons she had stored were not enough for the RV to pass. Shin Xian frowned. Now that zombies have not appeared and humans have not become extinct, the path will inevitably pass through some places with people. And in this kind of weather, Shin Xian, who can still drive the RV on the road, is undoubtedly the best target for robbery. She is not afraid of fighting, but she thinks it is really a waste of time. No choice, just take the small road. Shin Xian took out the map and began to plan how to go for the next section of the road. A day later, she barely advanced half of the way. She parked the car on a hillside in the wilderness, and confirmed through surveillance that there were no people and suspicious creatures around. Then she got out of the car to get some fresh air. As soon as the car door opened, a wave of heat hit her face. The grass that should have been green in spring was now withered and yellow. The temperature on the watch soared straight up, from 26 degrees to 48 degrees. It was still night. If it was daytime, the temperature would be higher. Ah-2 struggled to jump out of her arms, squatted on the pedal of the RV, and said he would not get off. Shin Xian tied her hair into a bun, which made her look a little more refreshing. She then took out a bottle of iced cola and gulped it down. Woof! Come down if you want to drink. We have to exercise every day, otherwise what if you can't run when we really need to fight? The space in the car is really limited, so she wants to get down and move around when no one is outside. However, with her experience in surviving the apocalypse, she will never leave the RV more than 3 meters away, ensuring that she can get back to the car as soon as possible when something happens. Click! Click! Shin Xian and Ah-2 paused, and the ears of the man and the dog moved together. Someone is approaching secretly, and this is the sound of leaves being crushed by feet. Shin Xian picked up Ah-2, quickly returned to the RV, and locked the door. One click switch to quiet mode, all lights are instantly turned off, the solar engine in the car is reduced to the lowest, and everything else is turned off except the cold wind and monitoring. The entire decibel level will not exceed 30. Shin Xian stared at the night vision monitoring. A man in a tattered t-shirt, holding another thin man, came over from the hillside. The thin man seemed to be injured, with purple blood all over his arm. The t-shirt man gently put him down, and quietly observed Shin Xian's RV from a distance. Shin Xian also observed the man in the car. He was over 180 centimeters tall, and had obvious muscles, proving that he had been exercising all year round. Especially the lines from the shoulders to the arms, which were full of explosive power. In addition to the clean little boys like Chi Anning, this kind of handsome, powerful and rough man was also Shin Xian's favorite. But it was hard to say whether the other party was a man or a dog. This was the end of the world, and she was not so short of men. Isn't it good to be beautiful alone? The other party had short hair and a sharp face. Although he was wearing a tattered t-shirt, he still gave people a neat feeling. His eyes were like an eagle, and he was extremely firm. He squatted quietly on the side, looking like a lion hunting. This is a man with military experience. Interesting. Shin Xian touched his chin. Chapter 29. Shin Xian was in the car, and the man was not far away from the car, about 15 meters away. For more than 3 hours, the two were like the world's top snipers, motionless. They were waiting for the other to show his moves first. Even Ah-Tu was nestled in Shin Xian's arms, not saying a word. The man looked at the time on his watch, suddenly stood up and raised his hands. Mission, is it mission? He took a step forward. Shin Xian was shocked and repeatedly searched for information in her mind. She was sure that she did not know the man in front of her. Stop, do not move forward. Shin Xian turned on the microphone on the RV and spoke directly. The voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the man to hear clearly. In the surveillance, the man stopped immediately. Is it mission? The man asked again. It didn't matter whether she answered yes or no. The important thing was that the other party didn't see her at all, but could call her name. How did he recognize me? Did I leave any information somewhere? Did he recognize me, or did others recognize me? Shin Xian had a series of questions, but the more nervous she was, the slower she had to slow down. She tapped rhythmically on the control panel with one hand. A few seconds later, Shin Xian asked, "Who are you?" "I have no ill intentions. I recognized you through this car. This solar RV was modified by my uncle's factory. At that time was tight, and the task was heavy, especially the machine gun base. My uncle couldn't handle it, so he asked me to go to the site for guidance. I asked a few more questions, and found out that these cars were ordered by a girl named Shin." The man explained Shin Xian's doubts in one breath. "You are very smart. What do you want?" In just a few words, a lot of information was revealed. Shin Xian believed that the other party had found out about the car, and it was very likely that the other party also knew that she bought an air gun at the solar energy exhibition. Then, was the other party's purpose to rob the car, the gun, or both? In terms of skills alone, she was definitely not an opponent. Shin Xian was already thinking about the possibility of driving away. "My companion was injured. I want food and medicine. Thank you for your help." The man put forward his needs in a slightly requesting tone. "Haha, you are really smart." Shin Xian did not agree or refuse, but was weighing. She modified the car before the end of the world. Perhaps others would not think much about it, but the man in front of her would probably guess it directly. She prepared for the end of the world. Food and medicine, no shortage. The man in the surveillance was just like the good student who was stopped outside the classroom door by the teacher when he was in school. Patiently, he kept waiting. "Save or not?" "Mission, if you save my companion, I can do something for you, if you trust me." Shin Xian didn't care about the man's promise. Reliving a new life, she didn't care about any news. She was thinking, instead, whether the man in front of her could be used by herself. In the Doomsday, sooner or later, she would have to stick together, and finding a qualified teammate was her plan from the beginning. But don't be hasty. Let your companion come over. After Shin Xian finished speaking, she stared at the man's face carefully, not missing any changes in his expression. The other party's mouth corners slightly raised, eyes shining, and then quickly turned around and ran towards his companion. He showed his back to Shin Xian without any defense. He dragged his companion over, and put him under the surveillance in front of Shin Xian's car. "You stand back." Shin Xian issued an order again. However, she did not get out of the car, and could not rule out the possibility that her companion was also pretending. Her life was hard one, and she must be cautious at this time. The man stepped back a few steps, and returned to the original position. Shin Xian enlarged the picture in the surveillance, and suddenly turned on the car lights, and the injuries on the companion's body were clearly visible. The whole body was abnormal purple-gray, the wound was cyanotic, the head twitched from time to time, and the chest had stopped rising and falling. Shin Xian had seen this situation many times in his previous life. This was a symptom of zombie virus infection. After infection, this situation will appear in about 3 hours. It won't take long before it will mutate into a zombie. Name? She continued to ask. Chung Sun, 26 years old. The man replied very straightforwardly. Chung Sun, your companion can no longer be saved. Shin Xian carefully observed Chung Sun's expression. Chung Sun pursed his lips, his muscles were tense, and his fists were clenched tightly. For the first time, he refuted Shin Xian. Miss Shin, you are not a doctor, how do you know he is dying? Shin Xian handed over another knife. Besides, I suggest you give your companion a quick death now, otherwise he will suffer more later. Huh? Chung Sun took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell violently, and after holding his breath he said, Miss Shin, I will not abandon my companion. Just give me the medicine, and I will take care of the rest. Chung Sun proposed his own solution. Shin Xian looked him up and down through the surveillance camera, and after a while said, Can you drive? Yes. Can you run with weight? Yes, 20 kilometers in one breath. Okay. Shin Xian took out a robot the size of a pencil case, which was a scrap product she picked up at the Solar Air exhibition. Originally a robot to interact with pets, now Shin Xian used it to deliver things. She has quite a few of these things. She took out a few anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, iodine bandages, and a small bottle of mineral water from the space and put them in the robot box. The RV door opened a crack, and the small robot slipped down. Like a crab, it walked sideways the whole way. Shin Xian controlled the robot to click and walked in front of Chung Sun. Chung Sun opened the box with doubts in his eyes, and then his face was happy. He quickly took out the medicine and water and fed it to his companion. But his companion obviously couldn't eat anything anymore, and he vomited out the pills mixed with water. Chung Sun was so anxious that he was about to feed the medicine mouth to mouth. I remind you, it's best not to kiss him. Seeing that the cannon fodder he had chosen, oh no, the potential teammate was about to do something stupid, Shin Xian still reminded him. Chung Sun paused in feeding the medicine and tightened his hand on his companion. Miss Shin, my companion is only 22 years old this year. Stop! Chung Sun, you are so smart. Can't you see what kind of world this is now? Many people died, including the elderly, children, men, and women. There is only one thing you need to do, which is not to let yourself become a dead person. Shin Xian rarely said words of persuasion. TSK. I am really too kind. At this moment, the companion in Chung Sun's arm suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hands, and pinched Chung Sun's neck. The pair of dead white eyes stared at Chung Sun. The blue veins on his neck and face bulged high, and his mouth opened at an angle that humans could not reach. A low roar came from his throat. The teeth grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chung Sun immediately stood up and jumped back. Oh, this jumping ability is amazing. The damage value of the zombies that just mutated was not that high. Shin Xian felt that with Chung Sun's skills, it would not be a problem to dodge. Many things, you tell others 1,000 times, it is better to let the other party experience it personally. Just like now. Chung Sun's face was full of disbelief and surprise, as well as inexplicable pain. He turned his head sharply and accurately captured the surveillance camera. Miss Shin, what's going on? Chung Sun, if you don't do it, I will. As he said, Shin Xian opened the roof of the RV, held the solar air gun in his hand, and aimed it at the companion. Chapter 30. Chung Sun is not a fool. His companion is obviously not in the right state. Coupled with Shin Xian's alert look, a word popped up in his mind, zombie. His companion staggered to his feet, and walked towards Chung Sun with his hands and feet. Chung Sun, if you are also infected, I can only send you two to hell together. Shin Xian's words were cold and ruthless. Chung Sun looked at his companion for the last time. After 3 seconds, he raised his hand and pulled out a 3-inch long small curved knife from his waist, sliding across his companion's throat like a meteor. His companion's body stiffened instantly, and he raised his hand to touch his neck with difficulty. His eyes were clear for a moment. Brown liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Thank you. Chung Sun lowered his hands, squatted on the ground, covered his face with his hands, and tears fell through his fingers. Boom! Shin Xian pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the unique buzzing sound of the solar air gun dissipated. The upper body of his companion was directly shattered. Chung Sun immediately looked up, his eyes red as he was about to ask. If not, he won't be completely free. Shin Xian took back the gun, and for the sake of the tough guy crying, he explained to him. This gun is just like in the previous life. It is perfect for dealing with zombies. Are you crying? Please wait until I leave before continuing, so as not to attract more zombies. Shin Xian said heartlessly. Chung Sun's heart was choked with anger, and he almost couldn't breathe. He knew Shin Xian was right, but it was hard to accept for a while. And who is this Miss Shin? That weapon is too powerful. Shin Xian turned on the car lights and said to the microphone, See you later, I wish you good luck. After saying that, he started the RV and was about to leave. At the same time, he counted down in his mind, 5, 4, 3. Chung Sun raised his head and stretched out his arms to block the car. What do you mean? Chung Sun, you don't want to rely on me, do you? In Chung Sun's life of more than 20 years, this was the first time a girl talked to him like this, and was so disliked. His face turned red, and with his red eyes, it was a different taste. Shin Xian clicked her tongue twice. Just now I said I would do something for you. Chung Sun, I'm not a good person, and my patience is limited. You'd better be direct, and tell me what you want to do. To deal with people who are too smart, the reverse routine of playing hard to get is the killer. Chung Sun paused, and after a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, I need to go to Anqing, and I want you to go with me. Shin Xian lowered her eyes to think, and did not agree directly. This answer was beyond her expectation, and looking at Chung Sun's appearance, it was obvious that he had a special mission. The destination was still Anqing. In the previous life, Anqing was one of the first places to establish a safe base. She had not heard of Chung Sun in the previous life, but it was obvious that Chung Sun had some relationship with the establishment of the safe base. Anqing was originally her destination, but now she could not reveal her purpose. Chung Sun, you may eat and use my money along the way. What benefit do I get from sending you to Anqing? I will protect your safety. It is not certain who will protect whom between the two of us. Shin Xian said, started the RV and was about to leave. Wait. Chung Sun was helpless. It seemed that if he did not show 100% sincerity, he would not be able to impress this unconventional little girl. But if you think about it, you will know that in such a chaotic world, if someone can live well alone, he must not be a good person. The world is in chaos now. Anqing has an emergency mechanism. I believe that a safe base will be established soon, so let's go to Anqing. Chung Sun seemed very sincere. No, this is not enough. Shin Xian's voice came out again. You can see that I have a motorhome and don't need a safe base. And when I enter the base, there may be some conditions that I may not be able to meet. This cunning woman, Chung Sun, can only use his trump card. I have 2 places to enter the base. Now my companion is dead, and this place is just for you. Shin Xian touched his chin. Can you make the decision? Yes. Okay, I think about it. Shin Xian stopped talking after he finished speaking. Chung Sun stopped talking and found a clean place to lie down and rest. But there is no airtight wall in the world, and the wall of the motorhome is more airtight. Soon, the smell of braised meat mixed with the smell of iced watermelon floated out. Chung Sun's Adam's apple rolled, and he put his hands behind his head, trying to focus on the vast starry sky. Shin Xian and a 2 in the car were eating happily, and they had no intention of giving Chung Sun a meal. After eating, he lay on the bed and took 2 bites of iced watermelon. It was so beautiful. The bed is not a bed, but a paradise for messing up. Shin Xian got up, looked at Chung Sun outside through the surveillance, set up the cordon and alarmed, and then went to sleep. Anqing must be gone, and it is not impossible to take Chung Sun with him, and he can also change a base quota. Quotas are still illusory, but after thinking about it all night, Shin Xian decided to take Chung Sun with him. The reason is very simple. In the early stage of the apocalypse, it is okay to be alone. When it reaches a certain stage, the living people will sooner or later form a group. If you don't form a group, others will. Chung Sun looks like he can still be a cannon fodder. It was a little after 5 in the morning, and the sun had not yet risen. The ground was scorching hot. Shin Xian got up early, did 150 crunches in the car, and started to eat breakfast. At the same time, he took out the robot, put 2 bottles of water and 2 pieces of bread. The car door opened, and the robot crawled in front of Chung Sun with a crab step. Chung Sun opened the box skillfully, and his eyes lit up when he saw the food. Shin Xian's lazy voice came from the microphone. I can send you to Anqing, but let me tell you my rules first. Chung Sun looked unhurried, but he actually ate very quickly, a mouthful of bread and a mouthful of water. You say. First, do whatever I tell you to do. If you hesitate, our cooperation will end. Second, you have to give me a token. If you die, the quota for the base and Anshin will still be mine. Chung Sun stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth and nodded vigorously, okay. He pulled out an iron chain from his neck, with a thumb-sized metal plate underneath. If I die, you can take this to Anshin. There is a chip with a password inside. I don't know the password, but this chip is enough for you to enter the base. He said it frankly, which surprised Shin Xian a little. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and take the chip for myself? No, I'm more useful when I'm alive. Okay, let's go. Shin Xian started the RV, without letting Chung Sun get in. Chung Sun raised his thick eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Miss Shin, can I know your name now? You can call me Dad. Okay, can I make a suggestion? Can we go to Zhou City first? Chung Sun suggested. Shin Xian asked, reason? There may be supplies there. Let's go and have a look. Chung Sun's performance was flawless. But he was a man with 800 tricks in his body. Out of caution, Shin Xian still said, Chung Sun, I want to hear the truth, you only have one chance. Chung Sun spread his hands. Okay, I'm going to Zhou City to find someone. The things in this person's hands are confidential, and I can't say in detail, but they are very important. I knew it was a bastard. Chapter 31. I just wanted to trick Chung Sun, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. How can you confirm that the person you are looking for is still alive? What if he is dead? Wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? Time is so precious. Chung Sun wiped the sweat from his head. 4 days ago, when I set out, he was still alive. There was no signal from the satellite later, so there was no news, but I believe he would not die so easily. Chung Sun said it firmly. Shin Xian's curiosity was aroused. 4 days ago, 2 days before the rainstorm stopped, it was extremely difficult to travel at that time, but Chung Sun still set out with his companions, and there might be more people when they set out. This shows the importance of Yoshur. Besides, Yoshur was originally her destination. Okay, I originally wanted you to follow the car on foot, but since you are still honest, get in the car. Shin Xian has space in hand, and the solar air gun can give Chung Sun a burst of bullets anytime and anywhere. Shin Xian is not afraid of him. She stuffed some food into the car refrigerator, put a few changes of clothes in the locker, and took out her backpack to pretend. Then she opened the car door. Chung Sun grinned on his tanned face, and stepped into the RV in the heat. As soon as he got in the car, he almost hummed in comfort. Then he saw the person sitting on the control panel. Last night, the night was hazy and I couldn't see clearly. Only now did I take a closer look. Her long black hair was combed into a bun. Against the background of the huge control panel, she looked delicate and pretty. She looked at him with a smile. She was holding a small black and yellow dog in her arms. She looked about 23 or 24 years old, but her eyes were calm and sharp. It's hard to imagine what she went through. Shin Xian raised her small chin and pointed to the bathroom. Go wash yourself. Is the next step to lie down? Chung Sun was not to be outdone. Shin Xian's body was in her 20s, but her mental age added up to 40 years old. She could be aroused by just 2 or 3 sentences. He replied directly, it depends on your performance. Chung Sun, There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Shin Xian raised her eyebrows and concentrated on studying the map. For a full 5 minutes, Chung Sun didn't spend more or less time. After all, water resources were still very precious at this time. Then he put on the vest and shorts prepared by Shin Xian, and pink size 37 women's slippers. Just wear it. I don't have the right shoes for you. Shin Xian turned around and continued to look at the map. Chung Sun's eyes were attracted by the map spread on the table. Such a professional and complex map is not useful to ordinary people. So, if Shin Xian hadn't prepared in advance, Chung Sun wouldn't believe it. When he saw the route planned by Shin Xian, he suggested, it's too hot now. We can rest during the day and move forward at night. No time is precious. In this weather, it's just extremely hot. We can still walk if we endure it. What if there is a sudden change? You mean, there will be extreme cold? Chung Sun's face was serious. Shin Xian paused with the pen in his hand. It must be said that Chung Sun has some brains. My principle has always been to hurry up rather than late. Since we are looking for someone, of course the faster the better. But the car can't handle it. You don't need to worry about it. Just drive. You can drive, right? Shin Xian's questioning was not very hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. Chung Sun strode forward and lifted Shin Xian from the seat, and Atu also fell to the ground. Woof woof. Shin Xian had never been treated like this in his life, and he almost pulled out a gun. You? Chung-sun, you better behave yourself. Chung-sun drove very steadily, and the road that originally took half a day to go around in circles was reached in 2 hours. Chung-sun, slow down and find a place to stop, Shin Exyon ordered. Chung-sun hesitated for a moment, and thought of the 3 rules, so he obediently stopped the car and turned into a small road. Shin Exyon took out the map again. Chung-sun marked the destination. Chung-sun picked up a pen and drew a circle in a Jinjia community in Zhou City. Shin Exyon circled another place on the map. Let's go to this large supermarket first. We need to find some supplies. Now is the early stage of the zombies. There is a great chance that there are still supplies here. Didn't you say that we should hurry up to find someone? Chung-sun was puzzled. Chung-sun, don't forget the first rule of the 3 rules. You have to go the way I say. Okay. Let's go to this supermarket first. Chung-sun once again saw Shin Exyon's strength. However, in order to make the next trip smoother, Shin Exyon kindly gave an explanation. The person you are looking for is still alive in the best case, but it is unlikely that we can take him with us, so we need to leave enough supplies for him. Wait until the safe base is built, and then come back to pick him up. Of course, if the person is dead, then we can save everything. Shin Exyon put the map away. This time, Chung-sun had no objection and nodded in agreement. Driving to the supermarket, Shin Exyon took out a telescope to observe for a while. This is a common large supermarket structure, with 1 floor above ground and 2 floors underground. We don't enter from the ground entrance. There may be people inside. The supplies should have been robbed, and there is nothing left. We will be killed if we go in. So, we go from the parking lot, find the freight elevator, and go directly into the warehouse. Kill the zombies directly if you encounter them. As for the living people, it depends on the situation. Okay. Chung-sun has no opinion now. He is not a saintly personality, and he has a difficult task. As long as others don't take the initiative to provoke him, he will not do anything. But if others threaten him, he will definitely use thundering means. This is very similar to Shin Exyon. So what is your name? Chung-sun asked the question he had always wanted to ask. He couldn't really call me Dad, right? Just call me Shin Exyon. Chung-sun raised the corner of his mouth and smiled imperceptibly. The underground garage had experienced a flood, and the passage was packed with cars. The RV could not enter, and could only be parked in a cool place a little further away. Go in, this is for you, use it to carry supplies. Shin Exyon took out an oversized backpack from the closet and handed it to Chung-sun. Folded up, it can be hung around the waist, and stretched out to more than half a person's height. He took out a bottle of super strong sunscreen, and applied it to all exposed areas to avoid sunburn. He took out 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator, 1 for each person, and put them in the backpack. If you are separated by accident, meet here at the RV in 2 hours. I will wait for you for half an hour. If you don't come back, I will assume you are dead. Shin Exyon's words were almost cold and ruthless. What if you don't come back? Chung-sun asked back. Then you can only wish you the best. Shin Exyon said, open the car door. A wave of heat rushed over, and the temperature prompt on the watch soared to 70 degrees. Chung-sun now understood why Shin Exyon agreed to a 2-hour time limit. At this temperature, ordinary people can only survive for 2 or 3 hours. He changed into his own shoes and got off the car. You brought the dog with you? What if it barks? Don't worry, Ah-tu is more obedient than you. Chung-sun, Chapter 32. The 2 of them followed the shadow of the outer wall and approached the underground garage silently. Cars were piled together, with all kinds of deformed and smelly corpses inside, and even signs of mutation. The underground garage had no lights, and was pitch black. Chung-sun stopped and was about to suggest going through the ground entrance. He touched the thing handed over by Shin Exyon. From the feel of it, it turned out to be a night vision device. You also prepared this thing? Why are you standing there? Take it and move forward. Shin Exyon was a little dissatisfied with Chung-sun, the idiot. It seems that he still needs to be trained. The 2 continued to move forward, and Shin Exyon's ears tried hard to capture every movement. In the huge underground parking lot, the remaining water flooded over the knees, and the luminous sign was extremely conspicuous. The 2 walked towards the warehouse's dedicated freight elevator. In the silence, there was only the sound of water splashing, and the breathing of the 2 people and the dog. No! We didn't. Please stop, stop! Suddenly, Shin Exyon heard a child's cry, as thin as a needle. After carefully identifying the direction, he reached out and poked Chung-sun in front of him, turn right. but the freight elevator is in front. Okay. Chung Sun turned right with doubts, and wanted to ask Shin Xian several times what was going on. But Shin Xian ignored him. Shin Xian was concentrating on catching the sudden sound. If he found a living person, he could get more information. Until he stood in front of a heavy fire door. There were several steps under the fire door, and it seemed that the terrain inside the door was higher. This time Chung Sun also heard the child's cry. "Stop! Please stop!" And a man's unbearable curse. "Stinky bitch, you want to run away after taking the things? What did you say at the beginning? If you play with me for a day, I will give you a day's food. What? Now that you are full, you want to run away?" The sound of fists hitting flesh again. "If you fight again, you will die. Take a break, take a break," another man advised. After a brief conversation, Shin Xian could already judge the basic situation behind the door. "Are you sure?" Shin Xian asked Chung Sun. "There should be 5 people, 3 men, a woman, and a child. I don't think it will be a big problem." Chung Sun touched his chin and said confidently, "Okay, I will break the door later, and you will, wait." Shin Xian raised her hand, and signaled Chung Sun to keep silent. She listened for a few seconds. Just a moment ago, she seemed to hear a click. This sound was very similar to the sound of a pistol clip in a movie, and the sound was weak. Even with the experience of gunfights in her previous life, she was a little unsure. "Be careful later, the other party may have a gun," Shin Xian reminded. "Okay, did you hear it? What else?" "I don't have X-ray vision." Chung Sun's eyes moved back and forth between her and it too, and the meaning was obvious. "Your ears are sharper than a dog's." Shin Xian rolled his eyes at him, but unfortunately, Chung Sun couldn't see it because of the night vision goggles. Putting a 2 on the hood of the car beside him, a 2 covered his ears obediently. Shin Xian tilted her head and glanced at Chung Sun. "At this distance, I suggest you cover your ears too, don't go deaf." "Hee, you're not afraid, so what should I be afraid of?" Chung Sun said, pulling out a dagger from his waist. He had to get in as soon as the door was broken and control the situation. He didn't have a chance to show off along the way. "I must perform well later, and let this woman always ignore me." Shin Xian took out the solar air gun from his backpack, took a deep breath, and held his breath. He fired 3 shots at the fire door in succession. If an outsider was present, he would definitely see it. There was no explosion, but the huge fire door suddenly deformed and burst. Then the air twisted, and a huge buzzing sound hit. Since Shin Xian held his breath in advance, his ears were only uncomfortable for a short time. But Chung Sun was not so lucky. He felt that his head was about to be opened. Behind the fire door, under the gray light, a woman with blood on her face was curled up on the ground in dishevel. A 10-year-old boy was lying on the woman, and his crying stopped abruptly when he heard the noise. The 3 men were only wearing shorts, sweating profusely, and looked over with shock. The 3 men all pinched their ears. "Fuck, what is that? Oh no, it's the group of people upstairs." One of the bald men reacted quickly, took out a gun and shot Chung Sun behind the door. In his subconscious, men are more threatening than women. Of course, he would kill the man first. Chung Sun's figure quickly flashed, and the bullet hit the car behind him. Ah-Tu was almost hit. Damn, the other party really had a gun. Shin Xian raised his hand directly, aimed, and fired. All in one go. The mincemeat exploded. Then, with a beautiful backhand, he held the gun in his hand. He took off the night vision goggles, walked through the open fire door, and walked over. At this time, the few people behind the door understood what had happened. A skinny man touched his face, and looked down at the mincemeat in his hand. "Ah!" he screamed in despair. "Shut up." Shin Xian raised her hand, and put the hot barrel of the gun directly into the skinny man's mouth. The other man knelt down tremblingly. Don't shoot." When Chung Sun came in with Ah-Tu, he saw this scene. Well, it had nothing to do with him at all. He pulled the corner of his mouth hard, and rubbed his ears a few times, and it seemed to bleed. Why is this woman so stupid? And her gun is really powerful. She picked up the gun dropped by the fat man from the ground, checked it skillfully, and put it in her trouser pocket. Shin Xian took the gun back, and under her cold eyes, the skinny man also knelt down slowly. "Don't kill me." The little boy also stood up and knelt side by side, sobbing softly, and his glasses were all broken by tears. Shin Xian looked around. This was a long and narrow pipe room. The air was filled with fishy and moldy smells. There were several large boxes stacked in the corner. Shin Xian walked over and opened them. There were some instant noodles, biscuits and water inside. Further inside, there were several iron mesh folding beds, with foam boards placed on them as bed boards. Not bad, life is enjoyable. Chung-sun sighed. I ask you answer, don't lie, you only have one chance. Shin Xian pointed at the man who knelt down first and said, Okay. How many people are there in total? Just 3, all here, you just killed one. How many people are there on the 3rd floor? Besides us, I don't know how many people there are. There may be more than a dozen people in the warehouse, and I don't know how many people are on the 1st floor. The man was afraid that Shin Xian would be dissatisfied and explode, so he spoke very quickly. There should be more than 20 people on the 1st floor, I know, I've seen it. The skinny man rushed to answer. Where did you get your guns? From the people on the ground. Shin Xian sneered, you already have guns, but you're still hiding here like a turtle? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing this, Chung-sun stepped forward and kicked the man to the ground, pulling out a gun and pointing it at his head. Tell me the truth. I tell you. The man on the ground covered his shoulder and wailed a few times. There's an expert archer over there in the warehouse. We don't dare get too close even with guns. Others haven't seen him yet. The people on the ground are controlled by a man named Li Lin. They have several guns. Shin Xian stepped on the man's shoulder and exerted force. Several guns? Can't you defeat an archer? Ah! Because the warehouse is easy to defend and difficult to attack. I really said it, ancestors. Chapter 33. Shin Xian moved his feet away. The boy stood up and ran over, helping the unconscious woman up with difficulty. Shin Xian had no intention of going forward to help. Unarmed, they could survive the rainstorm and find this place in extremely hot weather. This child and woman are not simple. You two, go over there and stay honestly. Shin Xian kicked the 2 men with snot and tears on the ground again. The 2 immediately rolled and crawled to the corner. Although it was not the first time they saw a murder scene, the woman in front of them really killed people like killing chickens. What now? Go to the warehouse first, or go to the 1st floor first? Chung-sun asked politely. Shin Xian casually threw the gun into the backpack, and the posture was like throwing $1, which made Chung-sun's eyebrows jump. Can't you handle it with care? Do you want more guns? Shin Xian asked Chung-sun back. Yes. Then let's go to the 1st floor first. Chung-sun patted his pocket. He had just checked and found that there were still 10 bullets in this 92 type pistol. With his 100% accurate shooting skills, he could definitely show off in front of Shin Xian this time. Besides, the more guns, the better. No, let's go to the warehouse first. Chung-sun, Shin Xian turned around and looked at the 2 men squatting on the ground, rubbing his fingers. The skinny man immediately waved his hand. Don't kill, I can lead the way. I can lead the way, I can too. Another man immediately followed and begged for mercy. It only takes one person to lead the way. Go to the 1st floor and tell that Li Lin about our news. Not only the kneeling man was stunned, Chung-sun was also dumbfounded. Is he crazy? But after thinking about it, he understood Shin Xian's plan and kicked the man out. Just go if I tell you to go, why are you talking so much nonsense? The skinny man looked at his companion being kicked out. His face was happy, and when he met Shin Xian's murderous eyes, he immediately fell silent. Just call me Li San. Let's go to the warehouse. Shin Xian and Chung-sun took Li San and were about to leave. Seeing this, the little boy on the side timidly called out, Sister? Can I go with you? No. Shin Xian glanced at the other party. There is food and shelter here. You can live a long time with your mother. The little boy lowered his head and pinched the corner of his clothes. The food will be eaten sooner or later. I will just follow you to the warehouse. Just call me Song Yuan. Without waiting for Shin Xian to reply, he immediately trotted to the folding bed and lay down in the woman's ear and spoke in the lowest voice. We don't know what will happen in the future. If we continue to be together, we will die sooner or later. Those 2 people are very strong. I want to take a gamble, although they don't necessarily need me. All the food is left for you. The weather will not get better. You have to save it, and you can live a long time. You have been my mother for half a month, thank you. The woman nodded weakly. No matter how low Song Yuan's voice was, it could not resist Shin Xian's extraordinary hearing. These words fell clearly into her ears. It turns out that they are not real mother and son. I have to say that Song Yuan is quite cunning despite his young age. Shin Xian silently put up a line of defense in his heart. Let's go! Shin Xian and Chung-sun put on night vision goggles, and Li San led the way in the dark. Before leaving, Song Yuan found cardboard and blocked the broken fire door to prevent the light from inside from leaking out. 10 minutes later, the group came to an open elevator. When the power is off, the elevator will go down to the bottom floor and open the door to prevent the people inside from being locked in. Boss, the warehouse is up here. The stairs have been completely blocked by them. Guns can't be used. We tried it. There is no electricity now, and the elevator can't start. Lee Sam was very active and took the initiative to introduce the situation. Chung Sun walked forward and entered the elevator, observing for a while. The power system of this freight elevator is different from that of ordinary elevators. They are all waterproof and should not be damaged. There are two ways now. One is to repower, but this method is basically pass. The second is that we climb up from here. Chung Sun said, picked a car from the garage and rubbed his palms. It was easy to push the car into the freight elevator. It was as easy as moving a chair. Lee Sam was drooling as he watched. Is this the strength that ordinary people can have? Chung Sun put down the car and turned his head to look at Shin Xian reflexively. Seeing that he was staring at his muscular arms in a daze, he smiled. But what Shin Xian was thinking was, no wonder he ate so much. It turned out that he was spending it on growing strength. In the future, he should let him do more work, otherwise he would lose a lot. Chung Sun climbed onto the roof of the car neatly and pushed the top of the elevator a few times. Then he jumped out of the car, glanced at Song Yuan, hooked his finger, come here, give me your glasses. Song Yuan didn't even ask, and stepped forward obediently, took off his glasses, and handed them over. Chung Sun inserted the tip of the glasses leg into the keyhole of the car. With a click, the car lock was unlocked. He threw the glasses to Song Yuan again. I give it back to you. The glasses are of good quality. Song Yuan put on the glasses obediently without any expression. Shin Xian made a note of Chung Sun's good lock-picking ability. Chung Sun opened the trunk, tore off the things on the bottom of the trunk, and took out a tool box that came with the car. He found the screwdriver he needed from it, and began to dismantle the elevator roof. Not to mention, Shin Xian really didn't have a screwdriver in his space. It seems that he has to stock up more when he encounters it in the future. A few minutes later, the top of the elevator was opened. But everyone was dumbfounded again. It was estimated to be nearly 15 meters high, almost 4 floors. Even if they climbed up, they didn't have the strength to break the closed elevator door above. And they couldn't use a solar air gun. At such a close distance, they would probably be blown into pieces. The trip was in trouble, the stairs were blocked, and the elevator couldn't go up. Either she would explode in silence or she would become perverted in silence. She must have a gun. The reason was simple. The solar air gun was her weapon, and even if she had teammates in the future, she would not give it away easily. Thermal weapons were an important means to deal with zombies, and of course the more the better. Shin Xian took a deep breath and said to Chung Sun, you wait here for me, I go back to the car. After that, she hugged it too and turned away. She walked to a place where no one else could see her, took out an ice coke from the space, and showed it off to it too. Calculating that the time was almost up, she took out the solar generator and stuffed it into her backpack. The space was her biggest secret, and now those people were not even teammates, so she would not reveal her secret. It could only be a little troublesome. When she returned to the elevator entrance, she saw Chung Sun standing up. What, are you still afraid that I will run away? No, I'm just worried about your safety. Chung Sun's face was obviously relaxed. When Shin Xian took things out of her backpack, Chung Sun's eyes lit up. Chapter 34. Chung Sun gave Shin Xian a thumbs up. Awesome. Shin Xian looked at him coldly. There are still 2 hours, hurry up. The weather was too hot, it was better underground. But even so, Shin Xian still didn't want to stay outside for too long. Chung Sun found the connection point on the top of the elevator neatly, removed the power cord of the solar generator, and twisted several wires together in a few seconds. He jumped down and removed the car wheel, and cut out several thin strips with a dagger. Wrapped it a few times, and insulated the connection of the wires. Keep this, the generator will be very useful in the future. Chung Sun handed all the disassembled parts and tools to Shin Xian. Yeah. It's hard to say what other advantages Chung Sun has, but this kind of spirit of living won Shin Xian's heart. Shin Xian stretched out her white fingers and pressed the generator switch. Snap! After the sound of electricity, the lights in the elevator lit up instantly. Lee San and Song Yuan had not seen the light for many days, and they both covered their eyes. The elevator made a few clicks, and the door slowly closed. Let's go! Shin Xian was the first to step into the elevator, and took out his air gun from his backpack. Chung Sun did the same, After checking the gun, he put it back in his trouser pocket and took out the dagger and held it in his hand. Li San was so scared that he dared not speak, while Song Yuan stood at the back, staring at the gun in Shen Xian's hand in a daze. Ding. The freight elevator door opened. The emergency lights flickered. What caught my eye were the empty shelves that were tilted here and there. Shen Xian tilted his ears, and could not hear any sound. There could be no one here, so there was only one possibility, that these people were all standing still at this time. Shen Xian reached out and pushed Li San. Caught off guard, Li San stumbled out of the elevator. Whoosh! A steel wire arrow shot directly at Li San's feet and pierced into the concrete floor. The arrow was only a few centimeters away from Li San's feet, which shows that the archer skills are very good. Ah! Stop it! I. Stop it! Li San was almost scared to pee. His legs softened, and he held his head and shouted on the ground. Stop it! Stop it! Everyone inside, come out! Otherwise I won't be polite. A middle-aged man's voice came from above the heads of several people. You go! Shen Xian tilted his head and ordered Chung Sun to go out. Okay. Chung Sun put the dagger back into his waist, raised his hands, and strode out of the elevator. We are just passing by. Taking the opportunity to look up, a man was holding a shooting bow and arrow on the top of the crooked shelf, aiming at him steadily. The man's face was hidden in the shadows, and could not be seen clearly. Come out! The man spoke sternly, his bowstring taut, ready to shoot the second arrow at any time. Shen Xian closed his eyes, maximized his hearing, and tried to capture all the sounds in the warehouse. If you don't come out, I shoot. No one here can escape my arrows. The two sides were deadlocked for a while, and Shen Xian finally walked out of the freight elevator. Song Yuan also came out, and the freight elevator door slowly closed. Zhang Min. Who are you? How do you know my name? The man who shot the arrow immediately became alert when he heard the other party shouting his name. The arrow suddenly pointed at Shen Xian. Not only do I know your name, I also know that you are injured. Don't talk nonsense. Get out of here now, or I will. No, Zhang Min, this is anti-inflammatory medicine. Are you sure you don't want it? Shen Xian took out a box of cephalosporin anti-inflammatory medicine and waved it. Zhang Min's breathing immediately became heavier. What exactly do you want to do? Shen Xian raised her hand and looked at her watch. Here are the medicines. We talk in 10 minutes. After that, she threw the anti-inflammatory medicine to Zhang Min. Zhang Min did not release his hand that was pulling the bow, but let the medicine box fall to the ground. A slender hand stretched out from the gap between the shelves and pulled the medicine box back. Shen Xian stepped back a few steps and leaned against the wall. Chung Sun came up to her and stared at her backpack thoughtfully. Your backpack is amazing. You prepared too much. Do you like it? Give it to you? No need. But how did you know the other person's name, and that the other person was injured? Guess? Shen Xian tilted her head, and a pair of sparkling eyes blinked at him. He looks harmless, but the look in his eyes clearly says, I kill you if you ask again. Chung Sun shut up tactfully. How did you know? Of course, it was with his extremely sharp hearing. The moment the freight elevator opened, she heard people whispering, and it was the voices of children. Is Uncle Zhang Min really okay? Nonsense. Although he was injured, it was his leg, not his hand, so he can shoot arrows with a bow. Alas, if it weren't for protecting us, he could have lived a better life alone. So, we have to listen to Uncle Zhang Min, work hard to exercise, protect ourselves, and not cause him trouble. I miss my dad a little bit. Don't cry, Uncle Zhang Min said that you can't cry when fighting. Of course, there is no need to tell Chung Sun about this. It can be seen from the fact that Zhang Min did not shoot Li San directly, and from the conversation between the children. Zhang Min is most likely a good person. But whether he is a good person or not, Shen Xian does not care. Her original goal is to get the guns in the hands of those people. Hot weapons are always the best choice for the end of the world. She needs a layer of intelligence and some cannon fodder. Will Zhang Min agree to cooperate? Chung Sun came over again. If he does not cooperate, of course he will be killed. Shen Xian looked at Chung Sun with a puzzled look, and replied very happily. Isn't this the case in the chaotic world of the end of the world? If I don't become stronger, I will be robbed and killed in the future. It depends on Zhang Min's choice in a while. She glanced at her watch and looked up at the shelf. Zhang Min's figure was gone, but Shen Xian knew that the other party must be pointing an arrow at her somewhere. Zhang Min, time's up. A few seconds later, Zhang Min walked out from behind the shelf, holding a long bow in his hand, What do you want to talk about? I want the guns in the hands of those people on the first floor. Zhang Min thought for a moment and asked back, what do you want me to do? What can I get? You must have fought with them, right? I want their personnel information and your manpower. Clear the first floor, and you will have all the living space, a relatively safe area. That's what you can get. Zhang Min tightened his hand holding the bow. We should be the only ones who have come in recently and are willing to talk to you. Should Xian raise the stakes, but her indifferent attitude still made Zhang Min nervous. But I don't have much manpower here for you. Should Xian rubbed her fingers and wanted to draw her gun. Zhang Min took a deep breath. Now he was injured, and those people on the first floor would attack sooner or later after they finished eating their food, and he couldn't hold on for long. These children will die sooner or later. It can be said that this is almost his last chance. He wants to take a gamble, betting on the other party's conscience. Waiting at the back of the shelf. Then, a dozen children poked their heads out one by one. The youngest was 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was about 10 years old. The weather was too hot, so the boys basically only wore small kurtas, and the girls wore a small vest. They were all dirty. They all stared at Xian with big eyes. Zhang Min's fingertips turned white, and his heart beat fast. Chapter 35. He had no choice. Even if Zhang Min didn't agree, there was nothing he could do, because Xian had already asked Li San's accomplice to go to the first floor to tip off. The man named Li Lin on the first floor would definitely want the solar air gun in her hand, and he might be ready to shoot it down now. Sure enough, during the few minutes when Zhang Min was silent, a gunshot suddenly broke out from deep in the warehouse. Zhang Min's face turned pale instantly, and he looked up at Xian. Okay, I promise you, I hope you keep your word. I always keep my promises. Xian said, stepped forward, took out the gun directly, and pointed at 2 points at random. Let your children lead people to these 2 locations from different shelf paths. Can you do it? Zhang Min guessed that this was probably Xian's test to see the value of their cooperation. In fact, he really thought too much this time. Xian just wanted to disperse the people. Li Lin and his men have multiple guns, and the space is not big. What if she can't use her gun and gets shot? Yes. But only the older children can go. Are 5 people enough? Of course it's enough. Xian arranged Chung Sun to go to another place, and she stayed at a corner, about 20 meters apart. After the task is completed, return to the original place, don't move around, and cover your ears. Oh, cover your ears? Xian's request was strange, but Zhang Min didn't dare to ask more. Listening to the noises in the depths of the warehouse getting louder and louder, the older children ran away from different shelves without Zhang Min's instructions. The younger ones huddled together, and quickly hid behind the shelf behind Zhang Min. The whole process was silent. The atmosphere became tense instantly. Song Yuan followed the group of older children without hesitation. Li San looked left and right, gritted his teeth, and hid with a group of younger children. Ah Tu jumped off Xian's arm, found an inconspicuous corner, and covered his ears. The footsteps of the children were easy to identify. With his strong hearing, Xian quickly constructed the enemy's route in his mind, as well as the sound of 4 pistols being loaded. At least 4 guns, pay attention. Xian stretched out 4 fingers to Chung Sun. Well, I understand, there are only 4 people. Chung Sun nodded, indicating that it was completely okay. Okay is fine. Xian pricked up his ears, raised his gun and fired at the person who came. The 2 children in front didn't know what happened, but they remembered Xian's words, brought the person over, and ran towards Zhang Min without looking back, covering his ears while running. Zhang Min looked in the direction of Xian, and opened his mouth in surprise. There were 4 men seduced by the child, 2 of whom were armed, and the leader was Li Lin. Xian suddenly appeared in front of them. With one shot, 2.5 of the 4 men were blown up, including Li Lin. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, as if a meat grinder had exploded. One of them lost his upper body because of his standing position, leaving only 2 legs. Pa! Pa! He fell to the ground. Blood and mincemeat fell like burst balloons. At this time, everyone felt a dull pain in their ears. Why is there such a weapon in the world? Li Lin, who had troubled them for so many days, died just like that. Zhang Min's blood boiled and his breathing became rapid. He won the bet. He and these children don't have to die. Since the 4 people are on Xian's side, there won't be many people here. Chung Sun's mind just came to his senses, and he saw Song Yuan also running towards him with a few people. The people behind Song Yuan raised their guns while running and aimed directly at Song Yuan's back. Lie down. Chung Sun shouted, and Song Yuan's feet were all over the crooked shelves and scattered cans. But Song Yuan didn't even look at it, just bent his legs and laid down without hesitation. Then, there were 3 gunshots. The 2 gunmen behind Song Yuan each had a bloody hole in the middle of their eyebrows. The people on the other floors chased after him one after another, paused at first, and then tried to pick up the guns on the ground after they reacted. But their reaction speed was not as fast as Chung Sun. If the distance was too close to use a gun, use a dagger. If the dagger fell, use a fist. In less than a few minutes, these people were knocked unconscious on the ground. Chung Sun was considered to be gentle, and did not kill the people behind him. Shin Xian was different. She stood there with her gun raised, while several people in front of her knelt among the broken arms and legs. The ground was covered with broken meat, like a slaughterhouse. The bun had fallen apart at some point, and her long black hair matched her cold and ruthless eyes. Chung Sun's eyes twitched. Zhang Min was completely speechless. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 of them killed at least a dozen people, and more than half of the enemies on the first floor were eliminated. Shin Xian turned her head and asked Chung Sun, "Why did you have 3 gunshots at the beginning?" Huh? Chung Sun didn't notice this detail, but since the queen asked, he had to have an answer. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he quickly pulled the body apart, revealing Song Yuan, who was already unconscious. "Song Yuan," Chung Sun shouted. "Keep an eye on him." Shin Xian asked Zhang Min to take care of the person kneeling on the ground. He walked to Song Yuan and turned him over. He saw the glaring blood on Song Yuan's back. Although Song Yuan had made a prone position at that time, he was still shot. But he didn't cry out in pain after being shot, and fainted alive. He was also a courageous person. What should I do? Chung Sun had seen dead people before. For example, he had just killed someone, but he always felt in his heart that Song Yuan was his own man, and he should be saved if he could. Shin Xian frowned and asked the person kneeling on the ground, "Who is the doctor?" Only one person raised his hand tremblingly. "I am a veterinarian." It was the person who went to the first floor to inform the news, and he was the one who took the lead in kneeling just now. "Come here." The veterinarian came over amid the envious gazes of others. Seeing Song Yuan's condition, he quickly squatted down and tore off Song Yuan's t-shirt. He was probably shot while lying down. Fortunately, it was shallow and the bullet was not that powerful. "We need to remove the bullet first." Song Yuan's face became paler and paler. Chung Sun whispered, "Let's save him." "Tell me what you need, I go and see." Shin Xian asked. But I've never done this." The veterinarian's fingers trembled. The largest animal he had ever treated was a dog. But now he had a human in his hands. That was a completely different concept. They hid at the fire door, and had never killed anyone. He was scared. "It doesn't matter. If you can't cure it, you will die together." Veterinarian, I need anesthetics, disinfection equipment, scalpels, surgical sutures, gauze, anti-inflammatory drugs, saline. After listing more than 10 things in one breath, they were all in accordance with the standards for animal surgery. The veterinarian looked at Shin Xian anxiously. "There was a hospital 3 kilometers away, but I don't know where it is." "I know, I give you 5 minutes to prepare." Veterinarian, Chung Sun stood up. "I go with you, or take Song Yuan over." He thought Shin Xian needed to go back to the RV first, then drive to the hospital and find something to bring back. Chapter 36. "No, Song Yuan can't stand the bumps. You stay here and watch and make preparations." After saying that, Shin Xian picked up his backpack, put on the night vision goggles, pressed the elevator, and went down directly. A2 hesitated for a moment, but still didn't follow. Of course, Shin Xian didn't need to go back to the RV. After getting out of the elevator, he found a relatively hidden place, and started to take things out of the space. He also put a few ice packs and a bottle of ice water, until the backpack was almost full. If he went back like this, Chung Sun, who is so smart, would definitely be more suspicious of his backpack. But it doesn't matter. If he dares to ask, he will be sent to death. Song Yuan is a smart child. It's a pity that he died. Zhang Min arranged a few children, together with Chung Sun, to dismantle 2 shelves as operating tables and spare tables, and pulled a few emergency lights over. A simple isolation was also made. When Shin Xian came back, Chung Sun was shocked. "So soon? Is he still alive?" Shin Xian walked over quickly, put his backpack on the table beside him, and started to take things out. Ignore Chung Sun. Every time he took something out, the veterinarian's eyes lit up. "He's okay. This injury won't kill him now. Just do the surgery, as soon as possible. Well, I leave it to you. The things are here. Chung Sun, you take care of it. If Song Yuan has problems, just kill him directly. Chung Sun, Veterinarian, Other children, Shin Xian handed the mess over to Chung Sun directly, and found Zhang Min himself. Zhang Min immediately handed all the guns he had just picked up to Shin Xian, with a very respectful attitude. Throwing all the guns into the backpack, Shin Xian took out a bottle of ice water and handed it over. You can ask the veterinarian to check your injuries later, if he is still alive. Thank you. Zhang Min took the ice water. It was so cold that he couldn't let it go. He unscrewed the bottle and drank a sip carefully, then passed the ice water to the youngest child. The child drank a sip obediently, and passed it to other children. Every child drank a sip, and soon, the bottle of ice water was empty. You managed them very well. Zhang Min lowered his head and smiled bitterly. I am a teacher in a shooting club. The club is on the 20th floor. When the rainstorm came, the children were in the evening class. Fortunately, there is a restaurant next to the classroom. After the rain stopped, I took them here as soon as possible. There were 13 children. Gone. Thank you. If it weren't for you, they might have died. Zhang Min sincerely thanked Shin Xian. You can take away anything you want in the warehouse. Shin Xian looked at the children, standing there obediently, looking at her with big black eyes, similar to the way Ah Tu looked at her. Is that Li Lin dead? Yes, he was the first person you killed. Shin Xian took out a bottle of water and drank it by herself. Zhang Min, the situation outside is not so optimistic. It's raining heavily, extremely hot, and then it may be extremely cold. Sooner or later, the food will run out. And, she turned to look at Zhang Min, zombies are beginning to appear. This news is like a bolt from the blue. Zombies. Zombies? Zhang Min couldn't believe that the world was completely ruined? Yes, we have seen it. Then, there was a few minutes of silence. Zhang Min took a deep breath. What suggestions do you have? Shin Xian's eyes turned to the children again. You should leave, as soon as possible and reach Anshu within 10 days. Although it is very hot outside now, you can still go out. If it is extremely cold later, you will be completely trapped here. The zombies are still in the early stage. Even if we lose some people, we can save some people. Zhang Min showed a painful look on his face. Especially when he heard that some people would be lost, he was extremely heartbroken if one of these children was lost. Shin Xian stopped talking. She had said everything she should say. But everyone has their own destiny. She always respects and blesses everyone's choice. She glanced at the direction of the operating table from a distance, picked up a 2 and walked alone into the depths of the warehouse. Next, it was her 0 yuan shopping session. All kinds of unused men's, women's and children's shoes, especially those for winter, were all put into the space. All kinds of cigarettes, alcohol and snacks were also put in. On a whim, she also collected some children's toys, pens and notebooks. Oh Ah Tu, I give you some of this too. Several boxes of dog food and canned dog food were put away. After a round, she also put away tents, camping cars, kettles, blankets, and quilts. When she was shopping before the end of the world, she had limited funds, and could not take care of many things. Now, with unlimited space in hand, what are you waiting for? Of course, she would stock up on everything. Unfortunately, many things were soaked in water, so not many could be used, so she could only collect those with plastic packaging. Not long after, she had almost emptied the deep warehouse. As for the rest, she had to leave some for Zhang Min. Thinking of something, she took a few more pairs of shoes that Chung Sun could wear, and put them in her backpack. Finally, she came to the passage where people from the first floor came down, which was a staircase. The staircase from the underground to the warehouse was uphill before, so it was difficult to exert force when blocked. But now, from the first floor to here, it is downhill, and the things that Zhang Min blocked have basically been cleared. Playing with the solar air gun, she slowly walked up the stairs, and after about 3 floors, she came to the first floor. After being washed by the flood, the first floor seemed unusually spacious. There were a few scattered shelves, with some food and daily necessities piled on them. I have to say that Zhang Min still knows how to choose a place. And the temperature on the first floor is obviously much higher than that of the warehouse. Shin Xian sweated a lot as soon as she came up. Who are you? At this time, a man and a woman suddenly jumped out from the side. The woman had big waves and wore a pink sling. It was obvious that she didn't even wear underwear, and her chest was exposed. The man had a lewd smile on his face, and his big hands kept kneading the woman's buttocks. He looked Shin Xian up and down. Li Lin found such a thing from downstairs? Come and take a look. Then several women in cool clothes came from a distance, followed by 3 men with naked upper bodies. Why is Brother Li's vision getting worse and worse? A man complained. Shen Xian frowned. Li Lin? He's dead. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Brother Li die? Just because of those naughty kids and that cripple downstairs? I warn you, don't curse Brother Li. In this world, it's your blessing to be protected by Brother Li. That's right, I won't make it difficult for you. Lick us all clean, and you serve Brother Li tonight. Hee. Shen Xian raised his hand and pointed the gun directly at the man behind Dabbling. If you like Li Lin so much, go and serve him. He shot directly at him. Chapter 37. The provocative people all jumped up in fear and ran away screaming. Especially Dabbling, who was covered in mincemeat from head to toe. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The men immediately became alert, picked up the steel bars on the ground, and prepared for battle. It was not that they had never seen murder before, but they had never seen it like this. The gun and the people who could fight were taken downstairs by Li Lin. No, according to the opponent's strength, Li Lin. I'm afraid he is really dead. Before, the warehouse was full of gunfire, and they thought it was the same as before, and the result of the battle was no suspense. They were still waiting to grab things from downstairs. Unexpectedly, this time it was such a result, but now they didn't care about their companions who were killed, and they were all jealous of Shen Xian's gun. With this gun, the whole Zhou city can walk sideways. She is the only one, go! The 3 men roared and rushed over. Shen Xian tilted her head and took off her night vision goggles. What a pity! I just came up to take a look. If you don't mess with me, nothing will happen. But you don't know what's good for you. Shen Xian raised her hand and fired 3 shots, and 3 more blood-red fireworks. Ah! The women's screams hurt people's ears, and they all ran to the corner and huddled together, crying and shouting. Shen Xian ignored them. She began to search the first floor. Finally, she found a box of heavy bullets in a plastic storage box in a corner. She nodded with satisfaction, stuffed the box into her backpack, and left along the stairs. She didn't even look at the women in the corner. She understood their choice. As I said before, at this time, you must put aside your desire to help others and respect the fate of others. When they returned to the warehouse, Chung Sun ran over. Song Yuan is fine. He just woke up for a few minutes and fell asleep again. Well that? Veterinarian, come here. Shen Xian waved, and the veterinarian reluctantly handed the clean scalpel to Shen Xian. How long will it take for Song Yuan to get out of bed? 3 or 4 days. I guess, I only operated on dogs. 3 or 4 days too long. The veterinarian retreated tactfully, and squatted with Li San. Who would have thought that 2 hours ago, he beat Song Yuan, and now he was treating Song Yuan's injuries. However, operating on people is indeed more enjoyable than operating on dogs. He even felt that Li San was no longer worthy of squatting with him. At this time, Zhang Min limped over. You are right, I decided to take the children to Anqing. Zhang Min's face was bright, his eyes were firm, and he looked at Shen Xian with gratitude. Okay, when do we leave? Shen Xian smiled gently. Prepare for a day tomorrow, and leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. Well, no matter what happens, remember to arrive at Anqing before April 20th. After arriving, find a safe place. The weather may not only be extremely hot, but also extremely cold. You need to think about all situations. Okay. Zhang Min did not question it, nor did he ask why he had to go to Anqing. In his eyes, Shen Xian was like a god of war. When he heard about the extremely cold weather, Chung Sun turned his head to look over. Zhang Min regarded Shen Xian as the backbone. He talked about his plan and looked at Shen Xian with expectation in his eyes. Package the supplies and find 2 cars. Will you go with us? No, I have other plans. Oh, not only Zhang Min, but other children also looked disappointed. Shen Xian began to take things out of her backpack. This is for you, and this. Shen Xian handed Zhang Min 2 guns and half of the bullets. The remaining bullets were given to Chung Sun. She kept the other 2 guns for herself, maybe they would be useful in the future. She also gave Zhang Min a map and some necessary medicines. You decide who to take and who not to take, but I hope you can take Song Yuan with you. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Song Yuan safely. Zhang Min patted his chest and promised. No, I want to go with you. At this time, Song Yuan's slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Shen Xian turned around and saw Song Yuan's pale face, slowly waking up. She frowned. You are injured, You need to recover for at least several days. I have other things to do next. I can't take care of you. Song Yuan bit his lips stubbornly, tears in his eyes. Don't play that trick on me. Shin Xian refused more bluntly. How long will it take for you to come back? Can I wait for you here? Song Yuan changed his strategy after playing the victim. This is not smart. Shin Xian and Chung Sun will go to find someone next. How much time will it take, and what the situation will be are unknown. If the delay is long, the next road may be in a rush mode. She didn't want to take the injured Song Yuan with her. The risk is too great. It's up to you. Shin Xian walked towards the elevator after saying that, and ignored Song Yuan. There is Song Yuan's fake mother behind the fire door downstairs, and it is likely that she can go with them. In her eyes, it is a relatively rational choice for the injured Song Yuan to go with Zhang Min and others. Boss, what about us? Li San and the veterinarian immediately caught up. You? If Zhang Min wants you, you can go together. Why are you asking me? Li San looked resentful, and the way he looked at Shin Xian was like someone who was abandoned after being played with. Shin Xian, Each of them had some serious illness. After pressing the elevator, Shin Xian picked up Ah-Tu and said to Chung Sun, I wait for you in the car. You have an hour to collect supplies. After that, he closed the door and left. Chung Sun, hey you, sighed and shook his head. Resigned to his fate, he took out his backpack and asked Zhang Min, You don't mind if I take some supplies with me? Of course I don't mind. The veterinarian checked Zhang Min's leg, and went out with Li San to find 2 vans and a pickup truck. The next step was the busy stage of preparing supplies. Chung Sun opened his huge backpack and began to put things in it: water, instant food, energy food, chocolate, salt, sugar. Thinking of Shin Xian's words, he took 2 more duvets. On the other side, Shin Xian returned to the car, and the first thing she did was to take a clean shower. Then she opened the big drawer under the bed, took out some supplies from the space, and put them in, and then sorted out the refrigerator and wardrobe. Now that Chung Sun is here, it is not convenient for her to take things directly from the space. Put it in the drawer in advance, so that it is convenient to use. Not long after, Chung Sun came back with a mountain of supplies, and also carried a solar generator. As soon as he got in the car, he threw the things on the ground and took off his vest directly, revealing his upper body that was a little dark from the sun. He wiped his face with the vest. He, Zhang Min and the others can just go up the stairs. I brought this back. The generator is a treasure. The arm pressing on the generator has strong muscles and clear lines. Shin Xian lowered his eyes, and turned his head to concentrate on studying the map. Chung Sun smiled silently, sorted out the pistol bullets, night vision goggles, and generators, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he saw the brand new sneakers placed outside, and his mouth was split behind his ears. But he didn't dare to laugh out loud, and his face turned red. Let's go, Jinjia community. Shin Xian stood up and motioned Chung Sun to drive. Don't you want to take a break? Chung Sun asked in surprise. Although it was less than 3 hours outside, Shin Xian still participated in the battle in the high-temperature environment. Just go straight to the next mission? Shin Xian frowned. What rest? You don't rush to save people? Besides, do you want to spend the night in my car? Okay, Chung Sun didn't make excuses when his little thoughts were seen. Besides, it is more important to find Professor Chow Minhui as soon as possible. Introduce the target person to me. Shin Xian sat at the dining table and asked while eating fruit. Chapter 38. Huh? Where did you get the fruit? Chung Sun asked casually. I brought it from the supermarket. Shin Xian looked at him like an idiot, but the fruit was actually taken from the space. Ahem. Target person: Chow Minhui, a biology professor, 68 years old, who has just retired for 3 years. 22nd floor, Building 3, Jinjia community, living alone. Our mission is to get an important document from him. Of course, it would be best if we can take him away. If we can't take him away, leave these supplies to him. Chung Sun introduced important information while driving. Shin Xian was concentrating on studying the map. Jinjia community, there are only 3 buildings in total, located in Zhoushu district, and the surrounding green area is very large, with parks, golf courses, helipads, super hospitals, etc. Chung Sun, do you know what this means? Shin Xian's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Chung Sun's heart. It means that the people living here are either rich or noble. Take the supplies upstairs, approach Chow Minhui, and take him away quietly. It will be difficult. In the early years, in order to rationally utilize land resources and management, Villas were no longer popular, but high-rise buildings with very complete supporting facilities. One household per floor, highly intelligent. The car fell into silence, with only the sizzling sound of A2 licking the canned food. Chung Sun, how about taking it by wits? Shin Xian, it seems that violence is the only option. The two voices sounded at the same time. Then, there was another silence. Chung Sun was the first to speak. We are almost there. Should I stop further away? Well, let's observe first. Shin Xian observed the Jinjiao community through the monitor and telescope. At this time, night had fallen, a crescent moon hung in the sky, and occasionally mice and stray cats ran by on the ground. From time to time, people in the community took advantage of the low temperature at night to wander around. At first glance, they had never encountered zombies before, and they were all very brave. Many windows had curtains drawn, and occasionally a dim light leaked out. Shin Xian focused on building 3. After observing for a while, he handed the telescope to Chung Sun. Come and see if you can find Chow Mein Huai. Yes. Chung Sun took the telescope and was stunned by the metallic texture. He glanced at the brand of the telescope. Oh, it's Pentax, you know how to choose. This is a relatively famous telescope in the world, with far and clear vision, night vision, distance measurement, and photo-taking functions. No man can resist this temptation. He kept rubbing it in his hand until he met Shin Xian's disgusted eyes. Then he raised the telescope and looked over. A few minutes later, Chung Sun pressed the camera button and handed it to Shin Xian. Pointing to the photo on the screen, he said, "This room should be on the 22nd floor, but the curtains are blocking it, so you can't see anything. Let Chung Sun continue to observe other residents near the 22nd floor." Shin Xian took a fake look from the closet and took out a solar drone. After debugging it according to the manual, he opened the top of the RV. Woof woof, this is A2's favorite mode, and he was so excited that he didn't even want the canned food. Chung Sun opened his mouth wide. Shin Xian, how many things have you hoarded? Stop talking nonsense, you can operate a drone, right? You do it. Shin Xian threw the remote control to Chung Sun. Shin Xian, I wonder if you have heard a saying? What? You said you didn't bring the drone? Shin Xian swallowed the rest of the words in his stunned eyes. He controlled the drone to fly towards Chow Mein Huai's floor. This drone was purchased by Shin Xian at the Solar Energy Exhibition. It is very advanced. It is silent, small, fast, and can take clear pictures. The only disadvantage is that there is no network signal now, so the pictures cannot be transmitted in real time, and the pictures can only be taken blindly based on experience. Chung Sun often came into contact with drones when he was in the army before. It was easy to control it at this time, and he even turned over nimbly in the air. A few minutes later, the drone returned and landed steadily in the car. Shin Xian took out the memory card and read it on the computer. Soon, several photos taken from the gap in the curtains appeared. The angle was very tricky, capturing the only side seam on the curtains. An old man with neatly combed hair sat at the dining table in the room. There was a candle and a plate on the table. There were only 5 dumplings on the plate, and a portable small stove next to it. Good job. Your blind shooting technique is pretty nice. Is this Chow Mein Huai? Chung Sun carefully distinguished for a while. Looks like him. 80% sure. Shin Xian stood up directly. Chung Sun, are you kidding? You can't even recognize the target person? I saw his photos in journals before. It's good enough that I can recognize him. Chung Sun was aggrieved, and took out bread and water from his bag and handed them to Shin Xian. Eat something. Let's go in again. Shin Xian took out a self-heating hot pot and cold water. Chung Sun looked at the bread in his hand, and it instantly lost its fragrance. Shin Xian, can't we share the joys and sorrows? Shin Xian tore open the small hot pot, squeezed out the mushroom balls, fish balls, beef, kelp, and fish tofu, and put the sauce bag in. Add water, cover, and wait for the self-heating bag to heat up. Chung Sun swallowed his saliva wildly. Okay, since we don't want to share the hardships, we can share the joys. Sure, call me Dad. Shin Xian tidied her hair, sat at the table, and prepared to eat. Chung Sun, In the end, after Chung Sun's soft and hard begging, Chung Sun still got 1/3 of the hot pot. It was cool, but it was really hot. Even with the air conditioner on, the two of them were sweating profusely. After wiping his mouth, Shin Xian picked up A2. Hide the car, take the supplies, and we pretend to find a place to stay and sneak in. Chung Sun was puzzled. Sneak in? Why don't you go directly to the 22nd floor to find someone? Shin Xian looked at him like an idiot. First of all, we can't confirm whether the person upstairs is Chow Mein Huai. He is an important person. You have come all the way to find him, so it is inevitable that others will not know. What if there is a trap upstairs? The first rule of survival in the Doomsday is to be cautious. Secondly, if the person upstairs is Chow Mein Huai, the best situation is that we take away the information and leave the supplies to him. This requires more quietness, otherwise Chow Mein Huai will be robbed after we leave. If the person upstairs is not Chow Mein Huai, we can retreat directly without wasting time. After some analysis, Chung Sun was impressed by Shen Xian's thoughts. Hide the RV, take the guns and supplies, and get off the car. Under the night, the temperature is still hot. It's okay, better than the environment at the supermarket, and there are no corpses everywhere. Chung Sun was happy. Shen Xian snorted coldly. Then where did all the bodies go? After a few seconds, Chung Sun reacted. They turned into zombies. The two entered the community and ran along the wall to building 3. Many windows began to leak light, and Shen Xian knew that someone was observing them. The moonlight tonight was too bright, and no matter what, it was impossible to hide from the eyes behind the windows. I believe that soon, people in the community will know that 2 new people have come. Just as Shen Xian thought, those who can live here are either rich or noble. Before the sudden rainstorm, everyone still cared about their face and showed their kind side, and took the initiative to let the people downstairs live upstairs. So many people survived. But the problem also came. With more people, the supplies were almost consumed soon. In extremely hot weather, they went out to find supplies in an organized manner, but the harvest was very small. Now almost every family is hungry. The reason why the superficial peace can be maintained is because it is still covered with the cloak of civilization. Now everyone is waiting for the fat sheep to come to their door. Chapter 39. There are no curtains in this house, so there should be no one here. Carrying so many supplies, Chung Sun climbed up the 21st floor in one breath, and his breathing was only slightly heavier. It can be seen that his physical fitness is not to be underestimated. Standing at the door, Chung Sun fiddled with the lock a few times and took it off. Shen Xian took out his gun immediately and checked every corner of the house in the moonlight. Luxury Chinese-style decoration, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, instant noodles and ham sausage packaging thrown all over the floor. It should be during the heavy rain. Someone lived here. With the help of night vision goggles, the two did not turn on the lights. Shen Xian took out an alarm, opened the door, put the sensor in an inconspicuous corner, and put the alarm on the dining table. A two jumped onto the dining table obediently and looked after the alarm. Hurry up and confirm whether it is Chow Mein Huai upstairs. As soon as Shen Xian took out the drone, the alarm on the table started beeping. Shen Xian reached out and pressed the alarm directly. Chung Sun drew his gun and stood behind the door, looking out through the peephole. 2 old ladies stood at the door stealthily. Girl? He called out twice, and stuck to the door to listen for any noise, sniffing around with his nose. It smells like hot pot, smell it. I didn't expect the newcomer to be a fat sheep. Let's go back and tell President Wang. You are stupid, young people nowadays are all soft-hearted. Let's order some food first, and then go back after we are full, otherwise when President Wang and the others come, where will we get our share? Yes, you are right. Knock on the door. The 2 of them whispered, and Shen Xian heard it clearly. He took off the night vision goggles, and opened the door halfway. The 2 old ladies were immediately delighted. Girls, you are new here, let's see if there is anything we can do to help. As they said this, they were about to break into the house. Shen Xian raised her arm to stop the 2. These 2 old ladies had no idea about the rules of survival in the Doomsday, and they only had respect for the elderly and love for the young in their eyes. At this time, they still naively thought that the whole world would give in to them. Shen Xian rubbed her fingers, and Chung Sun knew that this was a signal for her to draw her gun. He quickly grabbed Shen Xian's hand and leaned out of the door, with a silly smile on his face. I'm really sorry, this room is a mess. Let us clean it up first, and you can come back tomorrow. Cleaning? Oh, you young people don't know how to do this, leave it to us. The old lady was about to force her way in, but Chung Sun's tall body stood there. Facing Chung Sun's unexpected expression, the 2 old ladies could only retreat embarrassedly. The door was slammed shut. Shen Xian shook off Chung Sun and frowned. They are just the front station. There is a so-called President Wang behind. We will kill him when he comes. Hurry up and confirm Chow Mein Huai. He found a pen and paper and handed them to Chung Sun. Write something and try to confirm whether the other party is Chow Mein Huai. You need something that only the real Chow Mein Huai knows. Chung Sun thought for a while, and in the moonlight, he wrote a line of English and the date on it, leaving a few letters in the middle and added a sentence at the end. Please reply within 1 minute. This is the date and name of Chow Minhuai's last paper. I happened to see it before leaving. Hee. Shen Xian suddenly laughed softly. Chung Sun was puzzled. Why are you laughing? Is there a loophole in this method? Shen Xian restrained her smile. If we find out in the end that we saved the wrong person, that would be interesting. Chung Sun rarely saw Shen Xian smile. You should smile more, you look so good when you smile. Shen Xian immediately stopped talking. Get to work, recognize the wrong person. If you make a mistake and can't enter the base, you can die. Chung Sun stuck the note under the drone. Shen Xian opened the window and removed the wire screen neatly. Chung Sun controlled the drone to take off slowly and flew steadily up to the 22nd floor. He also controlled the drone to hit the window a few times. Such an operation would damage the propeller, but there was no other way. He had to make some noise to attract Chow Minhuai's attention. Soon, Shen Xian heard the sound of the window opening upstairs and the sound of the screen being removed. The drone flew in steadily. Shen Xian seized the opportunity to listen to the movement upstairs. There was only one footstep upstairs, no conversation. Chung Sun couldn't see the specific situation, so he could only take pictures blindly, and after a minute, he controlled the drone to return. Shen Xian skillfully pulled out the memory card, turned on the computer, and checked the photos. The layout of the 22nd floor was simple, and it was basically clean in the Doomsday. There was only one old man in the photo, no one else. Chung Sun shook the note to Shen Xian. Judging from his appearance, it should be Chow Minhuai. Look at his reply. There was a line of small words written on the small note. The information is all in my mind. Thank you for the organization's trust. Oh, you are still an old fox, Shen Xian sneered. The person upstairs knew very well that his greatest value was the information in his hand. Without the information, he would be worthless. If we want the information, we have to take him away. The original plan to take away only the information was ruined. It seems that we have to take the person away as well. Chung Sun scratched his head. Shen Xian thought about it and rejected the idea of torture. It doesn't matter. It's understandable. In the end times, people will be punished by heaven and earth if they don't work for themselves. Now you can think about how we can take the person away. Besides, other people in the community are watching, so it's not easy to take him away quietly. But the good news is that Chow Minhuai looks like he has good arms and legs, and he should be able to run. Put away the drone, draw a layout of Chow Minhuai's room on paper, and circle the places that the drone didn't take. Pay attention to these places. If there are people hiding in the room, they are probably in these places. Chung Sun stood behind the curtains, looking at the city covered with silver moonlight, thinking about countermeasures. Leave the supplies to the people in the building, and we will only take Chow Minhuai away. Shen Xian sneered. My dear, you are so naive. They will not let you go, but will only detain Chow Minhuai to threaten you, make you a thug, and a tool to find supplies. Chung Sun, you are right, then use violence to clear the way. Now we have guns in our hands, so we don't have to be afraid of anyone. The two were discussing countermeasures, and Ah Tu, who was standing next to them, suddenly pricked up his ears. The alarm on the dining table beeped again. It's okay, leave it to me. Chung Sun took out the gun and loaded it neatly. He is not the kind of stubborn person, and he has been taught since childhood that he can sacrifice everything for the goal and mission. The information in Chow Minhuai's hands is related to the subsequent development and construction of the base. It is even related to the biological research of the entire disaster. When they set out, other people were sent to protect these experts, but the person in charge made it very clear. Not everyone can survive. As long as the experts are still alive, the chance of human survival will be 1 point higher. He must take Chow Minhuai away. After standing behind the door for 2 seconds, he opened it directly. Chapter 40. There were several men in their 40s outside the door, holding kitchen knives in their hands, and a man in a suit standing in the middle. It was a hot day, but they didn't feel hot. The door opened unexpectedly, and the lights were bright, and several people were startled. They couldn't see Chung Sun's gun, but through the door, they could clearly see the beautiful girl in the house, and the backpacks on the ground like a small mountain. They had heard that President Wang had a beautiful woman in his golden house, but because of his power, they didn't dare to ask. They were just waiting for an opportunity to get a woman for themselves. Seeing Shen Xian at this time, their eyes were hot, as if all this was already theirs. A man with a low brow and a thick face next to him immediately pointed a knife at Chung Sun. All the supplies for those who live here must be handed over and arranged in a coordinated manner, including your people. What if I say no? Chung Sun replied coldly. standing forward to block the disgusting eyes of several people. Do you know who this is? Don't be ungrateful. This is the president of the largest bank in Zhou City. Only by following President Wang can you survive. What a brain damage. Chung Sun swung his hand directly, the muzzle of the gun against the forehead of the man in the suit, and turned to look at the man who was speaking. Now, are you sure you can survive by following the dead President Wang? President Wang, the man in the suit, trembled immediately, and the kitchen knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. You, don't mess around. Put down the gun. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the stairs. Chung Sun looked over with his eyes slightly moved. A charming woman, wearing only a suspender skirt, holding a revolver with slightly trembling hands, pointing it at Chung Sun. Why did you come out? Go back. President Wang was immediately anxious. He picked up this woman by chance. He had the gun in his bottom box to save his life. No one outside knew about it. He was waiting to kill people at the critical moment when the supplies were insufficient. He didn't expect to be exposed by the woman like this. The eyes of others looking at President Wang changed again and again. Shen Xian in the room frowned when she heard the woman's voice. She stood up and walked to the door. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. The moment the woman saw Shen Xian, she trembled and became more emotional. Shen Xian. You bitch, if it weren't for you. It's great that you didn't die. I must kill you today. Yes, the woman was Guiyuro. She had just heard someone talking to President Wang, saying that a fat sheep came here, and she was just curious to come and see. The gun was only for self-defense. It's not the first time she has done this. Seeing that the backer she had finally found was threatened, of course she had to save people. If she could save President Wang, wouldn't she be able to live a better life in the future? But she didn't succeed, and she actually saw Shen Xian. Thinking of the hunger she endured in the rainstorm, Ma Wenbin disappeared again, and she even sold her body. And now, the man Shen Xian is hooking up with is obviously more handsome and stronger than President Wang. Why does Shen Xian always suppress her? With new and old hatreds added together, Guiyuro's hand holding the gun shook violently. Old Wang, don't worry, as long as you kill her, the supplies are ours, the other party's gun is also ours, we can live a better life. Euro, don't get excited. President Wang was pointed at the head with a gun, and he was scared to death. If he had known, he would not have come, and asked his men to come. Shen Xian sneered. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with Guiyuro. She had not forgotten that Guiyuro and Ma Wenbin had dismembered her in her previous life. She raised her hand, and shot President Wang without saying a word. The whole corridor was instantly sprayed with blood and mincemeat. Everyone was stunned. Before the kitchen knife men could react to what happened, they felt a tinnitus, the air became hot, and the whole person of President Wang beside them seemed to evaporate in front of them. Chung Sun, what about letting me handle it? Shen Xian stepped on the blood on the ground and walked slowly to the stunned Guiyuro. Guiyuro desperately pulled the trigger, but Shen Xian shot her gun off in advance. The bullets flew in the corridor. Several kitchen knife men screamed and hid. Shen Xian directly pulled the gun from Guiyuro's hand. Guiyu stretched out her hand to scratch Shen Xian's face, but her forehead was directly pressed by Shen Xian's gun. The muzzle of the gun that had just been used had a unique metallic heat, but it made her heart cold. Guiyuro didn't dare to move. Shen Xian picked up her exquisite nails with her other hand. After the apocalypse, she couldn't take care of them, and the nails were a little long. Shen Xian exerted force, and all the long nails on Guiyuro's hands were broken at the root. The bloody fingers made people's scalps tighten. Ah! Shen Xian, you lunatic. Thank you for your compliment. Boom! Guiyuro turned into a bloody rain in front of Shen Xian. The unique buzzing of the air gun echoed in the corridor, almost breaking the vision of others. After 2 consecutive bloody rains, some people couldn't bear it, and peed their pants on the spot. Take A2 with you, let's go. Chung Sun immediately went back to the house, picked up his backpack, and picked up A2, following Shen Xian's footsteps. Do you know that woman? Shen Xian took out a wet towel and slowly wiped the blood off her hands. In the night vision goggles, the bloodstains were dark brown and extremely difficult to wipe off. She swore that she would not be able to shoot at such a close distance in the future. Why? Do you like it? Then I don't mind sending you to see her. No, what are you talking about? Feeling Shen Xian's murderous intention, Chung Sun shut up and stopped asking. Coming to the 22nd floor, standing in front of the door, Chung Sun took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Shen Xian stood aside with a gun in hand to prevent accidents. In the Doomsday, you must always be vigilant. At this time, the door opened. Shin Xian's ears moved and shouted, "Squat down." Chung Sun didn't know what happened yet. With a little tacit understanding between them, he just squatted down. Ah Tu in his arms screamed because of the squeeze. Then, there was a familiar buzzing sound. This was Shin Xian shooting. "You?" Chung Sun looked up immediately. He saw half of a familiar face falling in front of him, and a revolver. It was Chow Minhuai's face, and the gun was also his. He was also sprayed with blood. What happened? Shin Xian pursed his lips, kicked open the half-broken door, and walked into the room with a gun. Chung Sun also quickly put Ah Tu down, took out his gun and followed him in. Two strange figures suddenly appeared in the night vision device, and he shot them reflexively. In their previous intelligence, there was no one else in Chow Minhuai's house. What happened? But now is not the time to ask questions. After Shin Xian kicked open the bedroom door, another shot was fired. What happened? Is there something wrong with Chow Minhuai? Chung Sun believed that Shin Xian would not shoot for no reason. After making sure there was no one else, Shin Xian took out the solar light and removed the night vision goggles. He opened a closet in the room. An old man was squatting inside, his hands and feet were tied, and socks were stuffed in his mouth. Who else could it be if not Chow Minhuai? Chung Sun was confused. It was obvious that the person who just opened the door was not the real Chow Minhuai. Chapter 41. The real Chow Minhuai was tied up here. Why are there two Chow Minhuai? And how did Shin Xian find out? Chung Sun had too many questions. But now was not the time to ask. He took Chow Minhuai out of the closet, pulled off the sock stuffed in his mouth, and pulled out a dagger to cut the rope. Chow Minhuai was soaked all over, and almost fainted from the heat. His gray hair stuck to his scalp. Shin Xian poured him half a bottle of water, and he recovered after more than 10 minutes. The poor old man gasped and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Thank you, who are you?" "We are from the organization," Chung Sun said. "I want to verify it." "No problem." Chung Sun took off the dog tag necklace from his neck and handed it to Chow Minhuai. Chow Minhuai struggled to stand up and was about to go into the bedroom with his things, but was stopped by Shin Xian. Shin Xian threw the gun directly on the coffee table. "Right here, verify in person, and then we can talk about the rest if you pass the verification. If you fail the verification, I will give you a chance to commit suicide." Chow Minhuai, Chung Sun, you are still cruel, but think about it carefully. Shin Xian's approach is correct. The chip in the dog tag is very important, and it really cannot leave my sight. Who can guarantee that the current Chow Minhuai is fine? If I am really a member of the organization, if the verification fails, then this Chow Minhuai can really die. Chow Minhuai was stunned, looking at Shin Xian and shaking his head with a bitter smile. He got up and went to the bookshelf, found a half-worn Xinhua dictionary, and turned to a page. Put Chung Sun's dog tag on it. This page of paper actually emitted a faint yellow light, flashing a few times regularly. After the light faded, Chow Minhuai let out a long sigh of relief and slumped on the sofa. "Fortunately you are here. It doesn't matter if I die. The things in my hands must not fall into the hands of others." Shin Xian caressed Ah Tu lightly. The rest of the things were Chung Sun's business. She just had to sit here and be on guard against someone suddenly breaking in from outside. Who were those people just now? Chung Sun began to ask. Those running dogs. As soon as the heavy rain stopped, they appeared here and asked for the information in my hand. I insisted on not handing it over, so they put me under surveillance. Everyone who came in would become a surveillance target. They also prepared a face like mine, even the same fingerprints and voice. Hiding in the dark, waiting for someone to contact me. Does that mean they have other accomplices in the Jinjia community? Shin Xian frowned. I don't know about these. What about the information? Shin Xian asked the key question directly. This Chow Minhuai said 1,000 and 10,000 things. It would be better to take out the information to prove his position. Chow Minhuai put the dictionary on the table and pushed it in front of Shin Xian. Take this back. Someone will naturally be able to decipher it. Professor Chow, the person who can decipher it is very likely dead. What if we take the things back and no one deciphers it? We can't take this risk. Shin Xian stood in front of the window, and looked out through the small gap. Her words also reminded Chung Sun. He put the dog tag back on his neck. Professor Chow, you translate the information and give it to me. Don't worry, I promise not to read the content of this information. Of course, we will take you with us. As he spoke, he glanced at Shin Xian, and continued to speak only after seeing that Shin Xian did not object. This way, even if something happens, we can do our best to deliver the information. Chow Minhui waved his hand. You young people can just go, I'm an old man. You must be exhausted after coming all the way here? You rest here for one night, I translate the information, and you leave tomorrow. The information is important, and it's related to whether more people can survive in the future. I'm afraid it's too late. Shen Xian spoke lightly, with a cold tone. Chung Sun immediately stood up, and gently opened the curtains. There was still the silver moonlight outside, and the bare trees were a bit weird. His eyes finally fell on dozens of people staggering on the street. They walked slowly, with weird postures, and their faces were extremely pale under the moonlight. And in the community separated by a wall, there were still a few scattered people, who didn't know whether they were taking advantage of the low temperature at night to cool down, or monitoring Chow Minhui. We may not be able to get out. Professor Chow, how long will it take to translate the materials? Chow Minhui was confused. About 6 hours. What happened? Nothing. Shen Xian calmly closed the curtains. Professor Chow, I give you 5 minutes to pack up. We leave here, you can translate the materials on the way later. Ah. Okay. After saying that, he went into the bedroom, and Chung Sun followed Chow Minhui closely. For zombies, the smell of living people and the higher decibels will attract them. It's impossible to take Chow Minhui away quietly. One is that other people in the building are watching Chung Sun's supplies, and the other is that there are still enemies lurking in the dark, and they may not know that Chow Minhui is in trouble. Once they take people away, they will have to face the crowd. Fortunately, Shen Xian had seen the zombie tide in his previous life. There are only dozens of zombies now. It's not a big problem. Shen Xian picked up the Xinhua dictionary on the coffee table and put it into the space. When Professor Chow packed up his things and came out, he saw the empty coffee table and opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Chung Sun, don't use the quilt, the supplies are halved, and we will set off now. Okay. No matter how stingy the two are, they have to travel light now. Pushing the door open, Chung Sun kicked the broken bones on the ground and picked up the revolver on the ground. Chow Minhui had never seen such a scene. He retched a few times, and almost vomited out the dumplings he had eaten in the evening. The three of them went down the stairs, and just as they reached the 15th floor, they met a group of people head-on. Everyone was holding a kitchen knife and 2 guns. Both sides were stunned. Chung Sun immediately blocked Chow Minhui behind him. Shen Xian's sharp eyes swept the area from above, and it was clear who was looking at Chung Sun's supplies, and who was looking at Chow Minhui. You can leave, but leave everything behind. The woman should stay too. Professor Chow is also from our community. You have no right to take her away. Who knows if she was coerced by you? The crowd was talking. Chung Sun shouted, Get out of the way. 2 people with guns in the crowd stepped forward immediately, one pointing at Shen Xian and the other at Chung Sun. Leave Professor Chow behind, or I shoot. It seemed that the 2 people on the opposite side were in the same group as the one who kidnapped Professor Chow before. Now there was no communication tool, and they didn't know their companions were killed. Chung Sun was about to draw his gun, but Shen Xian took the lead and raised his hand. Let me do it. Your gun makes too much noise, and will attract zombies. You? The person pointing at Shen Xian immediately pulled the trigger when he saw that something was wrong. 2 consecutive shots. Shen Xian shot the 2 people on the opposite side into fireworks. But Shen Xian still miscalculated. Below, before the others could react to what was happening, they were frightened by the violent scene in front of them and screamed. They were usually gentle and kind. Even in a bad environment, they would use courtesy before forced to snatch food from others. Even if President Wang died today, they still thought that the other party was just a woman, and they had more strength than numbers. But they didn't expect that it would be such a scene. The screams came from the building through the darkness and spread to the street. The zombies stopped moving forward, turned around, and walked towards the community together, and their speed was much faster than before. Chapter 42. Shut up. Chung Sun shouted, and the people below immediately fell to the ground like ducks being strangled by the neck. The kitchen knives fell to the ground with clanging sounds. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is what they like most. After seeing how powerful Shen Xian is, they wish they could disappear right away. Get out of the way. If you stop me again, I will continue to kill. Shen Xian picked up the 2 guns on the ground and threw them into his backpack. As for the kitchen knives, they were too heavy, so forget it. As soon as the 3 of them went down to the 2nd floor, a shrill scream came from the yard. Chow Minhui shuddered again out of reflex. Looking out from the small window on the stairs, a man was being thrown to the ground by several ragged and bloody people. The man screamed and tried to push away. But more bloody people came over, biting the man one by one, pulling out his internal organs, pulling off his arms. In less than 2 seconds, the man turned into a pile of broken pieces of rotten meat. Chow Min-hui covered himself tightly. What? Stick to them? Professor Chow, you want to stick to them? Chung Sun was listening and split his legs. Professor Chow, if you faint now, I will throw you here, and the information will be gone. Shen Xian took out a pistol and handed it to him. Can you use a gun? Chow Min-hui shook his head like a rattle. Forget it, don't fire it accidentally. Shen Xian wanted to take the gun back again. No, I can learn. Now he could only be thankful that he chose to follow Chung Sun and Shen Xian. If he stayed, he would become food for those monsters within a night. At this time, a man with sweat on his head and blood on his arms stumbled up. He bumped into Shen Xian and the others. Monster! There's a monster downstairs. Downstairs. At this time, a woman ran down from the upstairs, shouting, Husband, are you okay? Seeing the man trying to continue climbing upstairs, Shen Xian raised her gun to stop him. How did you get injured? Injured? The man touched his bleeding arm. I was caught when I was running with the monster just now. Husband, are you injured? Come back quickly, I bandage you. Chung Sun also raised his hand to stop him. The monster outside is obviously a human, a zombie, and you are very likely to be infected if you get injured like this. The woman was stunned. What do you mean? Do you mean my husband will become a zombie? What nonsense are you talking about? The woman just raised her voice and saw the shiny gun in Chung Sun's hand, and her legs immediately softened. Shen Xian looked at the man standing below. The man's eyes had turned slightly white, and his breathing began to quicken. Looking at Shen Xian was like looking at a delicious cake, except that he was still rational at this time. He is indeed infected, and he will mutate in about an hour. Shen Xian muttered to herself, silently speculating the power of the zombies outside. I don't believe it. You are lying. Yeah. Shen Xian pulled the terrified Chow Min-hui up and said as she walked down, killing a zombie is very simple, just chop off the head. Shen Xian's tone was steady, as if she was talking about how to crush an ant. She did the same thing, raised her hand directly, and shot the man. Watching her husband explode into fireworks, the woman opened her throat to scream. But Shen Xian pointed a gun at him. You are so loving. Should I send you to reunite? No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. He ignored the woman. When he reached the first floor, Chow Min-hui's legs regained strength. Shen Xian, Chung Sun, we can go back first and lock the door. You can take the information away in 6 hours. Don't worry about me. Professor Chow, there are so many corpses left after the rainstorm. They will all become zombies, and there will be more and more. These are just the beginning. Our best choice now is to kill them, while there are fewer zombies. Chung Sun also agreed with Shen Xian's plan. Putting Ah-Tu into her bag and carrying her on her back, Shen Xian stood steadily on the stairs on the first floor. Looking at the zombies that were gradually surrounding her, she raised her gun steadily. With one shot, several fell down. The wall of the staircase entrance door was broken. This feeling is much better than when she held a kitchen knife in her previous life. I don't know how many knives I cut off at that time. Killing zombies like this now is so easy. Chung Sun held the gun, and he would be shot by any zombie that crossed the line. To be honest, he really envied the gun in Shen Xian's hand, which was silent, infinitely charged, and had great lethality. Unlike his own. Bang, bang. Looking at the black blood and broken walls on the ground, Chow Min-hui was already numb at this time. The frequent gunshots also attracted people upstairs. They ran down one after another, originally thinking that some warrior had killed the fat sheep of the man and the woman, and wanted to pick up the leak. Unexpectedly, what they saw was a pile of corpses piled up into a small mountain, meat paste flying all over the sky, and a strong fishy smell. There was also the murderous man and woman. The timid ones fainted directly, while the brave ones hurried back. Only then did they realize it. Doomsday. This is the real Doomsday. 10 minutes later, the battlefield that was like a meat grinder in front of them ended. With the moonlight, you can see farther away, and many shadows are approaching. Painful wails sounded everywhere. Let's go! Get in the car. Shen Xian put his gun in his pocket. Chung Sun carried Chow Min-hui on his back, and the two quickly ran towards the RV. Fortunately, the RV was parked in a relatively hidden location, and there were no zombies around. Shen Xian opened the door, and Chung Sun jumped in directly. Leave Zhou City first and go to Anqing. Hold on tight. Chung Sun put down Chow Min-hui in his backpack, sat on the control panel, and pressed the start button. The car slid out with a buzz. A few wandering zombies not far away stopped for a short time, and then began to move towards the Jinja community again. Professor Chow, go take a shower first. Here are some clean clothes. Throw your clothes outside. Shen Xian called Chow Minghui. Chow Minghui came back to his senses, hummed blankly, hesitated, put down his bag, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When the sound of water splashed, Shen Xian picked up Chow Minghui's bag openly. Check the things inside. Glasses, liver protection medicine, notebook, pen, family photo, compressed biscuits, water purification tablets. She flipped the notebook and picked up the pen to check. Then put it back in the bag intact. You don't look like a little girl at all, Chung Sun said while driving, looking at her sophisticated behavior. That's because I'm your father. Chung Sun, Chow Minghui came out and sat at the dining table in silence. Professor Chow, you can eat whatever is in the refrigerator. You cannot get out of the car without my permission. Do not press any buttons in the car. Shen Xian did not care whether Chow Minghui recovered or not, as long as he was not dead and his brain was not broken. After saying that, he took his clothes and went to take a shower. Chung Sun. What's wrong, Professor Chow? Chung Sun concentrated on driving, and Tu squatted on the control panel like a mascot. Those are zombies. Is this world over? After 2 minutes of silence, Chung Sun slowly spoke. Professor Chow, humans are very small, but often very great. No one will give up until the last moment, at least I won't. Chapter 43. Chow Minghui stopped talking. He was just a researcher, and he had no say in how to live. The only thing he could do was to stay in the cool RV, and go to Anshan with the 2 young men in front of him. Shen Xian came out of the shower, and the whole car was instantly surrounded by the fresh smell of shampoo and shower gel. The bloody smell brought back by the few people finally dissipated a little. I drive, you take a shower, and wash Tu as well. Shen Xian stood next to the control panel, grabbed Tu, and threw him into Chung Sun's arms. Why me? You are all men. Chow Minghui, lying down and getting shot. Chung Sun saw Shen Xian's damp hair through the windshield, and the corner of his mouth curled. Well, can I use your shower gel? It smells good. Whatever. Shen Xian sat on the control panel without caring. Okay, it's nighttime, please drive slowly. Chung Sun was going to take a shower. He had a beautiful idea, but when he opened the bathroom, he found that Shen Xian's bottles and jars were placed on 2 layers on the bathroom wall. The RV was modified by Shen Xian completely according to her living habits. The bathrooms of ordinary RVs are very small, but Shen Xian's RV has removed a lot of unnecessary storage and has a lot more space. The biggest feature is the dry and wet separated bathroom. Shen Xian also specially built a double-layer storage rack inside, and put all the toiletries she usually uses in it. It's more convenient than taking things from the space. Chung Sun was dumbfounded. He touched here and there, but he didn't recognize any of these things. He sighed, and picked up his safeguard. When it was 1 a.m., they had just driven out of Zhou's city. Shen Xian found an open space, parked the car, and switched to night mode with 1 click. The windows, which were originally small in size, automatically raised shields, including the front windshield, to ensure that the light inside the car would not leak out. The situation outside was taken over by night vision monitoring. Shen Xian stretched lazily. I will sleep on the bed tonight, Chung Sun. You and Professor Chow will sleep on the floor. The quilt is in the cabinet, you can take it yourself. Dimming the lights, Shen Xian hugged Tu to bed. In this short day, she experienced 2 large-scale battles. After replenishing some supplies, she also had a few most important guns. With Chung Sun and Chow Minghui, she could enter the safe base steadily. No longer had to lose half her life for a quota like in the last life. Her original plan was to enter the safe base, so when she first stockpiled supplies, they were almost all daily necessities. Other infrastructure was not something she could think of, just waiting to use the base. It smells pretty good. Thinking like this, he fell asleep. Chung Sun lay on the ground, his hands behind his head. He originally wanted to ask Shen Xian how he found out about the fake Chow Minghui, but gave up when the words came to his lips. Many things are better left unknown. Suddenly, he felt a heat in his chest, stretched out his hand and touched it. It was Tu. The place where he lay was just in the cool breeze, so Tu naturally had to sleep in the best position. You are also lucky. He sighed softly, not knowing whether he was talking about Tu or himself. Bang, bang, beep beep. Shen Xian and Chung Sun sat up directly. Shoo! Shen Xian made a gesture, stood up and pressed the alarm. Bang bang. Something outside the car hit the car heavily, and the car body shook a few times. Fortunately, the body of this car is reinforced and the glass is bulletproof. Otherwise, with just these few collisions, ordinary cars would have been deformed long ago. Shen Xian walked to the control panel and checked the surveillance. It didn't matter when he saw it. Chung Sun's breathing stagnated. In the picture, there were zombies all around the car body. It was estimated that there were more than 300 zombies, which was several times more than the number in Jinjia community last night. It was equivalent to a small zombie tide. The zombies had numb expressions, mechanical steps, and bloody mouths. After hitting the car, they still tried to hit forward, over and over again. Those who didn't hit the car walked a few steps in confusion, seemed to smell something, and returned to hit the car. How did they find it? Did they smell the smell of living people? Chung Sun asked. It shouldn't be. This car is very well sealed, and I turned on the purification ventilation system. What do you mean? It means that even if you eat shit in the car, you can't smell it outside. Chung Sun, Chow Minhui heard the voice, and opened his eyes in a daze. After a while of confusion, he realized where he was. After getting up and watching the video on the surveillance camera, his gray hair trembled again. Shen Xian took out the map. We are here now. If we go out from this road, we should be able to get on the highway, if the highway can still be used normally. I will drive, and we should be able to rush out. Chung Sun said, and was about to sit on the control panel. No, you drive, I will. Shen Xian neatly tied her long hair into a bun, sat in the driver's seat, and quickly operated the control panel with both hands. First restore the view of the window, then slowly lower the roadblock clearing device at the front of the car body, and the hook like a plow machine flashed with metallic luster. Shen Xian kicked the car forward. The surrounding zombies were like fish washed up on the beach, crowded together. No matter how many zombies there were, they were all directly sucked into the wheels and crushed into mud under this attack. Chung Sun, who was originally ready for battle, widened his eyes at this time. He only participated in the machine gun base on the roof, and didn't know much about other things. He didn't expect that there was such a good thing in the RV. The zombies were crushed with a crackling sound, and brown blood sprayed everywhere with the sound of puffing. The car body also went up and down, as exciting as riding a pirate ship. Chung Sun and Chow Minhui quickly grabbed the dining table to prevent being turned upside down. Tu jumped up and down excitedly. It likes to play like this. In less than 10 minutes, the RV was crushed all the way out. Chow Minhui looked back through the car window, and the road behind him had turned black and brown. Broken arms and legs were splattered everywhere. It's dirty again, Shen Xian muttered. Chung Sun was completely speechless. Auntie, is this a question of whether the car is dirty or not? After driving for a while, they approached the highway exit. The surroundings became completely wild, and Shen Xian stopped the car after no more zombies were seen. Do you want to wash the car? Chung Sun asked in a low voice. Let's talk about it later. The car will be better for use after it is covered with patina. Shen Xian opened the car door. That's right, the car body is covered with zombie blood, and it can also cover up the smell. Smart. Chung Sun thought it was true and followed Shen Xian out of the car. The heat wave hit them, and under the high temperature, the blood plasma on the car body dried up quickly. Chung Sun's hands were naughty, and he gently tapped it, and the blood plasma fell down. Shen Xian stared at the blood clots on the ground for a while, and said coldly, Come out. Huh? Chung Sun and Chow Minhui were both shocked. Especially Chung Sun, who immediately drew his gun and blocked Shen Xian. Chow Minhui hesitated for a moment, then hugged Tu tightly and retreated into the car. He was now very clear about his position. He was a complete loser in battle. Instead of going out to cause trouble, it was better to hide well. Shen Xian's eyebrows turned cold, and he took out his gun directly. I count to 3. 1, 2. There was a click from under the car, and a thin figure crawled out. Song Yuan? Chung Sun frowned. Shen Xian's face was serious. If it weren't for her excellent hearing, how long would this kid follow her? Tell me, what's going on? Song Yuan was stubborn and said nothing, holding the tattered t-shirt stained with zombies' flesh and blood. The wound on his back had not healed yet, and the inflammation caused his face to flush, and he was shaky. Shen Xian said coldly to Chung Sun, Deal with it. After that, he got in the car and left. Chapter 44. I said? Song Yuan panicked and turned around immediately. After you leave, I will follow him. Song Yuan pointed at Chung Sun. Chung Sun's face turned cold. He had been fighting for many years, but he was followed by a little kid. I saw you guys get on the car. It was dark at that time, so I hid under the car. I lay on the steel forks under the car and followed you all the time. The steel forks Song Yuan mentioned were the road-clearing devices under the car. With his small body, he could really lie in them. Just now I was cleaning up the zombies. If I open the road-clearing device under the car, do you know the consequences? Song Yuan hung his head and said nothing. Shen Xian hugged her hands. She really needed teammates and cannon fodder. But Song Yuan was young and stubborn. She didn't want him. Do you think I would take you with me? Song Yuan, do you think I look like that? Shen Xian's words were emotionless. Chung Sun scratched his head. He admired this kid, but he had no say in this matter. Besides, his first priority now was to send Chao Minhui to Anqing. Song Yuan raised his red face, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. I will be obedient, can do a lot of things, and eat less. I can do anything you don't want to do. This is not something a 10-year-old child can say. Shen Xian was a little puzzled. Why do you have to follow me? Isn't it good to follow Zhang Min and the others to the safe base? I think that only by following you can I survive. Song Yuan's face was firm and unmatched for his age. Chao Minhui still couldn't help it, but as soon as he said a word, Shen Xian raised his hand to stop him. She walked up to Song Yuan. These are not enough. There are many people who are willing to do anything. Being obedient is not enough. Song Yuan raised his little face and looked up at Shen Xian. I am the first in the global computer competition. Puff. Shen Xian laughed. There is no internet now, and knowing computers is useless. Adult group, the most authoritative computer competition in the world, I am the first, and I participated as an exception. Song Yuan's eyes were shining. The internet is only temporarily unavailable. As long as the satellite has not fallen, as long as I give you time, I can recover. Chung Sun's eyes lit up. This is a talent. If I can take him to the base. Shen Xian suddenly had an idea. If I have Chao Minhui and Song Yuan, can I get more benefits from the Anqing base? But how can I believe you? Song Yuan is really too smart. He first recognized a fake mother, and then followed her here without saying a word. He is a person who can risk everything for his goal. He may lie. Song Yuan was stunned. He had never thought about how to prove himself. After a while, his shoulder sank, and he lost his temper. Got it, Shen Xian drone. Chung Sun slapped his thigh. Their drone can be remotely controlled and can take off, but the image from the camera cannot be transmitted back in real time. This means that the drone can only fly within their sight. Once it flies far away or enters a blind spot, it cannot see the real-time scene and cannot perform more operations. It can be said that the drone is almost blind. Well, go get it. Okay. Shen Xian took out an ice cream from the refrigerator, sat on the pedal of the RV, and ate the ice cream while enjoying the cool air. Tu came over with his tail wagging, wanting to eat too. Chao Minhui handed the drone to Song Yuan. If you can solve the signal transmission problem, Sister Shen will take you with you, right, Shen Xian? The old man turned around and looked at Shen Xian eagerly. Yeah. Shen Xian nodded. If the problem of the drone can really be solved, it will be regarded as Song Yuan's travel expenses. With Shen Xian's consent, Song Yuan wiped the sweat from his head and wiped his face, trying to keep himself awake. This type of drone uses solar cells. Although it is the first time he has seen it, the signal principle is the same as other drones. First check the memory card, then check the connection line. I need a data cable and a laptop. Song Yuan made a request. Shen Xian bit the ice cream and waved his hand, signaling Chung Sun to give him the things. Song Yuan opened his notebook, connected the data cable to the drone gimbal, and operated it with his fingers. Then he connected the control handle to the computer and output it again. Then, under the gaze of several people, he started the drone. The drone flew farther and farther, and soon flew to the highway and disappeared. Chung Sun coughed lightly. Ahem, there is only one. If you lose it, your sister Shen will shoot you in the head. Song Yuan pursed his lips and uttered two words firmly. No. There is no GPS signal now, but I can build their own transmission signal for them. Without the need for satellite transmission, the disadvantage is that the distance is not as far as before. Shen Xian finished eating an ice cream and walked over to look at the screen on the control handle. On the screen, the situation on the highway is clearly visible. Where there are cars, where there are people, where there are zombies, it is clear. Song Yuan pressed the shooting button, and the photo was clearly transmitted back. Well done. Shin Xian smiled. Shin Xian, such a genius must be more valuable. Sell it to the base, and ask for more benefits. Chung Sun, with Song Yuan, the base will be built faster. Chow Mein Huai, that's great. After getting Shin Xian's affirmation, Song Yuan smiled and raised his little face. Thank you, Sister Shin. After saying that, his eyes rolled and he fainted. Hey! Chung Sun hurriedly caught the person. Shin Xian picked up the fallen handle with one hand and controlled the drone to return. He should have a fever and dehydration. Chung Sun quickly gave Song Yuan a simple examination. Well, put him in the car first. Chung Sun carried the person to the car, fed him some water, and some anti-inflammatory drugs, and turned him over to check the wound on his back. The wound had already burst open, with redness and swelling, looking a little scary. The medicine box is in the cabinet, Shin Xian said, and then she left the man to Chung Sun, and drove herself towards the highway. The drone reconnaissance was very clear just now, and there were only a few zombies on this road. Theoretically, it is still 650 kilometers away from Anqing, which is 8 hours away. But in fact, because the road conditions are uncertain, they have to walk for at least 4 days, and this is without any accidents. The countdown on the watch shows 9, and there are still 9 days before the extreme cold weather arrives. In the middle, Chung Sun took over the car, and she shook her arms to rest. Seeing Chow Mein Huai taking Song Yuan's temperature from time to time, she took out the Xinhua dictionary from her backpack. Professor Chow, if you have time, you can start translating the materials. After all, no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Okay. Chow Mein Huai took the Xinhua dictionary and rubbed it lovingly. Mission, thank you, you are a good person. Stop. Professor Chow. You may have some misunderstandings about good people. I am really not a good person. I will not do anything that is useless to me. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill them without mercy. Shin Xian said, opened a bag of potato chips, and fell on the bed to eat. If she really had to choose a way to live in the end of the world, she would definitely choose the one she is living now. The previous life was too hard, so she would be a salted fish in this life, if possible. Shin Xian, I can't go forward. Chung Sun stopped the car. Chapter 45. Shin Xian put down the potato chips, stood up and came to the control panel, and saw a tunnel about 2 kilometers ahead. It was buried tightly by gravel. The green sign on the roadside had been broken. Tunnel 50 meters ahead. Please turn on the headlights. No lane change. Frequent earthquakes during the rainstorm period, coupled with continuous mountain torrents, made many highways impassable, but from Zhou City to Anqing, you have to avoid the zombies, so the highway is the first choice. Damn! Can you just jump off the cliff and run away? Chung Sun was helpless. We can only go back and find another way. This section of the road is surrounded by half-high mountains on both sides, and there are no national roads, provincial roads, or even small roads for them to use. Shin Xian frowned. We don't know what will happen if we change the road. It's a waste of time. We have to get to Anqing as soon as possible. Her eyes first fell on the sleeping Song Yuan, and then moved to Chow Mein Huai. Chow Mein Huai has lived under the undercurrent for so many years, and he still has this ability to read people's expressions. He immediately laid down on the bed on the ground. Since I can't get through now, I sleep for a while. In less than 3 seconds, he closed his eyes and snored. Chung Sun, what do you mean? He turned around and saw Shin Xian's eyes on him. His heart skipped a beat. Shin Xian was considering whether to knock Chung Sun out. Chung Sun was obviously an organized person, and he was also involved in the establishment of the future security base. If his secrets were known by the other party, forget it, I'd better knock him out. As long as the air gun controls the strength, it shouldn't kill him. Shin Xian was about to raise his hand. Chung Sun immediately stood up and took 2 steps back. Shin Xian, don't be impulsive. He just felt a dangerous breath from Shin Xian. It made him doubt for a moment that Shin Xian was not a little girl, but a killer who came to the human world to experience life, and he was the experienced product. He couldn't guess what Shin Xian wanted to do, but he had a hunch that the other party was going to have a brain attack. Chung Sun dared not move. Let's go back and find another way, I promise. Forget it, Chung Sun, don't get out of the car. Shin Xian decided to spare his life. After all, so far, the other party is still a good cannon fodder plus Nani. The RV was set to night mode, the window view was completely blocked, all surveillance was turned off, and all settings were locked with fingerprints. Although the car keys were still there, and the air conditioner could still be used, the car could not be started, and no operation could be performed. Chung Sun and his friends were locked in the car. Safe. You are not allowed to get out of the car without my permission. After saying that, he hugged the two, grabbed the drone and backpack and got out of the car. The car door clicked and locked. Shin Xian, I can help, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Ignoring Chung Sun's words, Shin Xian took a deep breath. Raising troops for 1,000 days, and deploying them for a moment, this is the time. First, use the drone to confirm the situation within a certain radius. There are no living people, only a few zombies, so don't worry about it. Then she put her hands on the gravel in the tunnel, and sensed it with her heart for a few seconds. Whoosh, the gravel disappeared. But only a fist-sized piece disappeared. It was far different from the number she expected. This won't work. If she collects it piece by piece, the extreme cold may come when she finishes collecting it. Space is not omnipotent. She still has to use her big weapon. Excavator. She found an open space and Shugong Manufacturing appeared directly. Open the door, get on the car, and push the joystick. The bucket is raised high, dropped, rolled up, and moved away. Turn the front of the car, and throw the gravel directly into the ravine on both sides of the highway. It's done in one go, like flowing clouds in water. The more she worked, the more skilled she became. Shin Xian could even pull the lever with her right hand and eat ice cream with her left hand. If it weren't for the Doomsday, she thought her dream would probably be to drive an excavator. It was too hot. Shin Xian took out a bunch of ice packs from the space and put them in the control room to cool down. The deeper she dug, the longer the distance became. She had to fill a bucket with gravel, exit the tunnel and throw it away. In this kind of weather, staying outdoors for 3 hours during the day was her limit. After looking at the car that she had finally locked, she simply took out a brand new solar RV from the space, turned on the air conditioner, and got in with A2. A2's belly was hot, and he held a piece of ice tightly. It's too hot. You wait in the car for a while. Woo. A2, I don't. How about getting some explosives when there's a chance in the future? Shin Xian's eyes lit up, and she silently remembered this. Woof. There will be many such blocked places in the future, and excavators can only solve part of them. Explosives, it's hard not to be excited. After resting enough, they went out to continue working. When the excavator started to smoke, they continued to rest. After several rounds, the 30-meter tunnel was finally open. It can't be said that it was all open. Shin Xian was not so stupid that she dug up all 4 lanes of traffic. She only made a width that allowed her car to pass safely. When the sun was about to set, Shin Xian patted the dust on her body and put the RV and excavator back into the space. When she opened the car door, Song Yuan was still sleeping, and Chung Sun and Chao Minhui were running around. It's so hot outside, and it's been so long. What if Shin Xian gets into trouble? Professor Chow calmed down. Shin Xian said she couldn't go down, and we can't get out either. Chung Sun, are you still a man? Yes. Isn't it so obvious? Chung Sun straightened his back. Shin Xian, eh? Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two stopped and looked over. You're back? How is it? Chung Sun immediately stepped forward and took the backpack from Shin Xian's hand. Chao Minhui took A2 consciously. You can drive through, Shin Xian said, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. A2 also wanted to go in, but was grabbed by Chung Sun. You are a boy, you can't go in. A2, eh? After Chung Sun and Chao Minhui got off the car, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. There is a passage in the tunnel ahead. The afterglow of the sunset came through the other end of the tunnel, stretching the shadows of the two and A2 long on the ground. How did she do it? Chao Minhui muttered to himself. After a while, Chung Sun came to his senses and patted Chao Minhui on the shoulder. Professor Chow, if you want to live a few more days, don't ask anything when you go back. Ah? Why? Aren't you curious? Chao Minhui was curious beyond his age at this time. No, I'm not curious at all. I won't ask. I still want to live. Chung Sun got into the car while talking. As soon as he stepped into the car, he saw Shin Xian coming out of the bathroom wiping her hair. He couldn't help it. Shin Xian, how did you dig it through? Shin Xian took off the towel and grabbed a few handfuls of hair. Do you want to hear the truth? Chao Minhui didn't understand anything. If he heard the truth, Shiku would die. He hurriedly got into the car and stopped Chung Sun. Shin Xian rolled his eyes at the two of them and waved to A2. A2 jumped into the car and closed the door. A few minutes later, a car faced the bloody sunset, drilled out of the tunnel, and drove towards Onshing. Chapter 46. The next section of the road was smooth and unobstructed. Shin Xian ate strawberries leisurely. The strawberries she had brought into the space with pots and vines were growing well in the space. The big strawberries were mouth-watering. So she had achieved strawberry freedom in the past few days. Chung Sun wanted to ask, "Have you not finished eating the strawberries from the supermarket?" But seeing Chow Min Hui eating strawberries while translating materials, pretending to be stupid, he shut up. After all, the blood splashed on the car body had just dried up not long ago when the zombies opened the way. "Sister Shin, the road ahead doesn't seem to be good." Song Yuan frowned and showed Shin Xian the image sent back by the drone. After he woke up, he took over the drone's patrol work to avoid wasting time on blocked roads. Shin Xian stuffed the last strawberry into Atu's mouth, wiped his hands and looked over. "Well, Chung Sun, stop and rest first." "Okay." On the screen, the highway bridge in front of us was broken, with exposed steel bars and a gap of more than 10 meters in the middle. In this situation, even if Shin Xian filled all the things in the space, she couldn't get through, let alone the excavator. She took out the map and studied it for a while. "We get off the highway here, follow the Luocheng Ring Road to the provincial road, and then go to Anqing. There may be a zombie tide in the city, so we won't go into the city. And the rest of the journey will be in the car, without time to get out of the car to breathe, so we don't have much time left." Shin Xian arranged the affairs in an orderly manner. Now even Song Yuan knew that Shin Xian had to arrive at Anqing before the 20th. Several people nodded in unison, without any objection. Chung Sun drove smoothly into the ring road of Luocheng. There were zombies wandering everywhere in the city, and Chung Sun tried to avoid them as much as possible, otherwise the sound of crushing and collision would attract more zombies. "Chung Sun, stop the car!" Shin Xian suddenly shouted, and the car stopped steadily, and several zombies slowly approached with low roars. "What's wrong?" Chung Sun glanced at the zombies swaying in front of the car. "Don't make any noise first." After saying that, Shin Xian pressed the Starry Sky roof control key, and the roof slowly opened halfway. This operation is really risky. Chung Sun and Chow Min Hui couldn't help but secretly sweat, and they didn't dare to breathe. They were afraid that some zombie with a sharp nose, coupled with excellent jumping ability, would jump off the roof. Only Song Yuan and Atu looked at the night sky happily, as if nothing had happened. Shin Xian closed his eyes, and listened for a few seconds, then closed the roof. Chow Min Hui wiped the sweat off his forehead, and swore secretly that he would never go out with Shin Xian when he arrived in Anqing. Shin Xian frowned and looked forward through the windshield. "There may be a zombie tide ahead. We can't go forward." "Sister Shin, I can use a drone to observe," Song Yuan said with his little face raised. "The sound of the drone will attract more zombies." Chung Sun directly denied this plan. "Retreating is impossible. Going forward may encounter a zombie tide. Entering the city will have unknown situations, and they can't waste time. It would be best to find out what the scale of the zombie tide ahead is, and whether they can resist it. If they can't resist it, they can go into the city or take a detour. Sister Shin, as long as the drone is above 50 meters, about 15 floors high, it can't be heard on the ground. When returning, keep the height. When it is vertical above the roof, turn off the propeller, and there will be no sound. You can open the roof again, and the drone can fall directly into the car. I can catch it." After saying that, Song Yuan looked at Shin Xian with his big eyes. Chung Sun and Chow Min Hui were stunned again. This, Song Yuan and Shin Xian, should they do a DNA test? This crazy energy, are they really not siblings? Shin Xian bit her lips, and thought for a few seconds, pinching her chin and nodded. "You can try. See, I said it was a crazy brother and sister." Chung Sun was going crazy, but he also knew that Shin Xian would never regret the decision she made. He sighed and said, "Forget it, I take the drone." "Song Yuan, your small body is afraid that it will be smashed." "Okay, I drive. Song Yuan will control the drone, and Professor Chow will be responsible for opening the Starry Sky roof. The button is at the head of the bed." Shin Xian arranged the tasks and changed positions with Chung Sun. Atu lay obediently at her feet. Chow Min Hui rubbed his hands nervously, and kept cheering himself up in his heart. "Professor Chow, don't be nervous, at worst you don't need the drone anymore." Shin Xian rarely comforted him. She was afraid that the old man would have a heart attack if he was too nervous. The information had not been translated yet. If it went wrong? Besides, she had 10 drones in total. Although these things were almost non-renewable resources in the Doomsday, they could be saved if possible. But if it really didn't work, if one was lost, then one was lost. Chow Min Hui took a deep breath and pressed the button on the top of the Starry Sky. After the drone flew out steadily, it was immediately turned off. Shin Xian concentrated on driving. The car had to keep moving, otherwise once it stopped, it would soon be surrounded by zombies. Chung Sun stared at the screen on the joystick. So many. The zombies on the screen were crowded together, like a celebrity concert. There was no end in sight. Wait, what is this? Chung Sun tilted his head to identify it carefully. After the full moon, the night was pitch black, and it could only be distinguished by the night vision function of the drone. On the screen, there was a small yellow dot on the road. In front and behind the small dot, there were zombies gathering. The zombies looked mechanical, but their speed was really fast, like a swarm of locusts. It would take less than 2 minutes to attack the small yellow dot from both sides. After Chung Sun carefully identified it for a few seconds, he realized that the small yellow dot was their car. Damn! Shin Xian. The zombie tide is coming. There are also in front. Shin Xian frowned and turned on the high beam. The high beam can only see a distance of 150 meters, and at the end of the light, there are shadows of people. Hold on tight, let's go into the city. Shin Xian braked hard and turned, rushing out of the roadblock and heading into the city. Song Yuan also saw the endless zombies on the screen, but his hands were steady, and he took several photos. Chow Minhui was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, and he suppressed his shaking hands. Grandpa Chow, get ready, the drone is coming back. Okay. You can open the roof. Okay. The roof slowly opened, and the drone fell into the car with a whirring sound. Chung Sun wrapped it with a blanket and caught it steadily. Chow Minhui wiped the sweat from his forehead again, his heartbeat rumbling. Looking at the calm appearance of Shin Xian and Song Yuan, he shook his head unconsciously. It seems that he is still old. Chung Sun quickly put down the drone, exchanged positions with Shin Xian, and let him drive. He had to drive to Luocheng in less than 2 minutes, and find a relatively safe location. The whole city of Los Angeles was in darkness. The zombies behind the car ran faster and faster, completely beyond human instinct, and some of them even jumped onto the roof of the car with long legs. Chung Sun, relying on his years of racing experience, directly performed a last-ditch race in the city. Roadblock? Rush it. A lone zombie? Rush it. Abandoned scrap car? Rush it. The hearts of several people were in their throats, and they dared not breathe. Chung Sun specifically chose some narrow roads to drive on, so as to limit the number of zombies behind the car to the greatest extent. Shin Xian took out the solar air gun and prepared for battle. Chapter 47. The RV was tilting. Chow Minhui hugged Ah too tightly, his heart in his throat. Song Yuan stared at the picture sent back by the drone, and his hands kept crossing and crossing on the paper. Brother Chung, turn left at the intersection ahead, there may be a hospital. Maybe? Then turn left. Shin Xian made a decisive decision. Chung Sun didn't care what happened after turning left, and drifted over directly. Fortunately, there was indeed a hospital after turning left. Los Angeles Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Several large red luminous characters were extremely conspicuous. Drive to the emergency passage. Shin Xian put his hands on the control panel and pointed to the emergency passage of the hospital. The hospital's ambulance was washed to pieces in the previous heavy rain and lay across the yard. Chung Sun drove at the fastest speed and drove towards the emergency passage. In the rearview mirror, the zombies also ran over from the small road. They were about to catch up with their car. Shin Xian opened the starry sky ceiling with one hand, and pulled out the ladder from the back of the closet with the other hand, and stepped on it directly with the gun in hand. Boom, boom, after a few gunshots, the zombies in front were smashed into pieces and sprayed into the car. Damn it, Shin Xian didn't want this car anymore. With these few seconds of obstruction, the RV slid smoothly into the emergency passage. Shin Xian pinched the blood-sprayed t-shirt and stepped back, and saw Chung Sun turn right. The 3 big words mortuary on the sign passed by her. Shin Xian, eh? The road to the mortuary is 3 meters wide, and goes downhill all the way. The RV just went in, and couldn't turn around. So, the group rushed straight into the mortuary smoothly and unimpeded. Before the car stopped, Shin Xian jumped out of the car and raised his hand to close the metal steel door of the morgue. The zombies all hit the door and pounced on it. Chung Sun immediately reversed the car and blocked the door tightly. The few people breathed a sigh of relief. With the car lights on, the morgue seemed less depressing. The rows of iron cabinets, because of the power outage and flooding, the bodies stored had long been rotten, and the rotten water kept coming out. There was a foul smell in the air. It was like rotten eggs and leeks that had been covered for half a month. Chow Minhui finally couldn't help it, and ran to the corner to vomit. Song Yuan's face turned red from holding back, and he didn't dare to breathe deeply. Chung Sun was not much better, and his stomach was churning. Ah Tu sniffed the ground curiously, and after walking a few steps, his little tail was sticking out, and he almost fainted. On the other hand, Shen Xian calmly checked everywhere, confirmed that there was no danger, took off her shoes, opened the bathroom, and went to take a shower. This was nothing. She often smelled this smell in her previous life. It seemed like she was back to the days of fighting zombies before. Her face in the mirror was red, and even her blood was faintly boiling. Am I a pervert? She washed twice with shower gel to get rid of the smell on her body. She got dressed and jumped out of the car. Outside the morgue door, the sound of zombies hitting each other continued. Don't worry, they won't be able to get in for a while. Chung Sun checked, and was very confident in his parking skills. If they can't get in, we won't go out. What's the point of being happy? Shen Xian took out a bottle of water, and gulped it down. Chung Sun, what should we do now? When I drove in, I really didn't think so much. Chung Sun scratched his head. Let's eat something first. We've been running all night. We need to replenish our energy. We think of a way after we finish eating. Shen Xian took out the self-heating beef brisket rice and cola from the car, found a metal table, pulled over a chair, sat down and prepared to eat. Aren't you hungry? Seeing that no one else moved, Shen Xian tilted his head and asked. Chung Sun, Song Yuan, If you don't want to eat, go take a shower, or the car will stink again. Shen Xian sipped a mouthful of cola. You still know it stinks? Chung Sun's eyes widened, with a look of astonishment. Nonsense, I don't have a sense of taste, how can I not know it stinks? Then you can't smell it here. Forget it, I have no appetite, you eat it. As he said that, he picked up Ah Tu, and went to take a shower. Song Yuan looked pale, and endured the nausea. He took out a bagel, and a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and sat next to Shen Xian and ate it in small bites. After a while, Chow Minhui finally vomited enough. He looked up and saw Shen Xian and Song Yuan sitting in a row, eating. Can you eat this? Song Yuan swallowed a mouthful of bread with difficulty. I can't eat it, but I'm the weakest here, I have to eat, otherwise I won't have the energy to run. Shen Xian stuffed a piece of beef brisket into his mouth. Well, you have this awareness, good. Chow Minhui was stunned. You're right, I'm the oldest here, I can't fall down. After that, he went to the refrigerator to pick out his favorite dumplings and cook them. He didn't care whether the metal table was left alone or not. He poured some vinegar and started eating. When Chung Sun came out, he saw the three of them sitting there, eating big mouthfuls of food. He rubbed his eyes, took a few steps back to the bathroom, and opened the door again. Are you okay? Shen Xian glanced at him, her beautiful big eyes turned slightly. We can't escape this time, so we might as well be full before we die. Chung Sun, don't joke like that, we can definitely leave here, if not, just wait for the zombies to disperse. Chow Minhui nodded, well, that's a good idea. There are still 3 hours until dawn, everyone take a break. Shen Xian threw down a sentence, set an alarm on her watch, went back to the car and laid down on the bed. She was really a little tired, and she hadn't recovered since digging the tunnel. Ignoring the banging outside the door, she fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. Song Yuan got up obediently, returned to the car, took a shower quietly, and laid down to sleep. Chung Sun and Chow Minhui looked at each other. Forget it, Professor Chow, don't eat so much. It's hard to digest late at night. Give me half of the dumplings. Here you are. Looking at Shen Xian and Song Yuan's performance, Chow Minhui was not so scared anymore. His heart grew bigger. He couldn't sleep, so he just took a flashlight and studied the structure of the morgue. Morgue, autopsy room, sample storage room. Shen Xian, I found a way out. Shen Xian was awakened by Chow Minhui. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gray-haired old man standing at the door of the car with an excited look on his face. Huh? Chung Sun and Song Yuan also woke up and got out of the car to check. The zombies outside were still hitting tirelessly, and the metal door of the morgue was a little deformed. If it weren't for the RV blocking it, it would probably be broken soon. I believe that in another 2 hours, the zombies will rush in. Shen Xian, look. Chow Minhui pulled Shen Xian to the autopsy room, pointing the flashlight directly at the ceiling. The ceiling here is different from that of the morgue, which is a closed space. And here in the autopsy room, there is actually a vent on the roof. It's just that the vent is very small and flat, and you can't really see it if you don't look carefully. However, judging by the size, no one except Song Yuan and A2 can crawl in. Shin Xian pinched his chin and thought for a while, then took out the solar air gun. He fired a shot at the vent. Before the others could react, they felt their ears ringing. Dust fell down. After the dust cleared, a big enough hole was broken in the vent. Not bad, Chung Sun, go get a robot. Okay. Soon, Shin Xian got the robot, fiddled with it for a few times, and handed it to Song Yuan to control. Chung Sun stacked 2 chairs, stepped on them, and sent the robot into the vent. Chapter 48. Song Yuan controlled the robot to crawl forward and observe the passage on the handle screen. At the same time, he drew a route map. About half an hour later, he could barely see the exit. The ventilation duct at the end of the route was vertically upward, and the robot could not go up. But the image showed that it was bright outside, which should be the exit. Okay, but the passage is too narrow. Song Yuan and I have no problem, but you, Chung Sun, and Professor Chow can't get in. Shin Xian pondered for a while, and thought about countermeasures. Chung Sun pondered and said, well, Shin Xian, you and Song Yuan go out, and Professor Chow and I stay here. After you lead the zombies away, we drive out. In this way, we don't have to abandon the car. What do you think? Professor Chow nodded in agreement. In the Doomsday, cars are very important supplies, and they will also need cars for the next journey. Okay, but I go by myself, and you 3 stay here. Shin Xian has 3 such cars. It's a pity to abandon one at the beginning of the Doomsday. Sister Shin, I can do it. I go with you. Song Yuan spoke up immediately. No, I can go faster by myself. You have a more important task. Hearing the word no, Song Yuan was disappointed. When he heard the more important task, he immediately became energetic again. What task? Shin Xian returned to the car and took out 2 walkie-talkies from the drawer. Can you fix this thing? Walkie-talkies? At Song Yuan's age, he had only seen this thing in cartoons. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Sister Shin, give me half an hour. Okay. Shin Xian took out the toolbox and computer and threw them to Song Yuan. Shin Xian has 10 walkie-talkies. She bought them with a try-and-see attitude. She didn't expect that the Doomsday would be useless. But she saw Song Yuan fix the transmission signal of the drone that day, so maybe the walkie-talkie would work. As soon as the walkie-talkie was used, Chow Minhui couldn't help but sigh, Shin Xian, you are so well prepared. However, Shin Xian was pulled aside by Chung Sun and told tirelessly, take the robot with you, and use it to attract the zombies first. Don't go by yourself. TSK, Chung Sun, don't worry about it. Just take them out safely. To be honest, if it weren't for these people, Shin Xian would have more choices. Drive the XCMG excavator out, or just wait here. Anyway, there are enough supplies, and she is not afraid. But now, if she wants to go to the Anqing base, she can only work harder. Okay, anyway, you should be careful. If you die, your car will be mine. Oh, what the hell, I planted the tree, only I can enjoy the shade, and besides, I am your father. If you are really worried, just kowtow to me. Chung Sun, why am I doing this? Sister Shin, let's try it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Song Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and called Shin Xian. Okay. How far do you think it can connect? Shin Xian left Chung Sun and took the walkie-talkie. Conservatively estimated to be 200 meters. Now time is limited. I should be able to upgrade to a distance of thousands of meters in the future. Song Yuan's expression was full of praise. Praise me quickly. Very good, well done. After Shin Xian tested the walkie-talkie and found no problem, she climbed up the vent with her backpack. A2 jumped a few times and followed. Chow Minhui was slow to react and failed to stop A2. It's okay, let A2 follow. Chung Sun sighed secretly. Shin Xian was arbitrary and decisive, and she was never soft-hearted when it came to killing. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of experience Shin Xian had before. But as long as Shin Xian still kept A2, it proved that her heart was not completely cold. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it, and began to pack up to prepare for rushing out. As soon as Shin Xian entered the passage, she put all her things into the space, and went into battle lightly. 10 minutes later, she came to the vertical part of the passage. Put A2 on her shoulders, supported herself with her hands and feet, and jumped up step by step. Fortunately, she never stopped exercising during this period, otherwise this section of the road would be really deadly. The ventilation fan at the vent had stopped working long ago. Shin Xian fired a shot, supported herself with both hands, and climbed out. Outside the exit was the outer wall of the hospital's main building, which was about 5 meters high. Shin Xian took a deep breath and jumped down. It was still hot in the morning. The watch showed 70 degrees, but there was a light cloud in the sky. Shin Xian knew that the extremely cold weather was coming. "Hello, Chung-soon, can you hear me? I have reached the ground." After a burst of noise on the intercom, Shin Xian barely heard the response. "It's not a big problem." He looked around carefully and found a relatively hidden place to avoid anyone seeing the next scene. With a wave of his hand, a huge excavator appeared out of thin air. "Climb up, swing the bucket, and drive to the emergency passage of the hospital. The zombies on the outermost side have dispersed, but the passage is still full of zombies." Shin Xian controlled the excavator bucket and knocked it against the steps several times, making a loud noise. The zombies turned their heads immediately. Feeling that it was not enough, she took out a large piece of fresh pork from the space and threw it into the bucket. The smell of fresh flesh and blood instantly spread. The zombies twitched their noses in confusion and rushed towards Shin Xian. The excavator turned nimbly, opened the horsepower to the maximum, and rushed all the way. After driving for 5 minutes, the distance was far enough. Shin Xian threw the pork with the bucket to the second-floor balcony of a residential building. Worried that the taste was not strong enough, she added a few more pieces of meat. "It hurts." Then, there was another 5 minutes of rushing, until only a few zombies were left behind. She put away the excavator directly, and replaced it with an RV. With a beautiful turn, she knocked away the zombies, and returned to the entrance of the hospital corridor along another road. There were still dozens of zombies in the corridor. Compared with the zombie tide, this number is not even a snack. Shin Xian took back the RV on the spot, took out the big gun, and fired all the way. Ah-Tu followed him jogging all the way. "Shin Xian, please reply if you get it. Shin Xian, please reply if you get it." Chung-sun's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Shin Xian was stunned at first, then realized that he still had an intercom. He was so excited just now that he forgot about it. "Yes, it's me, I'm back." After just a few words, Shin Xian heard cheers from the intercom. "We are ready, and can come out to meet you at any time." Chung-sun could not hide the excitement in his tone. "Yes. Come out." 2 more shots. The last 2 zombies exploded into a bloody mist. At the same time, the door of the morgue was opened. The RV rushed out directly. Chung-sun accelerated in the car and shouted, "Shin Xian, hold on, we're here." "Huh? Wait." Chung-sun braked suddenly. Song Yuan and Chow Ming-hui fell flat on their faces. "What's going on? Are there still a lot of zombies?" Song Yuan quickly got up. As a result, through the windshield, he saw Shin Xian standing in the pile of zombies with a gun. The passage was dark, but Shin Xian stood there like the sun, and like a blood-red rose with strong vitality. Even the broken meat and blood under his feet became a background. Shin Xian grinned, picked up Ah-Tu, and shook the gun in his hand at them. This scene was not forgotten until many years later when Chung-sun and Song Yuan became the top leaders of the base. Chapter 49. What are you standing there for? Let's go! Shin Xian opened the car door and looked at the people in confusion. Chow Ming-hui took 2 quick steps, picked up Ah-Tu, and rubbed him in his arms for a few times. "My dear, I hope you are all right. I hope you are all right." She looked like she was about to cry, which made Shin Xian suspicious. "Professor Chow, have you been infected?" Chow Ming-hui's old face turned red, and he was a little embarrassed and annoyed. "It's not me, it's Chung-sun who was infected. After you left, he kept repeating like a repeater. Shin Xian, please reply if you get it." Shin Xian curled the corner of his mouth and patted Chung-sun's shoulder. "Don't worry, if you want Dad's RV, you can wait for the next life." Meeting Shin Xian's loving eyes, Chung-sun's face turned red with anger. "Nothing. Are you going or not? Let's go! Let's go to Anshan and take the national highway." Shin Xian threw down her bag, took off the intercom, and waved to Song Yuan. "Song Yuan, come and upgrade all the intercoms." "Yes." Although Song Yuan didn't say anything, his pair of sparkling eyes couldn't hide his happiness. He looked up at Shin Xian obediently, with the same expression as Ah-Tu. Shin Xian, The zombies in the daytime are as energetic as those at night. As soon as they left the hospital, a few zombies surrounded them on the road, and Chung-sun ran over them directly. When passing by a large supermarket, Chung-sun asked, "Do we need to replenish supplies? There is not much food left." Shin Xian looked at the countdown on the watch. "No, we won't waste a minute on the next journey, and we will go straight to Anshan." "Okay." Chung-sun stepped on the RV and accelerated. Shin Xian was also preparing to get something to eat, but just as she opened a box of Johaya, the car body jolted violently and suddenly stopped. Ah Tu groaned and jumped onto Shin Xian's shoulder. Fuck, which bastard. Chung Sun cursed directly. Then the front of the car slowly lifted up, the car body tilted, and the whole car body stood up. Shin Xian's duck neck was scattered all over the floor, and Song Yuan's toolbox also fell to the ground. Chow Minhui quickly grabbed the information on the table and covered it in his arms. Several people stumbled to the rear of the car and stood on Shin Xian's bed. What's going on? Shin Xian steadied her body and looked out the window. The building outside the window slowly fell down, and the 6-story Wanda Mall was almost up to the top of the building. Someone hijacked our car. Chung Sun punched the head of the bed. Don't panic, Chung Sun, get ready to fight. Professor Chow, give me all the information first. Song Yuan, protect your grandpa Chow, the gun is loaded, be careful not to point it at your own people. Shin Xian arranged the tasks in an orderly manner, and handed a gun to Song Yuan and Chow Minhui. He stuffed Chow Minhui's information into his backpack, but actually put it into the space. Their car rose higher and higher, and looking out, they could almost overlook the entire Los Angeles. At this time, they could also see the situation on the roof of Wanda clearly. There are 4 staircase exits on the top floor, all of which are guarded. Unlike ordinary high-rise buildings, before the end of the world, the top floor of Wanda has always been a base for internet celebrities. Camping, open-air cinemas, restaurants, zoos, everything is there. Now, those camping tents are lined up in an orderly manner, and on the other side are several car wreckages. It can be seen that their RV is not the first one to be brought up. When the RV was about 3 meters away from the roof, it swayed a few times and stopped. Only then could we see clearly that there was a medium-sized tower crane on the roof. The long operating arm extended straight to the roof of the RV. Needless to say, it must be that some survivors gathered here after the Doomsday. The tower crane that was originally working on the roof became the best weapon. They pre-buried the device and nylon rope on the road. As long as the vehicle passed by, they would start the device and use the tower crane to directly fish the car up. It must be said that there are really many people with brains in the Doomsday. At this time, a lot of people suddenly appeared on the roof, and it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of them. These people held various weapons in their hands and stared at Shin Xian's car with their eyes shining. They hadn't caught a car for several days. And it was a rare RV. There might be clean water, food, beds, and maybe vegetables and fruits in the car. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and they were eager to try, as if they were going to jump on the car and start digging the next moment. Shin Xian took a quick look. Very good. No hot weapons were found so far. However, he saw an acquaintance. Wei Mo. Wei Mo stood at the front of the crowd, still meticulous. Listen, people in the car. We won't hurt you as long as you hand over all the supplies. The world is difficult now. Only if we unite can we overcome the difficulties together. Unite and overcome the difficulties together. Others also shouted with Wei Mo. What kind of cult is this? The voice reached the car, and Shin Xian and others were silent. Seeing no response, Wei Mo shouted again, we have food, water, and leaders here. We can wait until the end of the Doomsday and return to normal life together. Bah, you have food and water. Why did you hijack our car? And the leader? Self-proclaimed? Chung Sun pressed the microphone on the car and asked directly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wei Mo's face. Of course, everyone chose it. You have seen what is outside. We are civilized people, and will not do anything to you. As long as you hand over the supplies, we will let you go, and we will overcome the difficulties together. Otherwise, what else? A cold female voice sounded directly above everyone's head. Everyone was stunned. The roof of the RV was slowly opened. From this angle, it looked like the door of a palace was opened. A beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a white tight vest and shorts, stood there with a strange metal stick in her hand. Beside the woman stood a handsome man, and behind him was an old man and a child. If they don't have guns in their hands. Is that a gun? Everyone's breathing stagnated, and they dared not move. Especially Wei Mo. After seeing Shin Xian, his eyes were dazed. Mission? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, and a figure rushed out and ran forward a few steps. It's me, Jiang Dong. I'm Jiang Dong. He's Wei Mo. Jiang Dong stood excitedly under the RV, looking up at Shin Xian and waving his hands. Do you know him? Chung Sun turned his head to look at Shin Xian. If you don't know him, you can kill him. Shin Xian's words were like a cold arrow, which made Jiang Dong feel cold all over in the hot weather. Should Xian turned his eyes to Wei Mo. Say it again, otherwise what? Wei Mo's expression became more embarrassed, and his face was also irritated. Ahem, Miss Shen, I admit that you are very powerful. At the hotel. When Chung Sun heard the word hotel, he immediately had a gossipy expression. Shen Xian smiled and raised his gun to point at Wei Mo. What happened in the hotel? Jiang Dong had seen Shen Xian's methods, so he immediately plucked up his courage and spoke tremblingly. In the hotel, I saved your dog, I saved your dog. Don't shoot. Seeing Jiang Dong's look, Wei Mo suddenly remembered that when he boarded the ship in the rainstorm, Jiang Dong did the same thing and stood on Shen Xian's side. He just didn't believe that Jiang Dong could always make the right choice. The anger that had been pent up during this period of time burst out directly. Jiang Dong. Are you sure you want to go against me? What and what? Jiang Dong was stunned by such a strange sentence. Chapter 50. Wei Mo, what are you talking about? Jiang Dong murmured. Shen Xian also tilted her head in confusion. Why did she remember that Wei Mo liked to save people? But now this sentence sounded wrong. Did Jiang Dong dig up your ancestors' graves? Wei Mo's face suddenly turned cold, and he didn't even look at Jiang Dong. Miss Shen, I know you won't shoot. Leave all your supplies to us. I promise, I will let you go. Wei Mo was extremely confident. After all, didn't Shen Xian give him a lifebuoy at the beginning? But what responded to him was a gunshot. The top floor was silent in an instant. Only Wei Mo fell to the ground, half opening his mouth and making a hoarse sound. Shen Xian didn't shoot, Chung Sun did. Who said we don't shoot? Idiot! Chung Sun blew the muzzle of the gun. Ah! Ah! The people below went crazy, crowding back, fearing that the bullet would fall on them in the next second. The car owners, who had been caught before, were all afraid of being thrown down from the 6th floor, so they contributed their supplies tremblingly, agreed with Wei Mo's statement, and joined them. But why did they run into such a group of crazy people today? It took Jiang Dong a long time to recover, and he looked at Shen Xian blankly, and then at the bloody hole on Wei Mo's forehead. He was sad, but he couldn't cry. The two of them went from college to work to the end of the world, and it would be a lie to say that there was no friendship. But since he rescued Wei Mo from the water, Wei Mo had an inexplicable hostility towards him. He no longer said a word to him, and ignored any of his suggestions. It was not easy to find this rooftop to take refuge, because the method of fishing the car up was thought of by Wei Mo, and Wei Mo naturally became the leader here. Then, Wei Mo seemed to have changed into a different person, and he trained 100 people to be obedient, including Jiang Dong. He looked up at Shen Xian's calm expression. Shen Xian, what? Do you have any objections? Jiang Dong shook his head. He had not forgotten that Shen Xian had saved him, and Wei Mo in the rainstorm. Wait a minute, I put you down now. He sniffed a few times, trotted to the middle-sized tower crane, and pressed the red lowering button. Others couldn't stand it, and grumbled in a low voice, ready to move, thinking that Shen Xian couldn't hear them. Wei Mo is dead, and he has started to show his ability. You can't tell, he knows him. He and Wei Mo are friends, right? He doesn't seem sad at all when his good friend dies. Such a person is too cold-blooded. Anyway, I won't choose him as a leader. When those people leave, chase him away too. You can leave, just take off everything from him. Yes. Take it off? Just kill him and use him as bait. Anyway, no one cares now. At the back of the crowd, where no one can see, a man with red eyes touched the kitchen knife hidden in his clothes. It seems that Jiang Dong will not live long. Shen Xian sighed silently. When Jiang Dong raised his head, he met Shen Xian's eyes, which were the same as looking at a dead person. It made his heart tremble. The last time he was about to board the ship, Shen Xian had the same look. This time. Am I going to die again? It would be nice if I could go with Miss Shen. Jiang Dong immediately shook his head, and threw away this unrealistic idea. This is the end of the world, and resources are so scarce. Why would anyone take you with them? Besides, Wei Mo just wanted to die. Jiang Dong's eyes and thoughts were all on Shen Xian. The RV slowly descended, and just when the figures of Shen Xian and the others were level with the roof, a figure suddenly flashed in Jiang Dong's eyes. Shen Xian. Go to hell. The man waved his arms, ran and shouted, and swung a kitchen knife reflecting the dazzling sunlight straight at Shen Xian. In ordinary TV dramas, it takes more than 10 seconds to swing a knife, but in fact, at this distance between them, it only takes 2 or 3 seconds to swing a knife. Everyone was stunned by this change. Chung Sun immediately raised his arms, to protect Shen Xian behind him. Bang! Boom! 2 different gunshots. It was Song Yuan and Shen Xian shooting at the same time. The man who swung the kitchen knife immediately exploded into a ball of blood mist, spraying the face of the people around him. Puff! At the same time, the sound of the kitchen knife entering the flesh was heard. Jiang Dong fell directly from the roof. Chung Sun was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed Jiang Dong's arm. Originally, he didn't care about Jiang Dong's life or death, but just now the other party blocked the knife for Shen Xian. It all happened too fast. Chao Minhui couldn't react. Shen Xian and Chung Sun pulled Jiang Dong up, and saw a kitchen knife stuck in Jiang Dong's back. The blood had dyed his clothes red and dripped down. Screams came from the roof, but fortunately no one cared about their RV. A minute later, the car body trembled and the RV landed steadily. Chung Sun opened the door directly, and quickly removed the nylon rope hooked on the front of the car. Shen Xian was extremely calm. He raised his hand to close the starry sky roof, sat in the driver's seat, and set the car to complete purification mode to prevent the blood from spreading. With one foot, the RV rushed out. Song Yuan and Chao Minhui hurried to stop Jiang Dong's bleeding. Even so, the blood dripping from Jiang Dong in the air was enough to drive the nearby zombies crazy. Shen Xian pursed her lips and drove at the highest speed. As soon as she heard the voice of the person who just swung the kitchen knife, she knew who it was. It was Ma Wenbin. In her previous life, she met Ma Wenbin and Gui Yuro 3 years after the apocalypse. After her rebirth, many things were disrupted. Now, Gui Yuro and Ma Wenbin are both dead. How is Jiang Dong? Is he dead? He's not dead yet, but more serious than Song Yuan. The wound from the kitchen knife is not big, but it's a bit long. The bad thing is that we don't have a doctor. Can we save him? Chung Sun's voice was still steady. Shen Xian put force on her feet, and crushed a few more zombies to death. Try it. I do it. Chao Minhui washed his hands. I'm a biologist and have dissected animals. Although I haven't performed surgery on anyone, it's better than letting him die like this. Chung Sun, you drive. Shen Xian drove the car into the provincial road and quickly changed positions with Chung Sun. She took out the medical kit and quietly put the things needed for the operation in it. Anesthetic needle, suture needle and thread, disinfectant gauze. With the experience of saving Song Yuan last time, she knew exactly what was needed. Chao Minhui washed his hands carefully, disinfected Jiang Dong's back, and gave him anesthesia. But he was not a professional after all, and the dosage and placement of the anesthesia were not right. When he pulled out the kitchen knife, Jiang Dong still woke up in pain. What caught his eye was Shen Xian with a frown on her face. He trembled and tried to hold Shen Xian's hand. Miss Shen. Am I dreaming? Am I in heaven? Ah! It hurts. Shen Xian's finger poked directly on his wound. Are you awake now? You are the only doctor here. If you want to live, you must stay awake and instruct Professor Chow to perform surgery on you. If you die in the process, I will throw you on the side of the road. Jiang Dong, Shen Xian found 2 mirrors, held one above Jiang Dong's back, and Song Yuan held one in front of Jiang Dong. In this way, Jiang Dong could see his injuries even when he was lying on his stomach. When he saw the deep wound that could be seen to the bone, Jiang Dong almost fell back again. He endured the pain and instructed Professor Chow to give him another anesthetic. Watching his own flesh being sewn together like clothes. Really, I might as well die. Muscles can't be sewn together, so the muscle layer first. Continuous suturing, don't leave any thread ends. Slow down, slow down. Professor Chow, your handwork is really terrible. Jiang Dong's forehead was sweating from the pain, and he finally fainted with his head tilted. Chapter 51. It's not a big problem. Take anti-inflammatory medicine on time, and you should be able to survive. Chao Minhui wiped his hands, and carefully sorted out the surgical tools. These things are extremely precious supplies in the Doomsday. Well, you heard it, Song Yuan, you feed him medicine on time. If he can't eat, you can force it in. Song Yuan? Seeing Song Yuan holding the mirror blankly without any response, Shen Xian called him again. Oh, okay, well, feed the medicine on time. Chao Minhui also noticed Song Yuan's abnormality, and was afraid that Shen Xian would blurt out, "Why are you unhappy? Can't figure it out? If you can't figure it out, you can die." Quickly rushed to ask Song Yuan, "What's wrong with you?" Song Yuan put the mirror down with a stiff hand. Only then did he realize that Song Yuan's fingers were shaking slightly, because of the gun just now. Song Yuan exhaled a long breath, as if he had been holding his breath just now, and the whole person slowly relaxed. He lowered his head and stared at his hands. I'm sorry. This is my first time shooting. I'm a little uncomfortable, but I'd be fine in the future. His tone was suppressed and forbearing, which made people feel distressed. In the normal world, he would still be in the 5th grade at this age, and he would be happy for getting a perfect score, eating a meal at KFC, buying a new skateboard, and winning a championship. But now, shooting, killing, zombies, fleeing, alone, I dare not even shed tears, for fear of being abandoned. Chow Minhuai's fatherly heart was instantly struck. He quickly squatted down and hugged Song Yuan. Good boy, it's okay, in the future. In the future. He wanted to say that we won't shoot in the future, but this is the end of the world. If you want to live, you have to do this. Not used to it? Then find a group of zombies later, and you can sit on the roof of the car and kill them for a while. Shen Xian said while washing her hands. Chow Minhuai, yeah, okay. Song Yuan nodded gently. Okay. Okay, on the next road, Shen Xian and Chung Sun took turns driving day and night without stopping. Finally, 2 days before the extreme cold came, they saw the road sign of Anqing. There are not many zombies outside Anqing, but the more zombies there are, the more zombies there are. There will be many bases built around the world, but the reason she chose the Anqing base is because of the ancient city wall. Anqing is an ancient city. The ancient city area in the center of the city is surrounded by a 12-meter-high city wall, which is a natural barrier against zombies. In theory, she has all kinds of good equipment in her new life, but it is too difficult to find a place to sleep well. There are no zombies in the deep mountains and old forests, but geological disasters occur frequently, which is not something her RV can withstand. There are many zombies in places with good geological environment. So, she still has to enter the base. She wants that wall. At this time, the gates of Anqing were closed, and there were some gray tents scattered on the walls, with people patrolling back and forth. The moat had long dried up, and the zombies outside the wall formed a group, attacking the walls and gates from time to time, but they were all firmly blocked. Let's go! After taking a look from a distance, Shen Xian put away the telescope and drove the car to the foot of Suihua Mountain in the south of Anqing, where there were no zombies wandering. There are still 40 hours before the extreme cold comes. Her plan is to enter Anqing smoothly before that. Chow Min stood on the hillside with his hands behind his back, sighing at the withered yellow. Suihua Mountain is the northern branch of the Qinling Mountains and a branch peak of Zhongnan Mountain. I have been here before, and the scenery is beautiful. Chung Sun also got out of the car and stretched his arms and legs. The air here didn't have that rotten smell. The mission was about to be completed, and he was in a very good mood. He shouted to the car. Song Yuan and Jiang Dong also get out to get some fresh air. It's quite cool outside, only about 40 degrees. Ever since he knew that Song Yuan had shot, Chung Sun had a little shadow. He intentionally or unintentionally took Song Yuan with him in everything he did. Not long after Jiang Dong woke up, he was able to get out of the ground and move around. And every day he was happy, and he made a good promise. Who doesn't have a cowardly starting point? With Shen Xian here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Shen Xian hugged it too, and got out of the car with a map. It will be cooler in a few days, like minus 40 degrees. So, is there really extreme cold? Chung Sun frowned. Shen Xian mentioned it more than once. Jiang Dong immediately poked Chung Sun with his still movable arm. What do you mean by real? If Shen Xian says it is, then it is real. Chung Sun, brainless. Stay away. Shen Xian put the map on the big rock next to him. Chung Sun, tell me what you know. Well, but it was all the information before I set out. Chung Sun scratched his head embarrassedly. When I set out, the people who built the safe base also set out. It seems that the safe base is the area within the city wall. Is it really a safe base? Then what are you waiting for? Go quickly. Jiang Dong jumped up directly, and the wound was pulled and it hurt. Chung Sun looked at him. I have 2 base quotas. Shen Xian and I, Professor Chow, can enter the base by ourselves. Well, then, what should I and Song Yuan do? Jiang Dong understood immediately, and looked at Shen Xian carefully. It's not Song Yuan, it's you. Song Yuan has computer technology, so it's not a problem for him to enter the security base. No. Jiang Dong was anxious and turned around in circles. After just a few days together, he fell in love with this small group. He didn't want to be separated from Shen Xian and the others. I'm a doctor. Will the base accept me? Besides, Shen Xian, the fortune teller said that I'm a lucky charm for my husband. You must not abandon me. Shen Xian, Get out of here. Okay. I go make dinner for you. Seeing that Shen Xian was still in the mood to scold him, Jiang Dong felt more at ease. He wanted to work hard to prove that he was still valuable. Shen Xian glanced at Jiang Dong, who was cooking with one hand, and said to Chung Sun, "Let's talk about it then." Although Wei Mo died in their hands, he knew that Shen Xian would never give up on Jiang Dong, who was so devoted to Shen Xian. He could only agree, give it a try. "So how are you going to contact the base?" Shen Xian asked. "Use the necklace chip." "Who in the base are you looking for?" Chung Sun was stuck. "Don't say you don't know." Shen Xian fell into self-doubt for a minute. She remembered that she decided to pick up Chung Sun because his IQ was online. "Where's your brain? Has it been dug out by zombies?" Shen Xian looked up and saw Chung Sun's height of 183. Chung Sun looked at her with resentment, like an abandoned woman. "Forget it, let's eat first." Shen Xian waved her hand. Perhaps because there were no zombies around, or perhaps because they were about to enter the base, the atmosphere for dinner today was particularly good. 5 people, and a dog sat around on the hillside. "Shen Xian, thank you, if it weren't for you." Jiang Dong held up a Coke, his eyes red. "Don't be sentimental, if you really want to thank me, call me Dad." Shen Xian picked up a piece of lotus root from the self-heating hot pot. "After entering the base and separating, we will be free to use the space, and we must eat fresh hot pot at that time." Jiang Dong put down the Coke, rubbed his hands on his knees, and was about to speak. Chung Sun quickly covered Jiang Dong's mouth. "Eat. Don't talk. Woo woo." After finishing the meal, Shen Xian put down his chopsticks, and the others stopped. "We don't know what's going on inside the base. No matter what happens, stay calm and try to survive." After knowing each other for so long, this is the only time Shen Xian has given such a serious reminder. The others nodded vigorously. "Professor Chow, give me the translated information, and take the Xinhua dictionary yourself. After entering the base, translate a copy for them. Do you have any objection?" "Yes, sure." Chow Minhui took the information from the car and handed it to Shen Xian. Shen Xian took out a box from the cabinet and opened it. There were a bunch of bullets inside. "Gun, 1 for each person, enough bullets. But, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not reveal that you have a gun in the base." "Yes, yes." Several people nodded again. Let's go to the base." Chapter 52. Then, how do we enter the base? Do we charge and head first? If you do this, you get eaten and have to count money for others after entering the base. Chung Sun looked down on Jiang Dong while driving. "TSK. Who are you looking down on?" Choosing a location with fewer zombies, Chung Sun parked the car 3 kilometers away from the city wall. This is the farthest distance their drone can fly at present. Shen Xian turned off the lights, covered the windows, and activated the external surveillance to reduce the presence of the RV. In the surveillance, the zombies were swaying around without any consciousness. Chung Sun picked up a pen and wrote on the paper, then took off the necklace around his neck, drew a rough sketch for comparison, and finally added the location of the RV. "What is this?" Jiang Dong tilted his head and looked over. "This is our pass. Why is it so sloppy? Will it work?" "Nonsense." Chung Sun was extremely confident. "If it works, draw a few for me." Chung Sun, Shen Xian took out the drone, put Chung Sun's note into a bag, and firmly attached it to the bottom of the drone. The starry sky top quietly opened, and Song Yuan controlled the drone to take off. Hearing the sound of the drone, the zombies around the car body immediately came to life and ran away after the sound. Although Jiang Dong had seen Song Yuan operate the drone many times along the way, he still felt itchy to watch it again. Unfortunately, the drone looked very precious at first glance, and he didn't dare to use it. The drone flashed yellow taillights, slid over the zombies' heads, and flew higher and higher. Shen Xian stood beside Song Yuan, staring at the control screen, pull it up a little higher, and take a look at the overall situation. Song Yuan quickly raised the drone, and Shen Xian hurried to understand the layout of the city. This time the drone is unlikely to come back, so we must take this opportunity to find out the situation in the city. Here, zoom in. Song Yuan lowered the drone, and several huge monsters suddenly appeared on the screen. "It's a tank." Chung Sun recognized it at a glance based on the outline. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the picture suddenly turned upside down, and the camera flipped and dropped rapidly. Then, the control handle issued a beeping alarm. "Sister Shen, the drone has lost contact. It must have been hit." "It doesn't matter, we wait." Shin Xian sat steadily in front of the control console, adjusted the monitoring, and aimed it at the gate of the city wall. He stroked A2 from time to time. What if it doesn't work? Jiang Dong asked anxiously. If it doesn't work, just kill Chung Sun. Chung Sun, Only you have a big mouth. As he spoke, A2 suddenly pricked up his ears, and everyone quickly focused on the monitoring screen. The city gate slowly opened, and the zombies crowded at the gate rushed in, but were pushed out by a giant. Although the distance was a bit far, the surveillance cameras in Shin Xian's RV were all top-level configurations, and the picture was very real. The tank was like a harvester, crushing the zombies under the tracks. After the tank came out, the city gate was closed immediately. This should be the Type 96 main battle tank, which can seat 3 people, with day and night aiming and laser ranging functions, missile system, and 2 auxiliary machine guns. But don't worry, the other party will not use missiles. Missiles are so precious. Chung Sun explained to everyone attentively. When she heard the machine gun, Shin Xian's eyes lit up. Her RV has always had a machine gun base, but unfortunately there is no machine gun. Alone in an empty room. I don't understand. Why don't they let us in, but come out to talk? And they have to use tanks. Jiang Dong asked. There are so many zombies. What if we rush over and they don't open the door? Now that they know our value, they will naturally do their best to protect our safety. Coming out to talk is sincerity. Chung Sun explained kindly. So does it mean that we are worth a tank? Jiang Dong was a little excited. Of course not including you. The sound of the tank driving has been attracting zombies. Just when several people were wondering how the other party was going to get here, 2 people wearing combat uniforms and holding guns got off the tank. Then, the tank retreated and led the zombies away again. There were only a few zombies left, not to be feared. Puff! Puff! One of them drew his gun, and the zombies surrounding the RV were shot in the head one after another. I know this silencer. Jiang Dong pointed to the surveillance camera and said. You are so smart. Shin Xian praised. Hee hee. Chung Sun, Chung Sun, get ready for the negotiation. Shin Xian put away his smile, put down A2, and opened the car door. This is a negotiation with an unknown outcome, but Shin Xian must win. The lights poured out instantly, and the 2 fully armed men under the car raised their guns and pointed them at Shin Xian. Shin Xian stood calmly at the door of the car, motionless. After a few seconds, one of them took off his helmet, with a trace of doubt on his majestic face. Are you Chung Sun? I am. Chung Sun, who had been standing next to Shin Xian, immediately stepped forward and blocked Shin Xian behind him. The man looked Chung Sun up and down. Can we go in and talk? Chung Sun glanced at Shin Xian, who nodded gently. Okay. As soon as they stepped into the car, the 2 felt a long-lost cool breeze. They hadn't enjoyed air conditioning for a long time. There was no electricity or ice in the base, and the limited generator energy had to be supplied to places that needed it more. And this RV actually had air conditioning. Young people nowadays don't know how to live. Han Lin quickly gave an evaluation in his mind. Another person also took off his helmet, and everyone realized that it was a female colleague. Han Lin took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Han Lin, one of the base leaders. I'm Ruan Yuanshuang, the captain of the guard team. Ruan Yuanshuang had short hair that reached her ears, and she was capable and upright. Her eyes fell from Chung Sun to Shin Xian. A woman's sixth sense told her that this seemingly weak girl was not that simple. Please sit down, we're all family here. Chung Sun took the initiative to invite the 2 to sit down, and the others stood behind Chung Sun. Obviously, this is a conversation centered on Chung Sun, or a negotiation. Moreover, they are our own people. There is nothing that cannot be said. Han Lin showed a bitter smile on his slightly frosted face, and sighed in his heart, wondering if this negotiation mission can be completed. Professor Chow, you have worked hard all the way. I am an old man, and I can arrive here alive, thanks to the children. Chow Minhui is a person who has seen the world, and he is very comfortable in dealing with such scenes. If you don't mind, I need to verify your identity first. Han Lin reached out, and Ruan Yuanshuang took out a palm-sized instrument from the pocket of his combat uniform. The style is a bit like the POS machine in the supermarket. Chung Sun took off the necklace on his neck, and he didn't know where he pressed, and a fingernail-sized chip popped out from it. Han Lin put the chip into the machine, and after a few seconds, an electronic sound rang. Confirm. Start iris comparison. Chung Sun turned his eyes over. Identity confirmed. Past Chow Minhui tore open the cover of the Xinhua dictionary, took out a similar chip, and scanned his iris. Identity confirmed. Past Han Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned off the verification machine. This thing consumes a lot of electricity, so save as much as possible. Thank you for your hard work along the way. The base has just been built, and there is a lot of work to be done, but it has just been built, and resources are very tight. Professor Chow's arrival is really too important. According to the regulations, Chung Sun, you and Professor Chow can both enter the base. Han Lin looked embarrassed and apologetic. Everyone immediately understood that the base wanted to bargain. Chung Sun immediately interrupted Han Lin. Captain Han, according to the agreement, Chi Hai's base quota is also in my hands. Chi Hai was the partner who died while performing the mission with Chung Sun. Chapter 53. When Han Lin said this, except for Shen Xian and Ruan Yuan Shuang, everyone else was angry. Chung Sun was the most angry, because he promised Shen Xian that he would give her a place in the base. And this was in exchange for Chi Hai's life. Han Lin's behavior was equivalent to denying Chi Hai and himself. What is this? Chow Minhui slowly sorted out the Xinhua dictionary. Captain Han, if it weren't for these children, I would have died long ago. If they can't enter the base, then I won't enter. After all, I'm old and have no value. He really made up his mind. If Shen Xian and Song Yuan couldn't enter the base, he would hand over the information, complete his mission, and then leave with Shen Xian. He couldn't bear to leave these children. Han Lin immediately leaned towards the table. Professor Chow, what are you talking about? The base is waiting for your things. You should put the overall situation first. Ha! Chow Minhui sneered silently. Then can't the value of me and Chung Sun be exchanged for a few places? Han Lin showed a painful look on his face. It's not that I want to break the agreement. Now every grain and every sip of water in the base is strictly allocated. I really can't promise you. I am responsible for the fate of mankind as a whole. Shen Xian's beautiful eyes drooped, and her fingers tapped lightly. At the beginning of the Doomsday, her plan was to enter the base, because there were things in the base that she couldn't buy. Especially the ancient city wall of Anqing base, which really didn't exist anywhere else. It was a natural zombie barrier. At least you could sleep peacefully. You still have to enter the base. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she turned her head to look at Atu, who was lying on the operating table without any sense of existence. Atu received the signal, and slapped a green button with one claw. The car was instantly plunged into darkness. There were several sounds of pistols being loaded. Don't be nervous, it's just a power outage. Shen Xian spoke slowly, her tone calm. Song Yuan, go install the generator. Okay, Sister Shen. Generator? They actually have a generator. In the darkness, Han Lin swallowed his saliva. He thought he had covered it up well, but he couldn't resist Shen Xian's extraordinary hearing. Then, footsteps and rustlings were heard in the car. In the silence, the roar of the zombies outside the car was extremely clear, and even everyone's own heartbeat was amplified. Half a minute later, with a snap, the car lit up instantly. Han Lin narrowed his eyes, and saw Chung Sun and Professor Chow, each with a gun, pointing at himself and Ruan Yuan Shuang respectively. Chung Sun, put down your gun. Shen Xian's cold voice sounded again. Chung Sun and Professor Chow put away their guns without any hesitation. Ruan Yuan Shuang's eyes fell on Shen Xian again, meeting the latter's fearless eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he also put away his gun. Han Lin's eyes were fixed on Song Yuan in the corner. Under Song Yuan's feet was a generator the size of a computer case. That was a solar generator? Originally, there were generators in Anqing's emergency supplies, but they were all damaged in the flood that exceeded human expectations. The only one that could be used was an antique diesel generator, and diesel was even more scarce. Shen Xian smiled and said to Han Lin, Captain Han, I'm really sorry to have embarrassed you. Let Chung Sun and Professor Chow enter the base, and we talk about it later when we have a chance. Han Lin, Shen Xian, I don't agree. Chung Sun stood up immediately. This was different from what they had discussed before. How could they be separated? Chung Sun was so angry that his eyes turned red. Jiang Dong and Song Yuan, one nodded vigorously, the other expressionless. But the meaning was obvious. Well, we listened to Shen Xian. Chow Minhui's breathing was also stagnant, and he was about to say something. Shen Xian waved his hand. You don't need to agree. This is my decision. It's getting late. You and Professor Chow should pack up and go early. But Captain Han, there is another thing I need to trouble you with. Please return the drone to me. Han Lin's heart ached again when he mentioned the drone. The drones in the base are broken or out of power. Han Lin said calmly. Gritting his teeth, Han Lin sat still. Little girl, your name is Shin Xian, right? You want to enter the base. It's not impossible. No, 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 Captain Han, you misunderstood. The three of us don't want to enter the base. Yeah, Jiang Dong nodded desperately. Wherever Shin Xian is, he will be there. Han Lin, You can see that there is everything here, and there is no need to worry about having no place to live. But you still need to fight zombies. Ruan Yuanshuang understood Han Lin's thoughts, and instantly found out Shin Xian's shortcomings. After all, a weak little flower like Shin Xian can't beat zombies. It goes without saying that in normal battles, Chung Sun must be relied on. Hee hee. Shin Xian smiled lightly. Captain Ruan, you don't need to worry about these. Han Lin's eyes were full of struggle, staring at the generator, and made a major decision after a few seconds. You can enter the base, but I want that generator. And I can only give 2 more places. Jiang Dong and Song Yuan were stunned and looked at each other. 2 places for whom? Shin Xian stepped forward, put her hands on the table, and looked straight at Han Lin. 1 generator, 1 drone, I want 4 places. 4? Han Lin was stunned, glanced inside the car, and then found that there was a half-grown puppy on the control panel. You want to take it in? The people in the base can't support it. Don't worry, my dog, I can support it myself. I don't need any supplies from the base. Ruan Yuanshuang endured and endured, but still didn't say anything. The supplies for the 3 of you have to be had. I really have no other choice. Okay, deal. Shin Xian agreed straightforwardly. She didn't care about the supplies in the base, but it was better to have it than not. Captain Han keeps his word. Ah! Han Lin immediately opened his eyes wide, and then he was ecstatic in his heart, ignoring Ruan Yuanshuang's disapproving look. Let's make it count. I, Han Lin, never lie. If you use 4 base quotas to exchange for a precious generator and drone, and you only have to pay for the supplies of 1.5 people. This deal is worth it. I believe that even if other people in charge come, they can't negotiate better than me. Han Lin couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Let's go back now. Captain Wan. Yes. Ruan Yuanshuang put on his helmet and turned to Shin Xian and said, please open the door. I need to send a signal to let the tank pick us up. No, we will drive over by ourselves. You just need to send a signal to the city to prepare to open the city gate. Shin Xian came over and patted Chung Sun on the shoulder. Okay. Chung Sun was also happy that he didn't have to separate from Shin Xian and the others. He sat in the driver's seat happily, and his fingers pressed the buttons on the control panel continuously. The lights in the car dimmed several degrees in an instant, the front windshield shield slid down, and all the monitoring automatically adjusted. With a few buzzing sounds, the roadblock clearing device in front of the RV was lowered. At the same time, the skylight was opened, and Chung Xuanxing turned his head and said to Ruan Yuanshuang, you can send a signal now. Ruan Yuanshuang and Han Lin were equally confused at this time. Why does this RV have these settings? Why is there a road clearing device? Chapter 54. Why? After Ruan Yuanshuang sent the laser signal, he did not come back to his senses. Han Lin was even more shocked. This car. The zombies piled up on the road ahead bumped into the car one by one, making a bang, and were harvested under the car like straw, causing the car body to shake violently. Han Lin and Ruan Yuanshuang held the handrails tightly. Shin Xian, Chao Minhui, Jiang Dong, and Song Yuan were like nothing happened. Even the little dog lying in front did not raise his head. The RV was like a little bison, fearless, driving towards the city gate. The tank rumbled behind the little bison. Crossing the dry moat, the city gate quickly closed behind the tank. When Shin Xian's watch counted down to 30 hours, several people finally set foot on the land of the safe base. The entire base was dark, with only a little moonlight and a few lights. A row of people wearing combat trousers and vests waited under the car. Han Lin had not recovered from the perfect functional settings of the RV when he got off the car. Another man, with a stroke and glasses, came up immediately. Old Han, what are you doing? Oldly, come over here. Han Lin pulled Oldly aside, and the two whispered. Shin Xian knew what they were talking about without listening. Generator? Are you sure? Nonsense, I'm not blind. I'm coming with a drone, and they only need half of the material allocation. How cost-effective. I can do it. I can do shit. Recently, more people have entered the base. But the generator is very good. When Shin Xian got off the car with Ah2 in his arms, everyone under the car was surprised. It felt like the person getting off the car was not a weak girl, but thousands of ferocious beasts. However, the murderous aura was well controlled behind the girl. There are also women in the base, but none like Shin Xian. Next is Chung Sun. Everyone can tell from Chung Sun's strong physique that he is the main combat force. Professor Chow, easy to recognize, the focus of this time. As for the kid with glasses, and the man with a silly face, they should not be taken seriously. It's late today. I will take you to rest. Professor Chow and Chung Sun need to stay alone. Ruan Yuanchuang took off his helmet. Before leaving, Chung Sun looked at Shin Xian, and Shin Xian nodded at him. After parking the car, several people followed Ruan Yuanchuang inside. Half of the scenic tourist destination in the past has now become a ruin. The large shopping mall has become an abandoned place, and several subway entrances are also blocked. Along the way, people came out one after another and looked at Shin Xian and others. Some were curious, but more were vigilant. Everyone knew that the arrival of new people meant that supplies were tight again. The entire base is 15 square kilometers, the size of 30 football fields, and is built against the outer wall to resist zombies. There is no distinction between living areas and military areas here. There are currently 5,300 people, and everyone must fight and work in exchange for supplies. Although enough imagination had been used when the base was established, and various supplies had been prepared as much as possible, no one expected that such a doomsday would come. 90% of the supplies were destroyed, and the current base is just a facade, no different from a ruin. Of course, Ruan Yuanchuang didn't need to say these. Be careful, you can't go to that place, it's the command center. Following Ruan Yuanchuang's finger, Shin Xian saw the half-collapsed drum tower. There was a faint light inside. Han Lin was walking up the stairs with a generator, followed by Oldie, Chung Sun and Chao Minghui. Shin Xian, this is your room. Their rooms are next door. The conditions are limited now. Ruan Yuanchuang brought people to a school dormitory building. Pushing open the door, it was indeed a dormitory, a 4-person room with bunk beds, and there were already 3 girls inside. Seeing someone coming, they immediately got off the bed in a well-trained manner, stood still and saluted, "Hello, Captain Wan." This was too different from Shin Xian's plan. Multi-person rooms are inconvenient, and not conducive to dealing with extreme cold weather. She reborn and entered the base, not to suffer. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Xian said, "I have a dog, it is really inconvenient to live here, I will find a place to live in the city by myself." The 3 girls all widened their eyes, as if they were humiliated. "You are so hypocritical." "Oh okay, you can't live in places with signs, you can't go to places where there are guards, and you can do whatever you want in other places," Ruan Yuanchuang said coldly. She believed in her heart that Shin Xian didn't know what was good for her, and those who wanted to be a young lady would soon be excluded by the base. Why waste your time? Yeah. Shin Xian hugged the 2 and left, and Jiang Dong and Song Yuan followed immediately. "Then shall we live in the car?" Jiang Dong came close to Shin Xian. "What? Haven't you slept on the floor enough?" "No, isn't this? I want to sleep with you." "Hee, if you've lived enough, you can say it again." Jiang Dong, Shin Xian walked around the base. The buildings and rooms that could still be used were either marked or guarded. The rest were ruins. "Sister Shin, do you think that place is okay?" Song Yuan suddenly spoke. Shin Xian and Jiang Dong turned around and saw half of a 3-story building. Judging from the decoration style, it was still quite old. It was half collapsed, and the glass windows and doors were gone. Because it was next to the city wall, there was no one else within a radius of dozens of meters. Shin Xian checked up and down the building. What surprised her was that the old sewer in this building led to the moat outside the city. And the view was relatively open. "Okay, this is it." "Yeah." Song Yuan pushed his thick glasses with a smile on his face. This would be his and Sister Shin's home in the future. After looking at his watch, Shin Xian threw the car keys to Jiang Dong. "There's no time to rest. Go and drive the car over. If they don't allow it, you can find a way yourself. Song Yuan, install the monitoring robot first." "Okay." Jiang Dong and Song Yuan had endless energy at the moment. When Song Yuan came back after putting the robot away, he saw Shin Xian standing in the house on the first floor. There were many tools at his feet, including a shovel, a broom, a plastic sheet, a bucket and a rag, and even half a bucket of water in the bucket. Song Yuan, After a brief moment of distraction, he immediately stepped forward, picked up the shovel, and ran up to the 3rd floor without asking any more questions. "Sister Shin, I clean up the garbage from top to bottom." "Yes." Shin Xian was very satisfied with Song Yuan's reaction. She would not let others know about her space, except for her trusted teammates. At present, Song Yuan seemed to be quite smart. And Song Yuan, who was picking up the rubble upstairs, felt his heart pounding. He seemed to have discovered Sister Shin's secret. Does this mean that Sister Shin will never let me go again, unless he dies? So happy. What to do? When Jiang Dong came back, he also saw these things and was shocked. Ah? Shin Xian, where did you get it from? Shin Xian glanced at him coldly. Song Yuan found it. Wow, not bad. This kid is a talent. As he said, he picked up the mop and rag and went upstairs to start cleaning. On the other side, the command center finally extinguished the burnt candle and replaced it with a solar generator. The moment the light was turned on, it was like a little sun. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the middle of the round table sat a more majestic middle-aged man. Even in such hot weather, he was dressed meticulously. The middle-aged man frowned. Chung Sun, are you sure there will be extreme cold? I'm sure. He didn't say that this was the information provided by Shin Xian. This was a tacit understanding between him and Shin Xian. Just now Shin Xian nodded at him, which meant that he could provide the information but could not expose her. Chapter 55. Besides, he didn't want Shin Xian to be overly concerned. Don't exaggerate. It's so cold outside. How can it be so cold? Oldly shook his soaked vest. The weather was too hot, and his middle-parted hair was messed up. I don't think so either. Chung Sun, do you have any evidence? Professor Chow, do you think so too? Han Lin looked at Chung Sun. Chung Sun, no evidence. Professor Chow nodded slightly to show his approval. But this is too much of a joke. Oldly frowned. The base resources are really limited and can't stand the fuss. Okay. Qin Shua waved his hand, and his majestic expression relaxed slightly. Let's get down to business first. Loudly, implement the zombie clearance plan as soon as possible. Professor Chow, organize the information within 3 days, make a list of equipment, and start zombie research as soon as possible. Chung Sun, you take a rest for 2 days, and be on standby at any time. Han Lin, you should prepare some cold-resistant supplies appropriately just in case. At this time, unity is the kingly way, and Qin Shua is the highest person in charge of the base. Naturally, the few people had no objection. After the meeting, Chung Sun asked around and found Shin Xian, and the few people were working in full swing. Even if someone was watching from afar, the few people ignored it. The RV turned on the headlights to serve as lighting, and occasionally acted as a ladder. Jiang Dong, with his upper body naked, waved a shovel, and completely cleared out the collapsed half of the building. Song Yuan waved a rag and wiped it up and down. It looks pretty good. Chung Sun put his hands behind his back and looked up at the small building. For a moment, he actually felt like home. By the way, I mentioned that Song Yuan is a computer genius, but Han Lin said that the quota for computer talents in the base has been filled, and Song Yuan. It doesn't matter, it's good this way. Shin Xian didn't care about this at all. It's their loss to miss Song Yuan. Seeing Shin Xian say this, Chung Sun put his heart back in his stomach. After all, the promised quota for the base was not fulfilled, and Song Yuan's matter was not settled, which was embarrassing. Don't stand there, get to work. Shin Xian urged him. Look! Chung Sun raised his hand to take off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body, and joined the work team. When it was dawn, the house was cleaned inside and out, and even the 20-meter radius was tidied. They hadn't closed their eyes for a day and a night, and there were still 20 hours left before the extreme cold. Take a half-hour break, and go find something later, Shin Xian said. The three of them laid down on the cool floor, as if they had pressed a switch, and fell asleep in seconds. Shin Xian carried A2 back to the car, opened the bed, and stuffed the cold-proof supplies into the cabinet under the bed. These things came in strange places, and several people would suspect them sooner or later. Now they just pretended to deceive themselves. Song Yuan was smart, and would not ask. Jiang Dong's IQ was not enough to ask. If Chung Sun asked, he would kill him if it didn't work. As long as she didn't let other people in the base know that she had a space. Take the time to rest. Half an hour later, Chung Sun knocked on the car door. I got the base supplies, come and eat. Shin Xian yawned, and when she got off the car, she saw Chung Sun carrying porridge, bread, pickles. Okay, it's good to change the taste occasionally, don't waste it. It had been a long time since she had eaten such a light meal, so Shin Xian finally took out white porridge and olive salad. After eating in a hurry, Shin Xian and Song Yuan looked after the house. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong began to search for supplies everywhere. Foam board, intact glass, still usable beds, dining tables and chairs, curtains and mattresses that had been soaked and dried. They drove to several ruins, and returned only when the car could not fit any more. Shen Xian, look what we found. Jiang Dong ran upstairs happily. As a result, he saw that in Shen Xian's room on the 3rd floor, a light brown carpet had been laid, a large white European-style double bed, a thick duvet on it, and a solar heater next to it. Even the bathroom next door had been cleaned up, and there was even a solar water heater waiting to be installed on the ground. Where did this come from? Jiang Dong's mouth was so big that an egg could fit in it. Song Yuan found it. Go check your room, and see if there's anything missing. You can find it while there's still time. Shen Xian was tidying up the doghouse for Tu, right at the end of the bed. Jiang Dong was full of envy. He also wanted to be his sister's dog. When we came to the 2nd floor, there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Thick quilts and heaters were already in the bedrooms. Song Yuan was dismantling the water heater and washing machine. Brother Jiang Dong, I've been waiting for you to come back. I can't install this. I install it. Song Yuan. Jiang Dong spoke carefully. You're so good at finding things. Can you help me find something? What is it? That. The inflatable. Soft. Jiang Dong. Chung Sun suddenly called him downstairs. Come down and move things. Oh, I'm coming. Jiang Dong put down the wrench and whispered to Song Yuan, I talk to you later. Now, there is a bed in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, and everyone has a wardrobe in their room. Chung Sun even found a dressing table for Shen Xian. How is it? Do you like it? Isn't it great? Chung Sun couldn't help but ask Shen Xian for credit. Shen Xian rarely smiled. Well done, eldest son. Chung Sun, hurry up and install the glass and the door on the 1st floor, as well as the insulation layer of the exterior wall. 15 hours later, the extreme cold is coming. Shen Xian quickly sorted out in her mind what else she hadn't done. Mission? Han Lin's voice rang out in the yard. Captain Han? Come in. Shen Xian let him in. Han Lin looked at the clean room, and even the living room on the 1st floor was furnished with a set of sofas and a dining table. He was in a trance. He even felt that this was the day before the end of the world. Captain Han, what do you want to talk to me about? Shen Xian tilted her head and looked at him, interrupting his trance. I'm here to get the drone control handle. The drone confiscated yesterday is already theirs, but the control handle is still with Song Yuan. Shen Xian called Song Yuan to take the things down. Han Lin took the opportunity to observe this half of the brand new building. Seeing the pearl cotton and foam board wrapped around the outer wall, his heart moved. Mission, will there really be extreme cold? Captain Han, before the flood, have you ever thought about a flood of that scale? Before the extreme heat, have you ever thought about a day with a temperature of 70 degrees? Han Lin, be prepared, Captain Han. After sending the people away, Jiang Dong came in from outside angrily. Shen Xian, people outside are laughing at us. They say we are sick. Damn it, I think they are sick. In 2 days, freeze them to death. Shen Xian looked calm. Have the solar panels been installed? Yes, Shen Xian, the solar panels Song Yuan found are really great. Song Yuan, hee. The solar panels Shen Xian bought are different from the common wide and large solar panels. They are only as thick as fingers, and use the most advanced synthetic materials. A few meters in length can meet the daily electricity consumption of the small building. It is installed on the top of the 3rd floor. If you don't look carefully, others can't find it at all. By the way, Shen Xian, I have a question. I don't know if I can ask it. Jiang Dong came forward and asked mysteriously. Chapter 56. Then don't ask. Shen Xian pressed the switch of the solar stove, and the induction cooker started buzzing. Very good, it works. Since you said you can ask, then I will ask, why did you let Chung Sun tell them the news of Jihan? Wouldn't it be better if they were all dead? Shen Xian turned off the stove and replied while wiping his hands. In the short term, if everyone is dead, we will live better, but in the long run, if you are the only one left in the world, is there any meaning for you to live? Hope is sometimes important. Shen Xian patted his shoulder. If someone provokes us, don't be lenient, just kill them directly. If there are more people who have nothing to do with us, it doesn't matter. After Shen Xian finished speaking, he went to find Song Yuan to install surveillance. Jiang Dongza stared at his shoulder, and began to be crazy. Is this a compliment? Or comfort? No, it's to encourage me and praise me for being smart. It must be that my questions are too good. It seems that I have to think of more in-depth questions in the future. The rest of the work will be left to my friends. Shin Xian took A2 out and walked around the base. At this time, the outdoor temperature had dropped below 40 degrees, just like the midsummer before the end of the world. It was hot, but already very comfortable. Many people in the base were gathering together, enjoying the rare comfort. This temperature. Is the end of the world coming? Yes, but why is Captain Han looking for insulation materials and taking cold-proof measures for the command center? Could it be that you want to kill Commander Chen with heat? So that he can be the commander? Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? If you have that time, you might as well go and see Captain Li's mission. That's right. We will organize an expedition to clear out the zombies in the surrounding area in 3 days. I've signed up. I've signed up too. The base only provides breakfast. If you don't go out to work, you starve to death. After listening for a while, Shin Xian basically understood the organizational structure of the base. Chen Shua is the top leader, Han Lin and Lao Li are the second in command. Han Lin is responsible for internal affairs, and Lao Li is responsible for combat. The base currently has only 10 regular guard teams, each with 10 people, responsible for security and important tasks, and Wan Yuanshuang is one of the team leaders. There are also some people who undertake necessary civilian or research work, such as Chao Minhuai. All supplies and weapons in the base are given priority to these people. As for the others, the base only provides shelter. If they want to survive, they have to go out to fight and exchange for supplies. Shin Xian touched A2 one by one, thinking as he walked. She has enough daily necessities, and it is not impossible for her to stay at home. Hey, isn't this the eldest lady? With your small body, have you ever fought zombies? Are there enough zombies to fill your teeth? Of course, she has her own small building, so why does she need to go out to find work? Can't she just find a man? She can't do anything except climb into bed. Shin Xian looked up and saw that it was the 3 girls in the dormitory last night. One of them had a hot body, which made Shin Xian very impressed. It was she who said that Shin Xian was hypocritical last night. They wore the same camouflage trousers and t-shirts, which formed a sharp contrast with Shin Xian's jeans and striped t-shirt. Especially Shin Xian was holding a dog. She didn't look like a serious person in the end times at all. Seeing the excitement, the others immediately gathered around. The men looked at Shin Xian with ill intentions, and the women were wary and provocative. You know what, this dog is quite fat, let me have a taste, the woman said, reaching out to grab A2. Shin Xian immediately wrapped one hand around the other's arm, and her slender fingers directly pinched her neck. The speed was so fast that the woman could not react at all. This was a trick that Shin Xian had practiced in his previous life, pinching people's necks, and it was always successful. The last time he pinched was his own evil mother-in-law. Let go! The other 2 girls in the dormitory saw it and immediately stepped forward to separate the two, and took the opportunity to kick Shin Xian twice. But Shin Xian reacted faster, quickly raised his right foot, and kicked the 2 people who were trying to separate them. The force was so great that the 2 people covered their stomachs and couldn't get up. Shin Xian's fingers suddenly exerted force. Ahem. Let go! After experiencing the end of the world, there are not so many rules. Except for the regular guards, there are always fights in the base every day. As long as the command center is not burned and the guns are not fired, no one will care. The onlookers were all surprised at this time. They couldn't believe that a person who looked like a little white flower could fight so well. He must have been caught off guard and succeeded. Tell me, what do you want to taste? Shin Xian tilted her head slightly, raised her chin, stared at the other party, and asked slowly. The woman's face was purple, her hands were clasping Shin Xian's fingers, and her feet were moving non-stop. Shin Xian was kicked several times, but she didn't let go. Until the other party's eyes rolled back. Oh, we are all in the same base, take a step back, take a step back. Let go, isn't it better to save your strength to kill zombies? Let go quickly, they are members of the Bingfeng team. It's no good for you to hit them. Someone in the crowd persuaded Shin Xian. Do you still want to try it? The woman held back tears, and shook her head with a weak breath. Shin Xian let go, and threw the person to the ground like a rag. The woman's neck was already red and purple, and she covered her neck, and looked at Shin Xian in horror. Shin Xian wiped her hands on her clothes with disgust. You are wrong, I don't need to climb the bed, someone like you can kill several people. He glanced at the onlookers coldly, and walked away with A2, leaving 3 women lying on the ground groaning. When passing by the command center, Shin Xian looked up and stared for a while. On the stone steps, Han Lin was arguing with Lao Li. Han Lin, you are so crowded that everyone is dying of heat. Are you responsible? I don't know what kind of confusing soup that Chung Sun and Shen Xian fed you. What if the extreme cold doesn't come? How much supplies will be wasted? I think you don't want to be the captain anymore. Lao Li kept chattering, which directly angered Han Lin. If you don't want to be, then don't be. Do you think I like it? You? Shen Xian turned and walked towards her small building. People are like this, always bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and whoever has the stronger fist always has the final say. Luckily, her fist is strong enough. In the last life, I died before I could enter the safe base. I didn't expect that in this life, I would enter the base early, but there was nothing inside except a little infrastructure and the protection of the city wall. As for those jealous and troublemaking people, there are such people everywhere, it doesn't matter, if they take the initiative to provoke me. Twist your head off. Sister Shen, are you back? I have installed the surveillance and alarm for a radius of 10 meters. Song Yuan raised his little face and greeted Shen Xian with a smile. Good job, call Chung Sun and Jiang Dong back. Yeah. Song Yuan took out the walkie-talkie. This is the equipment he hurriedly upgraded, and the effective distance has reached 5 kilometers. Hello, Brother Chung and Brother Jiang. Sister Shen asked you to come back now, over. After 2 clicks on the intercom, Jiang Dong's voice came out. Got it, I get back to you right away, over. Looking at Song Yuan's serious expression, Shen Xian laughed. It didn't matter what the base was like, she now had a few cannon fodder, that was enough. Not long after, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong drove back. They started to move things from the car. Chapter 57. Chung Sun brought the rocking chair he picked up into the house, and saw Shen Xian sitting on the sofa. Are you unhappy? Shen Xian paused slightly, while stroking Ah Tu's hand. I didn't expect Chung Sun to be so perceptive at this time. Why, are you going to call me dad to make me happy? Chung Sun, Hee, Chung Sun, get out of the way. Jiang Dong squeezed over Shen Xian. I can call. Pushing Jiang Dong's big face away, Shen Xian got up and checked the small building inside and out. Especially when he saw the fully packed double-door refrigerator, he felt a sense of security. The refrigerator was picked up by Chung Sun, installed by Jiang Dong, and the food was picked up by Song Yuan. Suddenly Jiang Dong's face changed. Our refrigerator is placed on the first floor. Will it be stolen? Should we install anti-theft windows? I saw something in the ruins of the building next door. I go pick it up. No need to be so strenuous. Shen Xian raised the corner of her mouth and tilted her head to look at him. Whoever steals it will be killed. Song Yuan, nod, Jiang Dong. Okay, Chung Sun, Jiang Dong. That's good, Shen Xian. Do you want to turn on the electric heater? Chung Sun, put away your overnourished brain. The extreme cold hasn't come yet. Why turn on the electric heater? Shen Xian, well, turn it on. Okay. Chung Sun, who understands? It's still nearly 40 degrees outside, but the electric heater is turned on in the house. Really? Thank you. Jiang Dong turned on the electric heaters upstairs and downstairs, and came over again. Shen Xian, the weather is so cold. Let's eat hot pot later. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Chung Sun, shame on you. Those things will be for later. Yeah, sure. Shen Xian agreed very happily. Chung Sun covered his face directly. With 30 minutes left before the extreme cold, the small building was filled with a strong smell of hot pot. Beef, mutton, pork belly, meatballs, duck intestines, kelp, mushrooms, corn. A table was laid out. Song Yuan obediently poured coke for several people. Jiang Dong circled around Song Yuan. Song Yuan, you are really amazing, help me find it. Chung Sun looked at him like an idiot, and finally couldn't help it. Jiang Dong, I have a word for you. Brother Chung, you say? Looking at the sky with your bare ass is blind. I didn't do anything. Why are you attacking me personally? Shen Xian sat on the rocking chair that had just been tidied up, ignoring the bickering of several people, and looked at the last ray of sunset outside. On the other side of the command center, Chao Minhui was reporting on his work with big dark circles under his eyes. Zombie research cannot be completed overnight. We lack electricity, research equipment, personnel, and zombie samples. Qin Shuhe looked at the long list in his hand and had a headache. Gene sequencer, molecular imaging, linear accelerator. What are these? Do you have images? Chao Minhui shook his head. Han Lin also shook his head. Samples are easy to say, there are plenty of fresh zombies outside, but where can you find your equipment? And our transportation capacity is limited. How to get it back is also a problem. Qin Shua put the list on the table: base security and zombie research. These two things must be carried out at any cost. Old Lee, tell me about your clearance plan. Okay, starting tomorrow, the regular team's task is to find the equipment on the list. The irregular team is forced to go out to clear the zombies. Half of the materials brought back must be handed in, and half kept by themselves. Those who don't go will be kicked out of the base. There will be deaths, but after the zombies are cleared, more new people will be added. Old Lee's plan is inhumane, but effective. What Han Lin couldn't get rid of in his mind was Shin Xian's RV. It would be great if Chung Sun and Shin Xian were willing to go out and kill zombies. Chung Sun is okay, but Shin Xian can't kill a shit. Just as they were about to continue speaking, they suddenly felt their vision darken. They all looked up and looked out the window. The sky, which was originally dusk, suddenly darkened, as if someone had covered the sky with a black cloth. At the same time, the temperature dropped unexpectedly. In just a few breaths, Qin Shua felt a layer of coolness on his arms. Damn, the weather is finally cooler. Ha ha, the end of the world is coming. I'm finally free. Rain soon, rain soon. Hearing the cheers outside, Han Lin's scalp tingled. He immediately rushed to the corridor and shouted down, "Go back! Go back! Go back to your room! Where's the guard team? Quick! Let everyone go back to their rooms." The guard captain on duty hesitated, and it was this moment of hesitation that caused the temperature to drop again. The body suddenly felt like it went from midsummer to early winter, and it was still dropping. Han Lin raised his foot and kicked the captain. "Bullshit! Let everyone go back to their rooms and prepare to keep warm." The captain came to his senses and trotted to sound the alarm. But the temperature dropped too quickly, from 40 degrees to 0 in less than 5 minutes. Many buildings could not withstand the temperature difference and crackled. The crowd switched from screaming and cheering to panic. Han Lin returned to the house with a sullen face, because he had taken precautions in advance, and the temperature in the command center had not dropped that fast. Several people quickly put on the prepared cotton clothes, thinking of how he had stopped Han Lin before. Lao Li's face became even uglier, and he was so angry that his heart ached. It would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. Why didn't you believe it at the beginning? This was of course part of Shin Xian's plan. Before the Doomsday, she said there would be heavy rain and extreme heat. Would anyone believe it? No. Others would only call her a psychopath. Nothing she said would be more convincing than a knife falling on herself. When extreme cold and extreme heat come, there is about half a day of buffer time, which is enough. Outside, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the temperature was even lower. Some people in the base returned to their rooms to avoid the low temperature, while others wrapped themselves in clothes and searched for supplies in the ruins. He cursed Han Lin viciously. "You bastard, you knew there was an extreme cold, but you didn't tell everyone earlier. It's useless to tell you. Will you believe it? One day, sooner or later, I will kill him and become the captain myself." Well, it was Lao Li who did it, and I have to take the blame. Han Lin ignored the curses and hurried towards the half building. The cotton coat he had been wearing all the way had already made him feel cold. He was going to push the door open and walk in, but after a moment of hesitation, he still knocked on the door. He was not here to ask for accountability, but to inquire about information and ask for help. If you want to ask for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help. "Captain Han, please come in." It was Song Yuan who opened the door. A warm feeling, mixed with the aroma of hot pot, instantly enveloped him. It made Han Lin shiver, and he almost fainted from comfort. Inside the house, the electric heater glowed orange, and Shin Xian and the others were wearing shorts and short sleeves, eating around the dining table as happily as they could. Han Lin's saliva instantly came down unconsciously. He went into the house, took off his cotton coat, and sat on the sofa waiting. "Captain Han, do you have something to ask us late at night?" Chung Sun glanced at Shin Xian and took the initiative to ask. "Well, Coach Shin asked me to thank you for providing the extreme cold intelligence very timely." It was still necessary to say polite words. As for what the truth was, no one cared during the negotiation. "It's just a small favor. I'm glad it helped you." Others provided information, but no one believed it. Chung Sun's words once again stabbed Han Lin in the heart. Shin Xian was standing aside, picking up a piece of luncheon meat and putting it in Ah Tu's small bowl. "Han Lin, killing people and destroying their hearts, that's all. I'm here to inform everyone of the latest arrangements. The weather outside is very pessimistic. The base must speed up its development. Starting tomorrow, All informal teams must go out to clear out the zombies. Are we going to? Are we formal or informal? Chung Sun asked back. Chapter 58. Han Lin showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. In theory, you have made great contributions by sending Professor Chow here, but now the base is really. Chung Sun raised his hand to stop Han Lin from continuing. Captain Han, your words are enough. We know our identities, so it will be easy to do things. Han Lin smiled on his face, but he had already cursed in his heart. Of course, he cursed himself, calling himself a waste. His intuition told him that this group of people was not simple, but he couldn't even get a place in the regular team. At this time, Shen Xian wiped his mouth elegantly and turned his chair to face Han Lin. Captain Han, what if you don't participate in the zombie clearance? You will be cleared out of the base. Kicked out of the base? Shen Xian frowned, rubbed his fingers, and wanted to draw his gun. Han Lin felt a little cold on his neck for some reason, and wanted to go back and drink some hot water, so he just said it all in one breath. The informal team will go out every other day. Life and death are at your own risk, but you can keep half of the supplies you get. He has always been thinking about Shen Xian's RV that looks like a little bison. If they are willing to go out and clear the zombies, the purpose of his trip will be achieved. Half, that's too little. Shen Xian stood up slowly with a smile, and his momentum was unmatched. Captain Han, besides clearing the zombies, does the base have no other tasks? Yes, there are. But that is the task of the formal team. For example, find research equipment for Professor Chow. Okay, but I want this land, which belongs only to me. The steam from the hot pot drifted away silently. Shen Xian's words were like a 1,000-pound stone, turning into substance and rolling towards Han Lin. After several seconds, he realized what Shen Xian was saying. You mean, you want to be the boss of the base? Oh, you think too much. Let's bring the equipment back. I want the land ownership of this house. Oh! Han Lin wiped the sweat from his head, startling him. I need to discuss it with Commander Chen. Shen Xian raised his delicate little chin towards the door. Meaning, why don't you go quickly? After sending Han Lin away, Jiang Dong went to wash the dishes. Is Professor Chow's research so important? You have to find equipment in this weather? You won't freeze to death? Song Yuan pushed his glasses. Grandpa Chow should be studying zombies. Huh? Jiang Dong was stunned, then said mysteriously, do you think it is possible to study a way to live forever? Shen Xian, the living dead? Then there is no need to study, just go outside and stick to the zombies. Speaking of this, Chung Sun, I have always had a question. What question? Chung Sun was checking the surveillance. This was their first night in the building, and also the first night of extreme cold weather, so they had to be cautious in everything. How did the enemy know when you went to pick up Professor Chow's message? Chung Sun paused, his eyes suddenly becoming obscure. You all misunderstood. I'm not a special forces soldier, or a regular soldier, but a mercenary. Chi Hai and I were in the imperial capital during the rainstorm. On the 10th day of the rainstorm, someone contacted us to participate in the rescue mission. As far as I know, there are experts in other fields, who are also on the list being sought. This list should be kept confidential. It was too chaotic at the time. However, what is certain now is that there must be a traitor on our side, otherwise the Jinjiao community would not be so closely guarded. Chung Sun's mission this time is confidential, but now, he doesn't want to hide it from his friends. Shen Xian needed Tu's little ear. After thinking for a while, he said, so, the people here at the base are not necessarily reliable. We can't let down our guard at any time. Han Lin is coming. Chung Sun saw Han Lin's figure from the surveillance. Shen Xian's long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, making it difficult to see her expression. Chung Sun, find a way to find Chow Minhuai and ask for a list of equipment and locations in person. The more detailed the better, and keep it confidential. Okay. Chung Sun went upstairs, put on the down jacket and warm equipment provided by Shen Xian, put on a gun and jumped out of the window. Avoiding Han Lin, he moved deeper into the base. In the command center, Chen Shuhe was not there, only Lao Li and several team leaders. Ruan Yuanshuang pinched her waist and confronted Lao Li. Why let that young lady find the equipment? She doesn't have that car, she is nothing. Lao Li put a hot towel on his head. He had a headache since the extreme cold. At this moment, he felt as if there were 500 ducks around his ears. Stop arguing. Professor Chow has provided several locations. It's not just Shen Xian's team. Don't you want to go too? Other team leaders couldn't sit still. Captain Li, it's not that we are stingy. Why does Shen Xian want a piece of land when she didn't do anything? Even though it's only half a building. That's right. If this is the case, we will also become an informal team. What if her appetite gets bigger and bigger in the future? My Bingfeng team has no objection, but I want to go to the same place as the eldest lady. A man with short hair spoke in a low voice, his narrow eyes full of violence. It's up to you. As long as you can bring the equipment back, I only look at the results. The location is Salmon City. There is a genetic research base here. Han Lin handed a piece of paper to Shen Xian. The city gate will open at 12 noon tomorrow. You should be prepared and be careful. Han Lin stretched his feet and approached the electric heater. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and his feet were numb from the cold after a short distance. Shen Xian glanced at the content on the paper and asked Song Yuan to see him off. Han Lin left the small building reluctantly. If possible, he wanted to sleep on the floor here. Unfortunately, the door was ruthlessly closed. After closing the door, without waiting for Shen Xian to make arrangements, Song Yuan took out a map and a pen and spread them on the dining table. This is Salmon City. Shen Xian drew a circle on the map. Our target location is by the Yellow River, probably here, 220 kilometers away from Anqing. This time, Shen Xian was arranging the route when Chung Sun pushed the door open with a chill. He took out a piece of frozen paper from his arms. Written by Chao Minghui, my father is freezing to death. If Han Lin doesn't leave, I will die outside. It's estimated to be minus 20 degrees now. He took off his down jacket and down pants in a few seconds, threw off his woolen boots, and wrapped his hands and feet around the heater to warm himself. Shen Xian picked up the paper, glanced at it, and frowned instantly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Dong leaned over to take a few glances. Then he slapped the table and cursed. Damn it, old cunning pen, you lied to me, and you lied to our Shen Xian. What's wrong? Chung Sun couldn't bear to part with the electric heater, so he could only stretch his neck to ask. Shen Xian threw the paper on the map. There is no problem with the equipment list, the problem lies in the location. Han Lin gave us Salmon City, while Chao Minghui wrote 4 addresses, and Salmon City is the farthest. Jiang Dong was so angry, needless to say, those nearby locations are all prepared for regular teams. What should I do? Still go? Shen Xian, I listen to you. Shen Xian stretched out his hand and tapped the map. Go. If you don't go, how can you occupy this piece of land? I'm attracted by this complete ancient city wall. There is no such terrain in other places. Don't worry, no matter who goes this time, the equipment is ours. Shen Xian smiled softly. Chapter 59. Shen Xian took a comfortable bath, fell on his big bed, and rolled around twice. He hadn't slept in bed for more than half a month. Ah-Tu dragged his doghouse and tried to jump a few times, trying to jump onto the bed. Sleep in your doghouse. Don't squeeze me tonight. Woo-Ah-Tu, I'm so sleepy that I'm deformed. I won't sleep until I get to bed. Turn off the lights. The room was pitch black. Shen Xian opened the curtains and looked outside. Now, everyone in the base realized that this was really extremely cold weather. They didn't care about the cold, and hurried to search for supplies in the ruins, fighting for things from time to time. Outside the city wall, the low roar of zombies also fell clearly into Shen Xian's ears. The environment inside and outside the city was equally harsh. The only difference was that there were no zombies in the city. Because when the rainstorm just stopped, the people who came to Anqing to create the base cleared out the dead, and the zombies had not yet broken out at that time. In her previous life, she was obsessed with entering the base, but to be honest, if there were no walls, she would not be willing to enter the base now. Sooner or later, she would either leave or bulldoze this place. Jiang Dong, hurry up, we are still waiting to take a shower. In the bedroom on the second floor, Chung Sun shouted to the bathroom. Jay Chao's singing came from the bathroom. Song Yuan laughed softly a few times. Brother Jiang is more serious about choosing songs for bathing than choosing a girlfriend. Brother Chung, take advantage of the time to teach me how to use a gun. No problem, come on. Chung Sun sat up, took out the gun under the pillow, and taught seriously. Hold here with your hand first. Yes, push up. Your arm hurt last time, because you didn't use the right way to exert force. Fuck. Chung Sun, you bastard, what are you doing? A roar suddenly came from behind Chung Sun, and then a towel flew directly over. Chung Sun didn't even raise his head, and grabbed the towel with his backhand. Song Yuan raised his head, and looked at the door with puzzled eyes. Brother Jiang, Brother Chung is teaching me how to shoot a gun. Bastard. You have corrupted the children. I will beat you to death. Jiang Dong immediately ran over with his legs apart. I said that you, Chung Sun, are really a good person. Haha, you continue. You continue. When Jiang Dong rushed over, he saw Chung Sun and Song Yuan, who were lowering their heads to study the guns in their hands. It was a real gun. He immediately realized that this was a mistake, cursed himself for being dirty, jumped onto the bed, and covered his head with the quilt. What's wrong with Brother Jiang? Chung Sun gritted his teeth and said, It's okay, I'm just itching, you practice first, be careful not to fire. After that, he stood up and walked to Jiang Dong's bed, lifted the quilt. Why are you sleeping? You are the only one here who has no fighting power, and you still have the face to sleep? Jiang Dong grabbed the quilt and refused to let go. It's already 12 o'clock, I want to sleep. It's okay, wait until you die and sleep slowly. Come, I will teach you a few more fighting techniques. No. I want to sleep. Ah. Chung Sun, you bastard. Let me put on my pants. The noise downstairs did not affect Shen Xian at all. She slept very peacefully. Until the second half of the night, the beeping alarm suddenly sounded. Shen Xian immediately sat up, and with a flick of her hand, a solar air gun appeared in her hand. Tu also woke up. Walking to the window quietly, I saw 4 sneaky figures outside the small building, leaning on the first floor window and looking inside. They didn't know that the small building had hidden surveillance and alarm devices. Song Yuan installed surveillance monitors on all 3 floors and low-frequency alarms in each room, to ensure that the alarm can be heard no matter where you are in this small building, but it cannot be heard outside. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Shen Xian went over barefoot to open the door. It was 3 people downstairs. They all stood at the door with guns raised. Are you okay? Chung Sun asked with concern. Shen Xian shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and raised his hand to look at his watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. You are quite good at choosing the time. This time is when I sleep the deepest and my vigilance is the worst. Then, drive me away? Jiang Dong hesitated. Kill him. Shen Xian said 2 words coldly. I hate people who attack in the middle of the night the most. Okay. Chung Sun nodded in agreement. Wait a minute, Shen Xian scratched his messy hair. Let's kill them outside. Song Yuan finally cleaned up the room. Several people, Shen Xian waved his hand, and fell straight on the bed. 2 seconds later, he got up and stood in front of the surveillance camera. In the surveillance camera, Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, and Song Yuan appeared at the door in down jackets and fur hats. The 4 people who were trying to remove the window were stunned. Chung Sun waved at the few people. The 4 people were puzzled at first, then hesitated and walked a few steps towards Chung Sun, away from the window. After making sure that the window glass would not be broken, Chung Sun took out his gun neatly and fired 2 shots in a row, before the remaining 2 people could react. Jiang Dong and Song Yuan also took out their guns and shot without saying a word, for gunshots rang out throughout the base. Chung Sun looked up and gave a handsome okay to the camera. Shen Xian chuckled and returned to bed with Tu in her arms. She probably didn't need to do anything else. Tu twisted excitedly in Shen Xian's quilt for a few times and fell asleep peacefully. On the first floor, Chung Sun asked Song Yuan to go to bed. Little kid, you can only grow taller if you sleep more. I want to be with you, in case someone comes to ask. Don't worry, we are here, it won't be your turn. Jiang Dong pushed Song Yuan to the stairs and urged him to go to bed. Okay. Song Yuan went upstairs obediently with the gun, but his fingers couldn't help shaking slightly. Not afraid, but excited. Brother Chung was right. If he fired a few more times, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. He could finally protect Sister Shen. Not long after, a series of footsteps sounded outside the small building, and the door was knocked. Chung Sun yawned and opened the door, and saw Han Lin and Lao Li, followed by 3 guards. What happened? Han Lin asked. Chung Sun shrugged. As you saw, someone tried to break in, and in self-defense, he was killed. His nonchalant tone immediately annoyed Lao Li. Lao Li reached out and pushed the door open. What do you mean by just killed? Do you know how many zombies these people can kill outside if they are alive? People like them, who can only survive by stealing other people's things, can last 2 minutes outside. Chung Sun thought seriously for a few seconds and replied. Killing people for no reason. You must give me an explanation today, otherwise the base will not accommodate you. Lao Li stepped into the house, and the warmth that came to his face instantly enveloped him. The electric heater with warm light, and the bright light above his head, burned his eyes. Their command center can't afford such a big light bulb, Chung Sun sneered. If someone breaks into my house for no reason, then it's okay for me to kill someone for no reason, right? That's right, the base can accommodate thieves, but not us? We didn't steal or rob. Jiang Dong stepped forward and stood side by side with Chung Sun, with a firm attitude. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Han Lin immediately stopped them. Hey, just clarify the matter. You just arrived and don't know. The base can't shoot at will. Be more careful in the future. Lao Li, go first. Chapter 60. Han Lin said, as he dragged the man out of the house. The door slammed shut. Lao Li and the guards only briefly felt the warmth in the house. When they came outside, the cold temperature like a knife instantly sobered Lao Li. Especially when he saw the 4 bodies lying straight on the ground. It was more than 30 degrees below zero, and the hot blood froze into ice lumps as soon as it sprayed out. Lao Li's forehead twitched, and he began to have a headache. Han Lin advised, you can see that these people are not a regular team, and there is no particular way to kill people. It's said that if those people are unlucky, they will provoke them. They don't have much ability, but they have a bad temper. If it weren't for your face, I would have made them get out of the base. And that Shen Xian, how can you sleep? Han Lin patted Lao Li. TSK, why are you arguing with me? Have you forgotten that they brought Professor Chow back safely? We can just ask them to kill more zombies to make up for it. Calm down. You guys, go and deal with the body. Han Lin waved his hand and asked someone to carry the body away. The guards made a little more movement, and the body broke into several pieces, crackling all over the floor. Han Lin, Oldly narrowed his eyes, and looked at the small building with lights on, his eyes full of disgust. That night, many people heard the noise. The next day, it was Jiang Dong's turn to get breakfast. He clearly felt that the eyes of others looking at him were a little wary. There were also those who were not afraid of death, and they tried their best to move forward. Is your team still recruiting people? I can do everything. Outside, I can fight zombies, and inside, I can be beaten. I know a lot. Also, is the young lady single? I'm willing to pursue her. Pa. Jiang Dong slammed the gun directly on the pantry table, and the people around him quieted down. You can't shoot casually in the base. This rule doesn't apply to me. If you want to try, just come on. I hate it most when someone is plotting against Shen Xian. The person who was chattering just now immediately shut up and didn't dare to speak. But he knew that these people were just temporarily giving up their desire to test. Back in the small building, Shen Xian was preparing things for the trip in the RV. Cold-proof items, outdoor equipment, food, emergency supplies, some were placed on the surface, and some were placed under the bed. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the remaining 3 solar air guns from the space. I ordered 5 guns at the beginning, leaving 1 for Qianning, using 1 for myself, and there were 3 left. Shen Xian, breakfast is here. Today, there is a limited supply of fried dough sticks. I remember you and Song Yuan like to eat them, so I've got them back for you. I go to that station, no one dares to snatch them from me, haha, hurry up, it get cold soon. Jiang Dong, who successfully begged for food, showed off to Shen Xian with a hint of pride in his tone. Shen Xian raised the corner of his mouth and touched Tu's round head. Put the gun in the drawer quickly. What's wrong with cannon fodder? The cannon fodder that I found with great difficulty, of course, I have to take good care of it. No matter how precious this gun is, what can it do? It's still for people to use. She felt inexplicably happy. After dinner, she and Chung Sun studied the route and made a travel plan. Jiang Dong and Song Yuan moved all the things to Shen Xian's room on the 3rd floor, including the refrigerator, washing machine, water heater. What about our solar energy equipment? Jiang Dong couldn't help but worry. The most precious thing here is the high-tech solar tubes on the roof. Brother Jiang, don't worry. When installing, I used a detachable form. Just unplug the socket, and the solar tube can be taken away. Song Yuan pushed his glasses. At a young age, he was calm. Well done. You have a future. Jiang Dong gave him a thumbs up. In the eyes of outsiders, Song Yuan is quiet and silent. Only those who are close to him know that he is just a 10-year-old child, lively and active. Remember to put the food in the refrigerator in the car. Your sister Shen is the most stingy. Don't waste it. Then I take the leftover fried dough sticks from the morning. Song Yuan trotted to the kitchen and continued to move things into the RV like a hamster. Shen Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes. What are you stingy about? Do you understand thrifty housekeeping? The time was right, and several people were about to get in the car and set off. Han Lin appeared with 2 guards. Before, he came to the small building alone, but now, he cherishes his life. After entering the house, he greeted several people enthusiastically. "This is your first mission, I came to see." Han Lin's eyes quickly turned around in the empty house. "Did you take everything away?" Shen Xian smiled and took the initiative to talk to Han Lin. "No, except the electric heater. Nothing else will be taken away." Han Lin. "He also wants to borrow the electric heater." Shen Xian turned sideways and motioned Han Lin to go upstairs to take a look. Although he was very surprised, driven by curiosity, Han Lin still stepped onto the stairs. Even the 2 guards following behind him were invited to go upstairs. Song Yuan continued to wear snow boots with an expressionless face. Jiang Dong and Chung Sun didn't know what Shen Xian was going to do, so for safety reasons, they followed him upstairs. Shen Xian pushed open the door, pointed at the things in the room and said, "Captain Han, everything is here, take a look." Han Lin and the guards stretched their necks to look inside the room. A large white bed, a fluffy duvet, a soft carpet, a painting on the wall, and even a coffee machine. Various home appliances were neatly stacked against the wall. Before the end of the world, this would have been a perfect young lady's boudoir. "It's safer here," Shen Xian said as she closed the door. Just as she was about to lock it, she exclaimed softly, "Oh, by the way, my doghouse." She slammed the door shut, and several people were locked outside. "Okay, your doghouse." Chung Sun grinned at Han Lin. Inside the room, Shen Xian waved her hand, mobilized her mind, and directly put all the things into the space, leaving only an empty room. A few seconds later, the door opened and she came out carrying a doghouse for Ah Tu. At the same time, she quickly closed the door and locked it in one go. "It's almost time, Captain Han, we are going to set off. There are a lot of supplies in this small building, so please take care of it when you have time." When Shen Xian smiled, she was a sweet girl, and she was completely different when she was killing people. Han Lin and the guards were dazzled by her smile. "Well, good. The guards were still not able to recover until Shen Xian and the others got in the car. Shen Xian was driving now, and she was not going to take action for the task of clearing out the city in a while. After all, it was not the time to expose the killing weapon, like the solar air gun. "Shen Xian, do you think Captain Han will occupy our supplies?" Jiang Dong looked worried. Shen Xian made a beautiful turn, parked the car behind the team, and sneered. "Han Lin probably won't, but I'm not sure about the others. But no matter how much they eat, they will have to pay it back tenfold. Don't be afraid. When someone doesn't want to live anymore, they go into the room on the 3rd floor and find nothing in the room." But Han Lin can testify that when Shen Xian left, everything was in the room. When Shen Xian thought of that scene, she couldn't help but feel happy. "Attention, all teams. After the city gate is opened, the team looking for supplies will leave the zombie group as soon as possible, leaving the clearing team behind. The battle time is 30 minutes, and the city gate will open when the time is up. Don't miss the time to enter the city. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Oldie stood on the city wall, holding a small loudspeaker like the one that sells eggs in the supermarket, and shouted to everyone. Chapter 61. At the front of the convoy were 3 tanks. Following them were 5 standard military box pickup trucks, which were clearly a regular team. Next to them, various vehicles were arranged in a mess. There were off-road vehicles, harvesters, modified baby buses, and common cars. Shen Xian's RV was the most low-key one among them. Some of the onlookers were wearing cotton coats, some were wrapped in quilts, and some were wearing down jackets. The weapons they carried were also varied. The regular team had guns. In addition to a small number of guns, the irregular team also had long knives, shovels, kitchen knives, bows and arrows. Shen Xian swept around. Last time, Ma Wenbin's kitchen knife almost stabbed her, and now she would habitually scan it first. She didn't see any acquaintances, but she caught a lot of greedy and provocative eyes. Others were dressed like bears. Inside Shen Xian's RV, the temperature was suitable, and several people were wearing light sportswear. Down jackets, fur hats, and snow boots were hung in a row at the door of the car. Ah Tu lay leisurely in the blank space of the control panel. Jiang Dong pointed to the tank in the front and said, "I have inquired. There are only 3 tanks in the base. They are all dispatched this time. It's really a big investment. This also indirectly shows that the next battle will be a tough battle. Check your guns again." Chung Sun clicked and loaded the gun. "Checked." Jiang Dong and Song Yuan answered in unison, rubbing their hands, waiting to go out and really kill. Loudly on the wall continued to shout. The surviving team will get a share of cold-resistant supplies. The team that goes out to find equipment can keep half of the supplies in addition to the equipment. Children, this is a challenge and an opportunity. Survive, and you will have a better life in the Doomsday. Supplies and rewards are waiting for you. I believe you will definitely come back alive. Loudly's speech was quite inflammatory, and the crowd cheered, as if they had returned victoriously. TSK, it's a pity that you don't do MLM with such eloquence. Jiang Dong didn't like Loudly. Shen Xian looked up and saw Loudly giving an order. The city gate creaked open, and the leading tank blasted out. The aimless zombies outside suddenly became active like a drop of water dripping from an oil pan. Zombies were not affected by the cold weather at all, and all rushed towards the gate. 3 steel tanks briefly suppressed the zombie group, and other vehicles followed. After all the vehicles and people involved in the battle came out, the city gate closed quickly with a bang. The huge sound was like the horn of launching an attack. The pickup truck in front of Shen Xian rushed into the zombie group like crazy, opened a skylight on the roof, and the fighters raised their guns and swept across. Everyone joined the battle. Shen Xian pressed the button, and the road-clearing devices in front of the car and under the car slowly lowered. With one step, the RV also rushed into the zombie group. This was a real stranglehold. Zombies fell like wheat, were crushed under the car, and were strangled again. Before entering, they were zombies, and after coming out, they were meat paste. The team that wanted to approach the RV intentionally or unintentionally all paused. Where did this meat grinder come from? There is no doubt that except for tanks and military pickups, other cars present will most likely become dumpling fillings if they hit it. The RV kept bumping, and clouds of blood mist sprayed on the glass, and were instantly frozen. Shen Xian could only turn on the wipers to clean up the blood mist in time. The car that Song Yuan just cleaned yesterday. A ball of dirty blood suddenly hit the glass in front of Jiang Dong. Shen Xian held the steering wheel steadily, and drove towards the periphery of the zombies. Her purpose was not to clear out the zombies. The car that had been following them was instantly entangled by the zombies, and stuck in the mud because of insufficient power. The people in the car roared in despair, and after firing the last round of bullets, the car and the people were drowned by the zombies. There is also a combination of bow and arrow plus kitchen knife. Although there is no car as a cover, it is backed by a tank and kills 3 sides of zombies, and the efficiency is also very high. On the city wall, Loudly looked at the people who fell one by one with regret. It's a pity that we don't have enough diesel to use, otherwise the tanks would start moving and within a week, all the zombies here would be crushed into meat patties. Han Lin curled his lips. It's true that I haven't eaten meat patties for a long time. Oldly, Huh? Which team is that? Oldly pointed his finger in the direction where Shen Xian's RV left, and Han Lin looked in the direction. A tofu block that had already turned reddish-brown was running rampant, leaving deep blood mud behind the body. Isn't it obvious that it's the eldest lady's car? That kind of clearing device is only available in her RV. Han Lin pointed his nose at Oldly, letting you look down on him all the time. This time I open your eyes. Oldly, Looking at his expression, Han Lin knew what Oldly was thinking. I remind you, don't be stupid. Don't think about her car. I'm not lying to you. If you get shot by Chung Sun, I give you an ice burial. Oldly, Damn you. In their sight, Shen Xian's RV has already rushed out of the zombie circle. They saw that the roof of the RV was half open, and Chung Sun and Jiang Dong leaned out in down jackets. What are they waiting for? Why haven't they shot yet? Oldly asked in confusion. Before they could get an answer, they saw that the kid named Song Yuan also came out with a gun in his hand. He fired several shots steadily at the zombie hanging at the rear of the car. Every shot hit the head. Clean and neat. He put away the gun and smiled at Chung Sun. Oldly and Han Lin. Shock. Other people who noticed the movement of the RV had extremely complicated feelings. Shocked by the huge lethality, amazed by the ingenious design of the RV, and even more jealous of Shen Xian's team configuration. Thank you, Brother Chung. You played well and improved quickly. Chung Sun put Song Yuan back in the car. The 3 of them were going to go up together, but Song Yuan was not tall enough, and standing on the ladder, he couldn't see outside at all. Chung Sun simply bent his knees, and let Song Yuan sit on his knees. Sister Shen, Brother Chung praised me. I am not afraid of shooting now. Very good. Shen Xian looked at the zombies getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, and increased the speed again. Go, open the drawer on the left under the bed. Yes. Song Yuan took off his down jacket and opened the drawer, and saw 3 metal round tubes lying quietly inside, glowing silver blue. Chung-sun took a breath. This? Shin Xian, isn't this your weapon? Jiang couldn't sit still. Oh my god, you actually have so many? Shut up, you can call me dad, but forget about calling me mom. I can't give birth to a son as old as you. Shin Xian successfully drove the car onto the provincial road and crushed a few zombies that hit him. Song Yuan carefully touched the brand new gun in the drawer. Is this for us, Sister Shin? Yes, this is a solar air gun, the same as the one I use, with great lethality, unlimited bullets, and almost silent. The only thing to pay attention to is to protect your ears. Also, if you have nothing to do, let the gun dry in the sun. Shin Xian said it lightly. But Chung-sun and Jiang-dong's heartbeats began to speed up, and their breathing became rapid. No one can resist this kind of weapon. The two of them were about to take the gun with trembling hands. Chapter 62. If you dare to make the gun go off in the car. Shin Xian's voice with a chill came again. Chung-sun quickly took off his down jacket and wiped the sweat from his palms. Carefully held up a gun. Really give it to me? Chung-sun was unsure and looked at Shin Xian again. He had seen Shin Xian use this gun many times, and every time he envied her. And in the Doomsday, with this kind of weapon, let alone changing the land for a small building in the base, even if she wanted the ancient building of the command center, I believe Chinchua would be happy to vacate it. For you. Shin Xian replied calmly. In the team, everyone must be able to fight and have weapons. Ah! Shin Xian, I love you. Jiang-dong immediately jumped up, grabbed a gun, and hugged it happily. Song Yuan's eyes were bright, staring at the gun in the drawer, not daring to pick it up. Sister Shin, I can just use my normal gun. Leave such a powerful weapon to others. Song Yuan reluctantly closed the drawer. Shin Xian certainly understood what he meant. He was too young. If even he needed to fight, the situation would be extremely critical. Usually, just an ordinary gun is enough for safety. She is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. You don't like it? If you don't like it, forget it. No, I like it, but... Just... Song Yuan's eyes were red. If you like it, take it, fight well, and protect yourself. After a while, Song Yuan forced back his tears, opened the drawer again, and picked up the gun. He secretly swore in his heart that he must protect Sister Shin with his life. Jiang-dong, why are you sticking your butt out? Are you opening your screen? Get out of the way. Chung-sun raised his foot and kicked Jiang-dong's, but while he was lying on the ground studying the new gun. Shin Xian glanced at the surveillance camera. Chung-sun immediately raised his leg and stepped over Jiang-dong. What's wrong? Someone is following us. Letting Chung-sun take over the driving, Shin Xian stood up and adjusted the surveillance camera. The weather outside, although the sun was still hanging in the sky, the chill in the air almost became real. In the surveillance camera, the figure of a military pickup truck flashed from time to time behind the RV. Song Yuan, let's fly the drone and see. Yes, Sister Shin. Song Yuan is now full of energy and has endless strength. Take out the drone from the cabinet, skillfully open the starry sky top, and a gust of cold air comes in. After the drone took off, Jiang-dong raised his hand to cooperate with Song Yuan and closed the starry sky top. What do they mean? Want to kill and rob? Should we kill them? Jiang-dong stroked his new gun, eager to try. Chung-sun couldn't bear to see his wretched appearance. What are you doing? We don't know if they are enemies or friends. Yet. What if they are useful? Shin Xian, don't you think so? Now the few people have not come out of the excitement of getting new guns. They can't speak clearly. Song Yuan controlled the drone to return. There should be 7 of them, 5 men and 2 women, and everyone is equipped with a gun. Shin Xian took the handle to check the transmitted images. From the windshield of the pickup truck, you can clearly see the driver and the people in the windows on both sides. In the back of the pickup truck, there are some supplies covered with thick tarpaulin. There is a distance of about 4 kilometers between them. Hurry up first, stop at the first stop, and proceed along the original route. Shin Xian's words basically determined the team's next main task. Hurry up first, and test second. If the people behind provoke them, kill them. As the sky gradually darkened, Chung-sun drove the car out of the national highway and drove to the village on the side of the road. In this kind of village, there are 2-storied buildings everywhere, but at this time it was quiet and empty. Think about it, before the Doomsday, there should be left behind elderly people and children here. It is basically impossible to survive that level of heavy rain and extreme heat. Chung Sun picked a yard that was convenient for parking and looked relatively clean, and drove the car in. After parking the car, Shin Xian and Jiang Dong took guns and checked several nearby buildings to confirm that there were no hidden living people and zombies. When they returned to the car, Song Yuan had already installed a monitoring robot at the intersection of the village. Ha ha, it's so cold. My hands are going to freeze. As soon as Jiang Dong got in the car, he took off his down jacket and hugged Song Yuan. Ah! Brother Jiang, it's cold. I know it's cold, I warm you up. Song Yuan, Rest in the car tonight. Jiang Dong will be on duty in the first half of the night, and Chung Sun will be on duty in the second half of the night. Next, hee, let's eat. Shin Xian said, and then came to Jiang Dong's favorite part. Today I will show my skills to my brothers. The braised chicken I made will definitely make them cry. I have dated so many girlfriends before, relying on my cooking skills. Come on, order. Brother Jiang, I want to eat boiled pork slices. Song Yuan raised his hand. I want 3 fresh dishes. Shin Xian didn't even raise his head and returned. Jiang Dong turned his eyes to Chung Sun. You have so many girlfriends. Are you sure it's not just one-sided? Chung Sun's face was full of distrust. Tui! Who are you looking down on? Order food quickly. Yeah, there's no evidence anyway, just slap the cucumber. Chung Sun glanced at the surveillance and ordered a vegetarian dish casually. This time, Shin Xian and Song Yuan filled the refrigerator. Neither Chung Sun nor Jiang Dong asked where the supplies came from. Chung Sun knew it well but didn't ask, and Jiang Dong pretended to be stupid and didn't ask. Shin Xian was also happy to relax. Jiang Dong poured a spoonful of hot oil, and the spicy meat aroma filled the air. Shin Xian opened the window halfway to let the aroma drift out. The pickup truck parked secretly on the wall thought it was well hidden, but when it drove into the village entrance, Song Yuan's surveillance gave a reminder. Shin Xian patiently waited for them to come to her door. But before that, it didn't stop her from playing a game of cat and mouse. The pickup truck is limited to 5 people, and now there are 7 people crammed inside, which is not comfortable at all. In addition, they have limited gasoline, so they dare not turn on the heater after parking. They can only squeeze together. At this time, the spicy and burnt smell came faintly, which made several people feel that the dry bread in their hands was not fragrant. Then came the unique aroma of braised chicken and the fragrance of cucumber. Boss, they really don't have any shame. Are they doing it on purpose? The 2 girls squeezed in the middle were angry with grievance. If Shin Xian was there, she would recognize that these 2 were Zhang Jiejia and Zhang Lingling, the 3 people who provoked her at the base. Why don't we kill them? When has our Bingfeng team ever suffered such a crime? That's right. My stomach hurts because of the hook. Several teammates also began to be dissatisfied. Especially, when I heard the loud voice of Jiang Dong, he shouted, Song Yuan, open the window, I'm so hot. The people in the pickup truck burst into tears. Boss! Zhu Zhe! Captain! Make a decision. Zhu Zhe combed his half-long hair behind his head and squinted his eyes to look out of the car. Quiet! We need them to go to Sanmen City as bait. What else can we do if we kill them now except venting our anger? We can eat delicious food. Zhang Jiejia muttered. As a result, she met Zhu Zhe's cold eyes. What did you say before we set off? I'm willing to take you with me only to avenge you. If you don't listen, go back now. Zhang Lingling poked Zhang Jiejia. Captain, don't argue with her. We are obedient, and will do whatever you ask us to do. As she said, she pressed her plump figure against Zhu Zhe's arm. Inside the wall, Shin Xian ate and drank enough, and touched his stomach. If they don't attack tonight, they should attack in Sanmen City. Let them be bait to attract the zombies, and we will go find the equipment. Chapter 63. These 2 days are destined to be the most unforgettable for the Bingfeng team. The journey was supposed to take at most 10 hours, but Shin Xian walked and stopped, entering every village. 3 meals a day were fixed, and there was even afternoon tea and sunbathing time. The team members were very angry. It's too frustrating. It's been 2 days, and we've only walked 100 kilometers. Boss, let's get started early. Zhang Jiejia, who was squeezed in the middle, whispered, They are not in a hurry, they have food and water, and heating. We are not even as good as her dog. Seeing Zhu Zhe's face getting darker, she shut up. Unlike the low pressure here, Shin Xian felt much more relaxed in the car. Chung Sun, why should I go on guard? Jiang Dong's face was full of reluctance. Song Yuan is too young. We can't let Shin Xian go. I have something important to do. Chung Soon walked casually. Bah, I don't care what important things you have to do. I won't stand guard. I want to trade with you. Jiang Dong put his hands on his hips, looking unconvinced. Okay, don't regret it. Whoever regrets is a dog. Shen Xian glanced at them in the rearview mirror and parked the car in front of an abandoned trailer on the side of the road. He jumped out of the car and opened the door of the trailer. With a bang, a shot blasted the driver, who had already mutated in the car. Chung Sun skillfully opened the fuel tank of the trailer, holding an infusion hose and a large bucket, and inserted one end of the hose into the fuel tank. The other end was stuffed into Jiang Dong's hand. Jiang Dong, what do you mean? Suction oil. Didn't you want to trade tasks with me? Jiang Dong looked at the infusion tube that he had pulled out from some garbage dump and was silent for a few seconds. Woof woof. I'm a dog. Chung Sun was stunned. You are so shameless. Suddenly hearing the same voice, Tu jumped out of the car in the cold and looked around. Shen Xian rubbed her hands. The weather was too cold. She simply grabbed Tu to warm her hands. It's hard to find one. Don't waste time. Jiang Dong, hurry up. Without diesel, her excavator would be useless. Diesel has different models according to the freezing point. The -10 model means it freezes at -10 degrees. And in this extreme weather, only the -50 model diesel can be found. The problem is that this type of diesel is generally only available in the extremely cold areas of the Northeast. There is no diesel here at all. Before the Doomsday, she wanted to stock up on this diesel, but unfortunately she had no way. This large trailer, with the license plate Liao, should have come from the Northeast before the Doomsday. At that time, it was still cold in spring. It is most likely that its diesel is what Shen Xian wants. We are about to reach Sanmen City. The situation in the laboratory is still unclear. Maybe we need to use an excavator. It's better to be prepared. The queen spoke, and Jiang Dong could only put the hose to his mouth with a bitter face. He glanced at Chung Sun next to him, who had a false and sympathetic smile. He made up his mind, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth to inhale. As a result, he didn't control his strength and inhaled too much. A pungent sour smell rushed straight into his throat. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly put the hose into the bucket, and the yellow-green liquid flowed into the bucket. Well, it's the diesel we are looking for. Shen Xian showed joy, but she was not satisfied looking at the small hose. It's a bit slow, Jiang Dong, you suck a few more. What a sin. Jiang Dong was about to cry. Shen Xian looked at the barrel that was gradually filling up, feeling very happy, and glanced at the military pickup truck that was looming in the distance. In the pickup truck, Zhu Zhe held up a telescope. It was also his bad luck. He followed them all the way, but he didn't find Song Yuan's drone. The teammates next to him were shivering with cold and chattering non-stop. The leader is still wise. It's really easy to follow them. Look, the oil has been found. This kind of semi-trailer has 2 fuel tanks. Most people don't know. After they leave, we will also get it. In the telescope, the one called Jiang Dong moved the barrel to the other side of the semi-trailer with a bitter face and opened the other fuel tank. The teammates were still honking, and Zhu Zhe punched them. Shut up. Everyone in this big lady team is not a fuel-saving lamp. We will arrive in Sanmen City in the afternoon. Cheer up. If anyone fails, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Dong drove the next section of the road. Song Yuan released the drone and kept checking the road conditions. Shen Xian and Chung Sun added the route and plan on the map. The 4 of them were like a precision instrument, working in perfect harmony and operating efficiently. It was freezing cold outside, but warm inside the car, and Tu was chewing on a sausage leisurely. The address provided by Chao Minhui is in the suburbs of Sanmen City, on the south bank of the Yellow River. There are no hidden spots around, only a laboratory yard. This is just a laboratory in a pharmaceutical factory, but it is definitely not an ordinary laboratory that can be equipped with the equipment Chao Minhui said. In addition to the previous rescue plan leak, it is hard to guarantee that our plan to find equipment this time will not be known by the enemy. Shen Xian's words made the others tense instantly. Jiang Dong rarely became serious, so the real danger is not the zombies outside, but inside the laboratory, right? Yes. But the good news is that the drone images show that there are not many zombies in the laboratory. The car behind doesn't know the existence of the enemy, and wants to use us to clean up the zombies. When they see that there are not so many zombies, they will definitely rush into the laboratory. Shen Xian threw the pen on the table, with a smile on his face, and continued, if it is safe inside, then we will just start robbing and kill those who dare to resist. What if there is danger inside? Jiang Dong asked. Then we will just kill them. We just need to use the people behind to explore the way, and we are not really afraid of them. Chung Sun gave a disgusted roll of his eyes. Turning his head and facing Shen Xian again, he changed his face and smiled and said, "The plan is perfect. Shen Xian, with your brain, even if the Wanwang sect comes, you can still unify the universe." You, hypocrisy, Jiang Dong vomited. Although he was grateful for the gun Shen Xian sent, what should he do when Chung Sun always steals his lines? He swore that he would learn how to curse when he returned, and he must curse Chung Sun to the point of autism. And Chung Sun made a gesture that said, "Come on, it doesn't matter." Song Yuan, two childish ghosts, Shen Xian, two big idiots, what's wrong with me barking? The plan went smoothly, and we arrived at the destination on time at 4 p.m. When Zhu Zai's team saw the laboratory gate from a distance, they were stunned for a moment. Where are the zombies? Why are there no zombies? Seeing that the young lady's RV was about to drive into the yard, Zhu Zai immediately held the driver's head. 1 foot on the accelerator, accelerating for 300 meters. The pickup truck rumbled into the laboratory yard. And in the RV that was still hanging outside, several people had already put on outdoor equipment and were ready to go. Jiang Dong laughed with his belly in his hands. Shen Xian, they really got fooled. Shall we go in now? Yes, remember to stay away from the equipment when shooting. But Shen Xian had just finished speaking. In the laboratory yard, there was a burst of dense gunfire. It's an AK rifle. And a submachine gun. There is no such gun in the car behind. Chung Sun instantly identified the valid information based on the gunfire. Everyone realized that there were other people in the laboratory. Chapter 64. Protect, protect. Left attack. Launch all out. Shen Xian was stunned. Foreigners? When they used the drone for reconnaissance before, they also used infrared imaging, but they didn't see anyone. Ah! I'm going to fight you. There was a roar in the courtyard. Then, there was more intensive firepower, and the sound of car explosions. Chung Sun quickly drove the car to a hidden place. Adjust the plan. Shen Xian distributed the walkie-talkie to several people. This is the walkie-talkie that Song Yuan upgraded when he had nothing to do. With headphones, it can receive signals and is silent. Song Yuan installed monitoring robots in 4 directions and intersections. You at A2 watch the monitoring in the car. Someone comes to report in time. We go in from the side, and Jiang Dong will keep an eye on the people in the car as soon as possible. Chung Sun and I will deal with those foreigners. Song Yuan must provide the enemy's position within 3 minutes. Okay. Several people responded in unison. Shen Xian opened the car door, and the cold wind rushed in. The 3 of them quickly ran towards the side wall of the laboratory. Song Yuan used both hands. He set the routes and positions for the 4 robots with his left hand, and started the drone with his right hand. After the drone flew out, A2 slapped the door-closing button with 1 claw, closed the car door, and raised the window to block the light inside the car. 3 minutes later, Shen Xian, Chung Sun, and Jiang Dong arrived at the outer wall. At this time, Song Yuan's voice came from the headset. Sister Shen, the drone shows that the laboratory has 4 floors. There are 4 enemies on the hollow corridor on the south side of the 3rd floor. There are 2 enemies at the staircase on the 1st floor. There are 5 more regular team members hiding behind the corner of the wall. Oh, there are only 3 left now. Got it. Shen Xian responded quickly. The 3 of them piled up and climbed over the wall. Jiang Dong landed first, followed by Shen Xian, and Chung Sun followed behind. The 3 of them moved forward silently along the wall. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The firepower in front of them started again. Zhu Zai was desperate and regretful now. He drove in, and before they could get out of the car, gunshots rang out. The driver was the first to be shot in the head. Zhang Jiejia and Zhang Lingling were in a panic, and pulled a teammate to block the gunshot, but the teammate was blown into pieces before he could react. Using the car and the corner of the wall as cover, he led the remaining brothers to fight back. During the gap, he shot Zhang Jiejia and Zhang Lingling with 1 shot. After 2 rounds of exchange of fire, they had almost used up all the bullets on their side. But not a single person on the other side fell. The huge firepower gap meant that this was destined to be a one-sided massacre. The other party even cursed in broken Chinese. Pig! Kill! Kill 1 by 1! Cowardly dog! Ha ha ha! Fuck you! A bunch of bastards want to steal our things. Boss, you must avenge me when I die. Zhu Zai panted heavily and grabbed his teammates, who were about to rush out. Calm down. Let's find a way to retreat. He hadn't finished speaking. He saw a half-figure suddenly jump out from the wall on the right side of the laboratory building. The man held a weapon that looked like a gun, but was not a gun, and pointed it at the two foreigners on the first floor twice. Without hearing any sound, the upper bodies of the two foreigners exploded into fireworks. Juzei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a closer look, who else could it be but Chung Sun? They actually have such powerful weapons. We've got it downstairs. Jiang Dong is in your hands. It was the first time that Chung Sun personally experienced the solar air gun. He was so excited that every inch of his blood was boiling. Don't worry, leave it to me. Jiang Dong turned to the stairs in the shadows, and aimed his gun at the direction of Juzei and his companions. A chill instantly climbed up Juzei's back. He dared not move, and raised his hands tremblingly. Attack! Attack! A new round of firepower from the third floor covered again, and it seemed that they had not yet discovered that the teammates on the first floor were dead. Like a cat and a mouse, they shot into the yard from time to time. Shen Xian and Chung Sun climbed in through the window. They quickly went up the stairs to the third floor. Just as the four enemies were smiling and changing bullets, Shen Xian and Chung Sun suddenly appeared sideways. It was so fast that the upper bodies of several people exploded into small mushroom clouds before they could even curse. Boom, boom. Shen Xian's gun was very accurate, and he hit the target with one shot. He and Chung Sun fired 4 shots, and the glass next to them shattered due to the vibration of the air. Okay. Check separately. Shen Xian went to the third and fourth floors, and Chung Sun went to the first and second floors. After checking every room in the laboratory and confirming that there were no other people, the two returned to the third floor. Shen Xian pressed the intercom. Song Yuan, come to the third floor, pay attention to the surveillance. Jiang Dong, did you kill those people? No, they. Bring them up first. Okay. Shen Xian squatted down and checked the several large boxes that the foreigners wanted to take away. It was exactly the equipment in Chao Minhuai's list. One is good. Heh, there is something fishy. Shen Xian sneered, and in the moonlight, he squatted in a pile of mincemeat to pick up the equipment of those foreigners. What are you doing? Don't waste it. Oh! Chung Sun also put away his gun, squatted down, and started to pick up equipment from the stumps on the ground. AK gun, submachine gun, pistol, bullet clip, and even a grenade. Chung Sun was scared for a while. Fortunately, the grenade didn't explode just now. Military watch, combat dagger, deformed armor. Jiang Dong pointed his gun at the remaining 3 people on Juzei's side. When he went upstairs, he saw Shen Xian and Chung Sun squatting in a pool of blood frozen into ice. Picking up garbage. Ahem. Shen Xian, bring the people up. Yes, tie them to the window. Shen Xian didn't even raise his head, and buried his head in picking up garbage. Juzei, tie? Window. I don't want it. I surrender. Teammate, boss? You've been possessed. They didn't expect that the normally aloof man would say the word surrender. Seeing their boss like this, the 2 teammates stopped struggling. They all raised their hands in surrender. Shen Xian then raised her head and looked at Juzei. This was the first time Juzei saw Shen Xian up close. Only felt that the other party's face, which looked a little pale due to the low temperature, had red lips and white teeth, as if he wanted to eat people. Juzei squatted by the window. I promise not to move. Don't tie me. This was his last pride, and he would not allow himself to be tied to the window. Chung Sun stood up and gathered the things in his hands together. Jiang Dong, collect their guns, and the 2 bodies below, and also dig up everything useful, and watch out for grenades. Okay. He turned and went downstairs to work. Although the 2 of them usually quarreled with each other, they must be friendly and respectful to each other when dealing with outsiders. Sister Shen, I brought the things. Song Yuan's voice sounded at the stairs, followed by a 2. Shen Xian stood up, grabbed the curtain beside him, and wiped the blood on his hands. I brought this for you. Song Yuan opened the insulation bag in his hand, and took out a white wet towel, which was still steaming. Smiling and handing it to Shen Xian, Chung Sun, Juzei, Shen Xian's heart was ironed, just like drinking a cup of hot milk on a cold day. While wiping his hands, he asked, what's the situation outside? The drone is hovering in the sky. If someone comes over, it will sound an alarm. The surveillance is also installed. Song Yuan shook the drone handle in his hand. Hearing this, Juzei was even more relieved. Look at their configuration and methods. Even a child is so calm. Killing a person is just like getting his trouser legs wet. It is not unfair for him to lose to the young lady. Count the equipment and evacuate in 5 minutes. Shin Xian gave the order. At this moment, there was a sudden whoosh outside the window, followed by a burst of fireworks in the air. Oh no, the drone was blown up. Song Yuan's face turned pale. Chapter 65. Instantly, the entire laboratory was as bright as day. Oh no, it's a flare. Hide. Chung Sun shouted, and everyone immediately squatted down and hid in the shadows of the room. Zhu Zhe and the other two also immediately lay on the ground. With this level of flare, the entire laboratory was like being placed under an X-ray machine, with every detail visible. No one dared to move, for fear that the slightest shadow would be captured by the enemy. After 30 seconds, the flare went out, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yuan half knelt on the ground and took out the surveillance. Although the drone was sacrificed, the 4 surveillance robots outside were still working normally. In the picture, a black Iveco suddenly drove in and stopped at the door of the laboratory. More than 30 fully armed people jumped out of the car. Everyone wore black combat uniforms, helmets, and held a gun in their hands, and another gun was hung on their backs. As soon as you see the outfit, you know that they are the same group as the previous enemies. It's really good at packing so many people. What should we do? Jiang Dong quickly stuffed the guns and ammunition he had just confiscated into Song Yuan's bag. At this moment, Shin Xian's ears were filled with noisy English and the sound of guns being loaded. What does kill in action mean? What does CR mean? Shin Xian turned to ask Chung Sun. All killed in close-range coverage attack. Chung Sun blurted out. Then he looked at Shin Xian in astonishment. Are you sure you heard it right? It's impossible to be wrong. Shin Xian is absolutely confident in his hearing. No one knows where this enemy team came from. Shin Xian can be sure that he has never heard of it in his previous life. It's really enviable that the other party has such armed capabilities. Retreat. They are going to attack indiscriminately. Chung Sun looked out from the corner of the window. It's too late. Song Yuan raised his head and saw that the enemy on the roof of the car was actually equipped with a machine gun in the surveillance. The muzzle turned directly to the 3rd floor. It was obvious that they had been locked. In an instant, everyone felt cold. Shin Xian's eyes fell on Zhu Zhe and the other two, and his arms raised slightly. Zhu Zhe's 2 teammates didn't know what happened yet, staring at them with big eyes like cows. Zhu Zhe's heart twitched. He saw the murderous intent in Shin Xian's eyes. No, we promise not to drag our feet, not to stab in the back, and promise to be obedient. Zhu Zhe spoke quickly, his throat dry with nervousness. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, he would be shot by Shin Xian's strange gun. You go to the 4th floor. Shin Xian's words were unquestionable. Unarmed, guns confiscated, the difference is dying now and later. Zhu Zhe and the other two had no choice but to grit their teeth and bend over, running to the 4th floor. Just now, Shin Xian really wanted to kill these 3 people. After all, at the critical moment, there is no guarantee that they will not stab in the back. But suddenly it occurred to him that there were too many people outside, and keeping these 3 people might be useful. Shin Xian took a deep breath. The solar air guns in their hands had no pre-swing and preheating before firing, and theoretically they were killing weapons. But when the number of enemies reached a certain level, 2 hands could not beat 4 fists. This is why she wanted large thermal weapons. This time, we must divide and conquer the enemy. Let's go to the 2nd floor and be careful to hide. She is the undisputed leader of the team. Chung Sun and the others didn't know what she would arrange next. But they all obeyed the order, bent down, and went downstairs along the wall. They came to the 2nd floor and found the room that was exactly opposite to the 3rd floor. As soon as they got in, the sound of gunfire poured down like a rainstorm. Da-da-da-da. 2-2-2-2. All the glass on the 3rd floor shattered, and the outer wall stirred up circles of gravel. Bullets were like free. The air was full of gunpowder. This is real full firepower coverage. The equipment placed on the corridor on the 3rd floor is probably completely scrapped. Jiang Dong was so angry that his teeth hurt. There are too many people on the other side. What should I do? Song Yuan, you go to this corner. Chung Sun, you go to this corner. Jiang Dong, go to the other side, and wait for my order before taking action. Yes. The 4 people quickly spread out, each guarding a corner of the room. And Shin Xian stood in the most obvious corner. Whenever someone came in, the first person they saw was her. Chung Sun wanted to switch places with Shin Xian, but Shin Xian shook her head and refused, motioning him to wait. Go! 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 There were chaotic footsteps in the stairs, and the enemy was going upstairs. Shin Xian lowered her head slightly, using her hearing to the maximum to try to distinguish the enemy's path. Tu squatted at her feet obediently motionless. On the first floor, 2 enemies were diverted. On the second floor, 2 enemies were also diverted, and they were moving towards the room where they were. There were about 12 people going up to the 3rd floor. If 2 more were sent to the 4th floor, then there would be 10 enemies entering the 3rd floor. Then the remaining enemies were guarding outside. Song Yuan also lowered his eyes, and held the gun firmly with both hands. Jiang Dong kept swallowing his saliva, and stared at Shin Xian. As long as Shin Xian signaled to attack, he would beat the opponent to pieces. Chung Sun quietly moved his body, and looked out through the gap in the window. Under the moonlight, the enemies downstairs stood apart, holding their guns and aiming at each exit of the laboratory. And farther away, zombies began to gather more and move towards this side. Huh? Shin Xian calmed down, and the 2 enemies who came to the 2nd floor to sweep the building had already stepped into the door. Boom! Boom! She fired directly, and the 2 enemies turned into mincemeat before they could react. Without her order, the other 3 held their guns tightly, and did not move. When the footsteps of 10 people upstairs came to her ears, Shin Xian gave the order directly. Shoot! As she said, she raised her gun and pointed it at the roof, firing continuously. Chung Sun and the other 3 immediately understood Shin Xian's meaning, and also raised their guns towards the ceiling, and started shooting together. The biggest advantage of this kind of gun powered by air cannon is that it is not loud, but has strong penetrating power. The ceiling of the laboratory is not suspended, so one shot can make a person feel cold. In less than 3 seconds, the ceiling collapsed with a bang, like a god falling, and fell to the 2nd floor. The enemies were kneeling and standing, and they didn't know what happened. They were all blown into slag by Shin Xian and the other 4 who rushed over. This is the real bloody storm. Everything happened within 5 seconds. Song Yuan's face was tense, and his hand holding the gun was reluctant to let go. Jiang Dong's chest was panting violently. This scene just now was too exciting. Only Chung Sun was worried, and shot the enemy's body that was not broken. At this time, the enemies on the 1st and 4th floors heard the movement on the 2nd floor and ran up. As soon as they reached the stairs, they were blown to pieces by Jiang Dong. Outside in Iveco, a tall and strong foreign man was staring at the tablet computer. The red dot that was originally shining on the screen disappeared by half in just 5 seconds. He kicked open the car door and got out of the car in a single layer of clothes, completely unaffected by the low temperature of -40 degrees. He grabbed the gun from a subordinate and strode towards the laboratory. The others also held guns and followed upstairs. At the same time, the machine gun on the roof of the car started a new round of shooting. However, this time Shin Xian and his friends had already had experience and avoided it perfectly. They are coming in. Chung Sun, who had been monitoring the movements downstairs, suddenly spoke. Go up. Shin Xian turned around and climbed upstairs. Chapter 66. Anthony had no idea how his people died. In this chaotic world, there was a boss who had people, weapons, and food. He was one of the few who had all 3. And now, half of his people were killed in a small mission. This was a naked provocation. Even the cold outside could not extinguish the anger in his heart. Anthony swore to find those people, cut them off alive, and feed them to the zombies. Shin Xian came to the back window of the laboratory and looked out. There were only 2 people guarding downstairs. Stretched the gun out of the window gap and raised the gun decisively. Shoot! The guards turned into blood mist silently and dispersed. Okay, go down from here. The execution of Shin Xian's orders by the team members reached its peak at this moment. Chung Sun pulled the window down with force, and he jumped down from the window first. This height of the 2nd floor was nothing to Shin Xian now, and she landed steadily on the ground. Song Yuan jumped into Chung Sun's arms. Jiang Dong held a 2 as a cushion. As for the 3 people on the 4th floor, whether they were dead or alive was not within their consideration. Shin Xian and Jiang Dong whispered a few words, and they split into 2 groups. Jiang Dong and a 2 walked around the laboratory, and came to the east side of the laboratory's outer wall along the wall, which was where they first climbed over the wall. Shin Xian, Chung Sun and Song Yuan touched the west side of the laboratory. In place, ready to move. Shin Xian tried to lower his voice, and gave orders to Jiang Dong in the headset. Received. Jiang Dong lifted a 2 baby, it's up to you, we have to be fast. Look cool. Ah Tu rolled his eyes. Woof woof. Two sudden dog barks rang out in the yard. Afterwards, Jiang Dong didn't care about the effect, and took Ah-Tu back and ran to the back of the laboratory. And behind him, bang bang bang, the machine gun swept across instantly. Jiang Dong used his fastest speed in his life, and felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He even felt that a bullet was flying past his scalp. Buddha! Amichuofo! Buddha! Jesus! On the other side, seeing that the machine gun fire was attracted away, Shen Xian and Song Yuan immediately fired at Iveco. And Chung Sun took the opportunity to climb in through the window, along the corridor on the first floor, touched the stairs, and waited for an opportunity to move. Sister Shen, what should we do? We can't break it. Song Yuan fired continuously, but the car opposite just deformed sideways, and the person operating the machine gun behind the car body was not hurt at all. It was a modified car at first glance. More bulletproof than Shen Xian's RV, that machine gun, like a fortress in a highland battle, threatens the safety of the team at all times. There are too many people on the other side. As long as the machine gun is still there, they can't attack smoothly. If the enemy who has already gone upstairs returns, they will be surrounded by dumplings. So, this machine gun must be turned off. Seeing that the machine gun is about to turn around, this is Shen Xian's last chance. She jumped out of the outer wall, ran 2 steps quickly, went around the front of the Iveco, and fired several shots at the back of the car. Puff! The person operating the machine gun was blown up on the spot. At the same time, Shen Xian was also in an extremely dangerous situation. Because someone upstairs had already discovered the situation of the machine gun, he raised his gun and fired down. Bang, bang, bang. Chung Sun couldn't see the situation outside now. When he heard the gunshots, his heart almost stopped beating. But he remembered Shen Xian's words and stared at the stairs. Seeing Shen Xian in trouble, Song Yuan gritted his teeth and wanted to jump out to disperse the firepower, but he remembered Shen Xian's words, telling him not to go out no matter what. The firepower was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Song Yuan felt a flash in front of his eyes. Shen Xian disappeared out of thin air. Song Yuan rubbed his eyes. This damn moonlight, why is it so dark today? Sister Shen. Song Yuan was so anxious that tears rolled. The dense gunshots upstairs also paused for a moment. Then, Shen Xian suddenly appeared out of thin air again, rolled down a few times, and returned to Song Yuan's side. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Song Yuan, why are you still crying? Shen Xian blew the broken hair on her forehead, tilted her head, and smiled at Song Yuan. Song Yuan raised the back of his hand, and wiped his eyes vigorously. I didn't cry. He didn't want to ask Shen Xian why she disappeared just now. As long as Shen Xian can come back safely. Be good. Let's go! Everything is self-explanatory. The machine gun outside was solved, and the pressure was reduced by half. Shen Xian and Song Yuan climbed through the window, and found Chung Sun squatting at the stairs. The moment he saw Shen Xian appear, Chung Sun felt that he was alive again. No one is coming down. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Dong also came back with it too. Shen Xian stood up, and the air gun turned a circle in his hand skillfully. Very good, attack from the front. Song Yuan, you do the hidden hand. Yes. Song Yuan nodded vigorously with red eyes. The meaning of the hidden hand is to do nothing silently. He is a child, and no one will be wary of him. At the critical moment, it is a means of saving life. Next, Chung Sun took the lead, Shen Xian and Jiang Dong walked in the middle, and Song Yuan and A2 walked at the end. The 3 of them went upstairs with guns. Now the people upstairs reacted and rushed down one after another, directly facing Chung Sun, who was going upstairs. As soon as the enemy raised his gun, it was blasted into a blood mist. The buzzing sound echoed, and the smell of blood could not be covered. Jiang Dong felt that he seemed to be soaked in a pool of blood. Can you go out later? I guess the zombies outside are having a party. Why, do you want to relax too? Chung Sun fired another shot. When you die, I will go to the zombie group to burn paper for you. Jiang Dong also followed with a shot, not to be outdone. It seems that it is not Shen Xian's turn to shoot now. Going up to the 3rd floor, he secretly counted the killing performance on his side. Shen Xian said, be careful, there should be 3 or 4 people left. Don't shoot yet, so as not to be discovered by the people upstairs. Yes. As soon as the few people nodded, they heard Zhu Zai's angry curse from the 4th floor. Kill me if you dare. Don't touch my brother. Bastard. Bah! Zhu Zai was very stubborn, and he would not beg for mercy even if he was tied up. especially when he saw Anthony, who was more than 2 meters tall and stood in front of him like a small mountain. Jose completely let go. There was no way to escape death today. Anthony held a military dagger in his hand and spoke fluent Chinese. It was you three who killed half of my people? Hand over your weapons. I can give you a quick death. When Anthony went upstairs, he saw the ground of mincemeat on the second floor from the collapsed ceiling on the third floor. People died, and it was sad, but he had food, so he could find someone else at worst. Now he was more interested in what the other party used to kill so many people. Oriental martial arts? At this time, the subordinate looked out the window and came over to remind him in English, the machine gun has been destroyed. It's okay, their companions are in my hands. If they don't hand over their weapons, I will cut them into strips and stir-fry them. After hearing this, Jose immediately shut up. His two companions were so speechless that they wanted to faint. They are not Shin Xian's companions. Chapter 67. Jose was stunned at first, then laughed like a mad dog. Meat strips are meat strips. I'm not afraid of you. A white-headed pig that gave birth to a child without skin. You still want my father's weapon. I burn it for you on Qingming Festival. It must be said that Jose's mouth is the only thing left on his body, and it's still pretty hard. Shin Xian, who was going upstairs, heard their conversation clearly. Her eyes were curved with a hint of smile. What's wrong? Chung Sun asked with his head tilted. Nothing, I encountered a spirit of paraquat. Chung Sun immediately became nervous. What paraquat? You didn't eat it? Jiang Dong couldn't stand it anymore and punched him directly. Stupid, Shin Xian means that I encountered a poisonous mouth. Ah, where? Chung Sun is a person with 2 brains in combat mode and daily mode. When he kicked open the door of the laboratory on the 4th floor, Anthony and others in the room reacted. All the people under them were killed. Why didn't they hear any noise? Anthony's 2 men immediately raised their guns, clicked, and turned the guns to point at Shin Xian's head. Before they could pull the trigger, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong shot them in the head. With lightning speed, Anthony only felt a buzzing sound in his head. With the experience left by many years of fighting, he grabbed Jose's hair reflexively. The knife pressed against Jose's neck, leaving a deep blood mark. He tried his best to hide his huge body behind Jose, but he was too big and didn't cover much. At this moment, he regretted it very much. He remembered that his teacher said that no matter what time, he should never put down the gun in his hand. But at that time, he was so angry and greedy that he put down his gun and picked up a knife. Not only did he not kill the man, but his men were all dead. When his eyes fell on the weapons in the hands of Shin Xian and others, he understood everything instantly. This time, he was done. Stop. Don't move. Give me a gun and let me go. Otherwise, I will kill him. Jose's 2 teammates cried, Miss, don't be impulsive, ah. Before he finished speaking, Shin Xian raised his hand and shot Anthony in the head. Ah! This time it was Jose who screamed. The rich blood plasma and broken meat exploded beside his ears, and the close-range air wave directly made his soul leave his body. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Crack! Shin Xian pointed the gun at Jose. Jose immediately covered his mouth and muttered, I don't say anything, don't shoot me stupid, the last one who threatened us has long been rotten into mud. Jiang Dong half-pulled his body to Anthony and shoved, picked up the dagger on the ground, and cut the rope for Jose. Just cut halfway, turned around and saw Shin Xian, Chung Sun, and the puppy squatting on the ground to dig up the body. Ah, leave some for me, leave some for me. Jiang Dong immediately threw away the dagger and squatted in the pool of blood to pick up garbage. Brother, you open it for me. Jose was dumbfounded. But no one cared about him even if he shouted. There was no way. Jose's men could only jump a few steps, pick up the dagger with their hands tied behind their backs, and under the command of another teammate, give Jose a blind cut. Jose, Now it was safe. Song Yuan took out the lighting and surveillance from his bag and began to check the situation outside the laboratory. Sister Shin, the zombies will arrive in about 15 minutes. Well, you and Jiang Dong pack up the things in the building. Chung Sun, let's go down. No problem, leave it to me. Jiang Dong buried his head and worked hard. After only 2 minutes, the blood on the ground had frozen. The equipment on the corpse was too difficult to get. He simply turned around and grabbed the dagger from Jose's hand. After a few cuts, Anthony's half-body broke into several pieces. Jose and his 2 teammates trembled with each stab. Jiang Dong skillfully picked up the guns and equipment on the ground and found a plastic box in the corner of the laboratory. A lot of bloody things were thrown in. Song Yuan, Take a two with you, let's go. He still had to go to the second floor to pick up garbage. Jose couldn't get a word in the whole process, so the three had to follow silently. When they arrived at the second floor, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy corpses on the ground looked like a box of smashed eggs. The blood on the walls and the ground had long been frozen, and the broken limbs and unknown internal organs were piled together. The whole room was like a frozen blood lake. Jiang Dong and Song Yuan sighed together, holding the lamp, and began to pack up. The incandescent light reflected on the bloody ice surface, and the reflections of the broken bodies in all directions kept changing as the light turned. It was a completely different feeling from the previous battle with zombies. Hell, that's it. Jose hesitated, followed him in, and there was a click under his feet. Looking down, it was a pale eyeball that was frozen crisp, with half a piece of skin attached to it. Jose, His teammates, Wang Jia and Wang Yi, couldn't stand it first, turned around and started to vomit violently. Jose suppressed the churning in his stomach and walked to Jiang Dong. Brother, thank you just now. Let us help you pick up. Ah? Okay, hurry up. Jiang Dong gave Jose the half-digging position. Downstairs, Shen Xian took out a universal wrench from somewhere and directed Chung Sun to dismantle the machine gun. She pulled the door of the Iveco several times, but it didn't open. Chung Sun, get out of the way. Chung Sun stood aside, and Shen Xian took out her gun and shot at the door handle. The car was only slightly deformed by the long-distance shooting before, but now the distance is so close that a big hole was directly blasted out of the door. Then with a click, the door slid open automatically. Shen Xian got into the car. The space inside the car was very large. In addition to the driver's seat, there was only one seat. Chung Sun, no wonder it can fit so many people, it was modified like this. You look at this for yourself, I go drive our car. Well, Shen Xian glanced at her watch, 8 minutes left, evacuate. This battle lasted only half an hour, but the intensity was far greater than any battle in her previous life. But the harvest was also very substantial. Found 3 boxes of bullets, 2 tablets, 2 sets of protective clothing, and a bottle of red wine that looked very expensive. All put in his own space. When Chung Sun came back to move things, he saw the empty car. Chung Sun, So you don't even install it now? But he still wanted to live well, so he didn't ask anything. Turned around to install the machine gun on the roof of his RV. The machine gun base, that had been alone in the empty room for so long, finally had another half. There were 5 minutes left. Jiang Dong hurried downstairs carrying the boxes, and put them in the RV. Jose, and the other 2 behind him also had their hands full. Brother, can I touch your gun? Jose rubbed his hands, his old face flushed, and followed Jiang Dong like a tail. Jiang Dong immediately got angry and pointed at Jose's nose and said, Say it again to me? What do you want to touch? Chapter 68. Jose was startled and pointed at the gun that Jiang Dong held under his armpit. Jiang Dong reacted. He covered his solar air gun with his hand. That's not okay either. This is my girlfriend, my wife, my lover. Jose swallowed his saliva. Then, can I touch your girlfriend, wife, lover? Get lost. Jiang Dong, pack up, we leave in 5 minutes. Burp. Shen Xian got out of the Iveco and burped directly. Sister Shen, did you catch a cold? Can I make you a cup of hot soy milk? Song Yuan immediately tilted his little head and leaned out of the RV. Shen Xian touched his stomach. Burp. No, I'm just hungry. It's been a long time since I had this old habit of burping when I was hungry. Ah? Are you hungry? Then let's have Malchwang tonight. Jiang Dong immediately left Jose and came over with a smile. Malchwang. Jose looked at Jiang Dong's hands, which were still covered in blood. Really enough. But he didn't dare to speak, and stood aside with Wang Jia and Wang Yi. Jose breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shen Xian and Chung Sun walking towards the laboratory without even giving them a look. No news, that's good news. The eldest lady didn't chase him away, which meant that he could follow. The 3 of them worked harder. Shen Xian and Chung Sun searched the laboratory carefully again, and after confirming that there was no usable equipment, they returned to the RV on time. Jose and the other 2 tentatively got on the Iveco, and when they saw that Shen Xian didn't object, they were immediately delighted. He didn't care about the big hole in the door, and stepped on the accelerator directly. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, brushed the edge of the zombie tide and drove away. This was a zero-error cooperation. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong touched the solar air gun for the first time. Until now, they still couldn't come back to their senses. They admired Shen Xian's command ability even more. When Shin Xian came out of the shower, she saw 3 people in dementia. What's wrong? Chung Sun, your gun is really amazing. Jiang Dong, yes, I will never look down on other guns in the future. Shin Xian, you have to be responsible. Shin Xian, what do you mean? It's all my fault, right? Only Song Yuan raised his little face and looked at her. Sister Shin, the drone is gone. I'm sorry. Are you unhappy about this? Shin Xian wiped her hair, walked to Song Yuan, and took the drone handle from him. There were 2 small bloody handprints on it. This is a small matter, go take a shower. Oh, okay. Song Yuan was particularly obedient, and took his clothes to the bathroom. Shin Xian sat down at the table, took out a wet towel, wiped the control handle for Song Yuan carefully, and put it in the closet. Then she began to sort out the plastic boxes that Jiang Dong had collected. Not bad. Although the equipment was not found, there are quite a few equipment. Machine gun X1, AK gun X25, submachine gun X15, grenade X15, combat uniform X2, bullet X3 boxes, combat watch X8, and other miscellaneous things. Shin Xian was very satisfied. Especially the combat uniform, which was light and warm, and she liked it very much. Unfortunately, it was a men's style, and neither she nor Song Yuan could wear it. It could only be divided between Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. When Song Yuan came out, Shin Xian pointed to the closet at him. Go and have a look. I put the things in your closet. Song Yuan had just finished taking a shower, and didn't wear glasses. He opened the closet in a daze. He saw a brand new box, and 2 tablets under the operating handle. He quickly wiped his hands on his body, put on glasses, and took out the big box. When he opened it, it turned out to be a drone, exactly the same as the one that was scrapped before. Sister Shin. Song Yuan jumped up in surprise, holding the drone, and almost blurted out, "Where did you get it?" But in a moment, reason prevailed and swallowed the words. Just a pair of bright eyes looked at Shin Xian. Shin Xian smiled slightly. Okay, upgrade it yourself, and the 2 tablets are also for you to use. Yeah. After Chung Sun finished taking a shower, he replaced Jiang Dong and became the driver himself. He glanced at Shin Xian in the rearview mirror. The other party was wearing soft gray casual pants with a light pink knitted cardigan on top, and her half-long hair was draped over her shoulders with moisture. He was completely different from the man who had been killing people with a gun before. Ahem, Shin Xian, what's next? We've lost our equipment. Shin Xian didn't even raise his head, comparing the map and studying the list and address Chow Minhui had given him. It's okay, if the equipment is gone, it's gone. Without the equipment, the home in Shaolu is gone. Thinking of his only home in the world, Chung Sun frowned. Oh, you're just worrying about it. Of course, Shin Xian's home is where it's at. Jiang Dong felt refreshed after taking a shower. He opened the refrigerator and took out duck blood, fatty beef, tofu, luncheon meat, lettuce, and the leftover hot pot base from lunch. Put on an apron and steam rice. Start cutting vegetables. He looks like a house husband, and his main point is virtuous. Zhu Zai and the other 2 drove behind. Although they had a new car, the cold wind was blowing. As their stomachs growled, their excitement gradually subsided. Boss, there is no food in this car. Why don't you go and ask the young lady for some? The young lady is kind and beautiful. She will definitely not bear to let us starve. Zhu Zai's forehead veins jumped a few times. Yes, the young lady can't bear to let you starve. She will just shoot you to death and make you completely comfortable. Shut up. What are you eating? Didn't you hear them say they want to eat Malkshuang? Haven't you vomited enough? Seeing Shin Xian's RV turn into the roadside village, he hurriedly turned in. Then, he smelled a hot and spicy fragrance in the air. It was the smell of chili, pepper, and coriander being fragrant by hot oil. It smelled so good. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already standing at the door of the RV, still reaching out to knock on the door. Damn it! Zhu Zai quickly held his hand down, turned around, and was about to run to his car. Bang! Jiang Dong opened the door. What's the matter? Zhu Zai really wanted to hit his head against the wall. Let him in. Shin Xian's voice suddenly came. Jiang Dong looked him up and down with a vigilant look, and there were blood stains on his army green cotton jacket. His hair, which hadn't been washed for several days, was frozen stiff. Then come in, you can only stand at the door. Oh, okay. Zhu Zai shivered and wiped the soles of his shoes on the ground, and stepped into this mysterious RV. As soon as he got in the car, a warmth instantly enveloped him. There was also the sweet smell of rice, and the appetizing Malkschwang. He even smelled the unique refreshing fragrance of Sprite. Gulp, swallowing saliva. But he didn't dare to move, and stood obediently at the door of the car. Shin Xian picked up a piece of luncheon meat for Ah2 and asked, "Tell me about the other teams that went to find equipment this time." Being hungry is a small matter, but asking questions is a big matter. More importantly, this is a good opportunity to curry favor with someone. Zhu Zhe immediately sorted out all the information in his mind. There are 4 places to find equipment this time: Salmon City, Wei City, Lantian, Chun County, 6 regular teams, and your irregular team. Our Bingfeng team is of medium strength. Oh no, there is no Bingfeng team now. The strongest is the Calcium team, with 10 people, going to Wei City. Jiang Dong tilted his head. Gay team? Calcium for calcium supplements. The captain is called Gao Calcium. Zhu Zhe hurriedly explained. He was born as an underground boxer. He can fight and rob. Even Lao Li is a little afraid of him. Shin Xian put down his chopsticks and said lightly, "Okay, then let's go to Wei City." Jiang Dong, get them some food. Chapter 69. Thank you. Thank you. Zhu Zhe was flattered. He had never held such hope. When he returned to his car with instant noodles, braised eggs, ham sausage, a pot of hot water, and a quilt, he was still dreaming. Drinking the hot noodle soup, he had forgotten his ambitions when he first came out. There was only one thought in his mind. Can I always have soup and meat? Boss, the eldest lady is really a good person. Yeah. Then, will we follow the eldest lady in the future? Zhu Zhe paused while eating noodles. He didn't say anything and continued to eat noodles with big mouthfuls. How things developed to this point is no longer important. In this chaotic world, his ceiling may be a garbage captain of a regular team. If he is lucky, he will live longer. If he is unlucky, he may be bitten and mutated tomorrow. As for Shin Xian, anyone with eyesight can see her potential. Shin Xian, eat more. You've worked the hardest today. Jiang Dong once again gave Shin Xian a bowl of rice. He also stuck the biggest strawberry on the plate into the rice. Such a dark operation shocked the usually steady Song Yuan. Chung Sun, I really want to give this idiot a punch, but Shin Xian didn't care and ate the sweet strawberry in one bite. If we're lucky, the Calcium team hasn't found the equipment yet, and we can go get a share. If we're unlucky, they've already taken the equipment back, so we have to chase them. So we only have 4 hours of rest tonight. What if they've already returned to the base? Jiang Dong asked. Shin Xian, then there's no other way. We can only rob other teams. Well, Sister Shin, I'm done eating. Song Yuan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stood up to modify the drone. The battle was ahead, and he had to hurry up to prepare the drone. As for the tablet, it could be put aside. Chung Sun also stood up to prepare the equipment to be used next. Jiang Dong cleaned the last piece of duck blood. Shin Xian, you have a good rest. I go wash the dishes. Well, give me the map. After eating and drinking, feeling full of security, Shin Xian touched her stretched stomach, took the map, and laid down on the bed to study. Jiang Dong thoughtfully pulled the curtain for her. Her RV was 3 meters high. Before setting off, she asked Chung Sun to make a foldable bunk bed on one side of the car. Chung Sun and Song Yuan slept on the bottom, and Jiang Dong and A2 slept on the top. When not in use, it can be put away directly, which does not affect daily activities at all. Chung Sun also installed a curtain for her. In fact, Shin Xian could sleep well without this curtain. After experiencing 2 doomsdays, she is not so hypocritical. But if anyone wants to do something bad to her, she doesn't mind using him first and then killing him. Thinking of something, she moved her mind and entered the space. On weekdays, she never came in to see except to get things. Today, when she was avoiding shooting, she came in for a few seconds. She found that a small piece of green seedlings grew out of thin air in the space. It was obviously not the strawberry she had stockpiled. Now that I have time, I just come in to check. I went forward and pinched a handful, only to find that it was the seeds I had stockpiled before. The top bag of wheat seeds actually sprouted. The green sprouts pierced the paper bag and had grown to the length of fingers. This is unbearable. Shin Xian was shocked and quickly checked the other stored supplies to avoid uncontrollable situations and destroy so many supplies. The water tank was not rusted. The cooked food was still the same as when it was just brought in, and the fruit showed no signs of spoilage. Only these seeds. Why is there such an inexplicable bug? I can only say that the humidity and temperature in the space are too suitable for the growth of seeds. And the life cycle, it seems, is not under the control of the space. Well, it's just that there is enough food now, and there is no need for the seeds to germinate. The germinated wheat was stored separately, and the other seeds were placed in a plastic storage box, and desiccant was added, and the lid was closed. If you want to germinate again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying the harsh words, Shen Xian moved his mind again and returned to bed. For hours passed quickly. Jiang Dong got up on time to prepare breakfast for everyone. Chung Sun drove, and a few people ate breakfast while moving forward. This is the second week of extreme cold weather. Those who can survive now have gradually found a way to survive the Doomsday. It was not yet completely light in the morning, and the zombies wandering on the road scattered in different directions. It can be seen that they are also very adaptable to the extremely cold weather. Those who chased the RV were all given an air gun by Chung Sun after opening the skylight. Zhu Zhe, who was following not far behind, was envious. It was only then that he discovered the drones hovering in the sky from time to time. Boss, the young lady actually has a drone. Doesn't that mean that they had a clear view of our previous tracking? Zhu Zhe looked up at the drone for a few times, stuffed a boiled egg into his mouth, and said in a light tone, "What if you saw it? Don't think too much, the process is not important, the result is important." What he meant was, don't think about whether it was Shen Xian's plan to ambush when you rushed into the laboratory. It's useless. Is that the car of the calcium team? Wang Jia pointed to a white van parked in the field by the roadside. Zhu Zhe looked for a while. The last time we did a mission, their car door was deformed, and later they replaced it with a black door. It's them, but why are they parked there? Where are they? Wang Jia's words startled Zhu Zhe. He immediately slapped Wang Yi on the head while driving. Quick! Stop the young lady's car. Wang Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the modified Iveco directly hit the back of Shen Xian's car. Zhu Zhe, Chung Sun just stopped the car, and saw Zhu Zhe patting the car door. You'd better slip. Jiang Dong cursed and opened the car door. As soon as he got in the car, Zhu Zhe shouted, I saw the car of the calcium team, right there. Shen Xian and the others looked over and saw a half-old van parked casually in the wilderness, with no one around. Jiang Dong, this situation is very common now. Zhu Zhe finished his reasons in one breath. Shen Xian touched his chin and stared at the map. On the map, Anqing, Wei City, and Sanmen City were arranged in sequence, and a provincial road connected the three locations. In front of the road, there is a bridge across the Wei River. This road is the shortest way from Sanmen City to the base. They ran here on purpose? Are they trying to ambush us on the road? Chung Sun is extremely sensitive to ambushes. Song Yuan, use the infrared device to take a look. Shen Xian is not worried about the head-on confrontation, but is afraid of this kind of sneaky play. It is hard to defend against. The drone hovered over the roof of the car. In the distance, Gao Calcium, lying in a ditch in a khaki combat uniform, held a telescope to observe. Captain, we've waited for most of the night. Once we take them down, I can play with the drone. The subordinate whispered beside him. Don't be careless. We don't know how many people are in the black Iveco behind us. The bombs we buried may not kill them. Let's prepare for the charge. According to Gao Kai's information, Shen Xian only had one RV. Now there is suddenly one more car. This is a variable. It seems that the Bingfeng team is gone. The process of Zhu Zhe getting off the car and getting on the RV was blocked by two cars sticking close to each other, so Gao Kai didn't see him at all. Chapter 70. If it's brighter, the infrared device is useless. Here, and here, there are signs of life. Song Yuan pointed at several purple and yellow human-shaped spots on the control screen. The spots were about 300 meters away from their RV. After counting, there were exactly 10. Knock your mother. These bastards really want to ambush us. Jiang Dong cursed directly. Shen Xian, are you going to kill them directly? It's not that simple, don't be careless. Shen Xian was fully armed and was not afraid of anyone in a fight, but it didn't mean that she was reckless. On the contrary, she was extremely cautious. After thinking for a few seconds, he handed Zhu Zhe a walkie-talkie and 3 guns. You drive ahead and wait for us in front after passing this section of the road. Zhu Zhe took the things and got out of the car without hesitation. If you are a valuable cannon fodder, you will die happily. If you retreat, you will live to death. He chose the former. Besides, didn't the young lady ask them to wait for her in front? This was enough to prove that she was not completely abandoned. Song Yuan, choose a good route. Jiang Dong, after the attention of the calcium team is diverted by Zhu Zhe and his men, can you drive over them within 10 seconds? This distance is not a problem for ordinary cars, but their RVs don't start that fast. Jiang Dong gritted his teeth. I try my best. Chung Sun, prepare all the grenades and drop them when they are 20 meters away. Okay. Several people responded in unison. Now, there is no chance to simulate or start over in every battle. It's either you die or I die. Everyone was ready to fight, and the battle was about to start. 2 minutes later, Zhu Zai's voice came from the intercom. We are ready. Okay. Shen Xian returned, thought for a while, and said, after getting on the bridge, speed up to the highest speed. Okay. Just a simple reminder, Zhu Zai was as happy as a peacock. Then, everyone saw Iveco rushing forward like an arrow, heading towards the bridge ahead. And Jiang Dong was also ready to sprint. The roof was already opened, and the grenade was in Chung Sun's hand. Not good. Seeing the sudden acceleration of Iveco, Gao Kai immediately guessed that the other party wanted to test the road. Then the bombs he buried in advance would be in vain. Go back to the car, rush over, and surround the RV. As he said, he was about to climb out of the ditch. It took only 2 breaths of time, and he felt a buzzing in his head. Boom! 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 An explosion suddenly sounded in the ditch. Gao Calcium was stunned and shouted, Didn't I tell you to bury the bomb on the bridge? Why is there a bomb in the ditch? In an instant, gravel and dirt flew all over the sky, and the vision was blurred. I couldn't see anything clearly, and I couldn't tell east, west, south, and north. The sound of a car coming came to my ears. Before I could shoot, buzz! Bang! Pieces of wet things fell on my head and face. Is it raining? Gao Calcium was stunned for a moment, and his ears were temporarily deaf because of the explosion. He reached out and touched it, and his fingers were full of mincemeat and blood. The teammate, who was still chattering beside him just now, was now headless. Gao Calcium couldn't figure out how his teammate died. Then, everything went black, and I fell into eternal darkness. Heh, a bunch of little rubbish. Jiang Dong braked, and the RV stopped with a handsome drift. He just jumped out of the car. Boom! Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in the distance. Then the ground trembled. Shen Xian. The bridge exploded. Shen Xian jumped out of the car and looked into the distance. The bridge was broken in the middle, and the broken bridge decks on both sides were slowly falling. Iveco stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, rushed to the other side of the bridge at a desperate speed. At the moment, when the half-bridge collapsed as a whole, Iveco successfully landed. After a panic, it stopped on the other side of the bridge. Shen Xian picked up the walkie-talkie. Zhu Zai, please reply if you received it. No reply. Song Yuan wanted to control the drone to fly over to take a look. There were a few crackling sounds, and Zhu Zai's coughing in the walkie-talkie. Ahem, we have done our job. Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem, these bastards have planted bombs on the bridge. Ahem. The bridge is broken. How are you going to get here? We take a detour. You go back to the base first. Shen Xian gave the order. Then he asked Song Yuan to deliver a large box of supplies to them using a drone. When Zhu Zai got out of the car and took off the supplies hanging from the drone, he almost cried. Just now, the bomb exploded under the rear of his car, and he thought he was going to die. In just 10 seconds, he memorized the last words in his mind. Luckily, this car is a modified bulletproof car. Boss! There are new clothes. Down pants, down jacket, mineral water, wet wipes, toilet paper. And toilet paper. Woo-woo. God knows how I've been living without paper these days. My butt is burning. Self-heating pot, ham sausage. And cigarettes. Boss, I want to follow the eldest lady. I'm sorry. Zhu Zai slapped the crazy Wang Jia and Wang Yi on the head, and snatched the cigarettes from their hands. What nonsense! Aren't you following them now? Hurry up, and get the things in the car. Hee hee. Hee hee. After receiving Zhu Zai's reply, Shen Xian and others began to clean up the supplies. Song Yuan monitored the zombies in the distance. Sister Shen, there's too much noise here, we have to hurry. Well, Jiang Dong, clean up here. Chung Sun, let's go to the van to take a look. Shen Xian took a look at the terrible ditch. First it was blown up by a grenade, and then it was bombarded by their solar air guns. It was unbearable to watch. Jiang Dong sighed, the dirty work, the hard work. I am the one. When they arrived in front of the van 100 meters away, Shen Xian fired another shot, blasting the door of the van. Sure enough, there were 3 large boxes inside, with English written all over the cover, which were the equipment Chow Minhui wanted. It's a bit far, wait for me to drive the car over. Chung Sun turned around to drive the car. Shen Xian hummed softly, checked inside and out, and confirmed that this was a poor team. Then he waved his hand and put the car and equipment into the space. Most of the cars in the Doomsday were soaked by the flood, so although there were many cars parked in the wilderness, none of them could be used. The car was also an important material and had to be taken away. When Chung Sun turned the RV and was about to drive over, he saw that the van that was originally parked in the distance was gone. Only Shin Xian, holding her gun, and Ah Tu squatting on her shoulder, walking slowly towards the RV. Chung Sun, is this okay? Should I say I saw it, or didn't see it? Jiang Dong climbed out of the pit. His shoes were covered in blood. Damn it, if this happens again, can you give me a pair of rain boots? Here, a total of 5 guns, a tattered diary, and the rest are gone. Jiang Dong threw the things into a plastic bag and threw them into the car. He threw his shoes away, and after getting in the car, he slapped his head. Hey, Chung Sun, turn back, the van hasn't left yet. Go ahead and drive it. I stop the car and drop you off. Chung Sun glanced at Shin Xian. Well, okay. Wait for me to find a new pair of shoes. Chung Sun gave him a cold look. Brothers are meant to be cheated. Chapter 71. In the end, Song Yuan was kind enough to stop Jiang Dong, who wanted to get off the car. Brother Chung, there is a bridge 2 kilometers ahead. We should be able to cross it. No problem. Chung Sun is now full of energy and has endless strength. For men, the most romantic thing is to participate in a battle, win, and seize spoils. Shin Xian and Jiang Dong cleaned the weapons they had collected in the past 2 days. Jiang Dong, did you go to see the car of the Calcium Squad? Are there any equipment? Shin Xian didn't even raise his head, cleaned another gun, squinted his eyes, and made an aiming gesture yes. Ah? Really? Where is it? Jiang Dong immediately stood up and looked around. Doesn't that mean that the small building will really belong to us? Where are the things? Shin Xian looked up at him. It was the same look as if he was looking at a dead person, which made him shudder all over. In an instant, his brain was working at super light speed. I mean, since the base has agreed, they will definitely abide by the agreement. It was not easy to piece together a life-saving sentence, but it didn't get to the point. Shin Xian smiled slightly, with a somewhat casual tone. The agreement is that whoever has the stronger fist has the final say, and whoever has the gun has the right to sit at the negotiation table. That's right. Jiang Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead fiercely. It was a close call. He almost lost his life. But where is the equipment? The way back is much faster. Just after lunch, I saw the base wall from a distance. There are obviously fewer zombies outside the wall than before, and the whole land is infiltrated and dried by brown blood. There is also a big sign on the wall, which reads Onching Base. I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more and more like a real person. Chung Sun sighed. Shin Xian held her chin with one hand, and there was a smile in her eyes. After this mission, I should be able to lie down for a while. Boss, boss, calling the boss. Calling the boss. Zhu Zai's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Miss, that was just a private name. In front of Shin Xian, Zhu Zai didn't dare to be presumptuous. What's the matter? We are on the west side of the city gate, waiting for you, and we will go in together. Zhu Zai's words were an invisible line of defense, expressing his attitude of following Shin Xian's lead. Okay. Shin Xian accepted their kindness. The RV drove towards the city gate, followed by a black Iveco on the side. The zombies that surrounded it were ruthlessly strangled by the RV, like a beast. The person on duty at the city gate found Shin Xian's RV at the first time. He immediately picked up the blue flag and gave a command. What does it mean? Shin Xian didn't understand, her eyebrows knitted together. No one told her this before she set off. It means let us wait a moment. This simple flag language is not difficult for Chung Sun. Shin Xian glanced at her watch, stood up and retied her bun. You all put on your clothes. Put on a down jacket, open the starry sky roof, pull out a chair, and sit directly on it with long legs. Turn the machine gun on the rear of the roof and aim at the person waving the flag on the city gate. At the same time, raise one palm, retract the thumb and index finger in turn. 5, 4, 3, 2. The person on the city gate trembled immediately, threw away the flag quickly, and retreated while shouting towards the inner city. Go find Captain Han. The eldest lady is back. Then he quickly asked people to open the city gate. According to the regulations, when the base team came back, they could open the city gate directly. But if the team fought the zombies outside for a while longer, there would be fewer zombies, and the base would be safer. This was basically everyone's default practice, so he would wait for 10 minutes before opening the gate every time. I'd never seen such an unconventional move. The city gate slowly opened, and the RV with the zombie's limbs slowly moved in. Han Lin put on his cotton jacket while sprinting 100 meters towards this side. In the past 2 days, there have been convoys coming back one after another, and new people have joined the base. I am exhausted every day. I didn't go to patrol the city wall today, and I almost got into trouble. When I arrived at the inner city gate, many people had gathered around. Seeing Han Lin coming, the crowd made way. Shin Xian and his companions were wearing black down jackets, thick fur hats, and snow boots that looked very warm. There was also an electric hybrid weapon hanging around his waist. Look at the equipment. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Captain Han. It's okay. Seeing Shin Xian's good attitude, Han Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You've worked hard. This trip was not easy. Did you bring the equipment back? Yes. That's great. Han Lin rubbed his hands and stretched his head to look at the black Iveco behind him. Is it in this car? He walked towards the Iveco. There was a hole as big as a wash basin on the door, and it slid open with a swish. 3 people got out of the car wearing the same black down jackets and down pants, and each of them had a rosy face. Hello, Captain Han. Ah? Who are you? Han Lin tried hard to search in his mind, but he couldn't match the names for a while. I'm Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe and the other 2 came down and immediately stood beside Shin Xian. Ah! The people around all exclaimed, this is actually the captain of the Ice Squad. In this state, has he eaten pig food? And this equipment, this position. It's obvious that he has joined the cult of the eldest lady. Some people who are trying to stir up trouble couldn't help but say, your Ice Squad was wiped out. Zhu Zhe snorted coldly, it's not us who were wiped out. Then who was it? Whoever doesn't come back will be the one. Zhu Zhe was respectful in front of Shin Xian, but to the outside world, he still looked arrogant. Hey, what are you pretending for? He was taken in by a woman. I'm afraid he climbed into bed in the middle of the night. As soon as the man said this, he immediately attracted laughter from the people around him. He had just arrived at the base a few days ago, and everyone said that this young lady was not easy to mess with, but with so many people around, what would she do? What would she do? Is there any need to ask this? Shin Xian raised her gun and shot the person who took the initiative to provoke. In an instant, everyone's eyes blurred, there was a buzzing in their ears, and then the cold blood rain drifted. Han Lin was not close, but he was also sprayed in the face. Not to mention the few people who were close, it was like being thrown into a morgue. You talk so dirty, if you don't wipe your mouth when you go to the toilet, I can do it for you. Shin Xian calmly put away the gun as if nothing had happened. This move shocked everyone. No one dared to speak, staring at the strange weapon in Shin Xian's hand. It had great lethality, no sound, and the key was that everyone had one in their hands. No, they should be more concerned that Shin Xian actually killed people in public. Everyone said that the young lady was a lunatic, but no one told them that it was like this. No one dared to speak now. Han Lin's lips trembled, and when he was about to speak, Shin Xian spoke first. Captain Han, the equipment has been brought back. Come to the small building later to pick it up. When the small building was mentioned, everyone's face changed again. Huh? Chung Sun keenly noticed that the expressions of the people around him were not right, and immediately turned back to the RV, sliding away with the door still open. Shin Xian, Jiang Dong, and Song Yuan followed him into the RV. As soon as they left, Zhu Zhe and the other 2 were about to be surrounded by the crowd. Hey, don't ask, I don't know anything, he said, and drove the Iveco towards the small building. Chapter 72. 2 minutes later, the command center received the news that Shin Xian had killed someone in the base. Loudly slammed the table. Killed again. This Shin Xian is full of rebelliousness. The base can't tolerate her for a day. Commander Chun, order her expulsion. Qin Shua touched the thermos cup with one hand and glanced at the solar generator on the ground. Lao Li's eyes also fell on the generator. Even if they have made contributions to the base, they have broken the rules. Rules are set for people, not to mention that they also brought back important equipment. Tell the regular team here not to provoke Shin Xian and the irregular team. Those who are not afraid of death can follow them. There is still a long time to go. Qin Shua's words directly defined the matter. Lao Li also understood what he meant. Now that bases have been built outside one after another, it is more useful for Shin Xian to stay in their base. When they are no longer needed, they can naturally get rid of them. But they didn't expect that when that day comes, who will be the mill, and who will be the donkey. Oh no! Oldie slapped his forehead and quickly grabbed his coat. I heard that someone broke into the small building the day before yesterday. I go check it out. Chen Shua waved his hand. Watch it, don't kill anyone else. But when Oldie rushed to the small building, he was still a step too late. The tall RV and the black Iveco were parked in the open space. A circle of people gathered in the distance, but they all stood far away, and no one dared to come forward. Jiang Dong's loud voice could be heard from a distance. Captain Han, tell me something fair. Before the mission, did you see us put the things on the 3rd floor with your own eyes? Did we lock the door? Besides you, there were also security guards, and they all saw it. Jiang Dong was furious. Chung Sun also stood aside with a cold face. Captain Han, we fought hard outside, but our house was robbed. How can we explain this? Shin Xian folded her arms and leaned against the car door, holding the dog in her arms. The door of the small building was wide open, and there were 4 men and 2 women standing inside. One of the men looked unconvinced. Don't slander us. There was nothing inside when we came in. Jiang Dong snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Show us the evidence. We have Captain Han as a witness here. What about you? Han Lin was in a state of panic at this time, especially the few people in the room, who didn't know about Shin Xian's heroic achievements just now, and they were more stubborn than each other. The people around him also looked like they were watching a show. What's wrong with someone dying just now? People die every day these days? The people in the room entered the base just these 2 days. They relied on half a car of bullets in their hands, and robbed resources everywhere as soon as they entered. Everyone dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Now they were waiting for Shin Xian to shoot and blow them into fireworks. Everything here belongs to the base. Why can you live here, but we can't? A woman wrapped in a wrinkled cotton coat retorted. When she saw the fluffy and thick down jacket on Shin Xian, her heart was even more turbulent, and she wanted to take it off and take it for herself. Also, your clothes and your car are all base supplies according to regulations, and they should be handed in. When she said this, everyone around her took a breath. I have seen people who are not afraid of death, but this is the first time someone actively seeks death. Everyone couldn't help but ask, with such eyesight, how did you survive until now? At this time, Shin Xian stood up straight without even looking at the people shouting in the room. Walking in front of Han Lin, his tone was calm. Captain Han, why can't I live here? You and Commander Chen should know. What's in my room? You know better than anyone else. What should we do now? You have the final say. I'm afraid of the sudden politeness plus concern, even you. Is used? Han Lin, Or you should just draw your gun and kill people. Shin Xian brought the equipment back, and the reward was the land of this small building. Not to mention living in it, he would have nothing to say if the land was dug away. But Shin Xian now looked like he was asking for justice, and he had no intention of killing anyone. This is the end of the physical attack, and it's the turn of the magic attack. Anyway, we won't move, and your supplies should also be contributed to the base, so that everyone can share it equally. The man in the room looked righteous. He just didn't believe that other people weren't interested in the supplies. Shin Xian bit her fingers. Han Lin's scalp immediately went numb, and the blood sprayed on his body had just frozen. He immediately turned around and shouted to the people in the room, "Shut up! The land in the small building is the reward for this mission, and it was also agreed by Coach Chen. If you don't believe me, ask Captain Lee." Old Lee, who was eating melons on the side, was inexplicably cued. Why should I say anything? But being stared at by Han Lin's murderous eyes, he could only cough lightly. It's true. I make a list of what supplies were originally in the room, and you can give them to Shin Xian. Now, immediately, come out of the small building. He had just seen the 3 boxes of equipment in the RV. It was more than what other teams brought back. If the combat power of Shin Xian's team was put outside, other bases would compete for it. We must not force people to leave, not to mention that they are in the right. Seeing that the people in the room were about to go crazy, Han Lin quickly waved his hand and asked the guards to take the people out of the room. If you keep pushing me, I can't protect you. But some people just didn't believe it. The woman wrapped in cotton clothes glared at Shin Xian fiercely, and when she passed in front of Shin Xian, she suddenly spat, "Bitch!" So noble. It's over. Han Lin and Lao Li both turned pale, and it was too late to stop it. Boom, boom. This time, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong drew their guns. They raised their hands and fired at the same time. A huge air wave exploded in the crowd instantly. It was the first time for Han Lin and Lao Li to feel this power at such a close distance. I felt that the space in front of me was blurred and shattered, and my vision and hearing were instantly lost. My heart seemed to be tightly grasped by someone. After a few seconds, the air was squeezed into my lungs. What level of weapon is this? Han Lin was too close, and was sprayed once again. No one thought that Shin Xian would actually take action. Ah, another woman screamed, piercing through the base and breaking the silence. Shin Xian looked at the people in front of her coldly, and carried a two into the house. Where is Zhu Zhe? Yes, boss, I'm here. Zhu Zhe squeezed through the crowd. At this moment, it was like when I was a child going to school, and squeezed to the front to buy the first Ultraman. Active and enthusiastic. Moreover, the light was just in front. Follow them, and get my things. If you don't have anything, use other supplies. If you don't have anything, ask Captain Han for it. After all, when she left, she entrusted Han Lin to look after the small building. Okay. Don't worry, boss, I will do a great job. Zhu Zhe's servile appearance made others hate and envy him. Han Lin wanted to take the equipment away, but was stopped by Chung Sun. Captain Han, the compensation has been taken back. It's not too late for you to move the equipment. Han Lin, Chung Sun has now figured out what happened. When they left, Shin Xian put the things on the third floor, and took Han Lin to see them. Before leaving, Shin Xian put them in a mysterious space to prevent someone from plotting against Xiaolu. That's right, all the signs show that Shin Xian may have a mysterious space. But he's not stupid, so he won't ask. Now that 2 lives have been lost, the base should be full of legends about their team. Chapter 73. Song Yuan was very sensible. He took a basin of hot water from the RV and asked Shin Xian to wash her hands first. Then he picked up a rag and started to wipe carefully from the 3rd floor. Even the windows and door frames were not spared. He wiped it 3 times in a row. Sister Shin, your room is cleaned. Yes. Shin Xian took Ah2 into the house, and closed the door. With a thought, solar panels, washing machines, electric heaters, beds, water heaters, gas stoves, carpets, wardrobes, filled the room again. Some equipment that was not there before was also added. He opened the door and shouted downstairs, Jiang Dong, you and Song Yuan clean up the room, Chung Sun and I will go out for a while. Okay. Jiang Dong ran over. Shin Xian, you are going to find Han Lin, right? You must get all our things back. It's too cold without the electric heater. Shin Xian went downstairs by the wayside and gave him a blank look. What does that mean? Jiang Dong was confused. Seeing Shin Xian go out, Song Yuan threw down the rag, went upstairs, and opened the bedroom door on the 3rd floor. Hey, she's not here. Don't come into the house randomly. Looking at the supplies in the room, Jiang Dong rubbed his eyes. This time, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he could see that something was wrong. Song Yuan calmly started to pack things up. Brother Jiang, aren't you feeling cold? Hurry up. No, Song Yuan, Shin Xian, wait, let me sort it out. For the first time, Jiang Dong felt that his brain was not enough. Had you always known? Song Yuan was busy packing things up. Know what? Know that Shin Xian. Brother Jiang, Song Yuan stopped and looked up at him. Don't tell it. Some things, even if the whole world knows, as long as Sister Shin doesn't say it, it will always be a secret. Besides, I still want to stay here. Don't hurt me. Smelly boy. I understand this principle. Jiang Dong rubbed his hands, bent down, and squatted to organize the supplies. Brother Jiang, I'm going to debug the monitoring, you do the rest. Song Yuan ran out of the room with things, leaving a lot of work for Jiang Dong. Go, this family will fall apart sooner or later without me. Don't you think so too? Woof, Shin Xian paused at the door for a while. How could the conversation between Jiang Dong and Song Yuan escape her ears? Facts also proved that she was not wrong. Song Yuan was smart, and knew what to say, and what not to say. Although Jiang Dong seemed to be mentally retarded, he still knew the importance of important things. Not bad. Sighed a sigh of relief. When they got to the RV, Chung Sun and Han Lin looked at each other. Seeing Shin Xian coming up, Han Lin immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Shin Xian, they will definitely compensate you for the things you lost. Look at this equipment. Let me take it away. Coach Chen is still waiting. No hurry, Captain Han, sit for a while. It was warm in the car, and Shin Xian poured a cup of hot soy milk for Han Lin. Captain Han, there are so many things to do in the base. It must be very hard. It's okay. A few days ago, we lost a lot of people in the zombie clearance. Recently, there are too many people who want to enter the base, and we have to screen them. The base has limited resources, and cannot support so many people. In addition, the number of zombies outside has decreased, and passers-by have slowly begun to gather. In the previous life, Shin Xian was one of those people waiting outside the city. After chatting about daily life for a while, she casually asked, "Who else came to build the base besides Captain Han?" "Commander Chun, Laoli and me. We also led a team, but now they are all team leaders. Shin Xian, if you work hard, I will also make you a team leader." "Thank you, Captain Han, for your kindness. I can't be a team leader." "No, Shin Xian, you are too modest. If it is Commander Chen's position, I can consider it." Shin Xian said this nonsense just to tease Han Lin. Sure enough, Han Lin stood there with his mouth wide open. Chung Sun seemed to see a little ghost floating above Han Lin's head. Escape? This is what Han Lin was thinking at this time. He didn't want to talk for a second. Bang bang, the car door was knocked. It was Zhu Zhe. After seeing Shin Xian, he immediately grinned. "Those bastards just couldn't hand over the stuff, but we searched these. Come and take a look, boss." Shin Xian and Chung Sun got out of the car, walked to the door of the Iveco, and saw a dozen milk boxes in the car. Chung Sun reached out and opened a box, which was full of bullets. Zhu Zhe laughed from ear to ear. "Boss, this stuff is in short supply now. I got all of them, all 7.62 bullets AK can use." "Hee. Good job. Keep 3 boxes for yourselves, and move the rest to the building." "Okay. Thank you, boss." Han Lin watched from the side, and felt that he had encountered the salvation of a kidney-cutting guest. His heart ached, his liver ached, and his internal organs ached. So many bullets. All belonged to Shin Xian. And he agreed to it himself. "Captain Han, bring your equipment. We will go with you to see Commander Chen." "Ah? Are you really thinking about Commander Chen's position?" "Don't be nervous. Just go to get the land use right certificate." Shin Xian's eyebrows curved and smiled sweetly. Really, Han Lin swore that he would never deal with Shin Xian again in the future. His heart couldn't stand it. The base was unusually lively in the afternoon. There were teams coming back from outside, shouting for a medical team, and there were also teams cleaning up the ruins, wanting to make a small nest like Shin Xian did. The temperature of -40 degrees could not stop everyone's enthusiasm. When they saw Shin Xian, Chung Sun and Han Lin coming, they all stopped and looked at the 3 of them. It was not until they walked away that the people behind them made a noise and started to talk. "That's the young lady?" "Yes, she's pretty. How can she be a murderer?" "Shoo! Shut up. If you want to die, don't take me with you. Get out of here." "That's right, didn't you hear? The young lady just came back and shot 2 people herself." "Shot? 2? How come I heard that she shot 4 people herself?" "It's impossible to be just 4. When the young lady takes action, she must kill 5 people at least. Didn't you see? Even Zhu Zhe surrendered." Shin Xian, just be happy. This is Shin Xian's first time stepping into the command center. With a solar generator, naturally there are people with good hands-on skills who can rub out a heater with their hands. The command center is quite warm. A world map is hung on the wall, with many marks drawn on it in blue and red pens. A large conference table is placed in the middle, surrounded by various chairs. Office chairs, gaming chairs, bar chairs, plastic stools. On the only solid wood chair sat a dignified middle-aged man, leaning over and writing furiously, with 2 guards standing behind him. Now many supplies are gone, and this patchwork environment makes Shin Xian feel dazed for a moment. It seems to have traveled through time and returned to the 1980s. It seems that this is a combat center. Is it, Shin Xian? You have worked hard on this trip. Sit down. Commander Chen put down his pen and pressed his temple. You brought the equipment back and made great contributions to the base. You should be rewarded more, but now everything is in ruins. Chapter 74. Shin Xian raised her hand and said politely, "These are all trivial matters. Commander Chen, it is enough for me to give you the land use rights of my small building." She could tell whether someone was being really polite or not, so she went straight to the point. "Haha, you young people are full of fighting spirit. Go and take the equipment to Chao Minhui for confirmation." Commander Chen casually assigned a guard behind him. Shin Xian frowned slightly. "Is Professor Chao okay? He eats and drinks well, and is obsessed with research. Here, this is your land use rights certificate. I believe there is no problem with your equipment. In the future, the base needs everyone's joint efforts to develop." Qin Shua pushed over a piece of paper, land use certificate number 001 of Anqing Base, below which was the location of the small building, as well as Qin Shua's signature, and a seal. "Well, thank you, Coach Chen. With this, if someone comes to cause trouble again, Captain Han, you have to help deal with it. We're leaving first. Han Lin. Shen Xian and Chung Sun didn't delay for a minute. Coming down from the ancient building of the command center, the two looked forward and passed through the guards. Shen Xian's lips moved slightly. There are not many valuable things. You follow that person, and go to see Chao Minhuai's situation. Yes. Passing by a shadow, after coming out, Shen Xian was the only one left. She walked leisurely in the base. Although it was not yet night, the weather was too cold, and most people returned to their residences early, waiting for the night to fall. The base is still a primitive society now, with no electricity or lights, and quarrels, and low panting sounds from time to time in the dimness. When they walked to the vicinity of their own small building, they saw Zhu Zhe and the other two lighting a small candle and working hard. What are you doing? Boss, you are back? Hee, we want to live closer to you, so it is convenient. Zhu Zhe's face turned red. Whether it was convenient for running errands, or for free food and drink, he knew it in his heart. This is a ruin with only 2 walls, and a complete roof. Shen Xian looked around for a few times. This location is good, come to the small building later. Yeah. Okay. Zhu Zhe rubbed his hands excitedly, and wanted to take off his down jacket, and roll around on the spot. What does this mean? This means that the eldest lady accepted them. When Shen Xian returned to the small building, the lights were on in the house. Because one layer of glass was not warm enough, Jiang Dong nailed 2 layers of plastic cloth outside the window, and warm yellow light shone through the window. Pushing the door in, a warm feeling came over me. There was a hot pot on the dining table, bubbling with hot steam. The whole room was filled with the smell of spicy food and fragrant rice. There was a clanging sound from the kitchen, and Ah Tu was dozing on the sofa. Huh? Are you back? Wait 10 minutes, we have dinner. If you're hungry, eat some fruit first. Jiang Dong poked half of his head out of the kitchen and shouted at her. Yeah. Her parents died in a car accident when she was in high school, and Ma Wenbin was a rubbish, plus she lived in the apocalypse for a few years before her rebirth. She hadn't had the concept of home for many years. Shen Xian looked calm on the surface, but she felt a faint sense of stability in her heart. Sitting on the sofa, while waiting for Chung Xuanxing to come, she stroked Ah Tu and took out a tattered notebook from the space and flipped through it. This was seized from the calcium squad. It was blown up to only 1/3 of the top, and it was stained with a lot of blood. Only a few words can be seen. I flipped it open and took a look. It was a diary. In this era, who would write a diary? Yes, I am such a bastard. It is not easy to find a shelter in this chaotic world. There are so many people who do bad things, and I am not the only one. Captain Gao looks at me with a wrong look. Does he like me? I think too much. He likes my wife. Captain Gao saw that person again, and I knew he was going to do something bad again. After this job, I must take my wife and fly solo, and never serve these bastards again. There is only one useful piece of information, which is Captain Gao saw that person again. Who is that person? Shen Xian picked up the paper and pen on the coffee table. This was prepared in advance by Song Yuan according to her habits. Write down the 3 words that person. Then he wrote on it, Chen Shuhe, Han Lin, and Lao Li. He also wrote the names of Chao Minhuai and Chung Sun. The person who wrote this diary, first of all, Gao Kai himself, is excluded. The owner of the diary should have met Han Lin and Lao Li. He may not have met Chen Shuhe, so he used that person to replace. Could it really be Chen Shuhe? But it doesn't matter who it is. All Shen Xian has to do is to identify this person and be prepared. As long as the other party doesn't hinder herself, it doesn't matter. Knock, knock, boss. Zhu Zhe knocked on the door. You take a rest, I come. Jiang Dong ran out to open the door in slippers. Shen Xian smiled lightly. It can be seen that she is the real group favorite during non-combat time. Hey, boss, I'm here. Zhu Zhe was very reserved when he entered the small building for the first time. Smelling the strong smell of hot pot, he pinched his palm hard to remind himself to stay awake. The boss's business is the most important thing. Sit down, I have a question. Did you come to the base with Coach Chen? Ah? No, I competed for the position. Zhu Zhe thought about it, and knew what Shen Xian wanted to ask. Without waiting for Shen Xian to ask again, he took the initiative to pour out the beans. In the beginning, there were 5 people who came with Coach Chen, in addition to Captain Han and Captain Li, and later they all became team leaders. It is said that there were 10 people at the beginning, but 5 died halfway. The ones who are still alive now are Shen Tung, Gui Gang, Yu, Ruan Yuan Shuang and Gao Kai. Oh, Gao Kai is dead. Next, Zhu Zai told everything he knew. Shen Xian was very patient and wrote while listening. Until Cheng Xuanwen came. Okay, go to the car and take everything in the refrigerator. There is a box in the car, take it too. Yeah, thank you. Boss. But I took everything, what about you? Just take it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Cheng Sun slapped Zhu Zai on the shoulder. Hey, okay, he said, and went out happily. Cheng Sun went to open the car door for him. Zhu Zai still hesitated for a moment. I really took everything? Hiss. Seeing that Cheng Sun was about to reach out and hit him again, Zhu Zai was relieved. Take the vegetables, fruits, meat, dumplings, and mineral water in the refrigerator. He also carried a box of supplies prepared by Shen Xian for them, and happily returned to the half room, not far away. Boss! Come and see what good things there are. Wang Jia and Wang Yi immediately surrounded him. Opening the box, there were 3 sleeping bags, 3 sets of stainless steel tableware, a gas stove, a kitchen knife, a flashlight, toilet paper, toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, water purification tablets, cigarettes, and a small umbrella. Woo woo woo. Boss! How can the young lady be so nice? Zhu Zai was also dumbfounded. After a few seconds, he simply joined the crying group. Woo woo, I warn you too, who dares to betray the young lady in the future, I will be the first to kill him. Sister Shen, the surveillance has been adjusted, and Zhu Zai's side is also under surveillance. Song Yuan sat on the dining chair, and reported the work results obediently. He knew that even if Shen Xian accepted Zhu Zai and the others, they would definitely be under surveillance. Well done. At this time, Jiang Dong also came out of the kitchen with a plate of meat. Come on, let's eat. So how is Chow Mein Huai? Shen Xian picked up her favorite duck blood and asked while eating. Chapter 75. Cheng Sun cooked a piece of mutton and handed it to her bowl. The laboratory is in a bungalow in the base, and there are guards watching. I took a look from a distance. Chow Mein Huai is in good condition, and seems to have gained weight. That's fine. Shen Xian was relieved. After so many days of running around, everyone fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed, leaving only the monitoring screen flickering and still working. Shen Xian had a dream for the first time. She dreamed of the scene when she first met Chow Mein Huai. There were many details that she didn't remember at the time, but they were extremely clear in the dream. For example, when the door was opened, the clothes worn by the enemies had dark golden wave patterns on the collars and cuffs. The dream finally stopped at the scene of Chow Mein Huai going upstairs to the command center on the night they first came to the base. Chow Mein Huai looked at her as he walked. Shen Xian suddenly woke up. It was getting brighter outside. She looked at her watch. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The voices of Jiang Dongheng and Song Yuan came from downstairs. Children who get up so early, be careful not to grow tall if they don't get enough sleep. Brother Jiang, are you 175 centimeters tall? Nonsense, I'm 180 centimeters tall. Well, I'd definitely be taller than you. I'm going to upgrade the little robots today, so they can run farther. Shen Xian went downstairs wrapped in a soft long-sleeved home dress. Sister Shen, are you awake? What are we doing today? At Song Yuan's age, in addition to focusing on his hobbies, he is also very active and can't sit still. Shen Xian, I made wontons. Let's have red oil wontons for breakfast. Well, where's Cheng Sun? He went out to get breakfast early in the morning. Shen Xian sat on the sofa, carefully drawing the pattern in the dream on paper, as well as all the details she could remember in the dream. When the smell of wontons wafted into the house, the door was pushed open. Cheng Sun came in with a cold air. The temperature outside is low again, and there are many more people getting breakfast than before, and I couldn't squeeze in. Oh, that's you, a waste. Jiang Dong cursed while cooking wontons. Are you tired of living? Cheng Sun cursed, but loudly has issued another zombie clearance mission. Well, it's up to them. We won't participate in the mission. Come and take a look at this pattern. Shen Xian called Cheng Sun and handed him the paper in his hand. 3 wavy lines? What is that? After recounting his dream, Shen Xian pinched his temples. To be honest, it's been a while, and I can't tell whether there was this pattern at the time. Cheng Sun also scratched his head. I don't remember either. I can only keep an eye on it and wait for clues. I will visit Chow Mein Huai often. Sister Shen, the surveillance shows that Zhu Zai is coming. Song Yuan stood at the entrance of the second-floor stairs and shouted downstairs. This Zhu Zai, is he born in the year of the dog? I suspect he is coming for our wontons. Jiang Dong muttered, and began to put wontons in the bowl, sprinkled with coriander and sesame oil. A strong fragrance instantly wafted out. Sure enough, after Juzei entered the room, his nose twitched unconsciously a few times. Damn, I can't stop drooling. Boss, I went to get breakfast today and heard a gossip. Should Xian pressed the paper on the coffee table and yawned. He really got up a little early today. Tell me about it. Juzei looked mysterious. Some people say that the calcium team has not returned yet because they found a logistics transfer station that has not been flooded. Some people say that before they set off, they heard from the calcium team that they would take advantage of this mission to get supplies, and they said it in a very realistic way. But didn't the calcium team disappear? When we met, they should not have gone to that transfer station yet. Juzei stopped talking and stood aside and waited quietly. He sipped a few mouthfuls of saliva. He didn't dare to make decisions for the little ancestor. Should Xian thought for a few seconds and said, "Don't take the initiative to ask about the calcium team. Go back and wait for my news." Okay. Juzei immediately turned around and left. If he didn't leave, the smell of wonton would torture him to death. He is living a better life now than before, and better than most people in the base. People should not compare too much, be content. Chung Sun pulled a chair over and sat opposite Shin Xian. Could it be a trap? Shin Xian touched his chin, stood up and thought while walking. It is possible that the calcium team is connected to that person. The last time they intercepted us, it was probably intentional. In addition to the calcium team, it is not certain whether there are other teams that are also subordinates of that person. Suddenly releasing this kind of news is likely that the other party guessed that the calcium team was destroyed and lured us out. Of course, it is not ruled out that everything is just a coincidence. Shin Xian repeated all the speculations. Jiang Dong brought out the wonton and put it on the dining table. While wiping his hands, he said, "Never mind, we just don't go." Well, Shin Xian got up and sat at the dining table. It's too late to go and check the situation. Everyone should pay attention these 2 days and eat first. What they have to do now is to compete with the people hiding in the dark in terms of patience. Let's see who can't help but show his hand first. But finding supplies is really interesting. After finishing the meal, Shin Xian handed the torn notebook with blood stains to Chung Sun. I didn't expect there was a logistics transfer station yesterday. You deal with the blood stains on the notebook and see if there are any other clues. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shin Xian stood up and asked Jiang Dong to find a cardboard box and started putting supplies in it. Song Yuan, can we go see your Grandpa Chow? Okay. Song Yuan was very happy. During the days of escape, Chow Minhuai's concern for him had never been false, and he missed Grandpa Chow too. Sister Shin, I want to bring the electric blanket to Grandpa Chow. Okay, put another sleeping bag. Seeing that the two of them were packing with relish, Jiang Dong simply found another box. In addition to warming supplies, Shin Xian also prepared dried fruits, vitamins, cold medicine, batteries, and USB flash drives. There is also a newly modified robot by Song Yuan. Jiang Dong, go and find out where Han Lin and Lao Li are now. Right away. Wait for me. Jiang Dong put on his down jacket and went out, and came back in less than 5 minutes. There is no one at the city wall and the cafeteria. They should be in the command center. That's fine, Song Yuan, let's go. Shin Xian found a small cart, loaded 2 cardboard boxes, and went straight to the command center. He met the guard downstairs of the command center. This kid and Professor Chow have been running around all the way, and they are as close as family. Now that the weather is cold, I want to go see Professor Chow. Please tell the leaders. The guard also knew Shin Xian's name, and did not make it difficult. He went upstairs to ask. He returned soon, followed by a guard of Chen Shuha. Commander Chen said it's okay, but Professor Chow's time is very precious now. You can't stay too long. Shin Xian nodded. As she thought, Han Lin and Lao Li should also be in the command center, but only Chen Shua can make the final decision on Chow Minhuai. Arriving at the bungalow area, the houses here are densely packed and closely guarded. After pushing open a gate that clearly showed signs of renovation, Shin Xian and Song Yuan came to a yard. I need to check your things first. Okay. Shin Xian took the initiative to step forward. Fortunately, she had expected this step. When opening the box, she put the USB drive and the robot into the space. Chapter 76. The things are fine, Captain Shin, don't mind. Professor Chow is now a key protected person. Come in. The guard smiled politely and led Shin Xian and Song Yuan into the house. Fortunately, there was an old-fashioned charcoal burning stove in the house, so it wasn't too cold. Chow Minhui was wearing a white coat. When he saw the visitor, he excitedly hugged Song Yuan in his arms. Good boy, you've grown taller. Yeah, Grandpa Chow, you seem to have become younger. Ha ha ha. It can be seen that Chow Minhui is in a good mood. Then he turned to Shen Xian. It seems that you are doing well in the base. Yeah, Song Yuan misses you every day, and prepared some things for you. I've checked them all. Shen Xian pointed to the 2 boxes on the cart, stepped forward to open one, and revealed the contents. Oh, it's great that you came to see me. What else do you bring? Chow Minhui refused with his mouth, but his body was very honest. Like most parents, he smiled even more happily. When closing the box, Shen Xian put the USB drive and the robot back in. She patted the box. These are all gifts from Song Yuan. You can see them when you go back to your place. Chow Minhui's eyes sank slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. The security on the scene was stricter than expected. Shen Xian wanted to ask Chow Minhui about the golden wave pattern, but she didn't have the chance. The weather is getting colder now. You should be careful when you go outside. Chow Minhui was like an old father, telling Shen Xian and Song Yuan. Song Yuan, take good care of your sister Shen. Yes, Grandpa Chow, I will. You should also take good care of yourself. I will come to see you in a few days. Yeah. He reluctantly said goodbye to Chow Minhui. Leaving the laboratory, Song Yuan was a little depressed. Sister Shen, why can't Grandpa Chow live with us? Without waiting for Shen Xian to answer, he said to himself, it seems that Grandpa Chow's experiment is very important. That's because we are not the most influential in this base. Such a different answer made Song Hui stunned. Ah, Shen Xian explained, no matter where you are, you can sit at the negotiation table if you have a strong fist. If you are strong enough, you can set the rules. Oh! Song Yuan seemed to understand, but he kept this sentence in mind and worked hard for it in the next few years. When he returned to the small building, Chung Sun filled the coffee table with bottles and jars. White vinegar and hydrogen peroxide were used together. No special gains, but the owner of the diary mentioned that when the rainstorm came, he was driving a courier on the way to the airport and complained that everyone bought so many things on Women's Day. Shen Xian raised his eyebrows. Take out the map from under the coffee table, spread it on the dining table, and quickly find the location northwest of Anxi. The finger landed on Xianshi International Airport, and the slender white finger turned around and landed on a nearby building complex. Airport New City Industrial Park? What does it mean? Chung Sun looked at the map, puzzled. Oh, whatever Shen Xian said is what it is. Why do you have so many questions? Jiang Dong squeezed over and handed her, and Song Yuan ginger black tea, warm and warm. It can be seen that the owner of the diary is a courier or a logistics driver. The rainstorm came on March 23rd, but he said that he bought so many things for the Women's Day event, which proves that it is not an ordinary courier point, but a logistics distribution center or a transit station. That's right, everyone's eyes lit up. Shen Xian, how are you so smart? Jiang Dong gave a thumbs up. Because I'm your father. Could it be a trap? Sister Shen. Song Yuan was still thinking about what everyone said last night, that there might be bad guys in the base. Even if it's a trap, as long as the plan is thorough enough, there's nothing to worry about. Originally, Shen Xian was a little sleepy, and was going to sleep after watching Chow Minhui. But now, why sleep? Of course, go out and buy for free. The Doomsday will first be floods and then extreme heat. Supplies are really scarce. If it's true as the news says, it's a transit station that has not been soaked by floods. And now the fact that she has a space is an open secret in the team. Of course, we go and have a look. Get some free stuff. Well, the premise is that the information is accurate. There are 2 purposes for this trip. One is to find supplies, and the other is that the person behind the scenes may make another move, and we have to muddy the water. Also, everyone should put their own safety as the top priority, and everything else is trivial. After Shen Xian made the announcement, Jiang Dong was the first to scream and turned around excitedly. During the last mission, he was in a state of high tension, and the experience was not good at all. I didn't expect the new team building activity to come so soon. Chung Sun's eyes were blurry. Stop, you're giving me a headache, are you so happy? Jiang Dong immediately rubbed his hands, and climbed onto Chung Sun's shoulders. Brother, could you open the Gaju? That's a logistics transfer station, there's everything in it, maybe there's what I've always wanted. What have you always wanted? Shen Xian asked with his head tilted. Brother Jiang told me that he wants something soft and round. Seeing Song Yuan staring at him with the most innocent eyes, and saying the most heartbreaking words, Jiang Dong immediately jumped up and pushed him upstairs. Go, 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 get your drone. Chung Sun also put on a down jacket and pushed the door open. I go check the RV and weapons. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Xian and Jiang Dong were left in the room. Ah, that, I go tell Zhe. Shen Xian waved his hand and motioned him to go. By the way, tell Han Lin that we are going on a mission. If the small building is occupied by others again, well, you can see what happens. Okay, after Jiang Dong left, Shen Xian also came to the RV to replenish some common things. Boss, is there anything I can help you with? Zhe came over with Wang Jia and Wang Yi and reported the progress. We are all ready, the car has been repaired, and we can set off at any time. Do you know what we are going to do this time? Yeah. Zhe couldn't hide his excitement. We leave in half an hour. There's a box of supplies at the door on the first floor. Take it with you. Don't save it. If everything goes well, you can get a lot this time. Shen Xian smiled so brightly that Zhe couldn't speak. At this moment, he had only one sentence in his mind. 0 yuan purchase, grab the wool, the devils are in the village. I have no manners. I have no shame. I ignore the law. Good days are coming. Take the same mechanical steps with your hands and feet, turn around and move the supplies. Uh-huh. Shen Xian filled the refrigerator with things, and Chung Sun loaded the machine gun with bullets. Everything was ready by the way. When Jiang Dong came back, Han Lin also came with him. Shen Xian, your team just came back. Why are you in a hurry to go on a mission? Shen Xian smiled and replied, I heard that there may be supplies in the airport New City. Let's go and have a look. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was unusually clear in the cold air. People who had been paying attention to the movements of the small building heard it clearly this time. What? Supplies? Airport New City? This news spread throughout the base like a bird with wings. Han Lin was so confused. This Shen Xian. How could someone play by the rules? In the other command center, the number of teams applying for missions increased sharply. Old Li was so angry that he was about to explode. Commander Chun, I said that Shen Xian was a troublemaker. I just issued a task to clear the zombies this morning, and now they are talking nonsense about going to find supplies. This is clearly against me. Chapter 77. Chen Shua was calm and said in a very peaceful tone, Isn't it a good thing for young people to be enthusiastic? Humph. As long as it involves supplies, Shen Xian is very enthusiastic. Okay, loudly, they go out to find supplies, which can solve the pressure of the base, so that more people can be allowed in. Isn't it good? Okay. Loudly was speechless. Okay, you quickly make a plan and try to get more people into the base. When there are few supplies, strictly limit the number of people, and when there are many supplies, quickly expand the number of people. This is Chen Shua's purpose. Waving his hand to let Laoli go, he stood up and stood in front of the window. Tightening his cotton coat, he looked outside the city. His eyes were dark, and people couldn't see his expression clearly. Outside the city, the zombies were still wandering, and suddenly they were attracted by the movement of cars in the city, and gathered together to pounce on the high city walls. If this mission goes well, come back in one day, keep in touch. Shen Xian threw down a short sentence and got on the RV. Yeah. Zhe and the other two nodded continuously, and put the hemp ropes and bags they found in the ruins into the car. This is obviously to go and rob. Noon is the time to open the city gates, and many teams are already waiting at the gates. When Chung Sun drove to the front, there was a hustle and bustle. This time, Laoli stood on the city wall. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Why didn't Laoli speak this time? Jiang Dong asked curiously. The people in the base are going out to rob supplies. Han Lin is very happy, but Laoli probably feels embarrassed. Chung Sun has always been keen in perceiving emotions. Oh, what face do you need at this time? You can't eat your face. Of course, the more supplies the better, right, Shen Xian? Jiang Dong sat at the table with his legs crossed, watching Song Yuan fiddling with a tablet computer, with Tu lying next to him. Shen Xian was thinking about something more important. Chung Sun, do you think the group of foreigners we met in Sanmen City are related to the people who kidnapped Chao Minhui? Ah? Chung Sun kicked down and hit the back of the car in front. A strong man got out of the car in front immediately. After seeing that it was Shen Xian's car, he backed up and quietly drove the car forward a little. Why do you think so? Chung Sun turned his head and looked at Shen Xian. It's just too coincidental. The city gates slowly opened. Shen Xian put this matter aside and opened the starry sky top. Together with Jiang Dong and Song Yuan, they held up the solar air gun and prepared to kill. Their weapons have been exposed, and there is no need to hide them anymore, otherwise others will only think that they dare not use force recklessly. Boom, 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 zombies came in layers. Gunshots were heard everywhere, only on the side of Shin Xian's RV. There was no gunshot, but zombies fell in groups. With the high destructive weapons, and the RV's road-clearing device, a bloody road was cleared in less than a few minutes. The cars that originally wanted to follow the RV to make a way out of it all avoided it, to avoid being accidentally injured by the air gun. Oldly stood on the wall, his face darker. Especially Han Lin, who kept chattering like an annoying fly, Shin Xian's team. TSK, Oldly, how much supplies do you think they can bring back this time? No matter how much they bring back, they have to be willing to hand it over. Oldly sneered, you have a good relationship with Shin Xian, so when the time comes, I leave it to you to get supplies. Han Lin, ? How shameless. Many people only know that they are going out to rob supplies this time, but they are not very clear about where to rob and what to rob. Or they only know the location, but not the way. They all followed Shin Xian's RV closely. Zhu Zhe drove a modified Iveco and cursed angrily, these bastards are almost pushing me into the ditch. Boss, why don't you shoot and kill a few of them? Anyway, we have a lot of bullets now. Bullshit. The eldest lady released the news just to get people to follow. Why are you shooting? Zhu Zhe stepped on the accelerator and squeezed out Ruan Yuanshuang's pickup truck in front. Ruan Yuanshuang was so angry that his teeth itched, and he also stepped on the accelerator. The teammates in the car saw Ruan Yuanshuang's dissatisfaction and came forward and said, Bah, you are just Shin Xian's licking dog. What are you arrogant about? Another teammate sneered. What's wrong with being a licker? You get everything you want in the end. Zhu Zhe is so happy. Captain, let's find a chance and kill them. Ruan Yuanshuang can become the only female captain and still survive until now, so she naturally knows how to judge the situation. Especially if there is something, others can say it, but she, as the captain, can't say it. She pursed her lips tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and passed Zhu Zhe's car in a flash. Leaving the base, Shin Xian got off the roof of the car. Jiang Dong didn't care that his hands were almost frozen, and poured a cup of ginger sugar tea for Shin Xian and Song Yuan. Shin Xian drank it in small sips. The number of zombies is not right. She calculated carefully, I just saw the combat effectiveness of other teams. They can't clear so many zombies. Indeed, when we first came to the base, there were as many zombies and maggots outside. Jiang Dong's words were extremely disgusting, and he didn't care about other people's lives at all. Chung Sun wanted to punch him twice. When I came back from the last mission, I felt that the number of zombies was reduced by 2/3. I thought those teams were too capable, but it turned out that the number was abnormal. Shin Xian touched Ah too and was in deep thought. It's the zombies that have moved. Sister Shin. Song Yuan turned her little face and raised her dimples. Smart. Let's send the drone out to see. Shin Xian touched Song Yuan's little round head. Chung Sun, hold down the speed and let other convoys run forward. Okay. After the RV got on the airport-only highway, the cars following behind immediately knew that the destination might be the airport, and rushed forward. Soon, Shin Xian's RV was squeezed to the back. The journey was smooth, and occasionally a small group of zombies that came to smell the movement were also dispersed by the convoy. Bang! Bang! Several more zombies were knocked away by the pickup truck in front, and hit the windshield of Shin Xinfang's car. Fell to the ground, and was completely sucked in, exploding brown flesh and blood. Jiang Dong was lying on the car window to observe the situation in the wilderness, and suddenly half of a zombie's head was thrown in front of him. The gray-white eyeballs were right next to his face. Damn it! Chung Sun, you idiot, step on the brakes. Chung Sun's powerful arm suddenly turned hard, avoiding the pickup truck that braked suddenly in front of him, and stopped the car on the side of the road. The crowd also rushed forward a few steps because of inertia. Jiang Dong quickly grabbed it too. Chung Sun said with a serious face, something is wrong in front. Song Yuan's drone image was transmitted back at this time. Sister Shin, there is a super zombie group in front. What? Several people immediately surrounded him. In the picture, about 3 kilometers away from the convoy is the airport. The planes that were usually neatly parked were now parked in all directions, squeezed together with shuttle buses. There were also several aircraft wreckages. It was obvious that the planes had crashed after a failed takeoff. The terminal building had 3 floors in total, and zombies were piled up around the terminal building, like dumplings, with tens of thousands of them. The high-speed passage led to the second floor of the airport. The first car naively thought that it had only encountered a small group of zombies, so it rushed in. The sudden movement immediately attracted a large number of zombies. Back off. Chapter 78. The zombies swarmed over like locusts. The car in front was submerged in an instant before it could call for help. This was a situation that Shin Xian and the others had never seen before. Even a modified RV might not be able to withstand such a situation. Hearing Shin Xian shout, Chung Sun immediately turned the car around. But the road behind was completely blocked by the cars following them, and Zhu Zei's car was also behind. 2 minutes at most. Sister Shin. Song Yuan reported the progress of the zombies. Shin Xian didn't care about the cold, pressed the starry sky top, climbed directly onto the roof, and fired a shot at the roadside fence. One shot was not enough, so he fired another shot. There was a gap in the fence, and part of the concrete road collapsed. Chung Sun hit the steering wheel hard, and the RV rushed down from the gap and fell to the road below. The car bounced a few times and stabilized. Chung Sun stepped down and drove away. Seeing this, Zhu Zei stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the Iveco also rushed down. This operation directly shocked other cars on the road, and the cars that did not have time to turn around also drove down. However, the height difference was nearly 4 floors, and not all cars were so strong. Some fell apart as soon as they hit the ground, and the people in the car fled in panic. The strange zombies also jumped down from the gap and chased after them. Why are there so many zombies here? Jiang Dong put on his down jacket and was ready to fight at any time. Anqing is an international airport. When the rainstorm comes, it is the peak period of traffic. As you saw just now, the terrain of the second and third floors is high enough, and there are supplies. There may be many people who survived here. Shin Xian frowned and took out a map to find a route. No wonder there are so many zombies here. It turns out there are living people. Jiang Dong leaned in front of Song Yuan and followed to watch the surveillance. Behind their car was Zhu Zei's car, and behind it, like a skewer of meat, there were more than 10 cars from other teams. Going out to find supplies, that's it. If you do a good job, you can survive and get a generous reward. If you are not strong enough and have bad luck, you will die. Jiang Dong turned his head and looked at Shin Xian. This shouldn't be a trap, right? It's hard to say. The news of the supplies seems to have been leaked intentionally, but a zombie tide of this scale should not be prepared in advance. This operation is more difficult. Chung Sun, drive directly from the wild. Shin Xian sighed, his head hurt. Airport New City Industrial Park, as the name suggests, is a high-tech industrial park, and its main feature is extreme remoteness. There are only 2 roads in total, one passing through the airport, which is now surrounded by zombies. The other way is to go back to Anqing and take a detour. It would be better to drive sideways directly through the wilderness. No problem. Hold on tight. Chung Sun has never driven so happily in his life. In the cold wilderness, there are no traffic rules, no restrictions, only one destination. Chung Sun increased the speed to the maximum. He rushed all the way. Boss, you should hurry up. The eldest lady's car is almost gone. Wang Jia and Wang Yi, one patted their heads, and the other rubbed their buttocks. When they rushed down from the highway, there were only 2 seats in their car, which were bare and looked like dice, and they almost died on the spot. My heels are on fire. The same conversation was also taking place in the car behind. Captain, Zhu Zei's car has gone far. Wan Yuanshuang bit her lips, stepped on the accelerator to the point of bursting the meter on the dashboard. But she still watched the black Iveco go farther and farther. Damn it, when I find a chance, I will definitely smash Zhu Zei's broken car. Brother Chung, turn left, then right, and you reach the gate. Song Yuan controlled the drone to explore the way ahead. Soon a park came into view. It was estimated that the area was larger than the safe base, with a row of white small buildings neatly planned. I've been fooled. There are only 5-story buildings here, but the flood flooded more than 10 floors at that time. Jiang Dong was angry. Not necessarily, the terrain here is high, drive in and see first. Shin Xian directed Chung Sun to drive in. At the same time, they turned on the intercom, Zhu Zei, follow us closely, and get rid of the car behind us. Got it, boss. With Song Yuan's drone investigating in front, they soon found a building with the words Anqing Logistics Distribution Center on it. Chung Sun accelerated again, turned around and disappeared after a few flashes. Zhu Zei and the other 2 had 6 pairs of eyes, and their eyes were cramped before they could barely keep up. When the other cars behind arrived at the industrial park, they didn't even see the back of the Iveco. But everyone was very tacit, and they dispersed and ran towards different small buildings. Chung-sun drove the RV directly into the small building, and everyone was stunned. It looked like a building from the outside, but inside it was a huge warehouse with only one floor. The express trucks were piled up at the entrance. The mountain of express parcels had been piled up for who knows how long, and there was no end in sight. Besides, the terrain here is high enough, and the express delivery has basically not been flooded. Wow! Shen Xian, we sent it! Jiang Dong shouted and rushed over. Xu Zhe, it's up to you. Shen Xian tilted his head to Xu Zhe, indicating that he could start. Okay. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Xu Zhe and the other two immediately looked for big bags everywhere to put the express delivery in. Boss, this is a gold necklace, take it with you. Take it with you. Find something really useful. Xu Zhe slapped Wang Jia. Shen Xian gave Jiang Dong a look, indicating that he and Song Yuan should watch here. Jiang Dong made an okay gesture. Watching Shen Xian and Chung-sun walk deeper into the warehouse, until they could no longer see their figures, he and the two also jumped into the express delivery mountain and started digging. He is a professional at picking up garbage. Just by looking at the size and weight of the box, he can judge whether it is what he wants. He kept muttering while digging. This one is about right. Male? 36D? Not big enough. Wait. Hey Xu Zhe, don't touch this one. Song Yuan, help me find it too, you're so good at finding things. Song Yuan stared at the drone handle and said lightly, Brother Chung won't let me help you find it. Chung-sun! Bastard! Achu! Chung-sun sneezed and rubbed his nose. They were close enough to the inside. Shen Xian closed his eyes and adjusted his hearing. After listening carefully for a minute and confirming that there was no one else, he turned to Chung-sun and said, Wait for me here. Chung-sun stood still with his feet, looking alert. Turn around. Oh! Chung-sun changed his posture to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. Shen Xian mobilized his mind to the maximum extent and began to collect express deliveries into the space. No matter the size or category. Dining table, football, corn, bacon, health products, skincare products, yoga mat, bookshelf, frisbee, printer, sofa, red wine, golf club, T-Mall supermarket, JD Express, Hainan duty-free shopping, SF Express parcels. All hers. This is a special 0 yuan purchase. After a few breaths, a corner of the express delivery mountain disappeared out of thin air, but it was only a corner. She could hear the sound of cars getting closer and closer, and even heard the shouts of others. At most half a minute, someone will come to find her. You can't kill everyone who comes, so you can only speed up the speed of collecting them into the space. Chung-sun. I'm here. You should be able to fight alone, right? Ah? Chung-sun immediately turned around and looked at her in shock. What do you mean? Are you going to die? Get lost. Chapter 79. Will she be exhausted from overusing her mind again, like last time after collecting a mountain of supplies in half a minute? She has fought side by side with Chung-sun and others, and lived under the same roof for quite some time, so even the space thing is no secret. But all this is based on the premise that she has enough fighting power. The experience of surviving the Doomsday in her previous life taught her that she should never show her weakness to anyone at any time. Shen Xian took a deep breath after looking at Chung-sun, who was still facing the wall. She expanded her mind range again, and the express delivery disappeared faster. Chung-sun, who was picking his fingers at the wall, felt that the light in front of him suddenly became brighter. He knew without thinking that it must be Shen Xian who took the express delivery away, so the light became sufficient. She suppressed her curiosity and did not look back. Shen Xian only felt a throbbing pain in her head, and soon her body felt a little cold, and her eye sockets also hurt a little. This is a sign of being close to exhaustion. Shen Xian stopped in time. The mountain of supplies had disappeared by half. Under normal circumstances, it would take about a month to open so many parcels 24 hours a day. Let's go! Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief and calmed her mind. She could sleep, but she couldn't faint. Chung-sun turned around immediately. What he saw was the half-disappeared mountain of parcels. His pupils trembled instantly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't surprised. He didn't expect Shen Xian's mysterious space to be so big. And the speed was so fast, but he understood the rules of survival. What's more, Shen Xian had a kindness to him. If Shen Xian didn't take the initiative to say it, he would never ask. Looking at the other person's slightly pale face, He took the initiative to walk in front. He took out a courier package of suitable size and placed it at Shin Xian's feet. You sit down and leave the rest to us, he. After seeing this, Song Yuan immediately got into the RV, controlled the drone with one hand, and made a cup of hot soy milk with the other hand. Sister Shin, warm your hands. A warm boy who can fight and run is rare in the Doomsday. Shin Xian smiled slightly, took the cup and drank the soy milk in small sips. Looking at so many supplies, I felt heartache, drooling, and reluctant to leave. But after a little adjustment of my mind, my forehead still hurt like a needle, and even my hearing seemed to have recovered to the level of ordinary people. I don't like this feeling of weakening. Alas! Zhu and A2 were sweeping frantically, and the Iveco was already full, and even the roof was tied with large packages. Seeing Shin Xian and Cheng Xuanchuan coming, Jiang Dong immediately stuffed everything he found into the Iveco. Like a thief. Seeing that Shin Xian didn't look at him, he hurriedly began to scoop up other supplies, moving boxes of instant noodles, Sprite, Coke, rice, flour, grain and oil into the RV. Chung Sun, please lend a hand. You guys are not enough? Sister Shin, a car is coming. Song Yuan provided information in a timely manner. Now in the park, the supplies are well preserved, and there are not many zombies. Each team is like crazy, searching everywhere. They found this place soon. Swish! A pickup truck slid into the warehouse gate. Ruan Yuanchuan got down from the driver's seat, and her standard down jacket made her look very tall. Captain! Supplies! Ruan Yuanchuan's people exclaimed in unison, their eyes, like hungry wolves that have been hungry for 3 days. But the captain didn't say anything, so they didn't do anything. Captain Shin, what a coincidence. Ruan Yuanchuan had a barely perceptible contemptuous smile on her lips, which made Chung Sun frown. You've been here for so long, it's almost our turn, Captain Shin. Tell your men to stop. What does that mean? Zhu and the other two were stunned and turned to look at Shin Xian. Shin Xian calmly drank a sip of hot soy milk. Captain Wan means that we should give up our position? The calm tone was colder than the temperature outside. Meeting Shin Xian's calm eyes, Ruan Yuanchuan's heart tightened. Glancing at the strange weapon in Chung Sun's hand, she changed to a slightly more relaxed tone. You are an informal team, and all supplies must be given priority to the formal team. This is the rule of the base. Even Jiang Dong, who has always been shameless, didn't understand this. Captain Wan, the supplies are right here. We found them first. We're not driving you away because of the base. Don't be shameless. You? The teammate next to Ruan Yuanchuan was about to speak out to refute, but she stopped him. Ruan Yuanchuan took a deep breath. Well, Captain Shin, I want half of the supplies here. Shin Xian closed her eyes, put one hand on her forehead, and waved at Chung Sun. Headache, Ruan Yuanchuan thought she had won the negotiation and got Shin Xian to agree, but she hadn't laughed yet. There was a swish. Chung Sun raised his arm and pointed his gun at her. The people on Ruan Yuanchuan's team also drew their guns and pointed them at Shin Xian's people. Chung Sun had only one weapon, but Ruan Yuanchuan felt as if she was locked by an anti-aircraft gun, and she felt cold all over. Seeing this, Jiang Dong, Zhu and the other two immediately threw away the express in their hands and drew their guns. The warehouse was terribly quiet. Buzz! A drone suddenly flew into the warehouse, breaking the silence. After circling in the air for a few circles, it landed in Song Yuan's hands. Ruan Yuanchuan's face changed again and again. She had already handed in a drone, but Shin Xian didn't expect that there was still one. Shin Xian pressed his temple and stood up, taking a few steps forward. The muzzles of Ruan Yuanchuan's teammates also turned, but Shin Xian was not afraid at all. The supplies are here. How much you can take depends on your ability. I say this no matter who comes. This is my rule. As she said that, she turned and walked towards the RV. There was still more than half of the express mountain left. Even if all the teams came and filled the car, at most they could take away 1/10. As for whether they would return to the base to call for people, that didn't matter. Anyway, she would be a hero again in half an hour. You guys handle it. If you don't obey, just kill them. It was really a bit tiring. Shin Xian slammed the car door shut, leaving a cold word. Ruan Yuanchuan was almost angry to the point of having a heart attack. But Chung Sun and Jiang Dong had no intention of stopping, and the sound of cars getting closer and closer outside, she could only grit her teeth and take the initiative to retreat. Put away the guns, supplies are important. After her people put away the guns, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong stopped. Song Yuan had a cold face, controlled the drone, and continued to patrol around the park. Chung Sun held the gun in one hand, sat in Shen Xian's position, and watched Jiang Dong and Zhu Zai collect supplies. Ruan Yuanshuang's people also seized the time to grab the express delivery, like hungry wolves, moving things while unpacking, and not forgetting to eat a few bites when they came across food. When others found this place, they saw Chung Sun sitting firmly in the center, with a little dog lying on his legs. Zhu Zai and Ruan Yuanshuang and others on the side were busy fishing. They tentatively picked up a package scattered at the edge, and saw that Chung Sun had no intention of drawing his gun. They immediately rushed to the package mountain with a roar. "Shut up!" Chung Sun suddenly shouted in a low voice. Although they didn't know what was going on, everyone immediately shut up, didn't dare to breathe, and hurried to transport the packages to the car silently. Only Ruan Yuanshuang's eyes flashed with jealousy. Chung Sun did this just because he was afraid of disturbing Shen Xian, who was resting. Why? Chapter 80. Shen Xian set the RV to night mode with one button, fell on the bed and fell asleep. The dense pain gradually subsided. She didn't wake up until she heard the rustling sound of unpacking packages outside. She raised her hand to check her watch. It was exactly 30 minutes. At this time, the chatter outside also fell into her ears again. It's annoying to look at that Shen Xian, Captain, find a time to kill her. If she didn't have that gun, she would be nothing. We are freezing here, but she is comfortable in the RV. Shut up. Haha, this is the voice from Ruan Yuanshuang. It seems that her hearing is recovered. Shen Xian glanced at the surveillance, and there were already many teams outside quietly collecting supplies. As for Ruan Yuanshuang, wait, who knows who will deal with whom? Shen Xian moved her mind and flashed into the space. Last time she fainted while using the space, her hearing improved. What changes have occurred this time? In the space, the newly received couriers were automatically placed neatly. They were all the same size, and the delivery slips were facing up. It can be seen that this space of hers has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Oh! The wheat seedlings in the corner have grown to the height of her knees. TSK, what did you eat? It has grown so fast in just a few days? After checking around and making sure there were no special changes, she exited the space, opened the car door, and got out. Everyone paused, looked up at her, and collected the supplies at a faster speed. Captain Shen. Ruan Yuanshuang did not give up, and came over again. Speak. Shen Xian's attitude was as if she was the regular team. But since ancient times, political power has always come from the barrel of a gun, and the truth of a great leader will never go out of date. Shen Xian's side has a high military value, so she can only bow her head. Everyone's car is not big enough. The idea now is that we send people back to the base to find a car. After all, these materials are very important for the development of the base. So? Captain Ruan wants my people to go back? Shen Xian sneered, obviously meaning that there is no way. Don't bother Captain Shen's people. We will send people back, but during this period, your people cannot continue to collect things. Oh! Only my people can't move? What about others? Shen Xian had a smile on her face, and her dark eyes looked at Ruan Yuanshuang. The other teams also stopped, and the brave one silently stood to Ruan Yuanshuang's side. At this time, it is time to win people's hearts. Ruan Yuanshuang said, you came earlier than others, and you have one more car than others. It doesn't matter if you have this little time to collect supplies. Stop now and be fair. Bah! You have no shame at all. We only came 10 minutes earlier, and you went back to the base, and went back and forth for 2 hours. Did you learn math from a dog? Jiang Dong's words caused Zhu Zai, and the other two, to nod frequently. Ruan Yuanshuang made up his mind to ignore Jiang Dong, and just stared at Shen Xian. Shen Xian chuckled, okay, I have no objection. Everyone was happy. Except for the people on Shen Xian's side. Seeing Ruan Yuanshuang happily arranging people to go back and call for help, Jiang Dong came over. Shen Xian, take his life while he is sick? Chung Sun slapped him on the shoulder. Whose life are you taking? Others are not stupid. Is it reasonable to kill so many people at once? How can you survive in the base then? It's okay to kill fewer people. Others, you're sick. Their conversation was neither loud nor soft, so many people wanted to go back to the base to deliver the message. Not only can they put down the supplies in the car to free up the car, but they can also avoid being killed by Shen Xian. After a debate, many people drove away. Ruan Yuanshuang also wanted to go back, but with Chung Sun's words, she could only set an example and stay, letting the rest of the team go back, and she grumbled before leaving. Boss, how about we go back too? Zhu Zai looked at the already full Iveco, hesitated and said, no Jiang Dong, Take everyone to have a good meal. Okay. Juzei and the other two immediately raised their smiles. If they didn't want to go back, they didn't have to go back. A team dinner was also good. So they surrounded Jiang Dong and helped him diligently. Come on, wash the onions, ginger and garlic, wash the pressure cooker, and scald the chicken. Cut the ribs into small pieces. Be careful not to damage the chopping board. Juzei, steam the rice. Do you know how to use the rice cooker? Jiang Dong directed the others to work like a wandering chicken. Seeing that Shen Xian had no intention of continuing to pack up the supplies, the others who stayed behind secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really afraid that Shen Xian would mess up. After all, it was a consensus in the base that the eldest lady was a lunatic. It seemed that she was not hopelessly crazy. Shen Xian and Chung Sun put their hands in their pockets and walked silently towards the edge of the warehouse. Song Yuan rolled his eyes, took out a tablet from the RV, fiddled with it, and started playing The Legend of Zhen Huan. The USB drive Shen Xian gave him contained not only TV series, but also anime and variety shows. He clicked directly to episode 65, and a voice of Empress, she returns to the palace, immediately resounded throughout the warehouse. Everyone was attracted. Although their hands were busy, they tried to concentrate as close to Song Yuan as possible. They hadn't watched TV for a long time, mainly because there was no electricity. Thinking of this, they were envious again. Haha. Chung Sun laughed silently a few times. Song Yuan and Jiang Dong have 800 tricks in total, and Song Yuan has at least 709. Coming to the corner behind the express delivery mountain again, Chung Sun climbed up a shelf to take a look and took in the surrounding situation. After confirming that there was no one, he made an okay gesture to Shen Xian, and considerately left the back of his head to Shen Xian. I have to say, it's comfortable to work with smart people. Without wasting time, Shen Xian quickly stuffed the supplies into the space. This time, she could clearly feel that the range of her mind control was larger than before. Now if a plane came, she would be sure to take it in completely. In less than a minute, the express delivery mountain went down by 1/3. But even so, the remaining supplies were enough for the base convoy to carry several times. Ruan Yuanchuan is coming. Chung Sun frowned as he looked around. He saw that the person was walking towards this side. Chung Sun immediately jumped down from the shelf, stepped forward a few steps, and stood in front of Shen Xian, looking directly into Shen Xian's pair of black grape-like eyes, and the refreshing smell of lemon shampoo suddenly penetrated his nose. Huh? Shen Xian was puzzled. We are chatting here. She can't have any objections, right? On the other side, Ruan Yuanchuan, who had just approached, saw Chung Sun's broad back. Shen Xian stood opposite him, looking a little delicate. Hearing the noise, Shen Xian tilted her head and looked at her. Captain Wan, what's the matter? Sorry, I disturbed you. Then he turned and left. Men in this world are really hopeless, as expected, as long as they are good-looking. Even psychopaths are liked by people. Ruan Yuanchuan curled her lips, and went back to continue to pack the express delivery. She picked up a package with the words Armani favorite lipstick written on it. After hesitating for a while, she opened it, and threw it in the car. Seeing this, Juzei, who was cooking, suddenly slapped his head. It's over. I'm such an idiot. Why don't we open the express delivery, and put it directly in the car, so that we can load more? Right. Wang Jia and Wang Yi also slapped their foreheads. Jiang Dong was cooking with a cigarette in his mouth. Shen Xian was not around, so he rarely smoked a cigarette. When he was collecting supplies before, he only thought that his things could not be seen by others, and Shen Xian and the others had space, so they didn't look down on Juzei's things at all. No one thought of opening the package. Since we can't pick up supplies now, you guys go and unpack them, and put more together later. Jiang Dong said. I didn't expect that after following Shen Xian, he didn't do much as a doctor, but worked as a cook every day. Seeing Shen Xian and Chung Yuanchuan coming, he shouted, dinner is ready. And he directly used local materials, and found a table, with assigned 10 people large dining table. Unpacked the express delivery, propped up the table, and started serving the dishes. Chapter 81. Boiled meat, steamed pork with rice flour, chicken stewed with taro, stewed meat with potatoes and beans, braised spare ribs, dry pot potato slices, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold mixed black fungus, stir-fried zucchini. Serve them one by one. Worried that the food would get cold quickly, Juzei also brought out the electric heater, and made a few cups of hot Xiangpiopio milk tea. A big pot of fragrant rice made Juzei and his friends drool. Boss, come, sit down. Slurp. It had been a long time since they had eaten hot, freshly cooked food, and they were almost crying. Not only them, but also the other teams working around them were crying with greed. Especially since they came out too hastily, many people hadn't eaten yet. At this moment, saliva and tears flowed together. Why? Why do they have so much food? Not only do they have food, but they also have electric heaters. We are both in the Doomsday. What kind of life do they live? What kind of life do we live? Not even as good as that dog. Many people couldn't hold back their saliva, and simply opened a pack of masks and put them on. It's not that no one has thought about asking Shin Xian for food, but they are afraid of being shot into a snack by the eldest lady. They simply hide far away, quickly open the express delivery, and eat small biscuits, potato chips, instant noodles. Ruan Yuanchuan's face is not much better. Normally, the Snickers in her hand are important supplies, and she can't bear to eat them. But now she feels that it doesn't smell so good. She must find a refrigerator. No, she must find a generator first. No, she must find diesel first. In fact, Shin Xian and others haven't had a good meal for many days, and there are more things to do recently. As soon as she picked up the chopsticks, the others received the signal that they could start eating, and in an instant, arms flew all over the table. No one spoke, only the sound of eating. Song Yuan was stunned. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, there were only 2 pieces of spare ribs left. Shin Xian was quick to grab 1 piece for himself, and 1 for Song Yuan. The roast chicken was gone. Ah tu, woof woof. Jiang Dong scooped up the last small piece of taro, and gave it to Ah tu. Eat it, eat it. When he looked up again, several plates were empty, and there was no rice in the pot. Everyone looked at him eagerly. Even Shin Xian seemed to be asking, "Where is the rice you cooked?" Give me 10 minutes. A box of snail noodles was pulled out of the Iveco truck, and Juzei and the other 2 immediately stood up to help, washing the pot and unpacking. Soon, the whole warehouse was filled with the smell of snail noodles. Now the others were faster in finding the express delivery. After eating 2 whole pots of snail noodles, everyone was sweating profusely, and lying on the chair with their stomachs facing up. I can't eat anymore. Let me eat slowly. There's still half a pot left. Juzei, come on. Jiang Dong rubbed his bulging belly. Shin Xian held her forehead, and thought of the bumpy road in the wilderness. On the way back, if anyone vomits in the car Jiang Dong was about to speak when he was choked by Shin Xian. If you dare to say something disgusting, I beat you to death. Okay. This is what it means to live. After a meal, Juzei and the other 2 relaxed a lot, and dared to speak actively. They were even more grateful to Shin Xian. Others were not so lucky. Looking at Shin Xian's team, the jealousy in his eyes could not be covered. Sister Shin, there are cars and tanks outside. Song Yuan stared at the display on the control handle. Yeah, it's pretty fast. Shin Xian smiled, and got up to walk around a few times. In order to save fuel, the 3 tanks never leave the base within a radius of 3 kilometers. Unexpectedly, the base actually dispatched tanks this time. How can it not be fast? These express deliveries contain everything. Maybe there are important production materials. Chung Sun said, and stood up to load the express deliveries into the car. Don't just stand there, hurry up and load the things. Although there is space, it looks like it needs to be done. Besides, Shin Xian is so stingy that he will definitely feel bad if he goes back with an empty car. Shin Xian scratched his eyebrows and looked at Song Yuan. Put away the drone first, don't let it be remembered again. Yeah. Soon, the tanks and the convoy rumbled in. The huge tracks directly crushed the concrete road surface of the park. But Lao Li didn't care about these. Ruan Yuanshuang's people found him, and said that there were mountains of supplies here, and they had not been soaked in water. He said he would come with him no matter what, and try to bring all the teams in the city with him. After jumping off the tank, 2 guards immediately followed, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Okay. Yuanshuang, you have done a great job. Old Li walked directly to Ruan Yuanshuang, his face wrinkled with excitement. In front of so many people, this was almost like saying thank you to Ruan Yuanshuang's people for going back to report the news. Ruan Yuanshuang's face flashed a trace of embarrassment. Shin Xian and Chung Sun watched Old Li's performance with interest, and the 2 lowered their heads, and spoke in a low voice. Chung Sun, it seems that he is really happy, not pretending. Shin Xian, then, there are only Han Lin and Chen Shua left. The owner of the diary should have seen Han Lin, so? Is it him? Chung Sun, is there a way to test it? Shin Xian, not yet. Everyone, please note that from now on, fill up all the cars, and return to the city in an orderly manner. Each car can keep half of the supplies for itself. The more you run, the more you get. The more you load, the more you get. Get to work. With Lao Li's promise, everyone was completely relieved and full of energy. One car after another lined up to drive into the warehouse, like an assembly line, filled up, and drove away. Shen Xian's RV was the most conspicuous. Lao Li walked over, glanced into the RV, and roughly calculated the amount of supplies in the car. What's the smell? He twitched his nose a few times. He asked with a look of disgust. Such a good car, you cook shit on it? Shen Xian's fingers twitched reflexively, and he really wanted to shoot him. Old Li's guard stepped forward quickly. Captain Li, it might be snail noodles. Old Li, what is snail noodles? You young people, why don't you eat something else? It's like nothing. Shen Xian raised his hand to interrupt him. Captain Li, we've almost finished pretending. Let's go back first. No one knows what this old Li's real name is. He has never been friendly to them, so it's better to go back early and do some business. Old Li, who has no idea that his head is wandering around the gates of hell, is a little confused. As soon as Shen Xian left, Zhu Zhe followed immediately. When passing by the airport again, there were still groups of zombies there, and there were a lot of them. I wonder if Old Li will go to save the people inside. Jiang Dong asked while driving, and with one kick, he crushed a few zombies that blocked the road. Shen Xian looked at the terminal building surrounded by dense crowds, and shook his head. Even if we want to rescue them, we have to wait until 2/3 of the zombies here have dispersed before we can start. And there are fresh living people in the terminal building, and the zombies can't leave unless everyone inside is dead. This is a contradiction. The road is smooth. After entering the city gate, there are guards watching the registration, and each car must put down half of the supplies. A small mountain of express delivery is piled in the passage. Captain Shen, everything has been counted, and the rest is yours. The person in charge waved at her, indicating that the RV can drive away. Is that Chen Shua's guard? Shen Xian turned around and asked Chung Sun. Chung Sun nodded. Shen Xian chuckled, God-given opportunity. Chapter 82. Chen Shua has always had 2 guards in public. Today, the base is obviously short of manpower. One was sent to the door to count the supplies, and the other must be with Chen Shua. The RV stopped at the door of the small building, and Shen Xian asked Jiang Dong and Zhu Zhe to move things. He asked Chung Sun to find a few couriers from the car, take Song Yuan, and walk towards Chao Minhuai's laboratory. The last time I met Chao Minhuai, I didn't ask anything. Now the base is in a mess for supplies, maybe it's an opportunity. Sure enough, there was only one guard at the door of the laboratory bungalow. Shen Xian patted Song Yuan on the shoulder. Song Yuan understood and walked to the guard with the couriers. Uncle, I came to see Grandpa Chao and brought him something. You have worked hard to protect Grandpa Chao. This is for you. The guard was very happy. He had heard that the base had found a super supply point and brought back a lot of couriers. Others were sent to find supplies, and only he stayed here. I thought I would not get anything this time, but someone actually delivered it to me. He coughed and said, I did not receive any notice, so I cannot let you in. And what about the adults in your team? Ah? Song Yuan's face was full of disappointment, and his eyes were red. My brothers and sisters are sorting out the supplies. I can't go to Commander Chen. Uncle, can you check these things and bring them to Grandpa Chao? I don't have to go in. The little boy's white and tender face was a little aggrieved. The guard looked at the pile of express deliveries that Song Yuan was holding and looked around. Okay. Great. Thank you, Uncle. Song Yuan jumped up happily and raised his voice instantly. At this time, another guard walked out of the yard. What are you arguing about? Uncle, I'm here to deliver something to Grandpa Chao. You guys check these. He put the express packages at the foot of the wall, squatted down and started to unpack them. The 2 guards looked at each other and squatted down to unpack them. Hurry up. There are only 2 of us guarding today. God help me. After hearing this, Shen Xian and Chung Sun felt more relieved. They climbed over the wall directly. They didn't plan to go through the main gate at all. They just wanted to find a gap between the guards to climb over the wall. This kind of yard has a house in the north, and wing rooms on both sides. After leaving the gate, you can only enter from the front wall. The last time Shen Xian came, Chao Minhuai waited directly in the main room, but now the main room is empty. Shen Xian closed his eyes, and used his hearing to the maximum. After a few seconds, he pointed to the yard next door and said this way. Chung Sun frowned. It was next door? He gently pushed open the door of the wing room, which turned out to be a simple reception room. After rubbing it for a while, he moved the floor-length mirror. Inside was a laboratory with lights on. There was a corpse tied to the operating table, and scattered body parts were placed in the white bucket on the ground. Fortunately, it was not a zombie from the skin color. In the corner, on a short camp bed, a gray-haired old man was wrapped in a quilt, warming himself by an electric heater, and looking through the documents. He suddenly looked up and met Shen Xian's eyes. Who else could it be but Chao Minhui? Chao Minhui immediately stood up, walked up to the two of them, and whispered, "Why are you here?" He kept looking outside. Fortunately, the windows were covered, and there was no guard outside. Time is limited. Professor Chao, listen to me. Have you seen this pattern? It's golden. Shen Xian drew 3 wavy lines on the palm of his hand. Chao Minhui frowned. This looks like the logo of Xingtian Organization, a foreign animal protection organization with several offices in China. They asked me to dissect a sea turtle before. What's wrong? Shen Xian then asked, did you notice this pattern on the person who kidnapped you in Jinjia community? Chao Minhui shook his head. The light was very dim at that time, and my eyesight was not very good, so I didn't notice it. Yeah. Shen Xian looked at the old man in front of him. Although his face was ruddy, his eyes were not as clear as before, and his hair was longer. Professor Chao, what are you researching here? Ah? Chao Minhui stroked his sparse hair. Commander Chen asked me to study the zombie vaccine. Shen Xian's heart sank after hearing this. In the last life, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had never heard of any vaccine in the eastern continent, and she didn't know whether there was any other part of the world. Either Chao Minhui's research failed, or the research succeeded, but the result was covered up. She had never heard of Chao Minhui's name either. Professor Chao, is the gun I gave you still there? No, it was taken away as soon as I came in. Hide it well. There is a robot in the supplies I gave you last time. If you encounter any problems, you can find a way to let the robot find us. Shen Xian opened his down jacket, swung it, took out a pistol and bullets from the space, and handed them to Chao Minhui. Chao Minhui knew that Shen Xian meant well, so he didn't hesitate to hide the gun and bullets under the pillow. I will let Song Yuan come to see you every few days. Okay, you should also take care of yourself outside. Chao Minhui's eyes moistened instantly, and he watched Shen Xian and Chung Sun leave. When he returned to the small building, Jiang Dong had already started to cook dinner. Zhu Zhe wanted to give us their supplies, but I didn't want them. I told him to take advantage of the time to go to the industrial park a few more times and get more. Well, Shen Xian sat on the sofa and took out the paper from last time. Crossed out Lao Li's name and wrote Xingtian Organization. Zombie vaccine next to Chinchua. Tapping the coffee table lightly with her fingers, Ah Tu played happily with a pen in her hand. The direction of the whole thing became more and more mysterious. Sister Shen, is Grandpa Chao very bad? Song Yuan's little face was filled with worry. He's still in good condition, but he's lost his freedom. Ah! Song Yuan frowned. Should we rescue Grandpa Chao? Shen Xian shook her head. This is your Grandpa Chao's own choice, unless he takes the initiative to ask us to take him away. Yes. Listen to your sister Shen, and respect the fate of others. Jiang Dong came out with a few plates of dumplings. Chung Sun picked up the paper on the coffee table, and looked at it for a few seconds. So the news about the supplies that suddenly appeared this morning was a trap. Jiang Dong rolled his eyes at him. You are talking nonsense. Although the supplies are real, if we hadn't escaped from the highway, we might have mutated now. Chung Sun, damn, you are pretending. Indeed, if we die, that person will have plenty of opportunities to get the supplies back in the future. Shen Xian's eyes moved and she chuckled and said, not only are we still alive, but the supplies have been found by everyone. So, whoever is the most unhappy in the entire base is that person. Come on, eat quickly, and then we go see Commander Chen. She finally saw a clue in this cat and mouse game, and she was excited. Chapter 83. Atu had just finished a dumpling, and Shen Xian finished half of it with lightning speed, not looking like a lady at all. Seeing this, Chung Sun also put down his chopsticks, stood up and put on his down jacket. Let's go. I go with you to see Chinchua. The base was unusually lively tonight, with people coming and going like a big market, and like the new year. People found a lot of supplies in the express delivery, including batteries, flashlights, lighting, and small motors, and lights were on in many places. Everyone greeted with a smile, and even smiled and gestured when they saw Shen Xian and Chung Sun. Everywhere was filled with something called hope. It seemed that the air was not so cold anymore. Chung Sun looked at Shin Xian sideways. If the Doomsday is over and we are still alive, what do you want to do? I haven't thought about this question. Then think about it. Shin Xian slowed down his pace slightly, and thought seriously for a while. If possible, I want to raise pigs. Chung Sun, find a piece of land, plant some apple trees, plum trees, strawberries, and some tomatoes, eggplants, cabbages. Shin Xian's thoughts drifted to the days when she was a child in the countryside with her parents, especially when the tomatoes were very big, and the kittens she raised at home always hid in them. She couldn't help but smile. That was a long time ago. And then raise a few pigs? Ha ha ha. Chung Sun laughed sullenly, and the laughter vibrated in his chest. Shin Xian raised his eyebrows. What? Do you have any objections? I dare not. When the time comes, you raise pigs, and we will work for you without salary. That's better. In such a chaotic world, many things are difficult to say. It is already a great fortune to be able to survive and meet reliable teammates. As for other feelings, they must not be thought of. This is what Chung Sun is thinking now. And Shin Xian's inner thoughts are, raising pigs? You guys eat more than pigs now. As soon as the two arrived at the small building, they were stopped by the guards. Commander Chen is not here. Shin Xian scratched his head. Then let's take a walk. The two turned around and left, walking around the command center. The command center is a 2-story ancient building. Except for the 2 staircase entrances, other places are high blue brick walls. The ground is unattended, and only the 2nd floor is patrolled from time to time. Shin Xian and Chung Sun sneaked to the outer wall closest to Qinshua's office. She closed her eyes, and used her hearing to the maximum. Today, the mind has been used to the critical point, and the sensitivity and range of hearing have also increased. The sound of footsteps on the 2nd floor, the sound of someone pouring water, the sound of eating. This way. Shin Xian opened her eyes, and quickly changed the wall with Chung Sun. Someone was talking in a low voice. Although the thick wall separated them, the voice still fell into her ears accurately. One of them was Qinshu, and she couldn't tell who the other person was. She could only judge that he was a man. We haven't contacted the organization yet, but our mission cannot stop. Old Chun, you have lost a supply point in vain this time. Qinshu, my fault, I miscalculated. I didn't expect that they had drones, and detected the zombie tide in advance. Are their weapons really that powerful? Qinshu, like you, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I just heard it from Han Lin and the man surnamedly. Drones. Will they find out what Chao Minhui is doing? Qinshu, it's impossible to find out. I talked to Chao Minhui about making zombie vaccines, and he only knew that it was for zombies. I have asked people to give the semi-finished products to living people. Only 1 out of 100 people can gain the ability to grow continuously, and the others will die. Hearing this, Shin Xian, who has always been calm, immediately covered his mouth with his eyes wide open. His eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. What's wrong? Chung Sun asked in a low voice. Shin Xian took a deep breath and waved his hand. Suppressing his pounding heart, he continued to listen. Qinshu, Oldly is right. Shin Xian's team is really a troublemaker. We have to find a way to get rid of them in a few days. Then you should act quickly. The organization has existed for hundreds of years. It is impossible for it to perish like this. We should take this opportunity to make more contributions. Qinshu, I know. I'm leaving first. I bring you an electric blanket. It won't be so cold. It doesn't matter. The suffering for the organization is not suffering. The conversation ended here. Shin Xian immediately dragged Chung Sun to the small building. She didn't even notice when she grabbed Chung Sun's arm. Chung Sun frowned, and it seemed that the matter was very serious. He followed Shin Xian without saying a word. As soon as he returned to the small building, he ran into Zhu Zhe, who had just returned. Seeing the two coming, Zhu Zhe immediately walked up with a smile. Shin Xian walked straight past him. We talk later. Don't go out yet. Be on standby at any time. Okay. Zhu Zhe and the other two didn't know what happened. Although the supplies were very tempting, they followed Shin Xian's instructions, and went back to their residence without going out. As soon as she entered the room, Shin Xian shouted, Song Yuan, turn on all the surveillance, and increase the robot's protection range to 20 meters. Okay, Sister Shin. Shin Xian looked like this, and it was obvious that something big had happened. Jiang Dong immediately drew the curtains, and the 4 of them sat around the dining table. Shin Xian, what happened? Shin Xian took out the paper she had written before. The matter is 100 times more serious than we thought. Qin Shuhe is really crazy. She picked up a pen and wrote on the paper nonstop. 2 minutes later, she slapped the paper on the table. I used my ugly handwriting to draw a schematic diagram for everyone. Several people gathered around. Shin Xian held the hot water cup with both hands and sorted out his thoughts again. First, that person is Qin Shuhe. He has an accomplice who lives on the second floor of the command center, but we don't know who he is. Second, they are all from the Xingtian organization, and this organization has existed for hundreds of years. Protecting animals is just a cover, and it is now out of contact. Third, they are using living people to test Qiao Minhuai's zombie vaccine. Where they are testing it, and where the living people come from, we don't know yet. Shin Xian's words were like dozens of atomic bombs dropped into the small building. Everyone's brains were blown to ashes, and they were stunned for 5 minutes before digesting these contents. Jiang Dong was angry. I wanted to say before that living people are important resources in the Doomsday, so why should the base limit the number of people? They said it was because of limited supplies, and I believed it. Needless to say, the source of the living people experiment must be the people waiting outside to enter the base. This beast. Chung Sun was much calmer, but his emotion still revealed his fingers that were clenched to white. It seems that today's search for supplies is indeed a trap. What should we do next? Everyone's eyes turned to Shin Xian. Shin Xian sat there with a cold face, like a female killer. Originally, as long as they didn't provoke us, everyone would be at peace, but now Qin Shuhe has planned to get rid of us. Oh, in this case, let's clash and see whose fist is harder. But we have to do it step by step. Don't make fearless sacrifices. We have a few things to do. Confirm Qin Shuhe's accomplices, how many people from this organization are in the base, and the location of the live experiment. It would be best if we can catch the people red-handed. After hearing her words, Chung Sun's eyes lit up immediately. What do you mean? Shin Xian chuckled. Since they are not interested in managing the base, let's just change someone else to do it. Chapter 84. Shin Xian stood up and walked to the window, stretched her arms, and pulled open the curtains. The lights outside were reflected through the windproof plastic sheet and glass. It was like a group of sparks. How about we take over the base? She turned around, her eyes burning. Seeing that everyone was stunned, she chuckled and said, Why? You don't dare to exchange gifts with Qin Shuhe? Jiang Dong swallowed a few times. Of course I dare, I will do whatever you say. I just need to follow you. Chung Sun also raised his mouth. Don't ask me, I sold myself to you when you saved me. There is such a thing? Jiang Dong immediately recovered from his shock and looked at Chung Sun with a gossipy face. Song Yuan pushed the thick glasses, looked away from the monitoring screen, and turned to Shin Xian. Sister Shin, I support you in everything you do. A two was not to be outdone. Woof woof. Well, Jiang Dong, call Zhu Zhe and his 2 teammates over. Okay. Jiang Dong is now full of energy. At first, he just wanted to survive the apocalypse, but now, he can dream of managing a base. He directly turned on the intercom and started calling people. Chung Sun and Song Yuan, one big and one small, looked at her with 4 eyes without blinking. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Song Yuan nodded. Well, Sister Shin, you have always been beautiful. Just now, after the goal was clear, Shin Xian herself felt that the vague thoughts in her heart dispersed like the moon after the clouds were cleared. The end of the world is not something she can control, but she can choose a more hardy life, so that she and the people around her can live more happily. Perhaps, this is the meaning of her rebirth. Boss! Zhu Zhe and the other 2 walked in with a chill. Wang Jia and Wang Yi followed suit and called him boss. It was the first time for the 2 of them to come to the small building, and they were very reserved. Sit down, don't be polite, tell me about the situation of the supplies outside. Shin Xian sat on the sofa with A2 in her arms, very lazy. But Zhu Zhe always felt that Shin Xian's casualness at this moment was completely different from before. But he couldn't tell what was different. He didn't think much about it, and quickly replied, there are still 40 or 50 trucks of supplies in the industrial park. Other buildings have not been checked yet, and there are probably a lot of supplies. There is still a convoy running outside now. Well, Shin Xian touched his chin and thought for a few seconds. Now there is an undercover matter, which is more dangerous. Wang Jia and Wang Yi, who is willing to go? We, including Zhu Zhe, are too eye-catching, and there are only 2 of you. Shin Xian only explained the reason for choosing them, and didn't ask them if they were willing at all. If they dare to say no, then take Zhu Zhe and get out. You can enjoy the benefits and protection, but not listen to the arrangements. However, Wang Jia and Wang Yi did not let her down. Without any hesitation, they said in unison, "I go." Shen Xian was very satisfied and nodded. "Only one person is needed. Wang Jia, you go." "Okay. Boss, tell me what you need me to do." Wang Jia immediately grinned. His expression didn't look like he was going to be an undercover agent, but like he was going to collect the first prize of the double-color ball. Wang Yi stared at him. "You go outside the city and blend in with the people waiting to enter the city. If someone asks you to smuggle into the city, you go with them. The more official it looks, the better." Wang Jia nodded. "Well, boss, do you want to find this smuggler? Not only that, but also find their hiding place after entering the city. Song Yuan, give him the locator." "Yes." Song Yuan took out a device the size of a 50-cent coin. In front of everyone, he opened the tablet computer, and there was a small red dot on the computer. "This is your location. The locator is waterproof and shockproof. There is a small hole here. You can hang it around your neck." Wang Jia took the locator. "Boss, do you have needles and thread here?" The others looked puzzled. "What do you want needles and thread for?" "Yes, wait a minute." Shen Xian got up and walked around the kitchen, and took out a bunch of brand new white sewing thread from the space. Wang Jia tore open the package, pulled out a half-meter long white thread, and tested its strength. Passed the white thread through the small hole of the locator. When no one else reacted, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it, wrapped one end of the white thread around his teeth, and finally tied a knot. "Ah! You?" Jiang Dong and Zhu Zhe were both stunned. "Awesome. You're the one who's willing to take risks." Wang Jia chuckled. "Boss, the place you're looking for is probably under strict guard. I'm afraid they searched me, so this is safer." It has to be said that Shen Xian was very satisfied with Wang Jia's performance. "Don't worry, we find you as soon as possible. Change your clothes later, give me the one you're wearing now, and I leave the city with you in 10 minutes. Faced with her arrangement, everyone obeyed unconditionally. Soon, the door of the Black Iveco closed, and Zhu Zhe and the other two and Shen Xian drove out of the city. There is no vehicle inspection when leaving the city, and everything went smoothly. After driving a distance, Wang Jia chose to get off the car. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assigned." Shen Xian nodded. "Be careful." The car door slammed shut. "Let's go to the industrial park," Shen Xian said, shook out the clothes that Wang Jia had changed, put them on himself, and put on a thick hat and scarf. The visibility at night is not so good. As long as you are careful, you will not be discovered. Soon, Iveco came to the industrial park with ease, and stopped at the northernmost building according to Shen Xian's request. "You wait for me here." Shen Xian got off the car with a solar air gun and night vision goggles. Although Zhu Zhe was very worried, he didn't dare to say it. Seeing Shen Xian's figure disappear in the darkness, he couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, don't worry, although Wang Jia is mentally retarded, he is still safe." The driver Wang Yi comforted. Zhu Zhe rubbed his frozen cheeks. Although he usually has a straight gut and a brain, he did react quickly this time. "I hope he can come back alive." Wang Jia and Wang Yi are his brothers, who have shared life and death with him, and Shen Xian is her boss. It would be a lie to say that he is not worried. But if people want to live, they must have value. If they want to live better, they must play a greater role. Shen Xian entered the building, which is a 3-story office building. After confirming that there was no one, she directly turned on the sweeping mode, with her mind open, and everything she saw was collected into the space. Tables, chairs, benches, office supplies, tea for lunch break, entertainment equipment. Next is the second building. It is a small biscuit production line. Before the Doomsday, it might have been 3 no products, but now, the production line, that has not been soaked in water, is extremely precious. Shen Xian still collected it into the space. Even the raw materials in the corner were not spared. The third building, the fourth building. In less than 20 minutes, Shen Xian swept the park clean. Finally, we came to the building of the express transfer station. The lights were on inside, and there were a lot of supplies piled on the ground. It was estimated that there were enough to fill 3 command centers. These were all supplies. There was no reason to let them go. There were no cars in the warehouse now, and Wan Yuanshuang was guarding there with his men. Although Wan Yuanshuang was annoying, he couldn't be killed now. After thinking for a few seconds with his head tilted, Shen Xian said to Zhu Zhe, "Go, and tell them that there was a light in the building ahead. Just send the people away for half a minute." Chapter 85. "Boss, I will hold them back for at least 2 minutes, don't worry." To be honest, Shen Xian really wanted to kill Wan Yuanshuang. But she had principles for killing people. One was not to affect the overall situation, and the other was to make herself happy. If Ruan Yuanshuang died now, it might alert Qinshuhe, which would be detrimental to the implementation of the subsequent plan. We still have to be patient. Zhu Zhe and Wang Yi got out of the car and ran to Ruan Yuanshuang and said something. Ruan Yuanshuang's face lit up. Are you sure it's a human or not a zombie? Have you seen it clearly? Zhu Zhe would not dig a hole for himself. I'm not sure. Ruan Yuanshuang had the credit for finding the supplies, if he could catch a few more people from other bases. Then, he would definitely get more rewards this time when he returned, and everyone would look at him with admiration. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her gun and called for people. Come with me to see. If it's someone from another base, catch him alive. Zhu Zhe glanced at Iveco, took Wang Yi, and followed Ruan Yuanshuang together. After everyone left, Shen Xian did not get off the car immediately, but closed her eyes and turned up her hearing to the maximum. After making sure that there was no one else in the warehouse, she quickly got off the car, opened her mind, and took away all the supplies directly. Before Ruan Yuanshuang came back, she calmly returned to the car. When Zhu Zhe and Ruan Yuanshuang came back, they saw an empty warehouse, and there was not even a hair on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Ruan Yuanshuang widened her eyes and grabbed Zhu Zhe's collar. Where are the things? I asked you where the things are? Zhu Zhe and Wang Yi were also shocked. Captain Luan, what are you doing? I acted with you. How would I know where the supplies went? Zhu Zhe struggled to break free from Ruan Yuanshuang's hand. Ruan Yuanshuang was so angry that her head was about to explode, and she was more afraid. How could she explain to others when she returned after so many supplies disappeared under her nose? Would others think that she had embezzled? And who was it that could act so quickly? Zhu Zhe, I know you colluded with outsiders. You must hand over the supplies to me today, otherwise I will kill you. Also, don't you have another person? Where is he? Zhu Zhe was also angry. Captain Luan, you must speak with evidence. Our other brother is not feeling well, and is resting in the car. Wang Yi explained immediately. Ruan Yuanshuang glared at them fiercely, walked to the front of the Iveco, and opened the door. The car was empty, with only a figure curled up in the seat at the back of the car. Did you see anyone just now? Shen Xian pulled the scarf on her face, shook her head listlessly, and the big hat on her head also shook. Ruan Yuanshuang stared at Shen Xian in the dark, her fists clenched and creaked. Zhu Zhe sneered. We kindly informed Captain Luan, and the poor care of the goods has nothing to do with us, don't accuse us. Then he came over to push Ruan Yuanshuang away, closed the car door, started the car and drove away. He glanced at Ruan Yuanshuang, who was still angry in the rearview mirror, and snorted coldly. Boss, she didn't recognize you? Based on his intuition, Zhu Zhe could be sure that the loss of supplies must be related to Shen Xian. As for how they were lost, he couldn't guess, and he didn't want to guess. Shen Xian sat up and pulled down her scarf. It doesn't matter, just keep it a secret for a day or two. Ruan Yuanshuang might pass the blame to us, and then you just need to insist that you didn't know anything. I know, don't worry, boss. This trip was the follow-up to the 0 yuan purchase, and it was a great harvest. Originally, Shen Xian didn't want to get so clean. But now it is confirmed that Qinshuhe is a dog, and leaving the supplies to him will only let him win people's hearts and develop some shitty organization. When returning to the city gate, the inspector was also stunned to see that the car was empty. Zhu Zhe said unhappily, damn it, the three of us brothers finally made another trip, but the supplies were lost by Captain Luan. Ah, lost? How was it lost? Zhu Zhe was a naked villain who complained first, and he drove the car back to the small building without waiting for others to ask in detail. During the whole process, no one noticed that there was an extra Shen Xian in the team. Huh? Back in the small building, Shen Xian took off Wang Jia's clothes. Jiang Dong immediately handed over the hot milk. How is it? Shen Xian sat on the sofa and said with a smile, I collected all the remaining supplies, without leaving a single piece of paper. Huh? Seeing Jiang Dong's silly look, Chung Sun flicked his head. What? Now the fight is about to start. Why should I leave it for others? Bah, I warn you, don't slander me. I didn't say I would leave it for others. Jiang Dong retorted. As the saying goes, a shameless person is invincible in the world, and of course good things should be kept in one's own hands, right, Shen Xian? Hee. You are the only one who can talk. Chung Sun and Song Yuan are waiting to see Jiang Dong's joke. Shen Xian is in a good mood, smiling and clenching his fist. Who do you say is shameless? Jiang Dong. I am shameless. I am shameless, okay? Come on, Go to the second floor and practice with me. I haven't exercised for a long time. Shen Xian dragged Jiang Dong to the second floor. The small building was peaceful. But the command center was different. The atmosphere was solemn. You mean, Zhe colluded with people from other bases? Impossible. After listening to Ruan Yuanchuang's report, Han Lin was the first to object. Oldly sneered, why is it impossible? Shen Xian, the troublemaker, might even want to be the commander. Han Lin paused. Shen Xian did say this. Although he was joking at the time. Stop stirring up trouble all the time, you're insulting yourself. At this time, Qin Shuhe rubbed his temple and said, okay, Yuanchuang, let's stop here if there is no evidence that Shen Xian colluded with outsiders to rob the base's supplies. Huh? What do you mean? Han Lin looked at Lao Li with a puzzled look on his face, his eyes wide open. So he defined Shen Xian's team. Lao Li snorted coldly and looked at Qin Shuhe. Commander Qin, just find a chance to drive them out. The base is very short of people now. Don't make it public if there is no evidence. Qin Shuhe interrupted Lao Li. The people below reported that there is a super zombie group at the airport. We can't just ignore it. Lao Li, you set a task and let the informal team go to explore the bottom. Ruan Yuanchuang was about to say that she would go too, but Qin Shuhe waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. After leaving the command center, Han Lin took a few quick steps to catch up with Lao Li. I warn you, that's a super zombie group. Don't think about Shen Xian's team. Hee, Captain Han, you said you were old. Why do you always want to be someone's lick dog? Lick dog? Damn it, Lao Li, who are you talking about? Is it wrong for me to protect the team? If you don't explain it to me clearly today, I will strangle you to death. When Ruan Yuanchuang came down, she saw Han Lin and Lao Li wrestling with each other. The guards next to them were already used to it, and had no intention of stopping it. Ruan Yuanchuang took a deep breath. Don't fight, Captain Li. Commander Qin said that Shen Xian's team has a drone, and they must go to the airport to investigate the zombies. Remember to notify them. I won't go, let Han Lin go. Such a good opportunity to curry favor. Lao Li stood up, pulled his cotton coat, and walked away with his head held high. Captain Han, then I leave it to you. Ruan Yuanchuang also walked away with his hands in his pockets. Han Lin, Chapter 86. Captain Han looked at Shen Xian, who was silent, closed his eyes, and made up his mind, and repeated his words again. Don't worry, the base doesn't need your drone. You can control it yourself and fly over to see the situation. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong sat aside, silently cleaning the solar air gun, and occasionally raised it to aim a few times. Han Lin was frightened. Finally, Shen Xian spoke. Captain Han, if I remember correctly, I used a drone as a ticket to enter the base. Is it scrapped so soon? Ah? Han Lin's brain short-circuited for a moment. Oh right, where is the drone? Is it with Lao Li or with Instructor Chen? Captain Han, did Captain Li really say that he wanted to kick us out? Oh, Lao Li is a man with a loose mouth. I'm just recreating the scene. That's not the point. Han Lin quickly explained, the point is that the issue of supplies should be suppressed. The subtext is, Commander Chen doesn't care about you colluding with outsiders to get supplies. Just go and investigate the situation at the airport. Shen Xian stroked Ah Tu a few times, and Ah Tu was so comfortable that his stomach turned over. Captain Han, we will go to see it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and you can go with us then. Ah? Han Lin felt like a bitch today. From morning till now, he has been in surprise all the way. Why? If you are worried about safety issues, it is better to take Lao Li with you than me. Chung Sun stood up and patted Han Lin on the shoulder. Captain Han, you are worrying too much. I just want you to see our real fighting power. It won't be dangerous. Commander Chen said, we just checked the situation. If it's not right, we retreat. Feeling the warmth on his shoulder, Han Lin agreed after a brief thought. Old Li always wanted to kick Shen Xian's team out. He could take this opportunity to experience it. Let Old Li, the bastard, be convinced. Then Captain Han, wait for our news, and come to you before leaving. No problem. It was past 12 o'clock in the evening, when Han Lin was sent away. Shen Xian felt that he deserved the title of a time management master after doing too many things today. He took a simple shower, and fell asleep on the bed. The whole base was still partying. In the laboratory, Chao Minhui was chatting with Qin Shuhe. Commander Chen, the last vaccine data has improved. Let Captain Li send me a few more zombies. I will work harder, and strive to develop a vaccine to reverse zombies as soon as possible. Qin Shuhe said with concern, I know you are anxious, Professor Chao, but you should also take care of your health. Vaccine research is not a matter of one day or one night. I will assign you a few assistants in 2 days. Huh? This experimental data. Chow Minhui frowned, pushed his glasses hard, and stared at a piece of data on the paper. Commander Chun, can I see the sample data of number 0289 before the vaccine? Number 0289 is the only human who survived the experiment. Chen Shua's eyes drooped slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in the corner of his eyes. Okay, but it will take a few days. Chow Minhui stroked his gray hair, stared at the data, and said to himself, strange. He didn't even notice Chen Shua leaving. Holding the thin piece of paper, he watched the sky light up. Suddenly, he stood up. No. This is definitely not zombie data, this is living data. Chow Minhui's fingers trembled as he took out all the paper data and calculated them one by one. Yes, these are all living data. He speculated that these data were to guide his experiments, so they couldn't be tampered with too much. But in order not to reveal that the sample was a living person, appropriate modifications were made. But who is Chow Minhui? He is a national treasure-level biological researcher. A lot of things can be inferred from a missing data. He resisted the trembling and pushed the secret door to get out. But the secret door, that usually opened with a push, could not be pushed. Someone come! Professor Chow, what's the matter? Commander Chen said that the base is dangerous these days, and asked you not to go out. The voice of the guard outside the secret door sounded, not the usual guard. Before, he could leave the laboratory. Except for leaving the hospital, he could go anywhere. But now, he is under house arrest. It must be that Chen Shua saw that he had discovered the secret of the data, and was ready to use force. Chow Minhui felt that his eyes were black. He bit his tongue hard, and tried to keep a steady tone. It's okay, bring me some breakfast. Okay, wait a moment. Listening to the sound of the guard leaving outside, Chow Minhui forced himself to calm down. Pick up the experimental scalpel, and start digging in the corner. Luckily, the bricks here were soaked in water, and he pried out a brick after 2 minutes of digging. He dug a few more times, hid the gun given to him by Shen Xian, and then carefully put the brick back in place. With such strict guards now, the little machine probably can't get out. If he wants to survive, he can only rely on himself. At the same time, Shen Xian yawned and ate breakfast intermittently. She was so sleepy that she was deformed. Sister Shen, did you not sleep well last night? Song Yuan looked worried. Do you have no appetite? How about I make you something else? Egg custard? Jiang Dong also came over. Before Shen Xian opened her eyes to answer, the tablet on the sofa issued a beeping alarm. Song Yuan immediately threw down the spoon and rushed over to pick up the tablet. The locator has moved over a large area. Huh? Shen Xian was no longer sleepy so fast. Several people gathered on the sofa with bowls in their hands, staring at the small red dot on the screen. The small red dot moved along the outer perimeter of the city wall, bypassing the south gate where they usually went, and headed straight to the north. Chung Sun, just as we thought, the experimental site will not be too far from the base, otherwise Chen Shua will not be able to travel back and forth frequently. Jiang Dong, did they come in from the north gate? In order to concentrate forces to resist zombies, the north gate was never opened, and the northern part of the base is also where supplies are stored, and there are usually people guarding it. What a pity, otherwise we can go and wait and see who the smuggler is. Jiang Dong felt very sorry. Sure enough, after entering the city from the north gate, the speed of the small red dot slowed down, and it only moved for a few minutes. Until half an hour later, it stopped at the command center and stopped moving. Jiang Dong punched the sofa. Damn! It's dark under the lamp? Shen Xian put down his bowl and chopsticks, frowned slightly and recalled, there are only a few rooms on the second floor of the command center, and there is such a large conference room. It is impossible to set up a laboratory. Is it on the first floor? Chung Sun also recalled, no, the windows of the rooms on the first floor are broken like that, and the wind blows in from all sides. It's clear at a glance. Several people looked at each other and said in unison, underground. Let's go and investigate. Shen Xian grabbed a down jacket, and Chung Sun and Song Yuan followed him out. After last night's revelry, many people in the base got up late today. It was empty, and there were few people. Song Yuan held the tablet in his arms, and glanced at the small red dot on it from time to time. Captain Shen? Why are you going to have breakfast in person today? A nasty voice sounded not far away. Shen Xian looked up, glanced at Ruan Yuanshuang, smiled and said, because today is a good day. He raised his head, and walked past Ruan Yuanshuang. Ruan Yuanshuang was left alone stamping her feet behind. What good day is today? Your birthday? Chung Sun asked in a low voice. You think too much, it's the day Chen Shua died. Chung Sun, Chapter 87. Chung Sun, wait a minute. Ruan Yuanchuang's voice came from behind the two of them. I have something to tell you. Chung Sun looked puzzled, scratched his head, and looked at her. Captain Ruan, we are not that familiar, right? Shen Xian waved her hand, indicating that he should handle it himself. She continued to walk towards the command center with Song Yuan. However, Shen Xian's ears moved slightly, and the conversation between the two was accurately captured. Chung Sun, in fact, we met a long time ago. 1 year in a special operations competition, we were on the same side. Oh, there were too many competitions, I don't remember, what do you want to say? Chung Sun's tone began to become impatient, and Ruan Yuanchuang paused, with a hint of inexplicable anger. Commander Chen asked you to scout the airport. I heard that there are many zombies there. You should be careful. Not to mention Chung Sun, even Shen Xian was stunned. What mysterious operation. This Ruan Yuanchuang, apart from being a little in awe of her at the beginning, always had a hostile attitude afterwards, and now she did this again. What does it mean? Don't worry about it. You don't know what's good for you. Whether you want to listen or not, who cares if you live or die? After saying this, Ruan Yuanchuang turned around and walked away, like a proud big white goose. Chung Sun ran a few steps to catch up with Shen Xian's footsteps. Seeing that Shen Xian didn't ask, he took the initiative to speak. She may want to blackmail me. Shen Xian immediately raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Chung Sun reacted. Shen Xian's hearing was different from that of ordinary people, and he could not hide the conversation between him and Ruan Yuanchuang from Shen Xian. Ruan Yuanchuang asked us to be careful when we went to the airport for investigation. Isn't this nonsense? We are very careful wherever we go. If this isn't a deliberate attempt to get close to us, what is it? I suspect she wants to blackmail us for something. The drone? Shen Xian sneered. Have you been infected by Jiang Dong? Ah? Infected with what? Idiot! Shen Xian smiled. Ruan Yuanchuang should be saying that this reconnaissance mission is dangerous and has traps. But why did she remind us? Does she really want to blackmail us? Shen Xian stood still, tilted her head and thought, frowning. Alas! Looking at the two adults in front of him whose brain circuits were not normal, Song Yuan sighed deeply. Sister Shen, we are almost here. Song Yuan handed the tablet to Shen Xian. They were standing in the position indicated by the small red dot. Shen Xian narrowed her eyes and looked around. The place under her feet was about 20 meters away from the wall of the command center. There was nothing on the ground, so the person could only be underground. Is Wang Jia still alive? Song Yuan pushed his glasses and zoomed the map on the tablet to the maximum. The red dot is shaking slightly, so the person should still be alive. Well, let's speed up without delay. The few people turned around and returned to the small building. Jiang Dong packed up everything and cleaned upstairs and downstairs. Chung Sun was shocked. Why can't you be a girl? Why? Why? Because because I can't stand you all being like pigsties. Get out of here, stay away from me. Shen Xian sat on the sofa, picked up the paper from before, and wrote and drew. Whether Ruan Yuanchuang is there or not, there is a high possibility that there is a trap at the airport. Shen Xian, you are right. Jiang Dong rubbed his hands. Don't forget the enemies we met last time when we went to find equipment. We must not be fooled this time. No. On the contrary, only if we step into the trap and pretend to fail can Chen Shua completely relax his vigilance, and we can catch him by surprise, and catch him red-handed. Shen Xian's mouth curled up a smile, which made the others tremble. Notify Zhu Zhe and Han Lin to set off in 10 minutes. Okay. Jiang Dong went to find Zhu Zhe, Chung Sun went to find Han Lin, and Song Yuan stayed to debug the drone and monitoring robot to the best state. The previous battles, to put it bluntly, were all for survival. The next battle is about the fate of their small team. If they succeed, they will completely control the base, and if they fail... No! Shen Xian's eyes flashed with determination. From the last life to the present, the crust stability of this base is one of the best. Other bases have frequent earthquakes, but only this one is safe and sound. And there are natural city walls. Originally, she just wanted to live a quiet life in the end of the world, but her strength did not allow it. Since she had to build a base, she had to have the best one. The base must be hers. This was the second time Han Lin got on Shen Xian's RV. For safety reasons, she also brought 2 trusted guards. Shen Xian and the others were still the same, but he always felt that something was different. The atmosphere in the whole car was full of madness. Even Jiang Dong's expression seemed to be saying, "Come on. Shoot at me." Hanlin's 2 guards were so scared that they held their guns tightly throughout the whole process, fearing that Shen Xian and the others would go crazy. The RV headed towards the airport, and Chung Sun drove at the maximum speed. Hanlin hurriedly shouted, "Chung Sun, slow down, we are going to investigate, not attack zombies." Shen Xian glanced at Hanlin, raised her eyes and smiled. Holding the intercom, Zhu Zai, "Pay attention to slow down, Captain Han is scared." Hanlin, "Got it, boss." The speed of the 2 cars gradually decreased. The starry sky top opened, and Song Yuan skillfully controlled the drone to take off, first patrolling the situation on both sides of the highway, and then flying forward. Hanlin and the guard stretched their necks, and looked at Song Yuan's control screen together. "Song Yuan, why can yours fly so far?" "This is very simple. First upgrade the chip program, then rewrite the code of the docking information, and then..." A series of professional terms fell into Hanlin's ears, that is, Maka Maka. But it did not prevent him from realizing that Song Yuan's ability on the computer could completely kill everyone in the base in seconds. "Song Yuan, do you want to join the computer team at the base? That way you can do more things, and the base has a lot of equipment." Hanlin started poaching people in front of Shen Xian. Song Yuan didn't even raise his head. "Sure." "Really?" "Yeah. Of course it's true. When Sister Shen takes charge of the base, he will definitely work for the base." Hanlin stood up excitedly and kept rubbing his hands, muttering to himself. "Pay attention, Sister Shen, you're in the circle." "Yeah. What do you mean by in the circle?" Hanlin suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, the entire RV suddenly turned sideways and blocked the highway. Several people in the car grabbed the handrails firmly to stabilize their bodies. Even a 2 hugged Shen Xian's legs skillfully. Only Hanlin, who was not afraid, almost rushed to the door of the car. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Dong quickly took over the driver's position, and Shen Xian and Chung Sun carried the solar air gun and leaned out of the roof. Without saying anything, he started fighting the zombies that were rushing towards him. Puff, bang, bang. The airways were filled with the sound of zombies exploding, and bloody corpses fell on the RV like rain on banana leaves. Many of them spilled into the car. When Hanlin reacted, he was already protected by the guards behind him. He himself was not a combat captain. He was mainly responsible for the internal affairs of the base on weekdays. He originally thought that this was just an easy reconnaissance mission. But who would tell him what happened now? Chung Sun was tired of shooting with his air gun, so he turned his machine gun and aimed at the zombie group in front of him, and launched a continuous fire attack for 2 minutes. With such a big commotion, there were more and more zombies. Hanlin saw on Song Yuan's control screen that the zombies were like a tide, attacking the RV. What to do? Chapter 88. Both the RV and the Iveco at the back have been specially modified. As long as the zombies don't learn to use hot weapons, their cars are safe. At most, they will be buried by the zombie tide, but they will not be broken. But even so, Hanlin was still a little trembling, and the zombies had already piled up against the car window. One by one, they opened their blue-gray bloody mouths and roared at Hanlin behind the car window. Hanlin kept wiping his sweat. "Captain Shen, do you need help?" Shen Xian's bangs on her forehead were already sprayed with blood. She shook her numb arms. "No, the main course hasn't arrived yet." What main course? Just before Hanlin could react, there was a sudden rumbling sound in the air, and a hurricane swept into the car in an instant. Everyone looked up, and it turned out to be a helicopter. The helicopter door was wide open, and a fully armed man in black was half kneeling there, carrying something on his shoulder. The enemies were dressed exactly like the last time they stole equipment. "Be careful. It's a rocket launcher," Chung Sun shouted. With his professional acumen, he could tell at a glance that it was a rocket launcher, specially used to attack tanks. It probably looked like this. No matter how strong and durable their RV was, it couldn't withstand a rocket launcher. It was over. Hanlin's mind was blank. It was just a reconnaissance mission. Why were there helicopters and rocket launchers? Shen Xian frowned. The previous plan was to pretend to fall into a trap, but it seemed that it wouldn't work now. He shouted, "Song Yuan." "Got it." Song Yuan quickly controlled the drone with both hands, flying close to the ground from a distance. In order to conceal it better, he changed the color of the drone, and also changed the plastic propeller to an alloy one. With the noise of the helicopter, he was sure he would not be discovered. The drone quickly slid under the helicopter, and then rose vertically. Just as the people on the plane aimed the rocket launcher at the RV below, they suddenly saw a blur. Then, there was a sharp pain on the top of their heads. The companion who was holding him behind him screamed and fell out of the helicopter. In order to prevent the tail fire from spraying into the cabin, when the rocket launcher was fired, both side doors of the helicopter were opened. And his companion, caught off guard, fell headfirst. Only then did he see clearly that a khaki drone suddenly appeared in the cabin. The sharp propeller was raging, and the protective pad on the seat was beaten into snowflakes. Then, the pilot screamed, and a stream of blood spurted out of his neck, spraying directly onto his face and eyes. Then, there was a dizziness. Well done. Song Yuan. Chung Sun, it's up to you. Which rocket launcher do I want? Shin Xian wiped the blood off his face, and continued to shoot at the zombies. Still feeling that the firepower was not enough, he asked Jiang Dong's gun to come over. Both hands. 2 guns. Don't worry, just look at me. Chung Sun put away the air gun and grabbed the machine gun. He scanned the helicopter that had just fallen to the ground. Every bullet hit the enemy accurately, perfectly avoiding the rocket launcher and the fuselage. Zhu Zhe, go down and bring back the rocket launcher. You only have 20 seconds at most. Got it, boss. Shin Xian used the same trick again, and used the air gun to open a gap in the highway guardrail. Jiang Dong pushed the RV forward a distance to leave enough space for the Iveco behind. Before Hanlin understood what was going on, he saw the Iveco rushing down from the gap. The car drove towards the helicopter for a while, and before it stopped, Zhu Zhe and Wang Yi jumped out of the car and ran towards the burning helicopter. Crazy. They are all crazy. They are all crazy. Hanlin's eyes were about to pop out. Zhu Zhe used the fastest speed in his life, and the rocket launcher that he had only seen in games before was now in his hand. Wang Yi also grabbed a handful of things in the cabin, and didn't care what they were, and the two ran back. In less than 5 seconds, there was a bang behind the two, a huge impact force threw the two to the ground. The two people didn't care, got up and continued to run towards the Iveco. Until the things were put in the car, and the car started, the two were still dreaming. Boss, are we still alive? Wang Yi had scratches all over his face, and he was smiling like a fool. Zhu Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry, as long as Shin Xian is alive, we can live. Zhu Zhe, go back and report, hide the rocket launcher, and be careful. Shin Xian's steady voice came from the intercom, which made people feel extremely relieved. Got it, boss. After Zhu Zhe replied, he smiled and said to Wang Yi, see, the eldest lady didn't really let us die. Shin Xian is in a good mood now, except that his arm is a little numb. Song Yuan's drone is destroyed. This is the second drone he has lost in his hands. A little sad. Han Lin looked at Song Yuan, who was wandering in his mind, and then looked up at Shin Xian and Chung Sun, who were happily killing. There are also zombies outside attacking tirelessly. He can no longer describe his mood at the moment. Shin Xian, tell me the truth, have you already chosen this place as a feng shui treasure land, waiting to be buried here? Captain Han, if you like this place, I don't mind letting you go. Han Lin's two guards became more nervous instantly. But after hearing her words, Han Lin felt more at ease. Do you have any guns? Let them fight with you. Shin Xian rarely gave him a look, and then looked at his guards. Yes, in the cabinet, take it yourself, there are enough bullets. They fought tirelessly for a full hour. The RV drove deeper and deeper. Until Shin Xian heard the rumbling sound of a car. Not far behind the car, he turned around and saw 2 tanks rushing towards the zombies. Lao Li stood at the entrance of the tank, still holding his supermarket trumpet in his hand. He shouted at Shin Xian. Shin Xian, hold on. I'm here to save you. There was even a hint of anxiety in his tone. Shin Xian and Chung Sun were full of questions. What did it mean? What was going on? Looking back at Han Lin in the car, Captain Han, did Captain Li take the wrong medicine? Han Lin was also confused. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't know. Are you worried that I die here? Saving you is just an excuse. I didn't expect it. Old Li, you care about me so much. I will never fight with you again. Woohoo! Han Lin's 2 guards looked like they were choking after eating 8 eggs in one breath. Shin Xian was thinking while clearing out the zombies. What was going on? Bang! Clatter! Until a sound of broken glass suddenly came. It turned out that the RV had been pushed to the vicinity of the terminal building without anyone noticing. Han Lin's guards were not accurate in their guns. After a few shots, they broke a glass door of the terminal building. Behind a glass door, there was a group of people with terrified faces. Forget it, let's get down to business first. Since we've come this far, let's kill them first and see what that oldie is going to do later, Shin Xian said, raising his gun again. Ah? Kill them all. A guard couldn't help but ask directly. Kill the zombies, not those people, Shin Xian explained. Oh. Chapter 89. The appearance of Lao Li caught everyone off guard. Don't forget, that tank has a long barrel and machine gun. Shin Xian was worried that Lao Lin's side was still a trap, so he ordered, speed up the pace. Okay. Jiang Dong parked the RV, and everyone drew their guns to fight. Even Song Yuan climbed up the ladder with an air gun. After a few shots, another group of zombies were shot in the head. That little expression was exactly the same as Shin Xian's. Seeing this scene, Han Lin had a complete epiphany. Everyone in Shin Xian's team is a pervert, and cannot be measured by ordinary people's standards. But he is a normal person, so he seems out of place. It's not his fault. After completing his self-psychological construction, he also stood up and took out a gun from the cabinet, climbed to the top of the starry sky, and joined the battle. Shin Xian, how are we going to take these people back later? Han Lin glanced at the space inside the car, and it was a bit too big to put it. Ah? Shin Xian was surprised and turned to look at Han Lin, his face full of confusion. I'm not here to save them. Why should I take them back? Han Lin paused. I'm not their father. All the zombies have been killed. If they can't survive like this, why bring this kind of trash back to the base? Is it a waste of food? Shin Xian's words were right, but he felt something was wrong. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Han Lin continued to shoot with his gun. The zombies turned into blood rain and minced meat. This is a real battlefield meat grinder. The people in the waiting hall trembled, looking at Shin Xian and his group with fear in their eyes. Finally, a scream rang out. Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell! A girl with short hair jumped out suddenly, holding a fire axe in her hand, closing her eyes, crying and hammering at the zombie's head. She was so strong that she chopped off the zombie's head in 2 hits. The crowd was stunned. Is this possible? The moment the zombie's blood spurted out, the girl's face became hot. The girl couldn't help but open her eyes, and her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Woo woo woo, she fainted at the blood. Others also woke up and joined the battle. It's just that they had no hot weapons or cold weapons, at most some steel pipe equipment at the airport. The combat effectiveness was about 0. But even so, everyone was fighting desperately. If one person couldn't kill, then 5 people would kill together. None of them who can survive until now is stupid. They know deeply that only by showing enough value at this time can they be noticed by the brutal team and continue to live. In less than 10 minutes, the zombies in the terminal were almost completely cleared. Shin Xian came down from the ladder, swinging her arms. She had never done so much shooting before, and her body was a little overwhelmed. She took off her bloody down jacket and washed her face twice, and the bloody smell finally dissipated. What a relief! Jiang Dong came down with a gun, and with a flick of his hand, blood foam flew all over Han Lin's face. Han Lin, Sister Shin, the drone is gone again. Song Yuan was still in a bad mood. Shin Xian touched his head. It's okay, Sister still has it. Really? Song Yuan's eyes lit up, and he came alive immediately. Yeah. Before, she just wanted to survive slowly and comfortably in the Doomsday, and she was extremely stingy in terms of supplies. But now we have to manage a base. Are the supplies saved? Of course not. We rob them. It's time to take out the things in the space and make full use of them. However, thrift is still necessary. Shin Xian smiled. Go wash it quickly. Yeah. The cleanest person in the car now is Ah Tu. But Chung Sun grabbed him and wiped him with a wet towel twice and then handed him to Shin Xian. What should we do with Lao Li? Shin Xian kneaded Ah Tu's little ear, thought for a few seconds and said, let's see what he is going to do first, and kill him if he is wrong. Ah! Why? Han Lin was about to ask, but he was pinched by his confidant, and the words he wanted to ask were stuck in his throat, and he didn't say them. The confidant shook his head at him. Han Lin looked at the tanks that had already driven over through the car window, and worried secretly. Old Li, you're on your own. The road at the airport gate was covered with a thick layer of blood plasma, and the temperature was too low, so the flesh and blood of the zombies had frozen. The tanks were a little slippery when they drove up. You could imagine how fierce this battle was. Until he saw Shin Xian's RV parked there intact, Old Li's heart was at ease. God knows. when he saw Doomsday running back with blood all over his face, saying that Shin Xion's team and Han Lin, the old dog, were surrounded by a tide of zombies and were besieged by helicopters, his heart was about to burst. Will the team that he tried every means to protect become cannon fodder again? While he was gnashing his teeth at Shinshua in his heart, he smiled at the same time. Commander Chun, Shin Xion died just in time, but that RV is really a good thing, let me get it back. When he said this, his gums were bleeding. With Chinshua's approval, he cursed while rushing to the airport with tanks, and he brought his confidants with him. He didn't care about saving Diesel, for fear that he would be late and see Han Lin and Shin Xion being torn into pieces. The two tanks stopped with a bang, almost hitting the back of the RV. Before they stopped, Lao Li jumped down. The road was too slippery, and he fell. When he got up, he saw the RV door wide open, and Shin Xion stood at the door with his arms folded. Captain Li, you don't have to be so polite. Lao Li, Lao Li's panic at that moment didn't seem to be fake. Shin Xion thought about it, and decided to ask clearly before deciding whether to kill or not. Captain Li, let's talk in the car. If your tank moves, we will kill it without mercy. Old Li, This is his first time boarding this RV. He always heard Han Lin say how good this car is. Now, he finally experienced it himself. Warm and solid. This is his first impression. Although there are bullet shells scattered everywhere, and a lot of blood spots, he inexplicably feels that this place is full of yang energy. After thinking about it, he only wants this adjective. Captain Li, so what is your purpose here? Shin Xion hugged Ah-Tu and sat opposite him, and everyone else stood behind her. Even Han Lin stood opposite him with his confidant. At this time, of course, he couldn't say that he was worried. Old Li coughed lightly. Commander Chen heard that you were surrounded, and sent me to save you. Han Lin immediately raised a smile. I knew that Commander Chen would have to be the one at the critical moment. Old Li looked at his pair of clear and stupid eyes, and sighed in his heart. Shin Xion sneered. Captain Li, let's be frank. I'm going to kill Chinshua. Except for the people on Shin Xion's side, Han Lin, Lao Li, and the guards were all hit hard and split apart. Shin Xion. You're crazy. Han Lin stood up quickly. Lao Li, just pretend you didn't hear that. Shin Xion is talking nonsense. But Lao Li was shocked at first, and then he was silent. Lao Li, what do you mean? No, Shin Xion, do you know what you are saying? Han Lin asked tremblingly. Chapter 90. Seeing Shin Xion's calm eyes, she just stared at Lao Li without saying anything. Han Lin's rusty brain finally started to work. He looked at Chung Sun, then at Jiang Dong and Song Yuan, and finally his sight fell on Lao Li. So Lao Li, you really are a traitor? These words seemed to turn on the switch of Lao Li's anger value. Lao Li immediately got angry, stood up and spat on the ground. Damn it, am I a traitor? Han, open your eyes and look carefully, who is the traitor? After the rainstorm, we set out from the imperial capital, didn't you notice anything? Han Lin was puzzled. What did you notice? In addition to us, there are 10 guard captains. Didn't you notice that the 5 dead captains were transferred from outside? The 5 surviving captains are all very close to Chinshua. Has the base developed since it was built? More people? More food? Or infrastructure? None of them. Also, an irregular team with strong combat effectiveness will inevitably be wiped out after a few missions. Don't you have any doubts? Han Lin was stuck. Those were the teams we gathered and raised one by one, and they are all gone. If it was a coincidence once, how could it be a coincidence every time? I don't believe it. Also, didn't you notice that the combat weapons we confiscated are all gone? Hoo-hoo. Old Li tore off his fur hat and threw it on the ground, his eyes red, and his chest was about to explode with anger. Han Lin and his guards were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Shin Xion tapped the table lightly. Captain Li, don't get excited. Have you seen this logo at Chinshua's place? Jiang Dong immediately took out paper and pen from the drawer. Shin Xion drew 3 wavy lines on the paper, like this, in gold. Old Li thought for a moment and replied, yes, I have. Chinshua's bedroom is on the 2nd floor of the command center. There is a bookshelf inside with a pattern like this. Because the bookshelf was picked up, I thought it was there originally. Is there any problem? I have also seen it on the cuffs of some team leaders. The ballpoint pen turned a few circles on Shin Xion's beautiful fingertips. It's not the time to tell them about the Xingtian organization yet. Captain Li, for some reason, I must kill Chinshua. Before Shin Xion finished speaking, Lao Li immediately stated, I can do anything you want me to do. No, I can't trust you completely yet, but there is one thing you can do. You say? I need a reason to gather all the trusted captains of Qinshua together, and kill them together. They are all members of the Xingtian organization, and are the borers of the base. Killing only Qinshua is far from enough. As long as these borers are still there, they will blow themselves up sooner or later like a time bomb. So cutting the grass means getting rid of the roots. After hearing this, Lao Li said directly, this is easy. Lao Han and I have always been at odds. When I go back, I will say that Lao Han is dead. This is a good opportunity to control the position of the base's internal affairs. Qinshua will definitely notify those captains to go to the command center. Han Lin's brain barely caught up with the situation, and he whispered, this is not good. Okay, Captain Han, you and your people stay here and pretend to be dead. Let's deal with the aftermath, and the others will go back with me. Shen Xian made the final decision, leaving no room for doubt. Without further delay, after the others discussed other details, Lao Li got off the car and walked towards the tank. Han Lin immediately chased after him, grabbed Lao Li, and asked with red eyes. Stop, are you telling the truth? Lao Li looked back at him and glared at him unhappily. It's fake, my dead parents, it's okay. After saying that, he swung his arms and climbed onto the tank. After everyone got into the tank, Han Lin reacted, damn it, you are obviously an orphan, your parents died a long time ago. Then, a gust of wind blew around him. Shen Xian's RV rushed out. Hey, we haven't gotten in the car yet. Han Lin wanted to cry. Qinshua, Lao Li, and him, 3 acquaintances who came to the base together from the imperial capital. Now it seems that the 2 people have their own positions. Only he is a complete idiot. According to what he said, Qinshua is really a traitor, so he must have survived until now with the mediation of Lao Li. Han Lin took a deep breath. Forget it, get to work. Shen Xian watched the tanks in front run away and asked Jiang Dong to stop the RV. After getting off the car, she waved her hand, and 2 excavators and a brand new drone appeared on the road out of thin air. This is the first time she used the space in front of her teammates. Fuck. This is too magical. Jiang Dong was envious and drooled. If he also had such a small space, even if it was only 2 square meters, his wives would have a place to hide. Cheng Sun and Song Yuan also had sparkling eyes. What does this mean? This means that from now on, the 4 of them, plus a dog, are completely tied to the same rope. If Shen Xian lives, they live. If Shen Xian dies, they die. Shen Xian turned around and asked, can you drive an excavator? Song Yuan and Jiang Dong shook their heads immediately, while the almighty Cheng Sun nodded and said he could. Okay, Jiang Dong, you and Song Yuan drive the RV, and Cheng Sun and I drive the excavator. Follow the plan. Song Yuan, Qinshua's accomplice is in your hands. If anyone escapes the city, track him down immediately. Okay. The 3 of them agreed in unison, got in the car, and set off. The gears of fate moved again, and everyone thought it was just an ordinary power grab at the base. Looking back many years later, I was surprised to realize that all humans should be grateful for this moment. When Lao Li returned to the base with the convoy and climbed down from the tank, he found that in addition to Shen Xian's RV, there were 2 excavators behind him. But now is not the time to ask more questions. He nodded at Shen Xian and ran towards the command center. Other people in the base were curiously surrounding the excavator. They hadn't recognized that it was Shen Xian and Cheng Sun in the car. Captain Li, is this a success? I heard that the young lady's team was wiped out. Look at that RV. It's been damaged like that. Oh, it must have been tragic. It's a pity that the young lady doesn't have a boyfriend yet. These are all small matters. But the RV seems to be the exclusive property of Commander Chen or Captain Li. I'm so envious. When will we get a captain? Hey, why didn't Captain Han come back? Did something happen? Oh, it's nothing. He must be collecting supplies in the back. Oh, it's a pity for the young lady. I really want to see the young lady kill someone again. There's a cat cake. Shen Xian stopped listening to these people's nonsense. In the end times, everyone has long been accustomed to death. Sitting in the tall XCMG manufacturing, the view is very nice. Seeing several people dressed as team leaders entering the command center from afar, she pressed the intercom. Xu Zhe, please reply if you get it. Get it, boss. Damn it. I knew you were okay. Those bastards spread rumors. Stop, take your people to keep an eye on the south gate, and from now on, don't let anyone in or out. Get it. Xu Zhe immediately came back to life and started working with Wang Yi. Others, act according to the plan. Get it.